Introduction asterisk. The tale unfolds in an era marked by the waning warmth of late summer, as King Robert journeys northward to personally visit the Lord of Winterfell, Duke Eddard Stark. They are childhood companions, having once united to overthrow tyranny 15 years prior. Following the war, Robert ascended to the throne. Chapter 1 Prelude. Since the wildlings are dead, Gary urged as the surrounding woods darkened, let us turn back. Are you afraid of the dead? Ser Waymar Royce inquired with a hint of amusement. Gary, unfazed by the taunt, a man over 50, had witnessed too many noble signs come and go in his lifetime. Dead is dead, he replied. Why should we pursue the deceased? Can you be certain they're truly dead? Royce asked softly, where lies the evidence? Will saw them, Gary stated. I trust his words. Will had anticipated that they would eventually embroil him in this dispute, though he hadn't expected it to occur so swiftly. My mother used to say, the dead have no part in the play. He interjected. Well, my wet nurse said the same. Royce retorted, never believe what you hear from women. Even if they are dead, they can still teach us much. His words echoed in the dimly lit forest, somewhat disruptive. The journey back is still long, Gary pointed out. We have at least 8 or 9 days ahead, and the light is fading. Ser Waymar Royce surveyed the darkening sky with disinterest. Is it not always like this at this hour? Gary, you aren't afraid of the dark, are you? Will noticed Gary's tightly pressed lips and the suppressed fury beneath his heavy black cloak. Having served as a night watchman for 40 years, Gary was not one to indulge in jest. Yet beneath Gary's anger, Will sensed an underlying unease, a tension akin to fear. Will empathized deeply. Having guarded the wall for merely 4 years, he recalled the terror of his first venture north, when all the tales he had heard flooded his mind, rendering him weak with fright, which he later found amusing. Now, with over 100 patrols under his belt, he had become quite seasoned, and the vast expanse known as the Haunted Forest did not intimidate him. However, tonight was an exception. It was unlike any past experience, with an indescribable horror lurking in the shadows that sent shivers down his spine. They had ridden north from the wall, veering northwest and then north again, relentlessly pursuing a band of raiders for 9 days. The conditions had deteriorated, reaching a nadir today. The chilling northern wind cast eerie shadows among the trees, resembling monstrous entities, and Will felt as though some cold, malevolent force was watching him. Gary sensed it too. At that moment, Will yearned to turn his horse around and flee back to the wall, but such thoughts could never be uttered in the presence of their commander, especially a commander like this. Ser Waymar Royce, the youngest son of a noble family with a bustling household, was a striking 18-year-old with gray eyes, exuding elegance and slenderness like a sharp blade. Mounted on his robust black steed, he towered over Will and Gary, who rode their smaller plow horses. He donned black leather boots, woolen trousers, and black moleskin gloves, topped with a woolen jerkin over hardened leather armor, all beneath a gleaming black mail coat. Ser Waymar had only sworn his oath as a night watchman for less than 6 months, yet he was far from unprepared, equipped with a complete array of gear. The most resplendent of his attire was undoubtedly the thick yet remarkably soft black mink cloak. I wager he personally hunted that pile of black minks, Gary jested to his comrades during a drinking session in the camp, our great warrior snapping their little necks one by one. This elicited laughter from a group. How could one respect a commander who was the subject of mockery during merriment? Will pondered as he rode. Gary likely shared this sentiment. Mormont ordered us to track the wildlings. We complied, Gary said. Now they are dead and will trouble us no more. We still have a long journey ahead. I truly despise this weather. If it snows, it could take us 2 weeks to return. Snow isn't the worst of it, my lord. Have you ever witnessed the fury of an ice storm? The young lord seemed oblivious to Gary's words. He surveyed the encroaching twilight with his characteristic indifference. Will had been with him long enough to know that it was best not to interrupt him at such times. Will, tell me again what you saw. Speak carefully, and do not omit any details. Before becoming a night watchman, Will had made his living through hunting, more accurately, poaching. Years ago, while illegally hunting deer in the Marys family woods, he was caught red-handed by a free rider employed by the Marys clan. Had he not chosen to join the Night's Watch, he would have faced the grim fate of losing a hand. Will's stealth was exceptional, and his silent movement through the forest soon garnered the attention of his comrades in the Night's Watch. The camp lies 2 miles beyond, over the ridge, adjacent to a stream, Will replied. I approached quite closely. There were 8 individuals, both men and women, but no children. They leaned against a large rock. Despite the snow nearly covering the camp, I could still discern their positions. There was no campfire, only the remnants of a dying fire. They remained utterly still. I observed for a long time, and no living being would lie so quietly. Did you find any blood? None, Will admitted. Did you see any weapons? A few swords, 2 or 3 bows, and one fellow carried an axe, a heavy, iron double-bladed axe, resting on the ground beside him. Do you recall their relative positions? Will shrugged. 2 or 3 leaned against the rock. Most lay on the ground, as if they had been slain. They could merely be sleeping, Royce suggested. They were certainly slain, Will insisted, for there was a woman hiding in the ironwood tree, concealed among the branches, likely a scout. He smiled faintly. I was careful not to let her see me, but when I drew near, I found her completely motionless. A shiver ran through him as he recalled this. Are you cold? Royce inquired. A bit, Will murmured, my lord, it's the wind. The young knight turned to face the gray-haired veteran. Frosty leaves whispered and fluttered around them, and Royce's steed shifted restlessly. Gary, who do you think killed these people? Ser Waymar casually asked, adjusting the folds of his mink cloak. This damned weather, Gary declared emphatically. Last harsh winter, I witnessed a man freeze to death right before my eyes. I had seen it before that as well when I was still a child. Everyone said the snow reached 40 feet deep. The northern wind as cold as ice itself. But the true killer was the low temperature. It sneaks up on you silently, quieter than Will. At first, you shiver, your teeth chatter, your legs buckle, dreaming of fiery liquor and a warm campfire. So warm, indeed, yet nothing is as scorching as cold. But in a moment, it burrows into you, fills your body, and before long, you find yourself unable to resist, yearning to sit down or take a brief nap, and it is said that in the end, you feel no pain. You simply become weak, drowsy, and then everything fades away, as if submerged in warm milk, peaceful and serene. I see you possess quite a poetic flair, remarked Ser Waymar. I hadn't anticipated your talent in this regard. My lord, I have personally endured the might of the bitter cold, Gary replied, pulling back his hood to reveal the remnants of flesh left after his ears had succumbed to frostbite. 2 ears, 3 toes, and the little finger of my left hand. These are but minor injuries. My elder brother perished from exposure while on guard duty. When we found him, a smile still lingered upon his face. Ser Waymar shrugged. I suggest you wear an extra layer, Gary. Gary shot a furious glare at his youthful superior, his ears reddening with indignation. Years ago, Scholar Aemon had amputated his frostbitten ears, leaving scars near the piercing. When winter truly arrives, we shall see how warm you can manage to dress, he retorted, pulling his hood tighter and hunching over as he mounted his horse, lapsing into a sullen silence. Since Gary has attributed it to the weather, Will was about to speak. Well, did you stand guard last week? Indeed, my lord, he replied, wondering what point was being made, as he had drawn guard duty each week without fail. And how fare the wall? It is weeping, Will said with a furrowed brow, now comprehending. So they were not frozen to death. If the walls are dripping, it indicates that it is not cold enough. Royce nodded. Astute observation. Over the past week, there's been a touch of frost and occasional snowfall, yet certainly not to the extent of freezing 8 men to death. Moreover, they were clad in warm furs, sheltered by the landscape from the winds and snow, with ample firewood at their disposal. The knight displayed a confident smile. Will lead the way. I wish to behold these deceased with mine own eyes. At this juncture, they had no choice. The command had been issued, and compliance was their only recourse. Will took the lead, cautiously navigating his shaggy horse through the underbrush. A light snowfall had blanketed the ground the previous night, and now stones, roots, and puddles lay hidden beneath the foliage, making a stumble likely. Ser Waymar Royce followed, his sturdy steed blowing impatiently. The patrol was ill-suited for cavalry mounts, but what could a noble scion comprehend? Veteran Gary brought up the rear, muttering under his breath. As dusk deepened, the cloudless sky transformed into a bruised shade of purple before succumbing to darkness. Stars emerged, and the crescent moon ascended. Will silently thanked the celestial bodies for their illumination. We should hasten our pace, Royce suggested, as the moon climbed higher. Your horse lacks such capability, Will retorted, fear rendering him impolite. Would you care to ride ahead and test it? Ser Waymar Royce clearly found this beneath his dignity to respond. A wolf's howl echoed from deep within the woods. Will halted beside an ancient ironwood tree, dismounting. Why have we stopped? Royce inquired. My lord, it is preferable to walk from here. We shall reach the ridge beyond. Royce paused to gaze into the distance, a contemplative expression gracing his features. A cold breeze rustled through the trees, causing his fur cloak to shudder as though imbued with life. "Something feels amiss," Gary murmured. The young knight smirked derisively at him. "Oh really? Do you not sense it?" Gary challenged. "Listen closely to the sounds lurking in the shadows." Will felt an unsettling presence. In his 4 years of service as a night watchman, he had never experienced such dread. What manner of creature could be at play? The wind, the rustling leaves, and the wolf's howl. "What frightens you, Gary?" Royce inquired, noticing Gary's silence. He elegantly dismounted, securing his warhorse to a low-hanging branch, distancing it from the others, and drew his longsword. It was a finely crafted blade from the city, its hilt adorned with jewels, gleaming brilliantly as the moonlight reflected off the polished steel, undoubtedly newly forged. Will harbored doubts about whether it had tasted blood. "My lord, the trees here are dense." Will warned, "Your sword may become ensnared. A dagger would serve better." "I shall ask for guidance when I require it," the young noble replied. "Gary, remain here and tend to the horses." Gary dismounted. "I shall kindle a fire." "Old man, there's a limit to foolishness. If enemies lurk in these woods, shall we light a fire to attract them?" "Some creatures fear only fire," Gary countered, "such as bears, ice wolves, and many other things." Ser Waymar pressed his lips together in a thin line. "I said no fire, and I mean it." Gary's cloak obscured his visage, yet Will could still discern the glare he directed at the knight. He momentarily feared the old man might impulsively draw his sword. Although Gary's weapon was short and unseemly, its hilt long since soaked with sweat, and the blade marred with chips from prolonged use, if he truly drew it, Will knew the noble would be doomed. Finally, Gary lowered his head. "Very well," he replied, somewhat abashed. Royce then relented. "Lead on," he instructed Will. Will guided them through the dense thicket, ascending a gentle slope towards the ridge where he had previously found a hiding place beneath a tree. Beneath the thin layer of snow, the ground was damp and muddy, treacherously slippery, with stones and hidden roots ready to trip him. Will climbed the slope silently, while the metallic clinks of the young noble's armor, the rustling leaves, and the curses as branches snagged at his long sword and elegant fur cloak echoed behind him. Will knew that the sentinel tree stood at the ridge's apex, its lower branches merely a foot above the ground. He crawled into the low shrubbery, lying flat in the remnants of snow and mud, peering down at the open ground below. His heart ceased to beat, and he hesitated to breathe. Moonlight bathed the clearing, illuminating the remnants of a campfire, the snow-covered rocks, and the partially frozen stream. All precisely as he had seen mere hours ago. The only difference was that all the men had vanished. By the gods! He heard a voice behind him. Ser Waymar Royce, having hewn through branches with his sword, finally reached the ridge. He stood beside the sentinel tree, sword in hand, his cloak billowing in the wind, the bright starlight clearly outlining his noble figure. "Get down," Will urged urgently in a hushed tone. "Something is amiss." Royce did not move, gazing down at the empty clearing with a laugh. "Well, it seems those corpses have relocated." Will felt as if he had suddenly lost the power of speech, desperately searching for appropriate words, yet finding none. How could this be? His gaze swept across the abandoned camp, landing finally on a massive double-headed axe, inexplicably left behind. Such a valuable weapon. "Will, rise," commanded Ser Waymar. "There is no one here. Hiding about is most unbecoming." Reluctantly, Will complied. Ser Waymar scrutinized him with dissatisfaction. "I refuse to return from my first patrol in disgrace. We must uncover these miscreants." He surveyed the surroundings. "Climb the tree and see what you can discern. Be swift and watch for any signs of light." Will turned silently, knowing that arguing would be futile. The wind intensified, slicing like a blade. He approached the towering, straight sentinel tree and began his ascent. Soon he vanished into the boundless sea of pine needles, his hands smeared with sap. Fear settled in his gut like an indigestible meal. He could only pray to the unknown forest spirits, drawing his dagger and clenching it between his teeth to free his hands for climbing. The cold metal in his mouth provided a modicum of solace. Suddenly, the voice of a young noble echoed through the air. "Who goes there?" Will discerned a hint of unease in his tone, prompting him to cease his crawling, focusing intently on the sound around him. The forest provided its answers. The rustling of leaves, the gentle murmur of a cold stream, and the distant cries of a snow owl. The others appeared silently. Out of the corner of his eye, Will caught a glimpse of a white figure flitting through the trees. He turned to see a white silhouette in the darkness, only for it to vanish moments later. The branches trembled slightly in the wind, reaching out with their wooden fingers to scratch each other. Will opened his mouth to warn, but his words froze in his throat. Perhaps he had been mistaken. Perhaps it was merely a bird, or a reflection on the snow, or perhaps an illusion conjured by the moonlight. What had he truly seen? "Well, where are you?" Ser Waymar Royce called upward. "Did you see anything?" His voice suddenly sharpened, holding his sword aloft as he turned slowly. He must have felt the same ominous presence as Will did. Yet, the surroundings were eerily empty. "Answer me. Why is it so cold here?" Indeed, it was bitterly cold. Will trembled as he clung tightly to the tree trunk, pressing his cheek against the bark of the sentinel tree. Viscous, sweet sap trickled down his face. A shadow abruptly emerged from the dark depths of the woods, standing before Royce. It was a towering figure, gaunt yet resolute, resembling a withered skeleton, its skin pale as milk. Its armor seemed to shift in color with every movement, sometimes as white as fresh snow, other times as dark as shadows, adorned with the enigmatic hues of the forest's deep green. With each step, the patterns on its armor appeared to ripple like moonlight dancing on water. Will heard Ser Waymar Royce gasp sharply. "Don't come any closer," the noble warned, his voice barely above a whisper, akin to that of a frightened child. He flipped his long fur cloak behind him to allow for movement, gripping his sword with both hands. The wind had ceased, leaving a chilling silence. The other glided forward, wielding a long sword unlike any Will had ever seen. It was a translucent blade, composed of a material wholly alien to human craftsmanship, resembling a thin shard of crystal so delicate it could hardly be detected if laid flat. It reflected the moonlight, a faint, eerie blue glow emanating from the blade. Somehow, Will understood that this sword was sharper than any razor. Ser Waymar bravely advanced. "Very well, let us engage in combat." He raised his sword high, his words dripping with defiance. Though his hands trembled, whether from the weight of the sword or the biting cold, Will felt in that moment he was no longer the timid boy he once was, but a true man of the Night's Watch. The other halted, and Will gazed into its eyes, a shade of blue deeper than any he had ever encountered, coldly burning like glacial fire. It fixated on the trembling sword raised by Royce, observing the cold moonlight glimmering along the blade's edge. In that instant, Will felt a glimmer of hope. Then they emerged quietly from the shadows, identical to the first other, 3, 4, 5. Perhaps Ser Waymar sensed the chilling presence accompanying them, yet he neither saw them nor heard their silent approach. Will should have warned him. After all, it was his duty. But to speak would mean certain death. Thus, he clung to the tree trunk, trembling in silence. The pale longsword sliced through the air with a chilling sound. Ser Waymar raised his steel blade to meet the threat. When the two swords clashed, the sound was not of metal striking metal, but a high, eerie shriek that resonated at the edge of human hearing, reminiscent of an animal's anguished wail. Royce parried a second strike, then a third, retreating a step. After a flurry of swordplay, he stepped back once more. On either side of him, the others stood patiently, observing. They remained silent and expressionless, their armor's intricate patterns shifting conspicuously in the forest shadows. They withheld their intervention. The two continued their fierce exchange until Will wished to cover his ears, unable to endure the piercing sound of their weapons colliding. Ser Waymar's breath quickened, the mist of his exhalation rising like smoke in the moonlight. His long sword was frosted with ice, while the other's blade continued to gleam with a ghostly blue light. At that moment, Royce's parry faltered, and the pale sword pierced his armpit. The young noble cried out in agony, blood flowing between the iron rings of his armor, the warm life force steaming in the cold air, pooling onto the snow, as red as fire. Ser Waymar pressed his hand against the wound, his moleskin glove quickly soaked in crimson. The other spoke in a language Will could not comprehend, its voice akin to the cracking of ice on a frozen lake, laced with mockery. Ser Waymar regained his courage. "Long live King Robert!" he bellowed, gripping his frost-covered sword tightly, swinging with all his might. The other remained unfazed. The swords met again, and the steel blade shattered. A scream echoed through the dark woods as Royce's sword splintered into countless shards, raining down like needles. Royce fell to his knees, hands clutching his eyes, blood oozing between his fingers. The observing others seemed to receive a signal and surged forward. In the midst of the chilling silence, the rain of blades descended, a merciless slaughter. The pale blades sliced through the armor like threads. Will shut his eyes. He heard their laughter echoing from a distance, sharp as ice needles. After what felt like an eternity, he finally summoned the courage to open his eyes. The ridge beneath the tree was deserted. The moon climbed steadily across the inky sky, yet he remained clinging to the tree, too terrified to breathe. Eventually, he summoned his stiffened muscles and frozen fingers to descend back to the ground. Ser Waymar's body lay face down in the snow, one arm extended outward, his heavy fur cloak slashed beyond recognition. Realizing he had perished here, Will recognized how young he truly was, merely a boy. He found the remnants of the shattered sword a few feet away, the blade splintered like the top of a tree struck by lightning. Will bent down, cautiously surveying his surroundings before picking up the broken sword. He intended to use this fragment as evidence. Garrett would know what to do. Even if he didn't, Old Bear Mormont or Maester Eamon would surely have a plan. Was Garrett still tending to the horses, waiting for his return? He needed to hasten his pace. Will stood up. Ser Waymar Royce stood before him. His finery lay in tatters, his visage utterly ruined, the shards of the broken sword reflecting the bewilderment in his left eye. Yet his right eye remained open, a blue flame flickering within, gazing upon the living. The broken sword slipped from Will's feeble grasp as he closed his eyes in silent prayer. Elegant, elongated hands brushed against his cheeks, gripping his throat. These hands, though encased in the finest moleskin gloves and smeared with congealed blood, were frigid to the touch. The morning was crisp and tinged with a sense of solitude, subtly hinting at the waning days of summer. A contingent of 20 souls embarked at dawn, with Bran among them, his heart a tumult of anxiety and uncontainable excitement. At last, he had reached an age where he could accompany his kin to witness the execution of justice under the king's law. It was the 9th summer since Bran had come into the world, and he was but 7 years old. The condemned had been brought to the estate atop a small hill, and Robb believed him to be a wildling, fiercely loyal to Mance Rayder, the so-called King Beyond the Wall. Bran recalled the tales spun by the old wet nurse by the hearth, and a shiver coursed through him. She spoke of wildlings as savage and brutal, thieves and murderers who trafficked in slavery and arson. They conspired with giants and wights, luring maidens into the night, and drank the blood of their victims from polished horns. It was said that their women consorted with the others during the ancient long night, birthing terrifying offspring that were half human and half ghost. Before him stood an old man, gaunt and frail, bound and awaiting the king's decree. He was little taller than Robb, his ears and a finger lost to frostbite in the bitter cold. His dark garb mirrored that of the night's watch, albeit tattered and festering with sores. The breath of the horses mingled with the frigid morning air, creating a swirling mist. The father commanded the guards to release the prisoner and drag him to the forefront of the procession. Robb and Jon sat upright in their saddles, exuding confidence, while Bran rode a small pony, striving to project a maturity beyond his tender years, as though he had borne witness to such scenes countless times. A gentle breeze fluttered through the gate, bearing aloft the stark banner of Winterfell, depicting a great dire wolf against a white field. Their father, solemn and commanding atop his steed, had his brown hair tousled by the wind. Strands of white peeked through his neatly trimmed beard, making him appear older than his 35 years. On this day, his gray eyes were stern and unyielding, a far cry from the man who would recount tales of ancient heroes and the children of the forest on snowy nights. He had shed the visage of a loving father and donned the mask of Lord Stark of Winterfell, Bran mused. In the chill of the morning, Bran overheard questions and answers, yet the specifics eluded him in the aftermath. Ultimately, their father issued a command, and the guards thrust the ragged man before the ironwood post in the clearing, pressing his head against the dark, unyielding wood. Eddard Stark dismounted, and his adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, promptly presented him with his sword. Named Ice, the blade was wider than a man's palm and taller than Robb. Forged from Valyrian steel and imbued with magic, it shimmered dark as smoke. Nothing in the realm was sharper than Valyrian steel. Eddard removed his gloves and handed them to the captain of the guard, Jory Castle, then raised the sword high, proclaiming, in the name of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, by the grace of the one true king of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby sentence you to death. With that, he swung the great sword down. Bran's half-brother, Jon Snow, leaned closer. Hold tight to the reins, and don't let your horse move. And whatever you do, don't turn your head, or father will notice. Thus, Bran gripped the reins, keeping his pony still and his gaze fixed ahead. With a swift sweep of his sword, their father severed the head of the condemned man. Blood sprayed upon the snow, a vivid red against the white, reminiscent of fine summer wine. A horse in the procession reared, nearly bolting in panic. Bran's gaze remained transfixed upon the blood, watching as the white snow eagerly drank it in, quickly staining a dark crimson. The severed head rolled past the roots of a tree, coming to rest by Theon's feet. Theon, a lean and dark-skinned youth of 19, was ever eager about everything. He grinned, kicking the head away. "Foul creature," Jon muttered under his breath, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid Theon's hearing. He placed a hand on Bran's shoulder, and Bran turned to look at his half-brother. "You did well," Jon said solemnly. At 14, such sights had become commonplace for him. The cold wind had ceased, and the sun shone warmly, yet the long road back to Winterfell felt increasingly frigid. Bran rode alongside his brothers, lagging behind in the wake of their horses' swift strides, dismounting the pony to catch his breath. "That deserter died quite bravely," Robb declared, his robust frame growing taller each day, inheriting their mother's fair complexion, auburn hair, and the blue eyes of House Tully. Regardless, he had a modicum of courage. "Not so," Jon replied quietly. "That was not courage. Stark, he died from fear, you could see in his eyes." Jon's gray gaze was nearly black, yet few things escaped his keen observation. He and Robb were of the same age, yet they bore starkly different appearances. Robb was muscular, fair-skinned, strong, and swift. Jon was slender, dark-skinned, graceful, and agile. Robb scoffed. Let the others pluck out his eyes. He cursed. At least he died with some valor. "So, shall we race to the bridge?" "Agreed," Jon replied, squeezing his horse with his legs, galloping ahead. Robb swore and followed suit, as they charged forward along the path, Robb laughing and calling out while Jon remained focused. The sound of their horses' hooves kicked up a flurry of snow behind them. Bran did not pursue. His pony lacked such vigor. He had just glimpsed into the eyes of the condemned man, and now found himself lost in thought. Before long, Robb's laughter faded, and the forest returned to silence. So engrossed was he in contemplation that he failed to notice the approaching company until his father rode alongside him, concern etched on his face. "Bran, are you well?" "Father, I am well," Bran replied, looking up at his father, clad in a fur coat and leather armor, looming like a giant upon his noble steed. "Robb said that man died bravely, but Jon claims he was terrified. What do you think?" his father inquired. After a moment of reflection, Bran asked, "Can one be brave in the face of fear?" "It is only in the presence of fear that one can be truly brave," his father explained. "Do you know why I executed him?" "Because he was a wildling," Bran answered without hesitation. "They abduct women and sell them to the others." His father smiled. "The old wet nurse has been telling you stories again. That man was actually a deserter, having forsaken his oath to the Night's Watch. The most dangerous kind of man is one who knows that capture means certain death. Thus, they become desperate and commit heinous acts. However, you misunderstand my question. I did not ask why he deserved to die, but rather why I must carry out the execution myself." Bran could not fathom an answer. "I only knew that King Robert has an executioner," he replied, uncertainly. "Indeed, he employs the royal executioner to enforce the king's law," his father acknowledged, as did the Targaryens before him. "Yet, we adhere to ancient tradition. The blood of the first men still flows in the veins of House Stark, and we believe that the one who passes sentence must also wield the sword. If you're to take a life, you should at least look into the eyes of the man you condemn and listen to his final words. If you cannot do this, then perhaps his crime does not warrant death. Bran, one day you shall become a vassal to Robb, governing your own lands for your brother and the king, at which point you must uphold the law. When that day arrives, you must never take life for pleasure nor evade responsibility. A ruler who hides behind the scenes, paying an executioner to do their bidding, will soon forget the true nature of death." At that moment, Jon appeared atop the hill before them, waving and calling out, "Father Bran, come quickly to see what Robb has found." With that, he vanished behind the hills. Jory hurried over. "My lord, is something amiss?" "Isn't it obvious?" Their father replied. "Come, let us see what mischief my wayward son has gotten into this time." He spurred his horse into a gallop, followed closely by Jory, Bran, and the others. They found Robb on the northern riverbank, with Jon still mounted nearby. The late summer snow had thickened over the past month, and Robb stood knee-deep in it, his cloak flaring behind him, sunlight glinting off his hairline. He was cradling something unknown, engaged in an excited whisper with Jon. The group cautiously navigated the various debris floating on the river surface, searching for the treacherous ground hidden beneath the snow. Jory Castle and Theon Greyjoy were the first to reach the boys. Theon, who had been laughing moments before, suddenly gasped. "By the gods!" he exclaimed, drawing his sword and struggling to steady his mount. Jory unsheathed his blade, shouting, "Robb, stay away from that thing." Just as he called out, his horse reared, hooves raised high in the air. Robb, still smiling mischievously, raised his head. "It can't hurt you," he said. "Jory, it's already dead." Bran was filled with curiosity and impatience, eager for his pony to gallop faster, but his father insisted he dismount by the bridge and walk over. He eagerly leaped off his horse and hurried over in a flurry. By the time he arrived, Jon, Jory, and Theon Greyjoy had already dismounted. "What in the seven hells is this?" Theon murmured. "A wolf," Robb informed him. "Nonsense," Theon countered. "Wolves aren't that large." Bran's heart raced as he pushed through a pile of debris up to his brother's side. A massive dark shape lay half concealed in the blood-stained snow, soft and lifeless. Its thick gray fur had frozen, the stench of decay clinging to it like a woman's perfume. Bran could vaguely see maggots crawling in its empty eye sockets, and its mouth was filled with yellowed teeth. But what truly terrified him was the wolf's size. It was larger than his pony, twice the size of his father's largest hound. "I am not deceiving you," Jon stated seriously. "This is indeed a dire wolf. They are larger than ordinary wolves." Theon Greyjoy interjected, "But no one has seen a dire wolf south of the wall for 200 years. Isn't there one right here?" Jon retorted. Bran struggled to tear his gaze from the monstrous creature, only then noticing the object cradled in Robb's arms. He gasped with delight and leaned closer. The pup was merely a ball of gray-black fur, its eyes still shut, blindly nuzzling against Robb's chest in search of nourishment, emitting a sorrowful whimper. Hesitantly, Bran reached out. "It's all right." Robb reassured him. "You can touch it." Bran, filled with trepidation, quickly brushed his fingers against the little wolf, turning his head at Jon's voice. "Look, this one is for you." His half-brother placed a second pup into his arms. There are 5 in total. Bran sat down in the snow, pressing the soft fur of the pup against his cheek. After all these years, dire wolves suddenly reappear. The stable master, Hullen, muttered, "I do not like this." "This is a bad omen," Jory remarked. Their father furrowed his brow. "Jory, it is merely a dead wolf," he said, yet a shadow crossed his face as he circled the carcass, the snow crunching beneath his feet. "Do you know what killed it?" "There seems to be something in its throat," Robb answered proudly, secretly pleased to have found an answer before his father posed the question. "Right beneath the jaw." Their father knelt, reaching beneath the wolf's head, twisting something and lifting it for all to see. It was a shattered deer antler, broken and stained with blood. An abrupt silence enveloped the group, everyone uneasily staring at the antler, no one daring to speak. Though Bran was perplexed by the others' fear, he could sense their trepidation. His father tossed the antler aside and wiped his hands clean in the snow. "I cannot believe it still had the strength to give birth." His voice shattered the silence. "Perhaps it did not last long," Jory suggested. "I have heard tales. Perhaps the mother wolf was already dead when the pups were born." "Born dead," another voice chimed in. "That is an even worse omen." "It makes no difference," Hullen said. "These little ones won't live long anyway." Bran sighed silently in disappointment. "I think it would be better if they died quickly," Theon Greyjoy concurred, drawing his sword. "Bran, toss that thing over here." The little creature in Bran's arms seemed to understand, shifting against him. "No," he cried defiantly, "it is mine." "Theon, put down your sword," Robb commanded, sounding for a moment as authoritative as their father, as he one day would be as a lord. "We will raise these pups." "Boy, that is not feasible," Hullen's son, Hallis, argued. "Ending their lives would be an act of mercy," Hullen added. Bran looked to his father for support, but only found his brows tightly knitted. "Good son, Hullen is right. Rather than let them starve and freeze, it would be kinder to end it swiftly." "No." He felt tears welling in his eyes and turned away, not wishing to weep before his father. Robb stubbornly continued to resist. "The red bitch of Ser Roderick just whelped last week," he said. "Several died, but 2 pups survived. There should be enough milk for them. They will be torn to shreds the moment they approach for milk." "Lord Stark," Jon interjected. Hearing his father addressed so formally was strange. Bran looked at him with a glimmer of hope. "There are 5 pups," he told his father, 3 males and 2 females. "What significance does that hold, Jon?" "You have 5 children," Jon replied, 3 sons and 2 daughters. "The dire wolf is your sigil, my lord. Your children are destined to have these pups." Bran watched as his father's expression shifted while the others exchanged glances. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming love for Jon. Though merely 7 years old, Bran understood the implications of his half-brother's words. He had excluded himself from his father's lineage, fitting the numbers precisely. He counted the 2 girls, even the infant Rickon, but excluded himself, the one bearing the surname Snow, designated for those born in the north without the fortune of a father. His father understood this as well. "Jon, Do you not want a direwolf? He asked softly. The direwolf is the sigil of House Stark, Jon pointed out. I'm not a Stark, father. The father cast a thoughtful glance at Jon, and Robb eagerly broke the silence. Father, I shall personally nurture the pups, he assured. I will feed them with a damp cloth soaked in warm milk. I shall too, Bran quickly chimed in. The Duke regarded his sons with a knowing expression. It sounds simple in theory, but the reality is quite another matter. I will not permit you to monopolize the servants' time. If you truly wish to rear these pups, you must undertake the task entirely on your own. Do you understand? Bran nodded fervently. The little wolf curled in his embrace, extending its warm tongue to lick his cheek. You must also train them yourselves, the father added. I assure you, the Beastmaster and these creatures shall have no connection. Should you raise them to be feral, or should any mishap occur, then pray for the mercy of the gods above. These are not docile pets to be easily dismissed. The direwolf can rend an arm with the same ease a dog has at dispatching a rat. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes, my lord father, Bran replied. Indeed, Robb concurred. Even with your utmost efforts, the pups may still perish. That will not happen, Robb declared. We shall not allow them to die. Then let us keep them. Jory, Desmond, bring the other pups. We must return to Winterfell. It was not until they mounted their horses for the journey home that Bran finally allowed himself to revel in the joy of victory. His pup was safely nestled against his leather armor, and he found himself pondering what name he might bestow upon it. As they reached the center of the bridge, Jon suddenly reined in his horse. Jon, what is it? The Duke inquired. Did you not hear? Bran only perceived the rustling of the wind through the trees and the rhythmic clatter of hooves, alongside the whimpers of the hungry pup nestled in his arms, while Jon strained to listen for something else. There, Jon said, turning his horse around, galloping back across the bridge. Everyone watched as he dismounted beside the carcass of the she-wolf, knelt down, and after a moment, returned to them, beaming with joy. This one must have crawled away first, Jon remarked, or been driven away, their father observed, regarding the sixth pup. Its coat was pure white, while the others were mostly gray and black, and its eyes glowed red like the fresh blood of a morning's execution. Bran felt a surge of curiosity. It was peculiar that while the other pups had yet to open their eyes, this one was wide awake and alert. Whitey, said Theon Greyjoy, with an air of sardonic amusement, I fear this one will perish the soonest. Jon Snow cast a meaningful and icy glare at his father's ward. Greyjoy, I do not share your sentiment, he replied, for this is my wolf. Chapter 3. Catelyn had never harbored an affinity for the sacred woods. Born into the Tully family of the South, she was raised in the bustling city of Riverrun, nestled beside the flowing waters of the Red Fork. The Red Fork, a tributary of the Trident, was surrounded by a bright and clear garden, where towering redwood trees cast their shadows into the creeks. Birds sang melodiously from their hidden nests, and the air was suffused with the fragrance of myriad blossoms. In stark contrast, Winterfell embodied an altogether different atmosphere. This was a somber and primordial realm, where ancient castles loomed majestically, surrounded by millennia-old trees that exuded the scent of dampness and decay. Here, redwoods were absent. The forest was composed of sentinel trees adorned with gray-green needles, robust oaks, and ironwoods as venerable as the kingdom itself. In this place, the stout, dark trunks jostled against one another, their gnarled branches weaving a dense canopy overhead, while the twisted roots engaged in an eternal struggle below the surface. It was a domain characterized by deep silence and oppressive shadows, and the deities dwelling within were nameless and forgotten. Yet she knew that tonight she could find her husband here. Whenever he took a life, he would seek solace in the tranquility of the sacred woods. Catelyn had been blessed with the anointing of 7 holy oils, her naming ceremony conducted within the radiant sanctum of Riverrun, bathed in the colors of the rainbow. Like her ancestors, she worshipped the 7 gods, whose names and faces were as familiar to her as her own parents. In the fragrant sanctum, she prayed amidst curling incense, while the guiding monks, adorned with the luminous 7-sided crystal, murmured their chants softly. Although the Tully family, like other noble houses, possessed their own sacred woods, it was merely a place for leisurely strolls or sunlit repose. Reverence was traditionally reserved for the sanctum. Ned had constructed a small sanctuary for her, providing a space to chant to the 7. However, within the Stark lineage flowed the blood of their forebears, who revered ancient gods devoid of names or forms. Deities belonging to the verdant woods, worshipped by their ancestors and the lost children of the forest. At the heart of the woods stood an ancient heart tree, a fishbeam tree shrouded by a cold, dark pool of water, which Ned referred to as the heart tree. The bark of the fishbeam tree was ashen white, its leaves a deep crimson, resembling countless bloodied hands. A face was etched into its trunk, elongated and melancholic, with sunken eyes filled with dried red sap, exuding an air of vigilance. Those were ancient eyes, older than Winterfell itself. They had once witnessed the builders laying the first stone, and if legends held true, they had observed the castle's marble walls rise steadily around them. It was said that these faces were carved by the children of the forest before the ancestors crossed the narrow sea in the Dawn Age. The fishbeam trees of the south had long been felled and scorched, now only watched over by the green men upon the Isle of Faces. Yet in the north, everything was strikingly different. Every castle possessed its own sacred woods. Each wood harbored a heart tree, and every heart tree bore a face. Beneath the fishbeam tree, Catelyn found her husband, seated quietly upon a moss-covered boulder. His sword lay across his knee, its blades stained with blood. As he diligently cleansed it in the obsidian waters of the pool, the thick layer of humus, accumulated over millennia, enveloped the earth of the sacred woods, muffling her footsteps. Yet the crimson gaze of the fishleaf tree seemed to follow her closely. "Ned," she called softly. He lifted his eyes to meet hers. "Catelyn." His tone was solemn and distant. "Where are the children?" He always posed this query first. "They are in the kitchen, arguing over what to name the little wolves." She spread her cloak upon the forest floor and seated herself by the pond, leaning against the fishleaf tree. She could feel those eyes fixed upon her. Yet she strove with all her might to disregard them. Arya was already infatuated. Sansa was quite taken as well, while Rickon remained uncertain. "Is he afraid?" Ned inquired. "A little," she admitted, for he was merely 3 years old. Ned frowned. He must learn to confront his fears. He cannot remain 3 forever, especially with winter approaching. Indeed, Catelyn concurred, that final statement sending a shiver down her spine as it always did. This was the Stark family motto, a phrase every noble lineage held dear, be it a time-honored maxim, a guiding principle for conduct, or a prayer for adversity. Some extolled honor, others espoused loyalty and integrity, while yet others pledged their faith and courage. The Starks, however, were distinct. "Winter is coming," proclaimed the Stark family motto. She had often pondered in silence. What peculiar folk these northerners were. "That man died rather abruptly, I concede," Ned remarked, holding a piece of oiled leather, polishing the blade as the metal gradually revealed a muted sheen. "I am very pleased for Bran. Had you been present, you would have felt pride in him." "I have always taken pride in him," Catelyn replied as she observed him tending to the sword, glimpsing the ripples deep within the steel. Marks of the hammer's relentless toil. Though Catelyn held no fondness for swords, she could not deny the unique beauty of ice. Crafted in Valyria before the cataclysm that befell the ancient freehold, the blacksmith had not only wielded hammer and anvil, but also invoked magic to shape the metal. The blade, now 4 centuries old, remained as sharp as the day it was forged. Its name echoed through the ages. Derived from the ancestral swords of the era of ancient heroes when House Stark reigned as kings in the north. "This marks the 4th deserter this year," Ned stated with a grave countenance. "That poor wretch is half mad. I know not what horrifies him so, for even my words fall upon deaf ears." He sighed. "Ben sent word that the Night's Watch numbers fewer than 1,000, not only due to deserters, but also heavy losses among the patrols." "Is it the wildlings?" she asked. "Who else could it be?" Ned raised eyes, bowing his head to scrutinize the cold steel in his grasp. "I fear the situation will only worsen. Perhaps I have no choice but to summon the bannermen and march northward to confront the king beyond the wall." "Beyond the wall?" Catelyn shuddered at the thought. Ned perceived the fear etched upon her face. "We need not fear Mance Rayder. There are far worse things beyond the wall." She turned her head, gazing at the pale bark of the heart tree and the russet eyes, contemplating profound and distant thoughts. His smile was gentle. "You have heard too many tales from the old nurse. The others, like the children of the forest, have long vanished, over 8,000 years ago. Master Lewin would tell you they never existed. No living soul has ever beheld them. Before this morning, had anyone ever seen a direwolf?" Catelyn reminded him. "I can never argue with the Tullus," he said, a hint of regret gracing his lips as he sheathed his sword. "I suppose you did not come to discuss bedtime stories, especially since I know you do not fancy this place." "What is it, my dear lady?" Catelyn grasped her husband's hand. "Today, we received sorrowful news, my lord. I did not wish to disturb you before you cleaned your sword, since I cannot lessen the blow. I shall speak plainly. My dear, I am heartbroken. Jon Arryn has passed away." Their eyes met, and she could see the depth of his anguish, just as she had anticipated. Ned had once been a foster son in the Eyrie, and the childless Lord Arryn had treated him and his fellow ward, Robert Baratheon, as though they were his own. When the mad King Aerys Targaryen demanded their heads, the Lord of the Eyrie raised his new moon falcon banner. choosing to take up arms rather than betray those he had sworn to protect. It was exactly 15 years ago that this man, who had become a second father to Ned, also became his brother-in-law. They stood side by side in the great hall of Riverrun, marrying two sisters, the daughters of Lord Hotem Tully. "John," he said, "is this true?" The letter bore the king's seal, pinned in Robert's own hand. He said Lord Arryn departed in haste, and even Maester Pycelle was at a loss. However, the maester administered him opiate milk, so John did not suffer excessively. "I suppose that counts as a final act of mercy." She observed the sorrow on his face, yet he first thought of her. "Your sister," he inquired, "and John's son. Do we have news of them?" "The letter states they are safe and have returned to the Eyrie," Catelyn replied. "I truly wish they had returned to Riverrun. The Eyrie stands isolated. It has always been your domain, not my home. Lord John's memory will undoubtedly linger in every stone of the Eyrie. I know my sister well. She needs the support and companionship of family and friends. Isn't your uncle waiting for her in the Vale?" "I have heard John appointed him as a Knight of the Vale." Catelyn nodded. "Brandon will certainly do his utmost to care for her and her son. But then go to her," Ned urged. "Take the children along, and fill her home with laughter and merriment. That child requires the company of others. And your sister should not mourn alone." "I wish I could go," Catelyn lamented. The letter also mentioned other matters. "The king is on his way to Winterfell to discuss state affairs with you." Ned took a moment to grasp the implications of her words, but when realization dawned upon him, the shadows in his eyes dissipated instantly. "Robert is coming?" She nodded, and a smile blossomed on his face. Catelyn truly wished she could partake in his joy at that moment, yet whispers in the courtyard had reached her ears. Speaking of a dire incident involving a dire wolf found dead in the snow, its throat pierced by a broken antler. Fear coiled within her heart like a venomous serpent. But she compelled herself to wear a facade of cheerfulness before the man she adored, a man who dismissed all omens. "I knew you would be pleased to hear this," she said. "We ought to inform your brother at the wall." Yes, of course," he agreed. "Bran would surely wish to come. I shall request Master Luwin to send word by his swiftest bird." Ned straightened up, pulling her along with him. "Goodness, how many years has it been since we last saw each other? It is astonishing he did not notify me personally. Did the letter indicate how many would be attending?" "I suspect at least 100 knights, along with their retinues, and perhaps an equal number of free riders. Cersei and her children are coming as well. Considering them, Robert will not arrive too hastily," he remarked. "Well, that grants us additional time to prepare. The Queen's brother is also in the entourage," she informed him. Ned's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. Catelyn was acutely aware of his disdain for the Queen's family. The Lannisters of Casterly Rock had been the last of the great houses to pledge allegiance to Robert, only declaring their support when victory seemed assured. And Ned had never forgiven them. Very well, if the price of Robert's visit is the presence of those Lannister wretches, then so be it. Yet, it sounds as though Robert has brought half his court along. "Wherever the king goes, the realm follows," she replied. "It would be nice to see those children. The last time I beheld that Lannister woman, Robert's youngest son was still a babe at her breast. Has it truly been years? He must be around 5 by now. Prince Tommen is 7, she informed him, and is of Bran's age. Ned, please be cautious with your words. That Lannister woman is our queen after all. And it is said her arrogance grows with each passing year." Ned squeezed her hand, stating that they must host a banquet, of course inviting musicians and singers. "Robert will undoubtedly be off hunting. I shall send Jory with an honor guard down King's Road to greet them and escort them back. By the gods, how are we to feed all these people? You say he is already on his way? That man is insufferable. He truly is a wretched king." Chapter 4. Daenerys, her brother, lifted the robe for her to see. "It is exquisite. Feel it. It is quite all right. Behold the fabric." Daenerys touched it. The material soft as water, flowing through her fingers. She had never worn anything so delicate. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over her, and she quickly withdrew her hand. "Is this truly for me?" "This is a gift from Governor Illyrio," Viserys smiled. "My brother is in high spirits tonight. The color of the robe perfectly complements your violet eyes. You must adorn yourself with gold jewelry and various gemstones. For tonight, you must embody the essence of a princess." "A princess's essence," Dany mused. She had long forgotten what that looked like. Perhaps she never truly knew. "Why is he so kind to us?" she pondered. "What does he seek to gain from us?" For nearly half a year, they had relied on the governor for their sustenance, living in the lap of luxury under the service of his attendants. At 13, Dany understood that such opulence does not come without strings attached, especially in a free trade city like Pentos. "Illyrio is no fool," Viserys replied, a lean young man whose hands fidgeted anxiously, his pale lavender eyes gleaming with fervor. "He knows that one day, when I reclaim the throne, I shall not forget those who have aided me in my time of need." Dany remained silent. The governor of Illyrio was a merchant, dealing in spices, gemstones, and dragonbone, along with other unsavory enterprises. It was said that he had connections far and wide, not just across the 9 free trade cities, but extending to the eastern lands of Lys and the fabled shores of the Jade Sea. Rumors also suggested that he would gladly betray any friend, provided the price was right. Dany absorbed these whispers quietly, aware that it was best not to shatter her brother's dreams. When Viserys was angered, he was terrifying. He referred to it as awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Her brother hung his robe by the door. Illyrio would send slaves to assist you with your bath. Remember to wash off the smell of horses. Though Drogo owned a multitude of fine steeds, tonight he would ride a different kind of horse. He scrutinized her closely, reminding her to stand tall and proud. He pressed her shoulders back, insisting that they recognize her womanly form. His fingers brushed against her developing chest, pinching one side. You must not embarrass me tonight. If anything goes awry, you will bear the consequences. You wouldn't want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, would you? His grip tightened, causing her pain even through her coarse garment. Do you wish to? He reiterated. No, Dany timidly replied. Her brother smiled. Very well. He affectionately stroked her hair, proclaiming that when the historians chronicled my reign, they would say it began this very night. After he departed, Dany approached the window, gazing longingly at the bay. The square towers of Pintos stood as dark silhouettes against the waning sun, and she could hear the chants of the red priests as they lit the evening fires, mingling with the laughter of children playing beyond the high walls. In that moment, she yearned to be outside with them, barefoot and breathless in tattered clothing, without a past, without a future, and free from attending Drogo's banquet. On the opposite shore of the narrow sea, there lay a land of rolling green hills, blooming flowers, and rushing rivers, crowned by towering black stone spires amidst magnificent gray-blue peaks, where armored warriors brandished bright banners as they marched into battle. The Dothraki called it Reshisandri, meaning the land of the Undals. In the free trade cities, it was known as Westeros and the Land of Sunset. Her brother had a simpler name for it. He referred to it as our land. The name resonates like a prayer, as if uttering it would ensure divine acknowledgement. It belongs to the land inherited by our true dragon lineage, a territory that, though seized by treacherous plots, remains ours, eternally ours. No one can steal from the true dragon. It is an impossibility, for the true dragon remembers all things. Perhaps the true dragon remembers, but Daenerys cannot. The land across the narrow sea, which her brother adamantly claims as theirs, has never graced her eyes. The names he speaks, Dragonstone, Eagle's Nest, Highgarden, and the Vale of Arryn, Dorne, and the Isle of Faces, are mere fragments of words to her. When they fled the advancing armies of usurpers, forced to escape from King's Landing, Viserys was but an 8-year-old boy, while Daenerys was merely a fluttering presence in her mother's womb. Yet, having heard her brother's tales repeatedly, Daenerys sometimes conjures images of the past in her mind, her mother sailing under the black sails, racing towards Dragonstone beneath the full moon. Her elder brother Rhaegar fighting valiantly at the bloodied trident against the usurper, sacrificing his life for the woman he loved, the Lannisters and Starks pillaging King's Landing. The very forces Viserys denounces as the usurper's lackeys, Princess Elia of Dorne pleading in vain as she helplessly witnessed the brutal abduction of her and Rhaegar's infant. The child still nursing at her breast, met with a gruesome fate, those dragon skulls, polished and towering behind the Iron Throne, gazing with hollow eyes as the regicide raised a golden sword to sever their father's throat. 9 months after their flight, she was born on Dragonstone during a summer tempest that seemed intent on shattering the castle. The storm was said to be terrifying, obliterating the Targaryen fleet docked in the harbor as boulders cascaded from the battlements into the tumultuous waters of the strait. Her mother perished in childbirth, a tragedy for which Viserys never forgave her. However, she too cannot recall Dragonstone. On the eve of the usurper's brother's fleet assembling to march against them, they continued their flight. Of the 7 kingdoms that once belonged to them, only their ancestral stronghold of Dragonstone remained unconquered. Yet, even that precarious hold would not last long, for the garrison had secretly conspired to betray them to the usurpers. One fateful night, Ser Waymar, accompanied by 4 silent assassins, stormed the nursery, whisking them away along with their wet nurse, setting sail under the cover of night towards the shores of Braavos. She vaguely remembers Ser Waymar, a towering man with a gray beard, who, despite later becoming half-blind, would bellow orders from his sickbed. The servants feared him, yet he always treated Daenerys with kindness, affectionately calling her little princess or my lady. His hands were as soft as leather. However, he never left his bed, perpetually ensnared by the clutches of a disease that bore a sickly, humid sweetness. At that time, they resided in a house in Bravos with a red-painted door, where Daenerys had her own room, and outside her window stood a lemon tree. After the passing of Sir William, the servants absconded with the meager fortune that remained, and before long, they were expelled from the spacious red house. As the scarlet doors closed forever behind them, Dany could no longer suppress her tears. Thereafter, they embarked on a life of wandering, journeying from Bravos to Meereen, then to Velos, and later to Coer, Volantis, and Lys, drifting aimlessly without ever finding a place to call home. Her brother was reluctant to settle, perpetually claiming that assassins sent by the usurper were hot on their trail. Yet, Dany had yet to encounter even a single assassin. Initially, the governors, lords, and affluent merchants ruling the free cities were eager to welcome the descendants of House Targaryen. But as time passed and the usurper secured his grip on the Iron Throne, the once open doors began to close one by one, rendering their lives increasingly arduous. Over the years, they had pawned all their jewelry, and now, even the coins garnered from selling their mother's crown had been entirely spent. In the taverns and alleys of Pentos, her brother earned the moniker the Beggar King, and Dany dared not imagine what they called her. "My dear sister, one day we shall reclaim our homeland," Viserys often promised her, sometimes trembling as he spoke. He reminisced about the jewels, silks, Dragonstone, King's Landing, the Iron Throne, and the Seven Kingdoms, all of which had been stolen from them, vowing that they would reclaim it all. Viserys lived for that day, while Dany longed merely to return to the house with the red doors, to see the lemon tree outside her window, and to reclaim her lost childhood. A gentle knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Dany, who had been lost in thought by the window, turned as Illyrio's servants entered the room, bowing respectfully before preparing her bath. They were all slaves, gifts from one of the Dothraki chieftains known to the governor. Though the free city of Pentos officially lacked a system of slavery, those in power could easily circumvent the law. The diminutive, gray-haired old woman remained silent, while the younger girl filled the void with her incessant chatter. She was a 16-year-old maiden with golden hair and blue eyes, Illyrio's most cherished slave, who was always talkative while she worked. They filled the bathing tub with hot water brought from the kitchen, adding fragrant oil. The girl wrapped a coarse cloth around Dany's hair and assisted her into the bath. The water was scalding, yet Dany Targaryen made no sound. She relished the heat, finding it refreshing. Moreover, her brother often told her that Targaryens were unafraid of heat. "We are the blood of dragons," he would say. "Our veins burn with fire." The old woman meticulously tended to her, braiding her silver hair and silently untangling the knots. Meanwhile, the girl scrubbed Dany's back and washed her feet, incessantly extolling her fortune. "I hear that Khal Drogo is immensely wealthy. Even his slaves wear golden collars. His Khalasar boasts 100,000 warriors, and his palace in V's Duthrak has 200 rooms, with doors made of silver." She chattered on, her words unending. She informed Daenerys of how handsome and tall Khal was, and how he displayed no fear on the battlefield. She spoke of him not only as the finest rider in history, but also as a marksman of demonic prowess. Throughout this discourse, Daenerys remained silent, having always believed that her future husband would be Viserys. Since the time of Aegon the Conqueror, who took 2 sisters as his wives, the Targaryen lineage had long upheld the tradition of sibling marriage, ensuring the purity of their bloodline, a fact Viserys had reiterated countless times. Their veins coursed with the blood of kings, the golden blood of the ancient Valyrian people, the proud blood of true dragons. True dragons would never mingle with mere beasts, and the Targaryens would never mix their noble blood with that of inferior races. Yet now, Viserys intended to sell her to this foreign barbarian. After her cleansing, a handmaiden assisted her to her feet and dried her body with a towel. The girl styled her hair to gleam like molten silver, while the elder woman applied a fragrant essence from the Dothraki grasslands to her wrists, behind her ears, on her nipples, lips, and lower body. She then dressed her in undergarments sent by the governor of Lys, followed by a deep purple robe that accentuated her violet eyes. The girl adorned her feet with gold-trimmed sandals, and the old woman placed a crown upon her head and gold bracelets set with amethysts on her arms. Finally, a heavy golden collar, inscribed with ancient Valyrian runes, was placed around her neck. "At last, you resemble a princess," the girl exclaimed upon completing her transformation. Daenerys turned to view her reflection in the silver-embellished mirror graciously provided by the governor of Lys. "I do appear somewhat princess-like," she mused, suddenly recalling the girl's earlier words about Khal Drogo's wealth, noting that even his slaves wore collars of gold, which sent a shiver down her spine. Her brother awaited her in the cool hallway, seated by the pond, dipping his hand into the water. Upon her arrival, he rose and scrutinized her with an evaluative gaze. "Step forward," he instructed. "Turn around. Yes, very good. You truly embody royal grace. The governor of Lys emerged from the corridor, his corpulent form surprisingly graceful as he moved. With each step, his ample flesh swayed beneath his loose crimson silk garments. Gemstones adorned every finger, and a servant had polished his yellow mustache to a sheen reminiscent of gold. Princess Daenerys, may you receive all the blessings of the Lord of Light on this auspicious day, the governor declared, taking her hand and bowing, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth through his golden beard. Your Highness, even in dreams, one could not envision a more exquisite maiden, he remarked to her brother, assuring him that Drogo would be pleased. She is far too slender, Viserys commented. His hair, similar in hue to Daenerys's, was swept back and held in place with a dragonbone hairpin. His overly solemn expression highlighted his gaunt features, and he rested his hand on the hilt of the sword lent to him by the governor. Are you certain Khal Drogo prefers such a young woman? He questioned. She has already had her first blood. For a horse lord, she is of age. This was not the first time the governor had repeated such sentiments. Behold her silvery golden tresses and those amethyst-like eyes. She bears the ancient blood of Valyria, without a shadow of a doubt. Moreover, she hails from a distinguished lineage, being both the daughter of the old king and the sister of the new king, making her an irresistible allure for Drogo. When he released her hand, Dany found herself trembling uncontrollably. Is that so? Her brother mused, filled with suspicion. The tastes of these savages are particularly peculiar. They can take a liking to boys, horses, and even sheep. It would be best not to mention such matters in front of Drogo. Anger flickered in her brother's pale lavender eyes. Do you take me for a fool? The governor inclined his head slightly. I regard you as a sovereign. A true ruler is free from trivial concerns. Should I have offended you, I humbly apologize. With that, he turned and clapped his hands, signaling the bearers to proceed. As they settled into the lavishly adorned litter of Illyrio, the streets of Pentos were cloaked in darkness. Two servants walked ahead, illuminating the path with intricately decorated oil lamps encased in pale blue glass. Another 10 sturdy men bore the litter with great effort, within the confines of the litter's drapes. It was warm and enclosed, yet through the thick perfume enveloping Illyrio, Dany detected the unpleasant odor of his pale skin. Her brother, reclining beside her, seemed oblivious, his thoughts having already flown across the narrow sea. We do not need his entire Khalasar, Viserys declared, idly toying with the hilt of the borrowed sword. Dany was aware that her brother had never truly mastered the art of swordsmanship. Merely 10,000 men, I believe that would suffice. With these 10,000 Dothraki warriors, I could sweep across the 7 kingdoms. In time, the noble houses will rise to serve and follow their true king. The Tyrells, Redwyne, Darry, Greyjoy, and others, like me, despise the usurper. The people of Dorne have long harbored a burning desire for vengeance for Princess Elia and her children, not to mention the common folk, who will raise their voices in righteous fury to fight for their king. He glanced nervously at Illyrio. They have always thought this, have they not? They are your subjects, and they hold you in great esteem, Governor Illyrio replied amiably. Across the farms and cottages of the realm, men secretly raise their cups in your honor, while women clandestinely stitch banners of the true dragon, awaiting the day you lead your army across the sea. He shrugged his broad shoulders. My men all say as much. Dany had no men of her own and could not ascertain what the people across the narrow sea truly thought or did. Yet she harbored doubts about Illyrio and his honeyed words. However, her brother eagerly nodded in agreement. I shall personally slay the usurper, he vowed, failing to consider that he had never taken a life before, much like how he had killed her brother. I shall not spare the Lannister who murdered the king. I seek vengeance for our father. That is most fitting, Governor Illyrio remarked. Dany caught a glimpse of a subtle smile gracing his lips, but her brother remained oblivious, merely nodding in satisfaction. He then lifted the drape, gazing into the boundless night. Dany knew that he was again rehearsing the scenes from the bloody battle of the Trident in his mind. Drogo's palace was situated by the bay, crowned with 9 towering spires, its high brick walls adorned with pale ivy. Illyrio informed them that this palace was a gift from the governors of Pentos to Khal, a token of respect from the free trade city-state towards these nomadic chieftains. In truth, we are not truly afraid of these savages, he explained with a smile. The Red Priests assure us that under the protection of the King of Light, even if 1,000,000 Dothraki were to descend upon us, we need not fear. However, since their friendship is so easily obtained, why not embrace it? The palanquin halted at the entrance, where a guard rudely pulled back the curtain. He possessed the typical bronze skin and almond-shaped black eyes of a Dothraki, yet his face bore no beard. He wore a bronze helm of the Unsullied, adorned with a spike. He cast a cold glance at the occupants within the palanquin, and Illyrio, in a shrill voice of Dothraki, shouted a few words at him. The guard responded in kind, then waved his hand, gesturing for them to enter. Daenerys noticed her brother's hand tightly gripping the hilt of the borrowed sword. Appearing as frightened as she was. What an insufferable fool, Viserys muttered as the palanquin was jostled forward into the courtyard. Illyrio's words were as sweet as honey. Many prominent figures would attend the evening's feast, and these individuals, who often made enemies, would naturally require protection from their host. Especially from you, your majesty. It is easy to imagine that the usurper would pay a handsome bounty for your head. Indeed, Viserys replied darkly, Illyrio, I assure you. He has tried time and again. The assassins he hired keep a close watch on us. As the last true heir of the dragon, my life ensures his unrest. The palanquin slowed to a stop. The curtain was lifted once more, and a slave extended a hand to assist Daenerys from the palanquin. At that moment, she noticed that his collar was merely made of bronze. Her brother followed closely behind, one hand still clutching the sword hilt. Illyrio, with the aid of two strong men, finally managed to descend from the palanquin. Inside the courtyard, the air was thick with the fragrant aromas of spices such as fire pepper, cinnamon, and sweet lemon. They were escorted into the reception hall, where colorful stained glass depicted the fall of Valyria. The black lanterns adorning the walls burned with oil. And beneath an archway etched with two stone leaves, a eunuch announced their arrival in a loud voice. Viserys Targaryen, the third of his name. He proclaimed in a high and sweet tone, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. His sister, Princess Daenerys of Dragonstone, Stormborn. He gestured to his patron, Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of the free trade city of Pentos. They passed by the eunuch and entered a courtyard filled with stone columns, where pale ivy climbed in every direction, the shadows of the leaves illuminated in the moonlight, casting a silvery hue reminiscent of bone. Guests mingled within the courtyard, many of whom were Dothraki from Khal, each towering, with reddish-brown skin, long beards intertwined with silver rings, and glossy black hair braided into numerous plaits, adorned with silver bells. Yet among the crowd were also assassins and mercenaries from Pentos, Myr, and Lys. A red priest, even plumper than Illyrio, strange figures from the port of Ibn, and several lords from the Summer Islands, their skin dark as ebony. Daenerys gazed in astonishment at the gathering, suddenly realizing that she was the sole woman present. Illyrio leaned in to whisper to them. The three standing over there are the blood riders of Drogo. Beside the pillar are Morocco and his son Rhaego. That man with the green beard is the brother of the great Khal, and behind him stands Ser Waymar Royce. The mention of the last name piqued Daenerys' interest. He is a knight? She blurted out. Indeed, Illyrio chuckled through his beard, a knight anointed with the sacred oils by the High Septon himself. What is he doing here? She inquired. Merely a trivial matter, Illyrio replied. The usurper has ordered his head. He privately sold a few poachers he caught to the slavers of Lys instead of turning them over to the Night's Watch. Such laws are utterly absurd. Everyone should have the right to dispose of their own property. Before the banquet concludes, I wish to speak with Ser Waymar, her brother declared. Daenerys found herself curiously studying the knight. He appeared quite aged, perhaps in his 40s. Although his hair was thinning, his physique remained robust. He eschewed silks and cottons for wool and leather, donning a dark green cloak adorned with a black bear standing on its hind legs. Illyrio gently patted her bare shoulder with his damp hand, as she fixated on the peculiar man from the unknown plains. Look closely, good princess, he whispered. That is called Drogo himself. A desire to flee surged within her, but her brother's gaze was fixed upon her. Provoking him would awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Thus, she nervously turned her head, timidly scrutinizing the man whom Viserys hoped would request her hand in marriage before the evening's end. The girl who had aided her in bathing had not exaggerated. Khal Drogo towered above all present, yet moved with remarkable agility. His athletic form reminiscent of the leopards in Illyrio's menagerie. He appeared far younger than she had anticipated, likely not exceeding 30 years. His skin gleamed like polished bronze, and his thick beard was adorned with golden and bronze bells. I must approach to convey my intentions, Illyrio announced, instructing her to wait as he ambled towards Drogo. As Illyrio swayed his way forward, her brother gripped her hand tightly, causing her to stifle a cry of pain. Sister, did you see his braids? Viserys asked. Drogo's hair was as dark and lustrous as the midnight sky, anointed with fragrant oil, and appeared heavy, adorned with numerous metal bells that jingled with his every movement. His hair cascaded down past his waist, grazing his thighs. Have you noticed how long his hair is? Viserys queried. Whenever a Dothraki warrior is defeated in battle, they cut off their braid as a mark of disgrace, so that the world may know their shame. Khal Drogo has never known defeat. He is akin to the reborn dragon King Aegon, and you shall be his queen." Daenerys beheld Khal Drogo. His visage was stern and forbidding, his eyes dark and as cold as onyx. When she inadvertently awakened the wrath of the slumbering dragon, her brother would tease her. Yet he did not possess the ability to instill the same paralyzing fear as the man before her. "I do not wish to be his queen." She heard herself whisper softly, "Viserys, I beg you, I implore you, I do not want this. I truly long to return home." Home. Although he deliberately lowered his voice, Daenerys could still detect the fury lacing his tone. "Oh dear sister, do enlighten me. Where exactly shall we return to? Our home has long since been taken from us." He pulled her into a shadowed alcove, away from prying eyes, his nails digging painfully into her skin. "Where shall we return to?" he reiterated, implying that home referred to King's Landing, Dragonstone, and the entire Lost Realm. Yet Daenerys was not speaking of those places. She yearned merely for their residence in Illyrio's manse, which, though not a true sanctuary, represented all they possessed at present. However, her brother refused to entertain such notions. That place was not his home, not even the red-painted door courtyard. His grip tightened, as if he were demanding an answer. Finally, she choked out, tears welling in her voice. "I do not know, but I do," her brother retorted sharply. "We will return with an army, dear sister. We shall return with the vast forces of Khal Drogo. If you must marry him and share his bed to achieve this, then you shall comply." He smiled at her. "As long as I can secure that army, I would consent to have him and his 40,000 men ravage you, if necessary, even their horses. You should be grateful that at least you are only obliged to please Khal Drogo. Wipe those tears away quickly. Illyrio is about to bring him here, and I do not wish for him to see you in such a state." Daenerys turned away, and indeed, the governor's face was adorned with a broad smile as he bowed and accompanied Khal Drogo towards them. She hastily wiped away the unshed tears with the back of her hand. "Smile at him," Viserys urged, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His voice taut with anxiety. "Lift your chin, draw in your chest, let him see what little you have. By the gods, you are flat enough." Thus, Daenerys Targaryen offered a smile, puffing out her chest. Khal, a title for the leader of the nomadic Dothraki, akin to the Mongolian Khan or the Turkic Khan. The Seven Kingdoms, the 7 realms of Westeros that were united when Aegon the Conqueror crossed the sea, consisting of the North, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Stormlands, the Westerlands, the Reach, and Dorne. Khalasar, a term in the Dothraki language referring to a group that acts together. Each Khalasar has a Khal. Unsullied, a class of male slave warriors who have been castrated, rigorously trained, and exhibit absolute obedience to commands, regarded as the ultimate emotionless killing machines. Chapter 5. Eddard the visiting entourage flowed into the castle gates like a resplendent river woven from gold, silver, and steel, a grand procession of 300. Composed of proud vassals and knights, sworn knights, and free riders. The frigid northern wind battered the numerous golden banners held aloft above their heads, each embroidered with the majestic crowned stag, a symbol of House Baratheon. Among the ranks were several familiar faces to Ned. The striking golden-haired figure was Ser Jaime Lannister, while the one with the burn-scarred visage was Sandor Clegane. Beside them stood a tall boy, undoubtedly the prince, and behind him, the deformed dwarf, unmistakably Tyrion Lannister. However, the man at the forefront of the procession, flanked by 2 white-caped Kingsguard, appeared as a stranger to Ned until he dismounted his steed, unleashing a familiar bellow, and embraced him with such fervor that it nearly dislocated Ned's bones, prompting his recognition. "Ned, how delightful it is to see you. Especially with that face of yours turned a lovely shade of violet from the cold," remarked the king, Robert Baratheon, as he scrutinized Ned from head to toe before bursting into hearty laughter. "You truly have not changed a bit." If only Ned could return the sentiment. 15 years prior, when they fought side by side for the throne, the Duke of Storm's End was a man of striking appearance, with a clear gaze that would have enchanted any lovesick maiden. Towering at 6 feet 5 inches, he was a veritable giant amongst men. Clad in armor and donning a fearsome crowned helm, he was an imposing figure. His strength rivaled that of giants, wielding a spiked warhammer that even Ned could barely lift. In those days, the scent of leather and blood clung to him like the perfume of a noble woman. Now, however, it seemed that perfume had truly become his constant companion, as his waistline had grown as astonishing as his height. The last time Ned had seen the king was during the Greyjoy Rebellion 9 years prior, when the banners of the stag and the direwolf flew side by side as the armies of the 7 kingdoms united against the self-proclaimed Lord of the Iron Islands. On the victorious night, they stood together in the fallen fortress of House Greyjoy, where Robert accepted the surrender of the rebel leader, while Ned took the young Theon as his ward. Since then, Robert had gained at least 50 pounds. though his thick, dark beard concealed his double chin. Nothing could hide his protruding belly or the deep shadows beneath his eyes. Yet, Robert remained Ned's sovereign, not merely a friend, prompting Ned to say, "Your Grace, Winterfell awaits your command." At that moment, others dismounted, and stable hands approached to tend to the horses. Robert's queen, Cersei Lannister, entered the castle with her young children. Their grand carriage, a massive double-decker adorned with polished oak and gilded metal trim, was drawn by 40 magnificent steeds, necessitating it to halt outside the castle gates due to its width. Ned knelt in the snow, kissing the ring on the queen's hand, while Robert embraced Catelyn as if she were a long-lost sister. The children were then brought forth for introductions, receiving their parents' approval after formal greetings had concluded. As the ceremonial greetings concluded, the king declared, "Eddard, take me to your family crypt. I wish to pay my respects." Ned cherished this quality in him. Even after all these years, he remained steadfast in his memory of her. He summoned a lantern, and everything lay unspoken between them. The queen voiced her dissent, stating that everyone had been traveling since dawn, and at this moment, all were cold and weary. A brief respite was in order, for there was no need to rush to witness the dead. As she spoke, she caught sight of Robert's icy gaze fixed upon her, while her twin brother, Jaime, gently clasped her hand, prompting her to fall silent. Thus, Ned and the nearly unrecognizable king proceeded toward the crypt. The spiral staircase leading to the crypt was exceedingly narrow. So Ned, carrying a lamp, took the lead. "I was beginning to doubt whether we would ever reach Winterfell," Robert grumbled as he descended. "Having spent too long in the south, where tales of my 7 kingdoms abound, easily leading one to forget that your realm is as vast as the other 6 combined. Your Majesty, I trust this journey has been enjoyable?" Robert grunted in response, lamenting that the path was strewn with marshes, woods, and fields, and after crossing the neck, he could scarcely find an inn worthy of the name. "I have never beheld such an expansive, desolate wilderness. Where have your people hidden themselves?" "Most likely shy and reluctant to emerge," Ned jested, sensing a chill rising from the crypt, akin to the icy breath of the depths below. "In the north, the king is not a daily sight." Robert grunted again. "I suspect they are buried beneath the thick blanket of snow." "Ned, what time of year is it? And yet you are still shrouded in winter's grasp." The king steadied himself by grasping the wall as he descended. "Late summer snow is a commonplace occurrence in the north," Ned remarked. "I hope it has not caused you any inconvenience. The snow at this time of year is typically scant." "Scant, you say?" A White Walker would beg to differ. Robert retorted, "What will winter bring, if this is the case? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine." Ned acknowledged that the North's winters are indeed harsh and bitter, yet the Stark family has endured through the years. Have we not always persevered? "You must venture to the south," Robert urged, "while summer still lingers, to witness it for yourself. The fields of Highgarden are a sea of golden roses. The fruit is so ripe it bursts in your mouth, sweet melons, peaches, and plums. I assure you, you have never tasted such sweetness. You will soon discover, for I have brought some along for you." Even at storm's end, when the warm winds rise, the heat is such that you can scarcely move. "Ned, you truly must see the towns of the south. They are awash with blossoms, and the markets overflow with food. Summer wine is not only delightful, but also astonishingly affordable. Merely inhaling the aroma of the market's wines can intoxicate you. Everyone is well fed, merrily inebriated, and pleasantly plump." He grinned widely, patting his beer belly. "And let us not forget the women of the south." His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "I dare wager that once the heat sets in, the ladies shed all modesty. They will swim naked in the rivers near the castle. Even when they venture into the streets, the heat renders them unable to wear wool or leather. The wealthy don silk short sleeves, while the less fortunate opt for cotton. Yet, once they break a sweat, their garments cling to their skin, leaving little to the imagination." The king laughed heartily. Robert Baratheon has always been a man of insatiable desires, well versed in the pleasures of life. This facet of his character remains unchanged. However, Ned cannot overlook the toll that the king's indulgences have exacted. As they reached the base of the stairs and entered the profound darkness of the crypt, Robert was already panting, struggling for breath, his face flushed under the flickering light. "Your Grace, please proceed," Ned said with utmost respect, then circled the lantern. Shadow skulked about, the wavering flames illuminating the stone slabs beneath their feet, revealing pairs of granite columns extending into the distant blackness. The deceased of ages past sat solemnly upon stone thrones nestled between the columns, their backs turned to the walls, leaning against the sarcophagi that housed their remains. She was at the very back, beside their father and Brandon. Leading the way, Ned navigated the corridor between the stone columns, while Robert, chilled to the bone by the crypt's persistent cold, shivered silently in his wake. The crypt was eternally frigid, and as they traversed the resting place of House Stark's ancestors, their footsteps echoed throughout the vast tomb. The lords of Winterfell watched them, their likenesses carved upon the sealed sarcophagi, while the massive statue of a howling direwolf curled at their feet. They sat side by side, their unseeing eyes gazing into the everlasting darkness. The movement of the living seemed to stir them, shadows shifting upon the walls. According to tradition, an iron longsword was placed upon the knees of each statue of a former lord of Winterfell to ensure that the vengeful spirits were confined within the tomb and did not roam the realm above. The oldest of these swords had long succumbed to rust, leaving only reddish-brown stains where the blade once rested. Ned could not help but wonder if this signified that those restless souls were now free to wreak havoc upon the castle. The earlier lords of Winterfell, steadfast and resolute as the land beneath their feet, had never bowed to anyone in the days before the Dragon King crossed the sea to invade, declaring themselves the kings of the north. Ned paused, raising the oil lamp. The tomb continued to stretch forward, swallowed by darkness, yet beyond lay only emptiness, unsealed, like a void awaiting the deceased, waiting for him and his children. The thought unsettled Ned. Here, he addressed the king. Robert nodded quietly, kneeling to pay his respects. Before them lay 3 sarcophagi in a row. Ned's father, Eddard Stark, bore a stern, elongated visage, the sculptor having captured his essence remarkably well. He sat solemnly, his stone fingers clutching the sword that lay across his knees, yet even the mightiest of swords could not save him. Beside him rested the smaller sarcophagi of his children. Brandon had barely reached 20 when he was brutally hanged by the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, just before his marriage to Catelyn Tully of Riverrun. Their father was forced to witness the tragic demise of his beloved son. In truth, Brandon was the rightful heir to Winterfell, being both the eldest and a natural leader. Lyanna had perished at the tender age of 16, still a girl with childlike innocence. Ned adored his sister wholeheartedly, and Robert's affection for her surpassed even that. She was meant to be his bride. She was far more beautiful than that. After a moment of silence, the king spoke. His gaze lingered on Lyanna's face, reluctant to depart, as if such a fixation might summon her back to the realm of the living. At last he rose, albeit his steps betrayed a certain unsteadiness due to his bulk. Damn it, Ned, was it truly necessary to inter her in this place? His voice grew hoarse with the weight of painful recollections. She should not be consorted with shadows. She is of House Stark, of Winterfell, Ned replied calmly. She belongs here. She ought to be laid to rest upon a picturesque hill, where fruit trees may flourish on her grave, and sunlight and clouds would accompany her, while the winds and rains would tenderly caress her. I was by her side in her final moments. Ned reminded the king. She only wished to return home, to rest beside Brandon and our father. Even now, he occasionally heard her murmurs from that fateful eve. Promise me. She had called to him from the blood-soaked chamber. Ned, promise me. The fever that consumed her had sapped her strength, leaving her voice a mere whisper. Yet, upon his solemn vow, the terror in her eyes dissipated. Ned recalled her final smile and how she clutched his hand tightly. Before departing this world, rose petals spilling from her palm, dark and devoid of life. What transpired thereafter remained a blur. When they found him, he was still cradling her lifeless form, grief rendering him nearly speechless. It was said that the diminutive man from the Vale, Holland Reed, ultimately pried her hand from his grasp, leaving Ned in a state of bewilderment. I shall bring flowers to her whenever I can, he declared. Lyanna always adored flowers. The king caressed her cheek, his fingers gently gliding over the rough stone surface, as if he were caressing a living lover. I swear to avenge her by slaying Rhaegar. You have already done so, Ned reminded him. Only once, Robert replied, his heart heavy with sorrow. The two sworn enemies had once met upon the shallows where the trident converged, surrounded by the raging flames of war. Robert wielded his iron hammer, adorned in a helm with antlers, while the Targaryen prince donned black armor emblazoned with a 3-headed dragon, its rubies glimmering like fire under the blazing sun. They fought fiercely, the waters of the trident turning crimson beneath the hooves of their warhorses, until at last, Robert's hammer shattered the dragon upon Rhaegar's breastplate, piercing through to the flesh beneath. When Ned arrived at the scene, Rhaegar lay lifeless in the river, while soldiers from both sides scrambled in the water for the rubies that had slipped from his armor, splashing the surrounding waters. Each night in my dreams, I slay him anew, Robert lamented. Even if I were to kill him 1,000 times over, he would still deserve it. Ned found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he said, Your Grace, we ought to return. The Queen is awaiting us. The Queen. What of it? Should the others seize her? Robert muttered bitterly, yet he trudged heavily back in the direction from whence they came. And if you dare to call me your grace again, I shall see you executed for it. Our connection transcends mere lord and subject. I would not dare forget, Ned replied quietly. Observing the king's silence, he inquired, speak to me of Jon. Robert shook his head. I have never witnessed a person's condition deteriorate so rapidly in my lifetime. To commemorate my son's naming day, we held a tournament. And on that day, upon seeing him, one would surely believe he was robust enough to live to a ripe old age. Yet, merely 2 weeks later, he succumbed to an illness that consumed him like a raging inferno. Robert paused beside a stone pillar, standing before the long-departed Stark ancestor. How I cherish that old man. We all do. Ned lingered for a moment, concerned for his wife, Catelyn. How fares Lisa? Robert's lips twisted bitterly. Truth be told, not at all well. He hesitated. Ned, I fear Jon's death has driven that woman to madness. She has fled back to the Eyrie with her son. I had hoped otherwise. I intended to foster him with Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock. Jon had no brothers, and with only this one son. How could I allow a woman to raise him alone? Ned would sooner entrust the child to a viper than to Duke Tywin, yet he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Some old wounds are destined never to heal. A mere few words can cause them to bleed anew. She has just lost her husband. He spoke cautiously. Perhaps the mother fears losing her son as well, especially given the boy's tender age. 6 years old, perpetually ailing. Such a child is now the Duke of the Eyrie. May the gods have mercy on me. The king cursed. Duke Tywin had never taken a foster son before. Lisa should feel honored. The Lannisters boast a long and powerful lineage, yet she would not even consider it, nor did she seek my permission. Slipping away under the cover of darkness without a sound, Cersei was nearly beside herself. He sighed deeply. You know, that child was named after me, Robert Arryn. I vowed to protect him. How could I allow his mother to whisk him away like this? Why not let me adopt him? What say you? Ned suggested. Lisa would likely agree. She was quite close to Catelyn in her youth. Her coming here would evoke a sense of home. My old friend, you are a good man. The king replied, but alas, it is too late. Since Duke Tywin has consented to adopt him, transferring the boy elsewhere would be an affront to him. I care for my nephew's happiness, not whether the Lannisters are pleased or not, Ned asserted. That is because you do not have to share a bed with a Lannister woman at night. Robert laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the crypt. Reflecting off the arched ceiling, that smile a stark white line amidst his thick, dark beard. Ah, Ned, he said, you remain ever the same, too solemn. He draped his massive arm around Ned's shoulder. I intended to discuss this matter with you in a few days, but since you've brought it up, let us speak of it now. Come, let us walk. They made their way toward the crypt's exit, weaving between the stone pillars. The hollow gazes of the Stark dead seemingly following their steps. The king continued to embrace Ned. You must wonder why, after all these years. I have come to Winterfell now. Ned had several plausible guesses, yet he kept them to himself. I see, perhaps you seek my company? He feigned nonchalance as he remarked that it might be due to the wall of absolute despair. Your Majesty, you must see it for yourself, walk along the battlements, and then converse with the guards. The Night's Watch has lost its former glory, said Banyan. Trust me, I will soon have the opportunity to speak with your brother. Robert interjected. As for the wall of absolute despair, how long has it stood? Over 8,000 years, I believe. A few more days should pose no problem. I have more pressing matters to discuss with you. The current situation is tense, and I require a trustworthy, capable aide, someone akin to Jon Arryn. He is both the Duke of Eagle's Nest and the protector of the East, as well as the hand of the king. Finding a suitable replacement will not be easy. His son, Ned, spoke up. His son will inherit the title of Duke of Eagle's Nest, along with all the taxes from his lands. Robert interrupted. That settles it. Ned was taken aback, halting in his tracks to face the king, exclaiming, the Arryn family has held the position of protector of the East for generations. It is an inherited title. I will consider returning it to him when he comes of age. However, Robert replied, I must first plan for this year and the years to come. Ned, a 6-year-old boy cannot command an army. This title is merely an honor in times of peace. Let the child retain it. For the sake of his father, who dedicated his life to the realm, it is only right. The king, upon hearing this, appeared displeased. Withdrawing his hand from Ned's shoulder. Jon's dedication is his duty. He is obliged to be loyal to his king. Ned, you know I am not ungrateful, and you should understand this best. But that child is not his father. A mere infant cannot govern the East. His tone softened, and he continued. Let us speak of more pressing matters, and this time, I shall not allow you to argue with me. Ned, I need your assistance. Your Majesty, I am forever at your service, he replied, though concern lingered about the king's next move. Robert seemed to disregard Ned's words, continuing with a nostalgic tone. Remember the years we spent in Eagle's Nest? What a joyful time it was. Ned, I wish for you to stand by my side once more. I hope you will journey south to King's Landing to discuss state affairs with me, rather than isolating yourself at the world's end, rendered powerless. Gazing into the distance with a sudden air of melancholy, reminiscent of a Stark, he lamented, I swear to you, governing from the Iron Throne is 1,000 times more arduous than seizing the crown. Legal arbitration is a relentless burden, and managing the treasury is even more troublesome. Then there are the endless complaints of the common folk. I sit on that cursed iron chair, listening to their grievances until my mind numbs and my backside aches. Every petition is about money, land, or legal disputes. They are all a bunch of fools, and my lords and ladies are hardly better. I am surrounded by idiots and sycophants. Ned, it truly drives one mad. They are either utterly clueless or deliberately deceitful. Sometimes, as I drift into slumber, I genuinely wish we had lost at the Trident. I did not imply that I truly suffered a defeat, Ned softly remarked. Robert gazed at him, old friend. I believe you are the only one who can truly understand. With a smile, he declared, Eddard Stark, I hereby appoint you as the hand of the king. The Prime Minister. Ned knelt on one knee, not surprised. After all, what other reason could Robert have for journeying so far north? The hand of the king is a prestigious position, second only to the king himself in the Seven Kingdoms, responsible for issuing commands on behalf of the monarch, wielding authority over the armies, and overseeing justice. In the absence of the king, whether due to illness or unforeseen circumstances, he would even sit upon the Iron Throne to govern the realm directly. Essentially, Robert was entrusting the kingdom to him, a burden he desperately wished to avoid. Your Grace, he said, I fear my abilities are insufficient for such a lofty office. Robert chuckled in feigned impatience. If I truly cared for you, I would have retired you long ago. I intend for you to govern the realm and lead the armies, while I indulge myself in merriment and revelry. He patted his belly and laughed. Surely you are familiar with the saying about kings and their prime ministers? Ned certainly was. The king dreams, he stated, while the prime minister builds those dreams. A fisherman's girl who shared my bed once told me that the common folk have an even more amusing analogy. The king dines, while the prime minister defecates. At this, Robert erupted into laughter, his voice echoing through the darkness, while the silent dead of Winterfell seemed to regard him with disdain. When the laughter ceased, Ned remained on one knee, his gaze lifted. By the gods, Ned, Robert complained, could you not at least share in my mirth? Some say the winters here are so harsh that if one laughs, their voice freezes in their throat, choking them to death. Ned replied calmly, perhaps this is why the Stark family is seldom blessed with humor. Come south with me, and I shall ensure you smile again, the king promised. Since you helped me secure this accursed iron chair, you must assist me in keeping it. We are destined to rule this kingdom side by side. If Lyanna were still alive, we would be brothers by blood and bond. But it is not too late. I have a son, you have a daughter. My little Joffrey and your Sansa will unite our houses, much like Lyanna and I once did. This proposal startled Ned, but Sansa is merely 11 years old. Robert waved his hand dismissively. She is old enough to be betrothed. Marriage can wait a few years. The king smiled. You rascal, rise and agree. Your Grace, this is an unparalleled honor and joy, Ned responded, though he hesitated, but it has taken me quite by surprise. May I have some time to consider? I must speak with my wife. Very well, of course, go and discuss it with Catelyn, but do think carefully, Robert said, extending his hand to pat Ned's. Then pulling him to his feet. Just do not keep me waiting too long. You know my patience is limited. In a fleeting moment, Eddard Stark was engulfed by an ominous dread, akin to the foreboding of an approaching storm, for the frigid north was undeniably his true homeland. He cast his gaze upon the surrounding stone statues and inhaled the chilling air of the sepulchre. He could vaguely sense the watchful eyes of his ancestors beside him, aware that they were listening intently, knowing well that winter was indeed approaching. The Oath Knights, knights who pledge their loyalty to other noble houses, thus known as Oath Knights. They are often minor nobles, bearing the title of knight, but lacking lands of their own. Chapter 6. Jon on certain occasions, albeit rare. Jon Snow found himself secretly grateful for his status as a bastard. As he lifted the wine jug offered to him and filled his recently emptied cup, he realized that this was precisely such an occasion. He turned back to sit on the bench, joining the young attendants, savoring the fine vintage in his cup. The sweet aroma of summer red wine, infused with fruity notes, elicited a faint smile upon his lips. The hall of Winterfell was alive with warmth, filled with the fragrant scents of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. The gray stone walls of the hall were adorned with the banners of various houses, the white direwolf of House Stark, the golden-crowned stag of House Baratheon, and the crimson roaring lion of House Lannister. A minstrel was strumming a harp, singing ballads, Yet amidst the roaring fire, clinking goblets, and raucous conversations, Jon, seated at the far end of the hall, could hardly discern the melody. The welcome feast held in honor of the king had been underway for a full 4 hours. Jon's siblings were seated across the vast hall, positioned with the princes and princesses, just a tier below the elevated platform occupied by the Duke and Duchess Stark alongside the king and queen. On such special occasions, their father, the Duke, would graciously permit each child a single cup of wine, forbidding any additional indulgence. However, in his company with the attendants and servants, no one seemed to mind how much he consumed. To his surprise, Jon discovered that his tolerance for wine was akin to that of an adult ass. Encouraged by the exuberant young men around him, each time he emptied a cup, they would urge him to take another. Jon was more than willing to revel in their company, eagerly listening to their boastful tales of warfare, hunting, and romantic escapades. He was convinced that this group was far more entertaining than the princes and princesses. Earlier, as guests streamed through the grand entrance, Jon had satiated his curiosity. The procession passed just in front of his seat, allowing him a clear view. His father escorted the queen, who was as breathtaking as the rumors suggested. Her jeweled crown accentuating her golden locks, sparkling brilliantly, with emeralds perfectly complementing her bright, clear eyes. His father helped her ascend the platform and take her seat. Yet she did not spare him a glance throughout the encounter. Though merely 14, Jon could discern that the queen's smile was but a facade. Following her was the king himself, who entered arm in arm with Lady Stark. Jon felt a wave of disappointment wash over him upon seeing the king. His father often spoke of the unparalleled warrior, Robert Baratheon, the demon of the Trident, the most valiant knight in the realm, distinguished among the nobility. In Jon's eyes, he was merely a rotund figure with a ruddy complexion and a thick beard, perspiration glistening upon his brow, moving with the demeanor of one indulgent in libations. Following him were the children, with little Rickon leading the way, striving earnestly to embody the solemnity befitting a 3-year-old. When he approached Jon, he paused to greet him, prompting Jon to urge him to hasten along. Robb trailed closely behind, clad in a woolen garment of gray with white trim, holding the hand of Princess Myrcella. She was still a mere child, not yet 8 years old, her golden curls cascading like a waterfall beneath a bejeweled hairnet. As they passed, Jon noticed the bashful smile she cast toward Robb, concluding that the girl was likely rather dull. Yet Robb seemed oblivious to her lack of wit, gazing at her with a grin that resembled that of a simpleton. Next, his 2 half-sisters escorted the princes into the room. Arya accompanied the plump Tommen, whose platinum locks were longer than hers. Sansa, 2 years his elder, walked beside Prince Joffrey Baratheon. At the age of 12, Joffrey was younger than both Jon and Robb, but stood taller than either, a fact that irked Jon. Prince Joffrey possessed his sister's long hair and their mother's deep azure eyes, his golden curls cascading over a lavish golden cravat and a noble velvet collar, while Sansa walked beside him, radiant. However, Jon held no fondness for Joffrey's pouting lips and his disdainful demeanor toward the Hall of Winterfell. His interest shifted toward the pair trailing behind the prince. They were the Queen's brothers, both members of House Lannister from Casterly Rock. No one would confuse which was the lion and which the imp. Ser Jaime Lannister, the twin of Queen Cersei, was tall and striking, his golden hair flowing, bright blue eyes glinting, and a smile as sharp as a blade. He donned a crimson silk tunic, black high boots, and a black satin cloak, with the chest embroidered in gold thread depicting the fierce roaring lion of House Lannister. He was known as the Lion of Lannister. While whispers of Kingslayer followed him in hushed tones, Jon found it nearly impossible to divert his gaze from him, thinking to himself that this was the embodiment of regal bearing as Jaime strode past. He then turned his attention to Jaime's brother, who was swaying, half-hidden, beside him. Tyrion Lannister was the youngest and most unattractive offspring of Lord Tywin, lacking any of the virtues bestowed upon Cersei and Jaime by the gods. He was a dwarf, standing at merely half his brother's height, struggling to keep pace with his brother's long strides on misshapen legs. His head was disproportionately large, with a bulging forehead above a grotesque face. One eye was blue and the other black, peering out from beneath a mass of straight golden hair, which gleamed nearly white. Jon observed him with great curiosity as he passed by. Finally, the last to enter among the nobility were his uncle, Benjen Stark of the Night's Watch, and his father's youthful ward, Theon Greyjoy. Benjen offered him a gentle smile as he walked by, while Theon completely ignored him, a behavior that had become all too familiar. Once all the esteemed guests had taken their seats, they raised their glasses in mutual toasts and exchanged congratulatory words, marking the official commencement of the evening's banquet. From that moment onward, Jon had been indulging in drink without pause. Beneath the long table, something brushed against his feet, leaning down. He beheld a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him. "Are you hungry again?" he inquired. In the center of the dining table lay half a honey-glazed roast chicken. Jon reached out, tearing off a leg, and then a sudden idea struck him. He employed his knife to carve the meat from the entire bird, allowing the remaining bones to slide between his legs to the floor. Ghost, his dire wolf, savagely yet silently gnawed at the bones. His siblings had forbidden the presence of wolves in the banquet hall, yet at the far end where Jon sat, dogs were abundant, and naturally, no one objected to his little wolf's attendance. He reassured himself that this was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his eyes, and Jon rubbed them roughly, cursing the smoke. He took another hearty sip of wine, observing Ghost devour the entirety of the chicken. The dogs meandered around the table, following the serving maids as they busied themselves. Among them, a black mixed-breed female dog with large yellow eyes caught the scent of the chicken, halting in her tracks. She crouched low, attempting to squeeze past the bench for a taste. Jon watched the standoff with cold detachment, noting the low growl emanating from the female as she inched closer. Ghost, however, remained silent, lifting her head to glare coldly with her blood-red eyes. The female dog let out an angry snarl, her bulk 3 times that of a small Arctic wolf, yet Ghost remained unperturbed, firmly guarding her meal, baring her sharp teeth. Seeing this, the female dog barked once more in defiance but ultimately opted to retreat without engaging in a confrontation, departing with a final haughty bark to preserve her pride. Ghost continued to chew vigorously. Jon chuckled with satisfaction, reaching beneath the table to stroke her fluffy white fur. The little wolf looked up at him, gently nipping at his hand before returning to her feast. "Is this the famed Arctic wolf?" a familiar voice inquired beside him. Jon looked up happily to see Uncle Benjen, who placed a hand on his head, ruffling his hair much like he had with Ghost. "Indeed," Jon replied, "her name is Ghost." A servant, who had been recounting a trivial tale, paused to make room for the Duke's brother to sit. Benjen Stark settled onto the long bench, accepting a goblet from Jon's hand. "Summer wine," he remarked after tasting it. "There is nothing sweeter than this wine." "Jon, how many glasses have you had tonight?" Jon merely smiled in response. Benjen chuckled. "Just as I expected." "Huh. Well, I remember my first time getting thoroughly drunk. I was even younger than you." He picked up a roasted onion dripping with brown gravy from a nearby wooden platter and bit into it, producing a satisfying crunch. His uncle's features were sharp and gaunt, resembling jagged cliffs, yet his steel-blue eyes were always filled with mirth. Clad in black like all Night's Watch members, he wore a hefty velvet tunic, leather high boots, a wide belt adorned with a silver buckle, and a heavy silver chain around his neck. As he munched on the onion, he observed Ghost with keen interest. "A remarkably quiet wolf," he concluded. "It is quite different from the others," Jon remarked, silent as the grave, "which is why I named it Ghost, reflecting its pale coat. The other wolves are all dark, either gray or black. Beyond the wall, there are Arctic wolves. We often hear their howls while on patrol." Benjen Stark cast a meaningful glance at Jon. "Do you not usually dine with your brothers?" he inquired. "That is during ordinary times," Jon replied flatly. "The lady believes that allowing a bastard to dine with them tonight would be an affront to the royal family." "I see," his uncle said, turning to observe the banquet table at the hall's far end. "My brother seems rather disinclined to celebrate this evening." Jon noted this as well. A bastard must learn to read the subtle nuances of human emotion. His father, though comporting himself with propriety, bore an air of constraint that Jon had never witnessed before. He spoke little, his gaze sweeping the hall with a hollow emptiness. In stark contrast, the king across 2 seats was in high spirits, his bushy beard framing a ruddy face as he raised his cup repeatedly, laughing heartily at every jest and devouring every dish with the voracity of a famished beast. Yet, the queen beside him resembled a frigid statue. "The queen is indeed displeased," Jon murmured to his uncle. This afternoon, father took the king to the crypts, which the queen had hoped to avoid. Benjen scrutinized Jon closely. "Jon, nothing escapes your keen observation, does it? The Night's Watch could greatly benefit from someone like you." Jon, swelling with pride, declared, "Robb wields a spear with greater strength than I, but my swordsmanship is superior. Hullen even claims my riding skills are among the best in the city. That is indeed commendable. When you return, take me along," Benjen said suddenly, his tone invigorated. "Just speak to father. He will surely agree. I know he will." Benjen examined Jon's countenance once more. "Jon, for a boy, the wall is a harsh place." "I am nearly of age," Jon countered. "I shall turn 15 on my next name day, and Maester Luwin says bastards tend to mature faster than other children." "That is true," Benjen conceded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He filled Jon's cup with wine and inhaled deeply. "Daeron Targaryen was merely 14 when he conquered Dorne." Jon interjected, The legendary young Dragon King is my hero. That battle raged all summer long, his uncle reminded him. The young king you speak of lost 10,000 men to seize Dorne, and another 50,000 to hold it. Someone should inform him that war is no trifling matter. He took another sip of wine and wiped his lips. Moreover, Daeron Targaryen met an untimely demise at 18. Surely, you have not forgotten that part? I have forgotten nothing. Jon boasted, emboldened by the wine. He attempted to sit up straighter to appear more imposing. Uncle, I wish to join the Night's Watch. He had long pondered this decision. At night, while his brothers slept soundly beside him, he found himself restless. Robb would one day inherit Winterfell, commanding vast armies as the protector of the North. Bran and Rickon would become his vassals, each ruling over their own estates and managing the realm's affairs. Their sister, Arya, and Sansa would marry into noble families, embarking southward to claim their own territories as esteemed ladies. As for him, a mere bastard, what could he possibly hope for? Jon, you may not realize this. The Night's Watch is an order that embraces death. We have no familial ties. We shall never bear children, for we are wed to duty and honor. Bastards possess a sense of honor too, Jon asserted. I am ready to swear my oath. You are merely a 14-year-old child, Benjen replied, not yet a man. Until you encounter a woman, you cannot fathom the cost involved. I do not care about that, Jon retorted, his anger boiling over. If you understood, you would likely care. Benjen said, my boy, if you knew the consequences of such an oath, you would not be so eager to join. Jon felt even more infuriated. I am not your child. Benjen Stark rose to his feet, expressing regret that you are not my child. He patted Jon's shoulder, saying, when you have fathered 2 or 3 bastards of your own, come find me, and we shall see what thoughts occupy your mind then. Jon trembled with rage. I will never father any bastards, he declared emphatically, never. He spat the last words like venom. At that moment, he realized the entire table had fallen silent. All eyes fixed upon him. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and ultimately he stood up. Please excuse me, he said with the last vestige of dignity, and then, before anyone could witness his tears fall, he fled like a whirlwind. He must have drunk too much. His feet felt as if they were tangled. And he collided with a serving woman, spilling a pitcher of spiced wine onto the ground, which elicited a hearty laugh from all around. Tears streamed down Jon's face. And though someone reached out to support him, he shrugged off the kind gesture and continued to run towards the door, his vision blurred. Ghost followed closely behind, dashing into the dim night. The empty courtyard was eerily silent, with only a solitary guard huddled in the corner, clutching his cloak against the cold. Though he appeared utterly bored and wore a sorrowful expression, Jon would have given anything to exchange places with him. Beyond that, the desolate castle was cloaked in darkness, steeped in loneliness. Jon recalled a forsaken manor he had visited, devoid of life, shrouded in silence and solemnity, where only the massive stones whispered tales of their past owners. Tonight's Winterfell evoked memories of that somber place. The sound of revelry and music spilled from the open windows behind him, the very melodies he wished to escape. He wiped his tears with his sleeve, angered at his inability to maintain composure, and prepared to turn away. Hey lad, someone called out to him. Jon turned around. Tyrion Lannister sat perched upon the protruding ledge of the hall's front door, surveying the world like a stone gargoyle. The dwarf smiled at him. Is that creature beside you a wolf? It is an Arctic wolf, Jon replied, named Ghost. He looked up at the dwarf. His earlier discontent replaced by curiosity. What are you doing there? Why aren't you inside at the feast? It is too hot and too noisy inside. And I may have indulged in a bit too much wine, the dwarf confessed. Long ago, I learned a lesson. It is rather impolite to vomit on your brother. May I come closer to inspect your wolf? Jon hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Can you come down by yourself, or shall I fetch a ladder? Do you take me for a fool? The little man retorted. With a forceful push of his hands, he tumbled gracefully into the air. Jon gasped in astonishment. Watching Tyrion curl into a ball, land deftly on his feet, and then stand upright. Ghost took a few cautious steps back. The dwarf brushed off the dust from his clothes and chuckled. I must have frightened your little wolf. My apologies. He was not frightened, Jon said, bending down to beckon. Ghost, come here, good boy. The young wolf ambled over, affectionately nudging Jon's cheek with his nose, yet remained wary of Tyrion Lannister. When the dwarf reached out to pet him, Ghost immediately withdrew, baring his teeth and emitting a silent growl. Quite the shy one, isn't he? Lannister remarked. Ghost, sit. Jon commanded, just like that, stay still. He glanced up at the dwarf. You may pet him now. Unless I tell him to move, he will remain still. I am training him. Ah, I see, Lannister said as he gently stroked Ghost's snowy white fur between his ears. Good wolf. If I were not here, he would have already torn your throat out, Jon stated. In truth, That moment had not yet arrived, but the wolf's growth suggested it was not far off. Then perhaps it is best that you do not wander too far, the dwarf replied. He tilted his oversized head, scrutinizing Jon with his mismatched eyes. I am Tyrion Lannister. I know, Jon replied, rising to his feet. He towered over the dwarf, feeling an oddity in the moment. You are Eddard Stark's illegitimate son, are you not? A chill coursed through Jon's body, and he pressed his lips together, refraining from answering. Have I offended you? Lannister quickly inquired. My apologies. Dwarves are not always adept at reading social cues. After all, my predecessors in jesting and performing were all rather crude and unrefined, so I suppose I have emulated them. He chuckled. But you are indeed a bastard. Eddard Stark is my father, that much is true, Jon finally acknowledged. Ah, Lannister observed, it is evident. Compared to your brothers, you possess a more northern essence. Half-brothers, Jon corrected, secretly pleased by the dwarf's observation. Then, young bastard brother, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Never forget who you are, for this world will not forget you, Lannister advised. Transform resistance into support, and thus render yourself invulnerable. Arm yourself with it, and no one can wield it against you. Jon, however, was in no mood for sermons. What do you know of being a bastard? He retorted. In the eyes of their fathers, all dwarfs are no different from bastards. But you are your mother's true son, a genuine Lannister, are you not? The dwarf smiled bitterly. You should convey that to my lord father. My mother perished during childbirth, leaving my father uncertain of my lineage. I do not even know who my mother was. Jon replied. Well, she was merely a woman. The dwarf offered Jon a sorrowful smile. Remember, although all dwarfs might be perceived as bastards, not all bastards must be regarded as dwarfs. With that, he turned, hunching back toward the banquet hall, humming a love tune. As he opened the door, the light within cast his silhouette clearly across the courtyard. In that fleeting moment, Tyrion Lannister stood tall like a king. Chapter 7. Catelyn. Among all the chambers in Winterfell's keep, Catelyn's bedroom was the most stifling, rendering the need for a fire virtually obsolete. The castle was built atop a natural hot spring, with steaming water flowing through the high-walled chamber like the blood in one's veins, banishing the chill from the stone hall, filling the glass garden with warmth and moisture, ensuring the soil did not freeze. In the several smaller open courtyards, the springs bubbled day and night. In summer, this was of little consequence, but in winter, it often meant the difference between life and death. Catelyn preferred her bathwater scalding hot, steam enveloping the air, and the walls of her chosen chamber always felt warm to the touch. This warmth evoked memories of Riverrun, reminding her of sunlit days spent frolicking with Lisa and Edmure. Though Ned could never endure such heat, he often told her that Stark blood was meant to endure the bitter cold, to which she would laugh and reply, if that were true, then our castle is misplaced. Thus, after their union, Ned would turn, rising from her bed as he had done countless times before, traversing the room to draw back the heavy brocade curtains, flinging open the narrow windows high above to allow the night's chill to infiltrate their chamber. He stood silently by the window, entirely bare, devoid of possessions, gazing into the vast, dark sky as the cold wind whistled around him. Catelyn pulled a warm fur over her chin, silently observing her husband, perceiving that he appeared diminished and fragile. As if he had suddenly reverted to the young man she entrusted her life to 15 years prior in the halls of Riverrun. Her body still ached from his vigorous attentions, yet it was a delightful pain, a reminder of his essence within her. She prayed for that essence to bloom and bear fruit. It had been 3 years since the birth of Rickon, and she was still young enough to bear him another son. I refuse him, she resolved. As he spoke, he turned to face her, his gaze shrouded in gloom and his tone laced with doubt. Catelyn sat up in bed, insisting, No, you cannot refuse. My duty lies here, in the north. I have no intention of assuming the role of prime minister that belonged to Robert. He does not comprehend these matters. Now that he is king, he cannot be regarded as an ordinary man. Should you turn him down, he will undoubtedly wonder why, and eventually, he may suspect you of harboring ulterior motives. Can't you see the peril that a refusal could bring us? Ned shook his head. Robert would never act against my interests or those of my family. He loves me more than a brother. If I decline, he will rage and curse, but within a week, we will both dismiss the matter with a laugh. I know him well. You know only the man he once was, she replied. The king he is now is a stranger to you. Catelyn recalled the image of the dire wolf sprawled in the snow, the antlers embedded deep in its throat. She needed to find a way to make him understand the truth. My lord, the king's pride is everything to him. Robert has traveled great distances to visit you, bringing with him such an exalted honor. You simply cannot refuse him, for that would be akin to delivering him a public slap in the face. Honor? Ned scoffed bitterly. In his eyes, there is no greater honor. And in yours? In my eyes, it is the same, she retorted, her temper flaring unexpectedly. Why can't he understand? He would have his eldest son wed to Sansa. What could be more honorable than that? One day, Sansa might become queen, and her children would rule over the vast lands from the Wall in the north to the mountains of Dorne in the south. Is that not a good thing? By the gods, Catelyn, Sansa is only 11, Ned exclaimed, and then faltered, and Joffrey, she interjected, he is the heir to the throne, the rightful successor to the Iron Throne. When my father betrothed me to your brother Brandon, I was merely 12. Her words elicited a bitter twitch at Ned's lips. Brandon? Yes, he knew how to navigate such matters with confidence and certainty. Both you and Winterfell should have belonged to Brandon. He was fit to be a prime minister and a father of queens. I never asked to drink this bitter cup. Perhaps you did not, Catelyn said. But Brandon is long gone, and the cup has now passed into your hands. Whether you like it or not, you must drink. Ned turned once more, retreating into the shadows of the night. He stood still, gazing out at the darkness beyond, perhaps contemplating the moon and stars, or perhaps watching the sentinels upon the city walls. Seeing his distress, Catelyn softened. According to custom, Eddard Stark had taken her as his wife in place of Brandon. Yet the shadow of his deceased brother lingered between them, much like that of another woman, one whose name he would not speak, yet who had borne him a bastard child. Just as she prepared to rise and approach him, a sudden knock at the door pierced the moment, unexpectedly jarring. Ned turned. Frowning, who is it? A voice from outside, that of Desmond, called out, My lord, Ser Waymar is outside, claiming he has urgent matters to discuss. Have you spoken to him about my instruction not to be disturbed? I have, my lord, but he insists on seeing you. Very well, let him enter. Ned moved to the wardrobe and donned a heavy robe. It was only then that Catelyn became aware of the chill in the room. She sat up in bed and pulled the blanket to her chin. Should we close the window? She suggested. Ned, preoccupied, nodded as Maester Luwin was ushered in. The maester was a diminutive figure clad in gray. His eyes, also gray, were keen. Few things escaped his notice. The remnants of his hair were gray as well, and his robe was woven from gray wool, trimmed with white fur, colors befitting House Stark. His voluminous sleeves concealed numerous pockets, and Luwin was always busy stowing items within them, occasionally retrieving books, letters, peculiar artifacts, and children's toys. Catelyn marveled at how Luwin's hands could still move, considering the multitude of items he concealed. Luwin waited until the door behind him had closed before speaking. My lord, he addressed Ned, please forgive my intrusion during your rest. I have received a letter. Ned, with a furrowed brow, inquired, a letter? Who left it? Did a messenger arrive today? How was I unaware? My lord, it was not a messenger who delivered it. Someone placed an intricately carved wooden box on the desk in my observatory while I was napping. My servants saw no one enter or exit, but it must have been left by someone accompanying the king. We have no other visitors from the south. You say it was a wooden box? Catelyn asked. Inside, there was a fine lens, specifically designed for stargazing. It appears to be the work of Mira. The lenses produced by Mira are truly unparalleled. Ned's frown deepened, and Catelyn recognized his usual impatience with such trivialities. A lens? What relevance does that have for me? I shared your initial confusion, Maester Luwin continued. But it is evident that there is more to this than meets the eye. Shivering beneath the heavy furs, Catelyn spoke. The purpose of the lens is to reveal the truth. Indeed, the Maester replied, touching the collar that symbolized his status, a heavy necklace crafted from various metals. A wave of dread rose within Catelyn's heart. What is it that we are meant to see? That is precisely the question, Luwin said, extracting a tightly rolled letter from his sleeve. I dismantled the entire wooden box and discovered the true letter hidden beneath a false bottom. However, this letter is not addressed to me. Ned extended his hand, then handed over. Luwin did not respond. My lord, I am afraid it is not for you either. It is clearly marked to be opened only by Lady Catelyn. May I deliver it to her? Catelyn nodded in silence. Luwin placed the letter on the low table beside her bed. The envelope was sealed with a drop of blue wax. Luwin bowed and prepared to take his leave. Stay, Ned commanded solemnly, glancing at Catelyn. My lady, what troubles you? You are trembling. I am afraid, she confessed. She extended her trembling hands to grasp the envelope, the first slipping from her body, leaving her oblivious to her nakedness. The blue wax bore the crest of the Arryn family, a crescent moon with a falcon. It was a letter from Lisa, and Catelyn turned to her husband, expressing her fear that it would not bear good tidings. Ned, this letter harbors boundless sorrow. I can feel it, she confided. Ned's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance darkening. Open it, he urged. Catelyn broke the seal, her gaze sweeping over the contents. Initially, she could not discern its meaning, but then a sudden realization struck her. Lisa was cautious and would not take risks. We devised a secret language in our youth, known only to us. Can you decipher the letter? He inquired. I can, Catelyn affirmed. Then please, tell us. I think it best if I take my leave. Master Luwin interjected. No, Catelyn countered. We need your counsel. She cast aside the furs, rising from the bed and crossing to the far side of the room. The midnight chill pierced her to the bone, cold as a grave. Master Luwin immediately averted his gaze, and even Ned was startled by her sudden action. What are you doing? He asked. Building a fire, Catelyn replied. She retrieved a nightgown from the wardrobe, donned it, and crouched before the now cold hearth. Ned, Master Luwin began. Each of my children was delivered by you, Catelyn stated. Now is not the time for false niceties. With that, she thrust the letter into the flames. Followed by several thick logs, Ned crossed the room, taking her arm to help her rise. His grip was firm, his face mere inches from hers. My lady, please tell me, what does the letter reveal? Catelyn stiffened under his pressing inquiry. It is a letter of warning, she whispered, if we are wise enough to heed it. His gaze searched her face. Please, continue. Lisa claimed that Jon Arryn had been murdered. His grip tightened further. By whom? By the Lannisters, she divulged, the current queen. Ned's hands fell away, leaving distinct crimson imprints on her arms. Gods, he muttered, your sister is distraught. She knows not what she speaks. She knows well, Catelyn replied. Lisa is indeed impetuous, yet this letter is meticulously crafted and carefully concealed. She must be acutely aware that if it fell into the wrong hands, her life would be forfeit. This is no mere rumor. Otherwise, she would not risk so much. Catelyn gazed at her husband, realizing that they truly had no choice. He must become Robert's hand and travel south to uncover the truth. She immediately perceived that Ned had drawn an entirely opposite conclusion. What I know is that the south is a land rife with venomous serpents. It is prudent to avoid it. Master Luwin adjusted the chain that had scraped his throat. My lord, the hand of the king wields considerable power. Enough to ascertain the true cause of the Duke of Arryn's death and bring the murderer to justice. Even should the situation prove dire, there would be ample means to protect Lady Arryn and her young son. Ned helplessly surveyed the room, and Catelyn's heart drifted with his gaze. Yet she understood that she could not embrace him at this moment. For the sake of her children, she had to win this battle first. You claim to love Robert more than your own brother. Can you truly bear to witness your kin surrounded by the Lannisters? Both of you should be captured by the White Walkers. Ned muttered bitterly, turning his back to them as he walked toward the window. She remained silent, and the maester followed suit. They waited in silence for Ned to bid farewell to his beloved home, and when he finally turned back from the window, his voice was laden with exhaustion and sorrow, his eyes glistening. My father ventured south only once in his lifetime, he said, responding to the king's summons. He never returned. The circumstances are different now, Master Luwin remarked. The king is not the same. Is that so? Ned replied numbly, finding a chair by the hearth. Catelyn, you must remain in Winterfell. His words pierced her heart like ice. No. A sudden fear gripped her. Was this to be her punishment? Would she never see him again? Would she be deprived of his warm embrace? You must. Ned's tone brooked no argument. While I assist Robert in the south, you must govern the north in my stead. Winterfell must have a Stark in command, no matter what. Robb is already 14. He will soon become a man and must learn to lead. And I cannot be there to guide him. You must involve him in your counsels, before the time comes for him to stand on his own. He must be thoroughly prepared. May the gods grant you a swift return, Master Luwin murmured. Master Luwin, I have always regarded you as family. Please offer my wife counsel in all matters, great and small, and impart the knowledge my children must possess. Do not forget, winter is coming. Master Luwin nodded gravely, and the room fell silent once more, until Catelyn mustered the courage to ask the question she dreaded most. What of the other children? Ned rose, embraced her, and gently cupped her face, drawing her close. Rickon is still very young, he said softly. He will stay here with you and Robb. The others will accompany me south. I cannot bear this. She trembled as she replied. You must endure. He said, Sansa is to marry Joffrey. That is a fait accompli. And we cannot leave them any grounds to suspect our loyalty. Arya must also learn the ways and etiquette of southern courtly ladies. In a few years, she too will need to prepare for marriage. Sansa will shine like a brilliant jewel in the south, Catelyn thought, and Arya indeed needs to learn proper decorum. Thus, she reluctantly set aside her fixation on her two daughters, but Bran must not go. He must remain. Very well, she said, but Ned, for the love you bear me, I beg you to let Bran stay in Winterfell. He is only 7. When my father sent me to the area as a ward, I was only 8. Ned replied, Ser Roderick has mentioned that Robb and Prince Joffrey do not get along well, which is not a good sign. Bran could aptly serve as a bridge between the two families. He is a delightful child, radiating joy and charm, naturally fostering friendships with the princes. Much like the bond one once shared with Robert. This would consequently fortify our family's standing. Catelyn was acutely aware that he spoke the truth, yet her anguish remained unabated. She was on the verge of losing them all, Ned, her 2 daughters, and her cherished Bran, leaving only Robb and Rickon. At this moment, she felt profoundly lonely. Winterfell, after all, is a vast place. Then let him not be too close to the wall, she said bravely. You know Bran loves to climb. Ned gently kissed the unshed tears in her eyes. Thank you, my dear lady, he whispered. I know this is painful. My lord, what should we do about Jon Snow? Asked Maester Luwin. Upon hearing that name, Catelyn immediately stiffened. Ned sensed her fury and withdrew. Catelyn had long understood that it was not uncommon for noblemen to father bastards outside of marriage. Thus, when she learned shortly after their wedding that Ned had sired a child with a peasant girl during his campaign, she was not surprised. After all, Ned had his needs as a man, and during that year of war, he had spent only a few days with her before hastily departing south, leaving her safely in her father's bustling castle, separated by great distances. At that time, her thoughts were entirely consumed by the swaddled Robb, leaving little room for contemplation of her nearly unfamiliar husband. In the chaos of war, he naturally sought solace. Once he had left his mark, she hoped at the very least he would ensure the child was cared for. However, he did more than that. The Stark family was different. Ned brought his bastard home and publicly acknowledged him as his son. When the war finally drew to a close and Catelyn returned to Winterfell, Jon and his wet nurse had already settled in the castle. This revelation wounded her deeply. Not only did Ned refuse to divulge the identity of the child's mother, but he also withheld any mention of the circumstances surrounding it. Yet, there are no secrets in a castle, and Catelyn soon learned various speculations from her handmaids. Tales spun from the lips of soldiers who had fought alongside her husband. They whispered of Ser Arthur Dayne, the famed Sword of the Morning, renowned as the most skilled knight among the Kingsguard, yet their young lord had slain him in single combat. They vividly recounted how, after the battle, Ned took Ser Arthur's sword and journeyed to Starfall on the shores of Dorne in search of Arthur's sister. They described how Lady Ashera Dayne was fair-skinned, tall, and possessed deep, cold violet eyes. After 2 weeks of deliberation, she finally summoned the courage to confront her husband one night in bed. However, it was the only time throughout their years of marriage that Ned frightened her. Never ask me about Jon. His voice was as cold as ice. He is my own flesh and blood. That is all you need to know. Now, my lady, I wish to know where you heard that name. She assured him she would never mention it again and proceeded to disclose the source of her information. The following day, all rumors in the city abruptly ceased, and from that moment forth, the name Jon Snow could no longer be heard in Winterfell, regardless of the identity of Jon's mother. Ned Stark held an unwavering affection for her, as no matter how much Catelyn pleaded, she could not persuade him to send the child away. This was a transgression she could never forgive him. She had learned to wholeheartedly love her husband, yet she could not bring herself to feel anything for Jon. In truth, if he simply stayed out of her sight, she could turn a blind eye to Ned's numerous bastards born outside their marriage. However, Jon was always present, a constant reminder that became increasingly irksome, especially as he bore a striking resemblance to Ned, even more so than her own sons. Jon must go, she asserted. He and Robb share a close bond. Ned replied, I had hoped. He cannot stay. Catelyn interrupted. He is your son, not mine. I will not allow him to remain here. She recognized that her stance was somewhat harsh, yet she spoke her truth. If Ned were to keep Jon in Winterfell, it would not benefit the child either. Ned looked at her with pained eyes. You know I cannot take him south. There is no place for him at court. You are well aware of the scorn that would be directed at a child bearing a bastard surname. He would be ostracized. Catelyn steeled herself once more, countering her husband's silent plea. I have heard your good friend Robert has fathered several bastards outside as well, but none of them have ever appeared at court. Ned retorted angrily. That woman from House Lannister is quite adamant about that. Damn it, Catelyn, how can you be so cruel to him? He is just a child. He was on the verge of saying something more intolerable when Maester Luwin interjected at an opportune moment. I may have an idea. Your brother Benjen visited me a few days ago, and it seems the boy has expressed interest in joining the Night's Watch. Ned was taken aback. He wishes to join the Night's Watch? Catelyn remained silent, allowing Ned to piece together the implications himself. To say more would only provoke his anger. Yet she felt elated at the prospect of kissing the wise old maester. His suggestion was the most exquisite solution. Benjen Stark was a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, and for him, Jon would represent the son he could never have. In time, the boy would naturally swear his oath and join the Night's Watch, thus precluding any chance of raising a family and one day contesting for Winterfell's inheritance against Catelyn's own grandchildren. Maester Lewin added, "My lord. Joining the Night's Watch is a great honor. Even as a bastard, he could rise to a prominent position within their ranks." Ned pondered this, though his tone remained somewhat perplexed. But Jon is still so young. If he were an adult, it would be one thing, but he is merely 14. This is indeed a challenging decision, Maester Lewin concurred, but we find ourselves in difficult times. The path he walks will be no more arduous than the ones you or Lady Stark must traverse. Catelyn could not help but think of the 3 children she was about to lose. Maintaining silence proved to be an arduous task. Ned turned away, gazing once more out of the window, his elongated visage reflecting a serene contemplation. At last, he sighed and turned back, conceding to Maester Lewin that this seemed to be the most prudent course of action at present. "I shall speak with Bran," he declared. "When shall we inform Jon?" The master questioned. "Not yet. We must make some preparations first. We have a full fortnight before we set forth, so let him relish these remaining moments. Summer is swiftly drawing to a close, and the days of childhood are dwindling. When the time is right, I shall personally convey the news to him." Chapter 8. Arya's sewing needle had gone awry once more. Frustrated, she furrowed her brow at the chaotic mass in her hands, then furtively glanced at her sister Sansa, who sat amongst the other girls. Everyone claimed Sansa's needlework was flawless. The items she crafted were as lovely as she herself. Once, Septa Mordain had remarked to their mother that Sansa's hands were delicate and skilled. When Lady Catelyn inquired about Arya's progress, the Septa had scoffed, saying, "Arya's hands are akin to a blacksmith's." Arya scanned the room, anxious that Septa Mordain might discern her thoughts. However, the Septa was not preoccupied with her today. She sat beside Princess Myrcella, her face adorned with smiles and sweet praises. Earlier, when the Queen had introduced Myrcella to their company, the Septa had expressed her disbelief at being fortunate enough to instruct a princess in needlework. Arya thought Myrcella's stitches were somewhat crooked as well. Yet from the Septa's honeyed words, no one would have suspected. She looked again at her own work, searching for a means of remedy, but ultimately sighed and set the needle aside. Disheartened, she observed her sister Sansa, who was sewing skillfully while engaging in cheerful chatter. Lord Roderick's daughter, Little Beth Castle, sat at Sansa's feet, listening intently to every word. At that moment, Jane Poole leaned in to whisper something in Sansa's ear. "What are you discussing?" Arya suddenly inquired. Jane's eyes widened in surprise before she erupted into giggles. Sansa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and Beth's face turned crimson. No one answered. "Do tell me," Arya insisted. Jane stole a glance towards the Septa, ensuring she was not listening. Just then, Myrcella spoke, prompting the Septa and the other ladies to burst into laughter. "We were just talking about the prince," Sansa said, her voice as soft as a whisper. Arya certainly knew which prince her sister referred to. Who else but the tall, handsome Joffrey? Earlier at the feast, Sansa had sat beside him, while Arya had naturally found herself next to the other plump boy. "Joffrey fancies you, dear sister," Jane whispered, her tone imbued with pride, as if she had played a role in this revelation. She was the daughter of Winterfell's steward and Sansa's closest friend. He told her she was beautiful. One day, he shall take her as his bride. Little Beth held her knees and spoke in a dreamlike tone. Then Sansa would become the queen of the entire world. Sansa blushed politely. Even her blush was beautiful, no matter what she did, Arya thought with a tinge of dissatisfaction. "Beth, do not weave such fanciful tales," Sansa gently corrected the little girl, tenderly smoothing her hair to soften her tone. She turned to Arya. "Dearest sister, what are your thoughts on Prince Joffrey? He is indeed a remarkably brave individual, do you not agree?" "Jon says he looks like a girl," Arya retorted. Sansa sighed and resumed her needlework. "Poor Jon," she mused. "It is natural for a bastard to feel envy towards others." "He is our brother," Arya replied, albeit a bit too loudly, her voice slicing through the afternoon tranquility of the tower room. Sister Modin lifted her gaze, her thin face adorned with sharp eyes and lips so thin they seemed almost non-existent, as though she were born to frown in discontent. And frown she did. "Children, what are you discussing?" "Our half-brother," Sansa gently and accurately corrected, smiling at the nun. "Arya and I were just saying how delightful it is to be in the princess's company today." Sister Modin nodded. "Indeed, it is a great honor for us all." Princess Myrcella smiled hesitantly at such flattery. "Arya, why aren't you weaving?" she inquired, rising and causing her starched gown to rustle behind her. "Let me see what you have created." Arya longed to scream in exasperation, blaming Sansa for bringing the nun over. "Here," she said, reluctantly handing over her work. The nun scrutinized the fabric in her hands. Arya, Arya, she exclaimed, "this will not do. You cannot present it like this." Everyone was watching her, and it felt utterly humiliating. Sansa, being well-mannered, did not betray her sister's embarrassment with mockery, yet Jane snickered from the side. And even Princess Myrcella wore a look of pity. Arya felt tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, she stood up from her chair and dashed toward the door. Sister Modin called after her, "Arya, come back. Take one more step, and I shall inform your mother. To behave so in front of our princess is to disgrace us all." Thus, Arya halted at the door, biting her lip as she turned around, tears streaming down her cheeks. She managed a curtsy to Myrcella. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon as I take my leave." Myrcella blinked at her and turned to her ladies for assistance. However, while she hesitated, Sister Modin was resolute. "Arya, where do you think you are going?" Arya glared at her. "I am going to help with the horse's shoes," she replied sweetly, deriving a small satisfaction from the look of surprise on the nun's face. With that, she spun around and raced out of the room, descending the stairs with the utmost haste. Fate seems exceedingly unjust. Why should Sansa possess everything? At times, Arya finds herself pondering this. By the time she was born, Sansa was already over 2 years old, leaving nothing for her. Sansa excels in sewing and embroidery, possesses a melodious voice, and dances with grace. She can compose poetry and knows the art of adornment. Her harp playing resonates with sweet melodies, and her tinkling of bells is delightful and light. To make matters worse, she is also a stunning beauty. Sansa inherited the delicate cheekbones and thick, chestnut hair of House Tully from their mother, while Arya resembles their father, with deep brown, dull hair. Her face is elongated and clouded with gloom. Jenny often calls her horse-faced Arya, and imitates a horse's neigh whenever she encounters her. The only skill Arya feels she surpasses her sister in is riding, which only deepens her sorrow. However, Sansa is not adept at managing household affairs and has never been good with numbers, should she ever wed Prince Joffrey. Arya hopes he has an efficient steward, for the consequences would be dire otherwise. Nymeria has been waiting for her at the guardroom by the stairs. Upon seeing Arya, she leaps up, and Arya smiles with joy. Even if no one in the world loves her, at least she has this little wolf. They are inseparable wherever they go. Nymeria sleeps at the foot of her bed at night. If not for their mother's prohibition, she would have taken the little wolf to the sewing room. Eager to see if Sister Modin would dare to criticize her work then, Arya unties her, and Nymeria eagerly licks her hand. Her yellow eyes shine like 2 golden coins in the sunlight. Arya named her after the legendary warrior queen who led her people across the narrow sea, which naturally stirred quite a commotion. As for Sansa, it goes without saying that she named her little wolf Lady. Arya makes a face at this thought, holding her little wolf close. Nymeria licks her ear, tickling her and causing her to giggle. At this moment, Sister Modin must have already sent word to their mother. So if Arya were to return directly to her room, she would surely be caught. Arya has a better idea in mind. It is currently the time when the boys practice and spar in the yard, and she wishes to see her brother Robb deliver a valiant thrashing to the boastful Prince Joffrey. So, she whispers to Nymeria, then rises and dashes forward, the little wolf following closely behind. On the enclosed bridge connecting the keep and the armory, there is a window that offers a full view of the training yard. That is where she intends to go. When she reaches her destination, breathless, she finds Jon lounging against the window frame, one foot lazily propped up under his chin. He is intently observing the combat below, only coming to his senses when his own white wolf approaches them. Nymeria cautiously draws near. Ghost has grown taller than the other wolves. He sniffs her and gently nips at her ear before lying down again. Jon looks at her suspiciously. "Little sister, aren't you supposed to be at sewing class?" Arya makes a face at him. "I want to see them fight." He chuckles, "Then come quickly." Arya ascended to the windowsill and settled beside him. The resonant sounds from the training grounds below immediately reached her ears. However, she was sorely disappointed to find that the only participants were a few younger boys. Bran was clad in protective gear, resembling someone bound upon a featherbed. Prince Tommen, already plump, appeared even more rotund in his current state. Under the watchful eye of the venerable Ser Roderick, they swung wooden blunted swords at one another. The old knight, a towering figure with an impressive snow-white beard, served as the town's instructor. A dozen onlookers cheered for the 2 boys, with Robb's voice being the loudest among them. Arya noticed Theon Greyjoy standing beside Robb, dressed in a tight black tunic emblazoned with his family's golden kraken sigil, his face adorned with a mocking disdain. The 2 combatants appeared unsteady on their feet, leading Arya to surmise that they had been sparring for quite some time. "See, this is likely more exhausting than sewing," Jon remarked. "But it is infinitely more enjoyable than sewing," Arya retorted. Jon grinned broadly and reached out to tousle her hair. Arya felt a flush of warmth. Their bond was always affectionate. Among all the children, Jon shared with her the inherited long face from their father, while Robb, Sansa, and Bran bore a striking resemblance to the Tully family. Even young Rickon wore a charming smile, his cheeks flushed like fire. In her childhood, Arya had once feared she was a bastard herself, and in moments of trepidation, she would seek out Jon, for he always managed to soothe her worries. "Why aren't you joining them on the field?" Arya inquired. He smiled gently. "Bastards are not permitted to spar with princes, even in practice. Only the legitimate children are allowed to strike them." Oh, Arya felt quite embarrassed, realizing she should have anticipated this. On the same day, she lamented the inequities of life for the second time. She watched her younger brother swing his sword towards Tommen. "I could hold my own against Bran," she asserted. "He's only 7, and I am already 9. Jon regarded her with the demeanor of an older sibling. "You are too thin." He took her arm, assessing her muscle development, then shook his head with a sigh. "Sister, I doubt you can even lift a long sword, let alone wield it in combat." Arya withdrew her hand, glaring at him indignantly. Jon, undeterred, reached out again to ruffle her tousled hair. They sat in silence, watching Bran and Tommen circle each other in their duel. "Have you seen Prince Joffrey?" Jon asked. Initially, she had not noticed him, but upon closer inspection, she discovered he stood in the shadow of the tall stone wall at the back of the square, surrounded by unfamiliar faces donned in the livery of House Lannister and House Baratheon, likely young squires. Among the crowd, she spotted several older figures, presumably adult knights. "Look at the sigil on his cloak," Jon suggested. Upon glancing, Arya saw that the prince's outer garment was adorned with a magnificent shield, undoubtedly a work of exquisite craftsmanship. The shield was divided into 2 halves. One side bore the crowned stag representing the royal house, while the other displayed the roaring lion of House Lannister. "The Lannisters are a proud family," Jon remarked. It sufficed that he had embroidered the royal crest upon his garments. However, he also adorned them with his mother's family emblem, placing it on par with the royal insignia. "Women are equally significant," Arya retorted. Jon chuckled, saying, "My sister, perhaps you should follow suit, mastering the art of needlework. And then embroider both the Tully and Stark crests onto your attire. Embroider a wolf with a fish in its mouth," she mused, finding the idea rather amusing and foolish. Moreover, girls were not permitted to engage in battle. What use would a family crest serve her? Jon shrugged. "A girl may possess a family crest yet cannot wield a sword in combat, while a bastard can wield a sword but has no crest to embroider. Sister, the rules of the world were not established by me, and I am powerless to change them." A loud shout echoed from the courtyard, revealing Prince Tommen rolling in the dust, struggling to rise, hindered by the pile of padded armor that made him appear akin to a turtle on its back. Bran stood beside him, brandishing a wooden sword, poised to strike as soon as Tommen regained his feet. "Cease," Sir Roderick bellowed, aiding Tommen to his feet. "Well done. Luwin, Donis, help them remove their armor." He surveyed the surroundings. "Joffrey, Robb, do you wish to engage in another bout?" Despite the sweat from the previous contest still trickling down Robb, he eagerly stepped forward. "I would be delighted." Joffrey, upon hearing Sir Roderick's summons, emerged from the shadows into the sunlight. His hair shone like gold in the sun, yet his expression bore an air of utter boredom. "Sir Roderick, this is merely child's play." Theon Greyjoy could not help but laugh heartily. "Indeed, you two are children." "I cannot say whether Robb is a child," Joffrey declared, "but I am the crown prince, and I refuse to engage in a mock battle with a Stark using wooden toys." "Oh, Joff, you've been struck far more often than you've swung your sword," Robb replied. "Are you afraid?" Joffrey regarded him with an impassive expression. "Oh dear, how terrifying." He quipped, "Our seasoned warrior speaks." The Lannister attendants chuckled at this. Jon frowned as he observed the scene unfolding. "Joffrey is truly insufferable," he confided to Arya. Sir Roderick stroked his white beard thoughtfully. "And what are your thoughts, my prince?" "I wish to fight with real swords." "No problem," Robb shouted back. "You'll regret it." The instructor placed a hand on Robb's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. "Using real swords is far too dangerous. I will only allow you to use blunted blades during practice." Joffrey did not respond, but a tall, dark-haired man with a prominent burn scar on one side of his face pushed through the crowd, positioning himself before the prince. "Sir, this is your crown prince. What are you to dictate what he can or cannot use?" "Colgorn, I am the instructor of Winterfell. You would do well to remember that." "Is this place specifically for training women?" inquired the tall man with burned scars, his muscular frame resembling that of a bull. "I train knights," Sir Roderick replied sharply. "And when they reach adulthood, possessing sufficient skill, I shall allow them to wield true weapons." The scarred man turned to Robb and asked, "How old are you, lad?" 14. Robb answered, "I killed a man at 12, mind you, and it was not with a dull sword." Arya could see Robb's pride was wounded. He was seething with anger, barely able to contain himself. "Let me use a real sword. I can defeat him," he declared to Sir Roderick. "No, you shall fight with a dull sword," Sir Roderick replied. Joffrey shrugged, saying, Stark, I suggest you wait until you are older to challenge me. But do not wait until you can no longer walk." Laughter erupted among the Lannisters. Robb's curses echoed throughout the training ground, and Arya gasped, covering her mouth. Theon Greyjoy grabbed Robb's arm, preventing him from charging at the prince, while Sir Roderick nervously stroked his beard. Joffrey feigned a yawn before turning to his brother. "Come, Tommen. Playtime is over. Let the children remain and continue their games." This remark provoked even more laughter from the Lannister entourage, while Robb's cursing grew louder. Sir Roderick's face turned crimson with rage, and Theon held Robb tightly until the prince and his entourage departed. Jon watched them leave, while Arya looked at Jon, whose expression remained as serene as a still pool in the woods. Finally, he climbed down from the windowsill, stating, "The show is over." He bent down to scratch the back of Nymeria's ears, and the little wolf stood up, nuzzling against him affectionately. "Sister, you had best return to your room. Septa Mordane is likely waiting to reprimand you. The longer you hide, the harsher the punishment will be. She may even have you weaving all winter long. And when spring arrives and the snow melts, we may find your frozen body, with the needle still clutched in your icy hand." Arya found no humor in this. "I detest needlework," she exclaimed. "It's so unfair." "There is no such thing as fairness in this world," Jon replied, ruffling her messy hair before rising to leave, with Nymeria quietly following behind. Nymeria intended to accompany him, but, after taking a few steps, realized her master was not coming along. Reluctantly, she turned back in the opposite direction. Things were even worse than Jon had anticipated, for waiting in her room were not only Septa Mordane, but also her mother. Chapter 9. Bran. The hunting party set out at dawn, as the king hoped to add a wild bear feast to that evening's banquet. Since Prince Joffrey was accompanying the king, Robb was also permitted to join the hunting party. Uncle Benjen, Jory, Theon Greyjoy, and Sir Roderick were all part of the entourage. Even the king's jester was included. After all, this was their last chance to hunt in the north, for the king's party would depart south on the morrow. Bran and Jon, along with their sisters, remained in the city, while Rickon, still a mere child, showed little interest in hunting. Jon and his dire wolf had vanished from sight, and Bran made no effort to seek him out, sensing Jon's apparent ire. For days, Jon seemed to harbor resentment towards everyone in the city, leaving Bran perplexed. He was to accompany Uncle Benjen to the wall to join the Night's Watch, a noble duty, surely, unlike the king's journey south. It was Robb, not Jon, who was meant to stay at home. In recent days, Bran had been filled with a restless excitement. Soon, he would gallop down the King's Road, not atop a pony, but on a magnificent steed. Their father was to become the hand of the king, and they would move to King's Landing, residing in the Red Keep constructed by Aegon the Conqueror. The old nurse spoke of ghosts haunting the place, of unspeakable horrors in the dungeons, and dragon heads adorning the walls. The mere thought sent shivers down Bran's spine, yet he felt no fear. What was there to fear? He had his father's protection, along with the king and all his knights and sworn swords. One day, Bran aspired to be a knight himself, joining the King's Guard. The old nurse claimed they were the finest warriors in the realm. The King's Guard comprised only 7 men, clad in white armor, unencumbered by family ties, with the singular purpose of safeguarding the king. Bran was well versed in their tales, reciting them with ease. Ser Davos, Ser Lannister, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight. The twin brothers Ser Elric and Ser Elias, who perished in a fraternal conflict known to poets as the Dance of Dragons, along with Ser Gerald Hightower, the Dawnbringer, and the fearless Ser Barristan Selmy. On this occasion, 2 members of the King's Guard accompanied King Robert North, and Bran gazed in awe at them, hesitant to approach. Ser Borros was a balding, double-chinned man, while Ser Meryn appeared dull-eyed and bearded like rust. Only Ser Jaime Lannister bore the semblance of a gallant knight, one of the King's Guard, though Robb mentioned that he had slain the Mad King and thus could no longer be counted among their ranks. The greatest knight in the world now was Ser Barristan Selmy, renowned as the Bold, the captain of the King's Guard. Their father had promised that upon their arrival in King's Landing, they would be granted an audience with Ser Barristan. Each day, Bran marked the passage of time on the wall, eagerly anticipating their departure to explore a world that had previously existed only in dreams. To live a life he had never imagined. Yet, with only 1 day remaining until their journey, Bran suddenly felt a pang of loss. Winterfell was his only familiar home, and his father had urged him to bid farewell to everyone today, which he endeavored to do. After the hunting party departed, he wandered the castle with his dire wolf, intending to say goodbye to familiar faces. The old nurse, the cook Gage, the blacksmith Mickon, and the stable boy Addo, who, though perpetually grinning, spoke not a word beyond his name. Whenever Bran visited the glass garden, Addo would always offer him a blackberry. But now, he found himself unable to speak. He first made his way to the stable, where he beheld his little pony, now no longer his own. Soon he would possess a true horse, leaving the pony behind. In that moment, Bran felt an overwhelming urge to sit down and weep, prompting him to hasten away to avoid revealing his tears to Hodder and the other stable hands. He had only said farewell once, after which he spent the entire morning hidden in the godswood, attempting to teach his little wolf to fetch the discarded branches. Though his efforts proved futile, his wolf was far more intelligent than all the hunting dogs in his father's kennel, and he was almost certain it understood every word he spoke. Unfortunately, it seemed disinterested in retrieving branches. To this day, he had yet to decide on a name for it. Robb's wolf was called Grey Wind, swift as the breeze. Sansa's was named Lady. Arya had bestowed a name from an ancient tale of a witch king upon hers, and little Rickon had chosen to name his wolf Shaggy Dog, a name Bran found rather foolish for a dire wolf. Jon's white wolf was called Ghost. Bran wished he had thought of that name first. Even though his wolf's fur was not particularly white, over the past fortnight, he had considered countless names, yet none resonated with his ears. Eventually, fatigue settled in, and he resolved to climb the walls. With so much transpiring lately, he had not scaled the broken tower for weeks, and this might well be his final opportunity. He dashed through the godswood, deliberately veering away from the cold spring beside the weirwood tree. Bran had always harbored a fear of the weirwood. He felt trees should not possess eyes, nor should their leaves resemble hands. His little wolf trailed closely beside him. "Stay here," he instructed beneath the sentinel tree outside the armory. "Lie down. That's right. Remain still." The wolf obediently complied, and Bran scratched behind its ears before turning and leaping to grasp a low-hanging branch, deftly climbing the tree. However, midway through his ascent, as he nimbly navigated the branches, the little wolf suddenly rose and howled. Looking down, Bran saw the wolf immediately quiet, its bright yellow eyes wide with attention directed upwards. A strange chill coursed through Bran's body. He continued his climb, yet the wolf resumed howling. "Stop howling," he yelled. "Just stay put. You're more bothersome than mother." Nevertheless, the wolf's cries followed him until he vaulted onto the roof of the armory, where he vanished from sight. The rooftops of Winterfell were nearly a second home to Bran. His mother often remarked that he had learned to climb walls before he had mastered walking. He could not recall when he had learned to walk, nor when he had learned to climb, so he assumed she must be right. To a young boy, the towering walls and courtyards of Winterfell resembled a vast labyrinth crafted from gray stone. In the older sections of the castle, countless halls leaned precariously, easily disorienting those within. Maester Luwin had once said that for millennia, the castle had grown like a monstrous stone tree, its branches twisted and gnarled, as Bran traversed the intricate, crumbling ruins. Climbing ever closer to the sky, he finally beheld the entire expanse of the city laid out before him. He took great pleasure in the vast expanse of Winterfell that unfolded before him. All the bustling activity within the castle and the clamorous voices echoed beneath him, while only the birds soared above in the sky. Bran often found himself sprawled atop the keep, ensconced among the grotesques, their forms long rendered indistinguishable, ravaged by the elements. As he gazed down upon the myriad scenes of life below, he observed the long laborers transporting timber and steel in the square, the chefs gathering vegetables in the glass garden, the restless hounds darting back and forth in the kennel, the silent and solemn godswood, and the whispering maidens by the well. In those moments, he felt as if he were the true master of the castle, a sentiment that even Robb could not fully grasp. Thus, he unearthed many of Winterfell's hidden secrets. For instance, the original builders had not leveled the terrain surrounding the castle, resulting in undulating hills and ravines beyond the walls. Bran knew of a concealed passage that led directly from the 4th floor of the bell tower to the 2nd floor of the rookery. He was also aware of how to enter the inner walls through the south gate, climbing 3 levels up the stairway to discover a narrow stone corridor that wound around Winterfell, ultimately leading to the lower level of the north gate. Shrouded in the shadow of the towering walls, Bran believed that even Maester Luwin was oblivious to this shortcut. His mother, however, harbored a constant fear that one day Bran would inadvertently slip and fall to his demise. Despite his repeated reassurances, she remained unconvinced. On one occasion, she compelled him to vow never to climb high again, yet this promise lasted scarcely 2 weeks, as he endured daily torment until one night, while his brothers slept soundly, he climbed out of the bedroom window. The following day, consumed by guilt, he confessed his transgression. Lord Eddard sent him alone to the godswood to atone, assigning guards to ensure he remained there throughout the night, reflecting on his disobedience. To everyone's astonishment, however, Bran was nowhere to be found the next morning. until he was discovered soundly asleep among the upper branches of the tallest sentinel tree in the woods. Though his father was furious, he could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "You cannot possibly be my son." As others carried Bran down, he remarked to his son, "You are nothing less than a squirrel." "Very well, I concede. If you must climb, then climb to your heart's content, but do try not to let your mother see you." Bran exerted himself diligently, convinced that his mother was acutely aware of his escapades. Since his father would not deter him from his climbing, she resorted to more subtle tactics. First came the old nurse, who recounted a tale of a disobedient child who climbed ever higher until he was struck down by lightning, his lifeless body pecked at by crows. Unmoved by the story, Bran noted that the crumbling tower was rife with crow nests, a place no one else ventured to. So he often filled his pockets with corn. Once atop the tower, the crows would gather joyfully, pecking from his palm, entirely unlike the creatures that would pluck out his eyes. Seeing this ploy fail, Master Luwin fashioned a small clay boy, dressing it in Bran's garments, and then cast it from the castle walls to illustrate the grim consequences of a fall. It was an intriguing experiment, yet afterward, Bran fixated on Master Luwin. Expressionless as he declared, "I am not made of clay, and I certainly will not fall." Following this, it was the turn of the city guards. For a time, whenever they spotted him atop the rooftops, they would shout and chase him down, attempting to force him to descend. Those moments were the most exhilarating, akin to playing games with his brothers, though in this game, Bran emerged victorious every time. None of the guards possessed Bran's remarkable agility. Not even Jory could contend with him. However, most of the time, they were oblivious to his presence, as people rarely looked upwards. This was one of the reasons he reveled in climbing. It felt as if he could become invisible. He cherished the sensation of ascending, each stone higher than the last. Hands and feet working in harmony, focused intently on the task at hand. He would always remove his boots beforehand, climbing barefoot, which made him feel as if he had 2 extra hands. He took pleasure in the delightful fatigue that enveloped his muscles afterward. He adored the crisp air at great heights, cold and sweet like winter snow and ripe peaches. He delighted in the various birds, from the large crows congregating on the crumbling tower to the little sparrows nesting among the rocks, and the old owl residing in the dusty attic of the abandoned armory. Bran was well acquainted with all these creatures. Yet, his greatest joy lay in ascending to seldom visited places, observing the castle in a manner unseen by others. Shrouded in a misty veil before him, Winterfell seemed to transform into Bran's secret stronghold. He held a particular fondness for the ruined tower that once served as Winterfell's highest lookout. Long ago, nearly a century before his father was born, the tower was struck by lightning, igniting a fire that caused the top third of the structure to collapse inward, and it had never been rebuilt since. Occasionally, his father would send someone to clear out the nests of mice in the tower's lower levels, yet apart from Bran and the crows, no one had ever ventured to the summit of the ruins. He was aware of 2 ways to ascend the tower's peak. One was to climb directly up the exterior of the ruins. However, due to the dried and weathered mud from years past, the bricks had become loose, making Bran cautious about shifting his weight there. The better method was to start from the Godswood, scaling the tall sentinel tree, and then leap from the armory's roof to that of the guardhouse, all while remaining barefoot to avoid detection. This would allow him to reach the rear of the oldest stronghold in the castle. It was a low circular fortress, yet it was much taller than it appeared at first glance. Although it now housed only mice and spiders, the ancient stones from its construction still provided excellent handholds for climbing. One could even ascend directly to the open high platform guarded by the hollow-eyed gargoyle statues, gripping tightly as one swung from one gargoyle to another, ultimately reaching the northern edge of the castle tower. Then, with a determined stretch, one could grasp the slanting remnants of the tower. The final portion merely required climbing over the charred rubble to reach the falconry tower. No sooner had he ascended a mere 10 feet than the crows would eagerly greet him, curious if he had brought any corn for them. On this particular day, Bran, as usual, skillfully swung between the gargoyle statues, when suddenly he heard the sound of voices. Startled, he nearly lost his grip. The stronghold had always been a place devoid of human presence. "I dislike this," a woman's voice declared. Below Bran, a row of windows stood, and the voice emanated from the last one. "It ought to be you who becomes prime minister." "Spare me," a man replied lazily. "I have no desire to undertake such a burdensome task. There are many other pursuits I wish to engage in." Bran hung in midair, listening intently, suddenly gripped by fear. Hesitant to swing closer, terrified that his feet would be discovered as he passed. "Can you not perceive the lurking danger?" The woman continued. "Robert treats that fellow as a brother. Robert can hardly tolerate his 2 younger brothers. I cannot blame him. Anyone would feel nauseated with Stannis as an older sibling. Do not be foolish. Stannis and Renly are one matter, while Eddard Stark is another. Robert will listen to Stark's counsel. Both of these men ought to descend into hell. Had I known, I would have insisted he appoint you as prime minister. I always believed Stark would refuse him. We are fortunate to have come this far." The man remarked. "By the gods, who knows whether the king will summon his brother or that little finger to serve as prime minister? Given a choice between ambitious adversaries and honorable foes, I would prefer the latter. It might allow for more restful sleep." At that moment, Bran comprehended that they were speaking of his father. He wished to listen further, inching closer, but if he swung past that window, they would surely spot his feet. "We must keep a vigilant watch over him," the woman asserted. "I would rather observe you closely," the man replied, his tone seemingly disinterested. "Come here." "Lord Eddard has never meddled in southern affairs," the woman stated. "Never. I tell you, he clearly intends to confront us. Otherwise, why would he abandon his power base? There are numerous reasons: a sense of responsibility, honor, perhaps he seeks to leave a mark on history, or his marriage is fraught with discord. Or it could be a combination of both. Perhaps he merely desires a warm place to reside. His wife is the sister of Lady Arryn. It is quite remarkable that Lisa did not come here to greet us with her accusations before we even arrived." Bran looked down. The window ledge was merely a few inches wide. He attempted to lower himself, but the distance was too great to reach. "You are overthinking it. Lady Arryn is merely a frightened cow. That cow has shared a bed with Jon Arryn. If she knew, she would have gone to Robert to lodge her complaints long before leaving King's Landing, especially when he decided to send her useless son to Casterly Rock as a ward. I think not. She understands that in doing so, her son would become a hostage, a threat to prevent her from revealing the truth. Now that she is back at the Eyrie, she may well grow bolder. All mothers are the same," the man said, as if uttering the word mother were a curse. "I have always believed childbirth burns one's brain. You are all mad." He chuckled bitterly. "Regardless of what she knows or thinks she knows, she has no evidence." He paused for a moment. "Does she? Tell me, do you believe the king requires any evidence?" The woman replied. "He does not love me. Dear sister, whose fault is that?" Bran carefully examined the window ledge. He believed he could leap down, although the ledge was too narrow to provide a stable footing. Yet, he could catch hold during his descent and then ascend again, though he feared that the noise might attract their attention. He did not fully comprehend the conversation he overheard, but he was certain that the words were not directed at him. "You and Robert are both blind," the woman remarked. "If you mean that I share his perspective." "You are correct," the man replied. "In my eyes, Eddard Stark is a man who would rather die than betray the king. He has already betrayed a king. Do you not remember?" The woman countered. "Oh, I do not deny his unwavering loyalty to Robert. That is beyond question. But should Robert die? What then for young Joffrey's ascendancy to the throne? The sooner Robert meets his end, the safer we shall be. My husband has grown increasingly restless, and keeping Stark at his side will only exacerbate the situation. He still harbors feelings for that deceased 16-year-old sister. Who knows when he might cast me aside for a new Lyanna?" A sudden wave of fear flooded Bran. All he wished was to retrace his steps and seek assistance from his brothers. Yet, what could he possibly tell them? Bran realized he must draw closer. He needed to discern the identities of the speakers. The man sighed. "Do not dwell on future concerns. Focus instead on the happiness of the present. Speak not such words," the woman scolded. Bran then heard the unexpected sound of flesh striking flesh, followed by the man's laughter. He decided to climb higher, over the gargoyle, up to the rooftop. This route was easier, and he hurried to the next gargoyle, positioned directly above the room from which the voices emanated. "Good sister, you speak of such matters." "It tires me," the man said. "Shut your mouth and come over here," the woman retorted. Bran perched upon the gargoyle, his legs tightly wrapped around it. And then he inverted himself, lowering his head towards the window's edge. The world turned upside down felt exceedingly strange. The courtyard swirled beneath him, remnants of unmelted snow lingering upon the stones. Peering through the window, Bran beheld a man and a woman entwined within the room, both devoid of clothing. He could not identify them. The man's back was turned to him, incessantly pushing the woman against the wall, his body obscuring her face. A faint, moist sound filled the air, and Bran realized they were kissing. His eyes widened, breath quickening, as he watched the scene unfold in terror. The man reached between the woman's legs. He must have hurt her, for she began to moan softly. "No, no, don't do that," she pleaded. "Stop, stop. Oh, please." Yet her voice was faint, and she made no effort to push him away. Instead, she buried her hands in his tousled golden hair, pulling his face towards her bosom. It was then that Bran caught sight of her face. Though her eyes were tightly shut and her mouth was open in a moan, her golden hair swayed violently with her movements, and he recognized her as the queen. At that moment, he must have inadvertently made a sound. for she abruptly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon him, and then screamed in shock. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. The woman, in a frenzy, forcefully shoved the man aside, gesticulating wildly while raising her voice. Bran endeavored to hoist himself up, straining with all his might to grasp the gargoyle statue. However, in his haste, his hands merely skimmed the smooth stone surface. A sudden jolt of fear struck him, and his legs slackened, causing him to plummet downward. He experienced a wave of dizziness as the window frame whizzed past him, an unsettling nausea rising from his stomach. In a panic, he reached out with one hand to seize the window frame, only to slip immediately, hastily switching to grasp it with his other hand. He collided violently with the wall, the force of the impact rendering him nearly breathless. Clinging to the window frame with one hand, he dangled in midair, gasping for air. Two faces appeared above him at the window's edge. Indeed, it was the queen. At that moment, Bran also recognized the man beside her. They bore striking resemblance to one another, standing together like reflections in a mirror. "He sees us," the woman exclaimed. "He has indeed seen us," the man affirmed. Bran's fingers began to loosen their grip, and he switched to clutching the window frame with his other hand, his nails digging deeply into the hard rock wall. The man extended his hand downward. "Come," he urged. "Hurry, grasp my hand. Do not fall." Bran summoned all his strength to grasp the man's hand, who then pulled him onto the windowsill. "What do you intend to do?" the woman questioned. The man disregarded her, using his robust hands to steady Bran on the ledge. "Little imp, how old are you?" "7, Bran replied, feeling a wave of relief, yet still trembling. His fingers had sunk deeply into the man's arm, but he quickly released his grip in embarrassment. The man turned to regard the woman. "Reflect carefully on what I have done for love," he said reluctantly, before forcefully shoving Bran outward. Bran screamed as he soared out of the window, plummeting through the air. This time, there was nothing within reach to grasp. The courtyard rushed toward him at a frenzied pace. In the distance, a lone wolf howled. Above the crumbling tower, crows circled, still awaiting the bounty of the corn. Chapter 10. Tyrion. Deep within the stone maze of Winterfell, a wolf's howl echoed. The mournful sound resonated throughout the fortress like a flag of lamentation. Although the library was warm and comfortable, Tyrion could not help but lift his head from the pile of books, shivering slightly. The wolf's wail possessed an enigmatic power that forcibly extracted him from reality, leaving him stranded in a somber, expansive forest, utterly bare, fleeing from the pursuit of ferocious wolves. When the howl of the ice wolf echoed once more, Tyrion could no longer resist closing the ancient tome he had been reading. A century-old exploration of the changing seasons authored by a long-deceased scholar. He yawned, discreetly covering his mouth with the back of his hand. The dawn light streamed through the high window's crevice into the library, causing the flame of his writing lamp to flicker, the oil nearly depleted. He had not slept all night, though this was hardly a novelty. Tyrion Lannister had never been one to require excessive slumber. He shifted his stiff and sore feet off the long bench, massaging them momentarily before limping toward the table. A monk was slumped over the table, softly snoring, his head resting on an open book before him. Tyrion glanced at the title of the book, which turned out to be the biography of Maester Isomer. No wonder he had seen the young acolyte asleep. "Chael," he softly called, causing the young monk to suddenly awaken, blinking in confusion, the crystal that symbolized his status swaying on the silver necklace around his neck. "I am heading for breakfast. Please remember to return the book to the shelf. But do be gentle. The vellum of these Valyrian scrolls is quite fragile. The War Machines by Imodin is an exceedingly rare tome in my lifetime. I have only seen this particular copy." Still not fully awake, Chael yawned broadly at him. Tyrion patiently repeated himself, then patted the monk's shoulder, urging him to get to work. Stepping outside, Tyrion inhaled the brisk morning air, then labored down the steep spiral staircase that encircled the library tower. The stairs were narrow and high, while his feet were short, misshapen, and contorted. The sun had yet to rise above the walls of Winterfell, but the training grounds were already bustling with activity. The harsh voice of Sandor Clegane pierced the air. "That boy is dragging his feet. Wouldn't it be simpler if he just died sooner?" Tyrion peered down to see the hound standing beside the young Joffrey, surrounded by a throng of attendants. "At least he hasn't said a word," the prince remarked. "That wolf kept me awake all night with its howling." Clegane's attendants adorned him with a black helmet, his towering figure casting a long shadow upon the hard ground. "If it pleases you, I could have that beast silenced," he said through the open visor. At that moment, his retainer handed him a long sword. He tested its weight, practicing a few swings in the crisp morning air. Behind him, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the square. The prince seemed pleased by the suggestion. "Send the dog to kill the dog," he declared. "There are plenty of wolves in Winterfell, The Starks won't miss one. Tyrion skipped down the last step and entered the yard. "Ah, dear nephew, I do apologize," he said. "The Starks will take notice. Unlike certain princes, they can count to 6. Joffrey at least knew how to blush. Is that a sound?" Sandor mused, peering out from his visor, glancing around as if searching for a spirit in the air. The prince laughed, finding amusement in his bodyguard's antics, which often delighted him to fits of giggles. Tyrion had long since grown indifferent to such displays. The towering Sandor glanced down and feigned surprise. "Ah, young Master Tyrion," he said, "please forgive me. I did not see you standing there." "I have no inclination to argue with you now," Tyrion retorted, turning to his nephew, Joffrey. "You must go pay your respects to Lord and Lady Stark, or it will be too late. You ought to express your condolences and reassure them." Joffrey's youthful impatience flared at these words. "What good will it do me to reassure them?" He scoffed. "None whatsoever," Tyrion replied, "but it is the proper etiquette. Otherwise, everyone will notice your deliberate absence." "What does that Stark boy matter?" Joffrey exclaimed. "I do not wish to listen to some old woman weeping." In a swift motion, Tyrion Lannister stood on his tiptoes and delivered a resounding slap to his nephew's face, which immediately turned red and swollen. "Dare to utter another word," Tyrion declared, "and I shall bestow upon you yet another slap. I shall inform Mother," Joffrey retorted. Tyrion delivered another resounding blow, leaving both of the boy's cheeks equally crimson. "Go ahead and tell her," Tyrion instructed, "but first, you must humbly pay your respects to Lord and Lady Stark. I require you to kneel before them and express your deepest regrets. Convey that, even for the most trivial of matters, you would willingly endure any hardship to bring them comfort. Lastly, offer them your most sincere prayers. Do you comprehend?" The boy, on the verge of tears, reluctantly nodded before turning away, clutching his face, and storming off from the square. Tyrion watched him depart. Suddenly, a looming shadow enveloped him, and he turned to find the formidable Gregor Clegane advancing menacingly, his coal-black armor a stark blemish against the radiant sunlight. He had lowered the visor of his helmet, which bore the fearsome visage of a snarling hound, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. Yet Tyrion found it a far more palatable sight than Clegane's own charred visage. "My lord, the prince shall not easily forget your recent affront," the hound warned, his voice echoing hollowly from within the helmet, the previous mirth transformed into an ominous rumble. "He will remember," Tyrion Lannister replied, "and should he ever forget, you, my dog, would do well to remind him." He surveyed the square once more and inquired, "Do you know where my brother is?" "Dining with the queen," came the response. "Ah, I see," Tyrion remarked, offering a half-hearted nod of gratitude towards Sandor Clegane, before gingerly lifting his malformed legs and hastily departing, feeling a twinge of pity for the knight who had the misfortune of crossing paths with the hound that day, as the latter was evidently in a foul mood. In the breakfast chamber of the guest quarters, a spread of cold and lifeless fare awaited. Jaime, Cersei, and the princely heirs sat together, whispering in hushed tones. "Has Robert not yet risen?" Tyrion inquired, not bothering to wait for an invitation as he seated himself at the table. His sister cast him a glance filled with the familiar disdain that had accompanied him since his birth. "The king has not slept at all. He spent the night with Lord Stark, his heart nearly shattered with sorrow." "Our dear Robert possesses quite the heart," Jaime remarked with a lazy smile. Tyrion was well aware of his brother's nonchalant disposition and chose not to engage in a quarrel. Throughout his tumultuous and protracted childhood, only Jaime had ever shown him a modicum of affection and respect, and for that reason alone, Tyrion refrained from contesting him. A servant approached. "I would like some bread," Tyrion instructed, "2 of those small fish, accompanied by a fine dark ale. Oh, and a few slices of bacon. Make sure they are crisp." After the servant bowed and withdrew, Tyrion turned his attention back to his siblings. The twin siblings were both adorned in deep green garments, perfectly complementing the hue of their eyes. Their golden curls cascaded in fashionable waves, while the gold jewelry that adorned their wrists, fingers, and necks sparkled brilliantly, making them appear as though they were sculpted from the same mold. Tyrion could not help but ponder what it would be like to have a twin brother himself. However, he decided that such a notion was best left unfulfilled. Facing his own reflection in the mirror each day was already quite disheartening. The prospect of another individual bearing his likeness was simply intolerable. At that moment, Prince Tommen inquired, "Uncle, do you know how Bran is faring?" "I passed by the infirmary last night," Tyrion replied, "and his condition has neither worsened nor improved. The maester believes there is still hope." "I hope Bran doesn't die," Tommen said timidly. "He is a lovely boy, nothing like his brother." Yet, one could argue that neither Jaime nor Tyrion had much in common either. "Lord Stark has an elder brother named Brandon," Jaime remarked with interest, "who was later taken hostage and killed by the Targaryens. It seems that name carries a rather ominous connotation. Oh, it's not quite that dreadful, Tyrion retorted, just as the servant arrived with their meal. He promptly tore off a generous piece of rye bread. Cersei watched him warily. What do you mean by that? Tyrion smirked mischievously at her. Nothing of consequence. Merely wishing Tommen his hardest desire. The old maester claims the boy has a significant chance of survival. After saying this, he took a sip of his beer. Myrcella gasped with delight upon hearing this, and Tommen displayed a shy smile. However, Tyrion's attention was not on their reactions. He noticed the fleeting exchange of glances between Jaime and Cersei. It lasted but a second, yet he did not miss it. Soon after, his sister lowered her gaze, her eyes fixating on the table. How cruel the gods of the North were. They allowed a young child to languish in such a manner. It was truly merciless. What exactly did the maester say? Jaime asked. Tyrion bit into his bacon, the crisp sound echoing as he chewed thoughtfully before responding. He believes that if the boy were meant to die, he would have done so long ago, rather than linger in silence for 4 days. Uncle, will Bran be all right? Myrcella inquired once more. She had inherited all of her mother-esque beauty, yet lacked a trace of Cersei's malice. My dear, his back is broken, Tyrion informed her, and both of his legs are rendered useless. They are currently feeding him honey and water, lest he starve to death. Perhaps when he awakens, he may eat. But walking will be a distant dream. When he wakes up, Cersei echoed, do you think it's possible? Only the gods above know, Tyrion replied. The maester is merely speculating. He took several more bites of bread, adding, however, I dare say that the boy's direwolf is his driving force for survival. It has vigilantly remained outside his window day and night, howling incessantly, impossible to chase away. The maester mentioned they once closed the window, thinking it would reduce the noise. But Bran's condition immediately deteriorated. When they reopened it, he stabilized once more. The queen trembled as she spoke. Those creatures are exceedingly peculiar. Just look at their appearance. They are undoubtedly dangerous. I shall not permit them to accompany us back to the south. Jaime replied, Dear sister, I fear you cannot prevent it. They are inseparable from the girl. Tyrion began to savor his roasted fish. So, it appears you are to depart soon? He inquired. I wish it were sooner, Cersei remarked. Then suddenly furrowed her brow. And what of you? By the gods, do not tell me you intend to remain in this wretched place. Tyrion shrugged. Benjen Stark intends to escort his brother's bastard back to the Night's Watch, and I plan to accompany them to witness the fabled wall for myself. Jaime chuckled. Dear brother, do not indulge too much in merriment. You shall also don the black. Tyrion laughed heartily. To be condemned to a life of bachelorhood? That simply will not do. The entirety of the realm's harlots would protest. He continued, Rest assured, I merely wish to ascend the wall and relieve myself upon the edge of the world. Cersei abruptly rose. Enough. Do not speak such vulgarities in front of the children. Tommen, Myrcella, we shall depart. She strode swiftly from the dining hall, with servants and children trailing behind her. Jaime Lannister scrutinized his brother with his cold, azure eyes, with the fate of Stark's son uncertain. I doubt he will leave Winterfell at ease. If Robert commanded him, he would certainly comply, Tyrion stated, and Robert would undoubtedly instruct him to head south. As Lord Stark is utterly helpless regarding his son, he could expedite his release, Jaime noted. If he were my son, I would do the same. It is for his own good. Dear brother, I would not recommend you share such sentiments with Lord Stark, Tyrion cautioned. He would not comprehend your good intentions. Even if the boy survives, he would be a cripple, perhaps even less than that, a monstrous abomination. I would prefer a swift death. Tyrion responded with a shrug, though the motion accentuated his hunchback. A monstrous abomination, he said, not that I speak out of turn, but once dead, all is lost. To live is to retain hope. Jaime smiled. You little imp are indeed not without your mischief, are you? Ah, indeed, Tyrion conceded. I sincerely hope that child survives. If only to learn what else he knows. Jaime's smile suddenly froze, akin to sour milk. Tyrion, my dear brother, he said ominously. At times I truly do not know where your loyalties lie. Tyrion, with his mouth full of bread and fried fish, downed a hearty gulp of stout, revealing a wolfish grin as he smiled at Jaime. Alas, my dearest brother Jaime, he remarked, your words wound me deeply. Do you not know that I cherish my family above all? Chapter 11. John ascended the staircase slowly, fully aware that this would be his final ascent. Yet he endeavored to cast aside such thoughts. Ghost followed silently at his side, as snow fell outside, drifting through the city gates. The square was alive with the clamor of voices and bustling crowds. Yet within the heavy stone walls, a warm tranquility enveloped the space, so serene that John found it almost unbearable. He stood hesitantly outside the door for what felt like an eternity, his heart brimming with trepidation. Ghost nudged his hand with her nose, offering him a semblance of courage, and with a deep breath, he squared his shoulders and stepped inside. Lady Stark sat at the bedside, having devoted nearly every waking moment of the past fortnight to watching over Bran. She had sent for meals, a chamber pot, and a small cot, yet the rumors whispered that she had not closed her eyes even once. She personally fed Bran a concoction of honey, hot water, and herbs, never once leaving the room, which caused Jon to keep his distance. But he could wait no longer. He lingered in the hallway, paralyzed by silence and apprehension. The window stood wide open, and the mournful howl of a lone wolf drifted in from below, causing Ghost to lift her head. Lady Stark turned to him, initially failing to recognize him, and after a prolonged moment, she blinked and asked, "What are you doing here?" Her tone was flat, devoid of life. "I came to see Bran," Jon replied, "to say farewell." Her expression remained impassive. Her once lustrous auburn hair now hung disheveled and lifeless, as if 2 decades of age had been thrust upon her overnight. "You have achieved your purpose. You may leave." He yearned to flee, but the realization that he might never see Bran again rooted him to the spot, prompting him to step further into the room. "Please, allow me to see him." A cold glint flickered in her eyes. "I told you to leave," she said icily. "We do not welcome you here." In times past, her words would have sent him fleeing in terror, tears of shame streaming down his face, but now they merely ignited a fury within him. He was on the verge of swearing allegiance to the Night's Watch, where he would confront perils far more daunting than those posed by Catelyn Tully Stark. "I am his brother," he asserted. "Shall I summon the guards?" "Go ahead," Jon retorted fiercely, "but you cannot prevent me from seeing him." With that, he crossed the room to the other side of the sickbed, gazing down at Bran. She held one of Bran's hands, though it appeared more like a claw than a hand. The patient before him was no longer the Bran he remembered. He looked emaciated, his body gaunt. His legs curled grotesquely beneath the blanket. His eyes were sunken deep, resembling 2 dark voids, wide open yet seemingly vacant. He resembled a frail leaf, easily swept away by the slightest breeze. Yet beneath that shattered frame, his chest rose and fell with the shallow rhythm of hurried breaths. "Bran," Jon said, "forgive me for coming so late. I have been so afraid." Tears streamed down his cheeks, but he no longer cared. "Bran, please don't die. Robb, our sister, and everyone else, we are all waiting for you to awaken." Lady Stark observed coldly from the side, and Jon, noting that she had not called for the guards, surmised her tacit consent. Outside, the mournful howl of the dire wolf echoed once more, a reminder that Bran had yet to find a fitting name for the little wolf. "I must go now," Jon said. "Uncle Benjen is still waiting. We must set off for the north immediately. Before the heavy snow descends, we must hurry." He recalled how eager Bran had been to embark on a journey, and the thought of leaving his injured brother behind filled him with profound sorrow. Wiping away his tears, Jon leaned down and gently kissed his brother's lips. "I only wish he could stay here with me," Lady Stark murmured. Jon regarded her with suspicion, only to realize her gaze was not directed at him. She appeared to be speaking to him, yet was utterly distracted, as if oblivious to his presence. "I pray day and night," she said in a daze. "He is my heart's delight. I have prayed 7 times before the 7 in the sept, beseeching that Ned would change his mind and allow Bran to remain with me. Perhaps the gods have granted my wish." Jon was at a loss for words. "It is not your fault," he managed to say after an awkward silence. Her gaze turned to him, filled with bitterness. "I do not need your pity. You bastard without a mother." Jon lowered his eyes. She was cradling one of Bran's hands, while he grasped the other, feeling its frailness, akin to the bones of a small bird. "Farewell," he said. As he approached the door, she called out to him. "Jon," she said. He ought to have continued walking, yet she had never addressed him by name. Turning back, he found her staring at his face as if seeing him for the first time in her life. "What?" he asked. "It should be you lying here today," she replied. With that, she turned towards Bran, weeping profusely, her entire body shaking violently. Jon had never witnessed her shed a single tear before. The journey back to the courtyard felt interminable. Outside, the clamor of carts and horses created a chaotic scene. People shouted loudly, loading goods onto vehicles, harnessing horses, and leading them into the stables. Fine snow began to fall, and everyone hurried to finish their tasks so they could retreat indoors. Robb stood at the center of the whirlwind, issuing commands with remarkable composure. In recent days, he seemed to have matured significantly, as if Bran's accident and their mother's near breakdown compelled him to be strong. Grey Wind remained by his side. "Uncle Benjen is looking for you," he informed Jon. "He intended to leave an hour ago." "I know," Jon replied. "I will go to him shortly." He surveyed the bustling crowd around him, the cacophony of voices overwhelming. He had not anticipated that parting would be so difficult. "Indeed," Robb said, snowflakes melting upon his brow due to his warmth. "Have you seen him?" Jon nodded, unable to speak, uncertain of what words would escape his lips. He will not die, Robb asserted. I know he will not. The Stark bloodline is indeed resilient, Jon agreed, his voice weak. The earlier events had drained him of all strength. Robb immediately sensed something was amiss. My mother, she has been kind to me, Jon confided. Robb exhaled in relief. That is good, he smiled. Next time we meet, you will be clad in black attire and armor. Jon managed a faint smile. Black suits me quite well. How long do you think it will be until we meet again? Not too long, Robb assured him. He pulled Jon close and embraced him tightly. Snow, take care. Jon reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor. Stark, you too, look after Bran. I will. They released each other, sharing an awkward glance. Uncle Benjen said if I see you. I should tell you to find him at the stables, Robb finally remarked. I still need to say goodbye to someone, Jon informed him. Then I shall not see you, Robb replied. Jon turned to leave, leaving Robb standing alone in the snow, surrounded by the wagon, the dire wolves, and the horses. The square was not far from the armory. Jon picked up his pack and headed towards the main keep via the enclosed bridge. Arya was in her room packing, placing items into a polished hardwood chest that towered over her. Nymeria assisted nearby. Arya merely had to point, and the dire wolf would dash across the room to fetch the silks she desired, dutifully delivering them to her. Upon catching the scent of ghost, she plopped down and emitted a soft, affectionate whine. Arya glanced back and, seeing Jon, leaped up in joy. She stretched her slender arms around his neck. I was so afraid you had already left, she gasped. They wouldn't let me come down to say goodbye. What trouble have you gotten into now? Jon inquired with keen interest. Arya released him, making a face as she replied, Nothing. I had everything packed. She pointed to the enormous chest that was only a third full, along with clothes strewn about the floor. But the Septa said I didn't fold the clothes neatly. So I have to start over. She said a proper southern lady would never toss her clothes into a chest like a pile of rags. Sister, did you throw your clothes in like rags? Jon teased. Oh well, they'll end up in a mess anyway, she retorted. Who cares if they're folded nicely? The Septa does, Jon told her, and I suspect she wouldn't appreciate Nymeria's assistance. The little wolf observed him with her deep golden eyes. Never mind that. I have something for you to take, and it must be hidden well. Her face lit up with excitement. Is it a gift for me? You could say that. Close the door. Arya, both excited and anxious, glanced at the corridor outside. Nymeria, stay here. She left the dire wolf outside to alert her, and then shut the door. At that moment, Jon had unwrapped the parcel and handed her the contents. Her eyes widened. Like his, her eyes were dark and deep. It's a sword, she exclaimed, her breath quickening. The scabbard was made of soft gray leather. Jon slowly drew the sword for her to admire the deep blue gleam of the blade. This is no toy, he cautioned. Be careful not to hurt yourself. It's very sharp, sharp enough to shave with. But girls don't need to shave, Arya replied. Perhaps a girl ought to shave a bit. Have you ever seen the legs of a nun? She laughed gaily at him. Yes, you are quite mischievous. Aren't you the same? Jon remarked. I had Mikken specially forge this sword. It is the very kind used by the assassins of Pentos, Marine, and other free trade cities. While it may not sever heads, with sufficient swiftness, one can easily pierce an enemy countless times. I am quite swift, Arya replied. You must practice daily, he said, placing the sword in her palm and guiding her grip before stepping back. How does it feel? Is it comfortable? I find it rather pleasing, Arya responded. The first lesson, Jon stated solemnly, is to stab the enemy with the sharp end. Arya struck him on the hand with the dull end, and though it was painful, Jon couldn't help but chuckle like a fool. I know which end to use to stab, Arya exclaimed, but then a look of confusion crossed her face. Sister Modin would surely take the sword away. If she is unaware that you possess it, she won't take it from you. Then who shall I practice with? You will find an opponent, Jon assured her. King's Landing is a veritable metropolis, 1,000 times the size of Winterfell. Before you find a practice partner, observe how others spar in the yard. Run often, ride frequently, and strengthen your body. Moreover, Arya knew he was about to say something further, so they both declared in unison, absolutely do not tell Sansa. Jon ruffled her hair. Little sister, I will miss you. Suddenly, her expression suggested she might cry. I truly wish you could come with us. Different paths need not preclude a shared destination. Who knows what the future holds? His spirits gradually lifted. He resolved not to dwell in melancholy. I must take my leave. If I keep Uncle Benjen waiting, I fear I shall spend my first year at the wall cleaning up after everyone. Arya rushed toward him for one last embrace. Put the sword down first, he warned with a smile. Blushing, she tossed the sword aside and kissed him fervently. As he turned to leave, she had already picked up the sword again, tentatively swinging it. I almost forgot, he said to her. Every fine sword has its own name. Like ice? She asked, looking at the sword in her hand. Does this sword have a name as well? Oh, do tell me. Can't you guess? Jon teased. It is your most cherished possession. Arya was initially perplexed, but then comprehension dawned upon her, her reaction swift as ever. Thus, they both exclaimed in unison, Needle. The memory of her laughter warmed his heart throughout the long journey northward. Chapter 12. Daenerys Targaryen was engulfed in fear as she wed Khal Drogo on the grassy plains outside Pentos. This location was chosen because the Dothraki believed that all significant events in life should be witnessed by the heavens. Drogo summoned his Khalasar to attend the wedding, and they arrived as promised, including a formidable contingent of 40,000 Dothraki warriors, along with countless women and children slaves. They brought an abundance of livestock. Encamping beyond the city walls, swiftly erecting a palace woven from grass, consuming all the food within sight, causing mounting unease among the residents of Pentos. Other governors doubled the city guards. One evening, while indulging in platters of honey-roasted duck and peppered oranges, Illyrio addressed them. Khal was already back in the Khalasar, his estate temporarily occupied by Daenerys and her brother until the wedding concluded. We must expedite the marriage of Princess Daenerys lest the riches of Pentos be squandered by mercenaries and rogues, jested Ser Waymar Royce. On the night Daenerys was sold to Khal Drogo, the exiled knight proposed to serve her brother. Viserys eagerly acquiesced, and thereafter, Mormont became their steadfast companion. Illyrio chuckled softly, his beard trembling, yet Viserys did not even twitch his lips. If he keeps his promise, tomorrow she will be his, the brother remarked, casting a glance at Daenerys, who lowered her gaze. As long as he honors his word. Illyrio wearily waved his hand, a multitude of rings gleaming upon his plump fingers. I have assured you, all is in order. Khal has promised you a crown. He shall certainly deliver. But when will it be given? That depends on Khal's intentions, replied Illyrio. He will, of course, first desire the girl, and after the wedding, he will traverse the plains to present her to the Dothraki of Ves Dothrak. After that, he should fulfill his promise, provided the omens are auspicious for war. Viserys, visibly impatient, retorted, I care not for Dothraki omens. A usurper occupies my father's throne. How much longer must I wait? Illyrio shrugged his broad shoulders. Great king, you have already waited for the better part of your life. What does a few more months, or even years matter? The well-connected Ser Waymar nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, I too advise patience. The Dothraki are true to their word, but the approach must align with their customs. Those of lower status may beseech Khal for assistance, but must never presume to instruct him. Viserys seethed, Mormont, mind your words, lest I have your tongue severed. I am no lesser man. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. A true dragon will not bow. Ser Waymar respectfully lowered his gaze. Illyrio wore a mysterious smile, tearing into a duck wing, honey and oil dribbling down his beard. The true dragon no longer existed. Daenerys stared at her brother, yet dared not voice her thoughts. That night, however, she dreamt of a dragon. In her dream, Viserys struck her, tormenting her. She found herself utterly naked, paralyzed by fear. She longed to flee from him, yet her body would not obey. He struck her once more, sending her reeling to the ground. You have awakened the wrath of the slumbering dragon. It screams as it unleashes a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. You have roused the sleeping dragon. Her thighs are drenched in blood as she moans with her eyes closed. Suddenly, a terrifying tearing sound fills the air, followed by the crackling of a great fire, as if someone is responding. Upon opening her eyes, she discovers that Viserion has vanished, and towering pillars of flame rise around her, within which lies a colossal dragon. It slowly turns its head, and its molten eyes lock onto hers. At that moment, she awakens, trembling all over, drenched in cold sweat. She has never felt such fear in her life, except for this wedding. The feast commenced at dawn and persisted until dusk, filled with endless indulgence and conflict. A mound of earth has been constructed amidst the grass-woven palace, where Daenerys is seated beside Khal Drogo, positioned above the sea of Dothraki people. She has never witnessed such a gathering, nor encountered such a peculiar and intimidating tribe. The various horse lords, when visiting the free trade city-states, don fine garments and perfume, yet, beneath the heavens, they adhere to ancient traditions. Regardless of gender, they are bare-chested, adorned with colorful leather vests, their legs bound with horsehair, and bronze belts cinched at their waists. The male warriors smear animal fat from the oil pits onto their long braids, rendering them glossy and dark. They feast on roasted horsemeat laced with honey and pepper, quaffing fermented mare's milk and Illyrian wine, exchanging laughter across the campfire, their voices alien and jarring to Daenerys' ears. Viserion sits directly below her, clad in a fresh black woolen tunic embroidered with a scarlet dragon. Illyrio and Ser Waymar occupy seats beside him. They have attained a position of prominence, second only to Khal's blood riders, Yet Daenerys perceives the simmering anger in her brother's pale violet eyes. He resents being beneath her and is further irked that the servants always serve Khal and his bride first, leaving him with the scraps. However, aside from his silent indignation, he can do nothing, and as time passes, his expression darkens with each affront to his pride. Yet Daenerys can spare no thought for him, amidst this vast throng. She feels an unprecedented solitude. Her brother urges her to smile, and she strives to maintain a facade of happiness until her facial muscles ache, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. She desperately conceals her sorrow, fully aware of Viserion's potential fury if he were to witness her distress. And she fears even more the reaction of Khal Drogo. Plates of food are presented before her, replete with fragrant chunks of meat, thick black sausages, Dothraki blood pies, followed by an array of fruits, beet soup, and intricately crafted pentoshi cakes, yet she dismisses them one by one. She knows her stomach is in turmoil, rendering her incapable of swallowing anything. No one is present to engage her in conversation or to alleviate her discomfort. Khal Drogo bellows jovially at the bloodriders below, laughing heartily at their responses, yet he never casts a glance at Daenerys beside him. They share no common tongue. She cannot comprehend Dothraki, while Drogo speaks only a few phrases of the Valyrian dialect from the free trade city-states, wholly unfamiliar with the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. Even if she could only converse with Illyrio and her brother, she was more than willing. Alas, their seats were regrettably too far from her. Thus, adorned in her wedding gown, she held a glass of honeyed wine, remaining still and silent, softly whispering to herself, "I am the true heir of the dragon." She reminded herself, "I am Daenerys Stormborn, the princess of Dragonstone, with the blood of the conqueror Aegon coursing through my veins." As she witnessed the first death of the day, the sun had merely traversed a quarter of its zenith. At that moment, the drums resounded, and the women danced in celebration of Khal. Though Drogo's expression was impassive, his gaze followed their movements, occasionally tossing a bronze medal from his belt to incite fierce competition among them. Other warriors watched in rapt attention. Eventually, one of them stepped into the circle of dancers, seizing a dancer's arm and pinning her to the ground, engaging in an act akin to that of a stallion and a mare. Illyrio had previously cautioned her. The Dothraki mate in a manner not dissimilar to their livestock. In Qarth, privacy was non-existent, and their notions of sin and shame starkly contrasted with her own. Upon comprehending the scene unfolding before her, Daenerys was suddenly overcome with fear, hastily averting her gaze from the entwined couple. Yet, another warrior approached, followed by another, soon rendering her unable to look away. She beheld two men grappling for the same woman. A scream pierced the air as one shoved the other, and in an instant, two curved rocks were drawn. This weapon, half sword and half sickle, bore long, razor-sharp blades. The two warriors then began a deadly dance, circling each other, clashing with ferocity, their blades glinting as they leapt and lunged, their shouts echoing through the air. No one intervened. The brutal combat commenced abruptly and concluded just as swiftly. The speed of the Iraq strikes was beyond Daenerys' comprehension, but one warrior stumbled, losing his footing, and his opponent swiftly carved an arc with his blade. The edge sliced through the Dothraki's waist, cleaving him from spine to abdomen, his entrails spilling into the dust. The vanquished writhed in agony, while the victor seized the nearest woman, not the one he had just fought over, and proceeded with his primal desires. Slaves carried away the corpse, and the dance resumed. Illyrio had forewarned Daenerys of such occurrences. In any Dothraki wedding, if at least 3 lives were not claimed, it was deemed a failure. Thus, it seemed the heavens had favored her wedding, for by sunset, 12 souls had perished. As time ticked by, Daenerys' dread only intensified. Ultimately, all she could do was exert every ounce of willpower to stifle her screams. She feared the bizarre and savage actions of the Dothraki, who resembled beasts clad in human skin. She feared failing to meet her brother's expectations, uncertain of what he might do to her. But most terrifying of all was the thought of what her brother would do to her under the starlit sky after surrendering her to the man seated beside her. Drinking silently, cruel as a giant wearing a bronze mask. "I am the true heir of the dragon," she reiterated to herself. As the sun gradually descended in the west, Drogo clapped his hands, and all sounds of drums, shouts, and festive revelry abruptly ceased. Drogo rose and assisted Dany to her feet. The ceremony of presenting gifts to the bride commenced. Yet, she was acutely aware that once the gift-giving concluded and the sun dipped below the horizon, she would truly be wed. Dany endeavored to cast aside this thought, but her efforts were in vain. She could only tense her body, striving with all her might to suppress her trembling. Her brother Viserys gifted her 3 handmaidens, and Dany knew he had spent not a single coin. It was undoubtedly Illyrio's purse that had funded this. Among them, Illy and Jiki were dusky-skinned Dothraki women with almond-shaped eyes and dark hair, while Doria was a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl from Lys. "Dear sister, these are no ordinary servants," her brother proclaimed as they were presented to her in succession. "Illy will teach you to ride. Jiki will instruct you in the Dothraki tongue, and Doria shall impart the art of intimacy." He smiled faintly. "She is an expert in this regard, I assure you. As can Illyrio." Ser Waymar Royce offered his apologies for his modest gift, saying, "Your Highness, this trifle is hardly a fitting tribute, but in my exile and destitution, it is all I can afford." He placed a small stack of old books before her, tales and histories of the Seven Kingdoms written in the common tongue. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Illyrio, the governor, discreetly commanded 4 sturdy slaves to swiftly present a cedar chest adorned with bronze embellishments. Upon opening it, she discovered it filled with the finest velvets and silks produced by the free cities, atop which rested 3 magnificent eggs. Dany gasped, nearly breathless. These were the most exquisite objects she had ever seen, each egg uniquely adorned, their vibrant patterns making her think they were encrusted with jewels, so large that it required both her hands to cradle one. She delicately lifted an egg, initially believing it to be made of fine pottery, glazed or glass, only to find it far heavier, as if crafted from solid stone. The surface was covered with tiny scales, which reflected the fading sunlight, emitting a metallic sheen. One egg was deep green, revealing various bronze speckles as Dany adjusted its angle. Another was a pale cream with golden stripes. The last was black, resembling the midnight sea, yet alive with dark red waves and whirlpools. "What is this?" she whispered, filled with wonder. "These are dragon eggs from the Shadowlands east of Ass High," Illyrio replied. "Fossilized over millennia, yet still resplendently beautiful. I shall treasure them forever," Dany declared. She had heard many tales of dragon eggs, but had never laid eyes upon one, let alone imagine she would have the chance to behold such a sight. It was indeed an invaluable gift, although she was aware that Illyrio could afford such extravagance. Merely selling her to Drogo had earned him a fortune in fine horses and slaves. According to tradition, Drogo's bloodriders presented her with 3 dazzling weapons. Hago gifted her a silver-handled whip, Kooro bestowed upon her a magnificent gilded arak, and Casso offered her a longbow of dual curvature, taller than she was. Illyrio and Ser Waymar had previously instructed her in the traditional refusal ceremony. "O blood of my blood, these are indeed the weapons befitting great warriors. Yet I am but a fragile woman. Let my husband wield them on my behalf." Thus, Drogo presented her with his bridal gifts. The other Dothraki approached in turn, offering her a plethora of treasures: jeweled slippers, silver hair circlets, metal belts, painted vests, soft furs, silks and fragrant vials, sewing kits, feathers, and delicate purple glass bottles, along with a nightgown woven from the hides of 1,000 mice. "Khaleesi, this is a splendid gift," explained Illyrio, "and most auspicious." The gifts piled high around her, far exceeding her imagination and needs. At last, Drogo brought forth his own bridal gift. He strode away from her, and a hush of anticipation spread from the center of the camp, gradually enveloping all of Karth. Upon his return, the Dothraki who had presented gifts parted, revealing a horse he led. It was a young mare, vibrant and resplendent. With her limited knowledge of horses, Dany could already discern that this was no ordinary steed. It possessed a quality that left her breathless, its coat resembling the winter sea, and its mane shimmered like silver smoke. Hesitantly, she reached out to stroke the mare's neck, allowing her fingers to glide through its silvery mane. Drogo spoke a few words in Dothraki, which Illyrio translated. "Khal says the silver mane perfectly complements your own silver hair." "She is beautiful," Dany murmured. "She is the pride of all Karth," Illyrio responded, noting that according to custom, the Khaleesi must ride a horse befitting her stature. Following closely beside Khal Drogo, he stepped forward, encircling her waist with his arm, effortlessly lifting her as though she were a child, and seated her upon the narrow Dothraki saddle. This saddle was considerably smaller than what she was accustomed to. Dany sat for a moment in confusion. No one had informed her of such developments. "What am I to do?" she inquired of Illyrio. The answer came from Ser Waymar Royce, who took the reins and mounted a short distance away. Thus, Dany nervously grasped the reins with both hands and slipped her feet into the low stirrups. Her equestrian skills were modest, as she had spent most of her life traveling by ship or carriage, rarely riding. She prayed not to fall and become the subject of laughter, before gently nudging the mare's belly. For the first time in hours, she forgot her fear, perhaps for the first time in her life. The silver-gray mare moved with a steady, silken grace as the crowd parted to focus their gaze upon her. Dany found herself riding far faster than she anticipated, feeling only exhilaration, devoid of fear. As the mare broke into a gentle trot, she could not help but laugh. The Dothraki stumbled aside, calling out and laughing at her. When she turned the mare around to return, she beheld a distant campfire ahead, flanked by people, leaving her no path to retreat. In that moment, an unprecedented courage surged within Daenerys, and she relinquished all control to the young mare. The silver horse carried her through the raging flames, as if bestowing upon her the gift of wings. She halted before the governor of Illyrio and declared, "Please convey to Drogo that he has granted me the strength of the wind." The rotund man from Pentos twirled his yellow beard, translating her words into Dothraki. And at that moment, Daenerys witnessed her newlywed husband smile for the first time. Just then, the last glimmer of the setting sun faded beyond the towering walls of Pentos. Daenerys had completely lost track of time. Drogo commanded the Blood Riders to bring forth his steed, a lean red stallion. As he saddled the horse, Viserys sidled up to Daenerys on her silver mount, pinching her thigh with his fingers. "Dear sister, you must please him well, or I assure you, I will show you what true awakening of the dragon looks like." His words rekindled her fear, and she felt once more as if she were a mere child of 13, alone and utterly unprepared for what was to transpire. As the stars emerged, they rode away together, leaving behind the Khalasar and the grass-woven palace. Drogo uttered not a single word, urging his horse into a gallop, plunging into the deepening night. The silver bells in his long braid jingled softly. "I am the blood of the dragon," she whispered to herself, striving to muster her courage. "I am the blood of the dragon. I am the blood of the dragon. Dragons do not fear." In retrospect, she could not discern how far or for how long they had ridden, but when they finally came to a stop by a grassy bank beside a stream, the world had turned entirely dark. Drogo dismounted and then lifted her down. In his arms, she felt as fragile as glass, her limbs weak as if she were drowning. Clad in her wedding gown, she stood trembling, watching him secure the horses. When he turned to look at her, her tears could no longer be contained. Drogo regarded her tears with an oddly expressionless face. "No," he said, raising his hand to roughly wipe away her tears with his calloused thumb. "Do you speak the common tongue?" Daenerys inquired in astonishment. "No," he replied. Perhaps he only understood that one word, she thought. But it was far better than she had anticipated, providing her with a modicum of solace. Drogo gently caressed her hair, his fingers playing with her shining silver locks as he murmured in Dothraki. Though she could not comprehend his words, there was a warmth in his tone, a tenderness she had not expected to find in this man. He reached out to cradle her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes. Compared to her, Drogo towered, a head taller than all others. He carefully scooped her up from under her arms, placing her upon a smooth stone by the stream. Then he sat down facing her, his legs crossed, bringing their faces to the same level. "No," he stated. "Is that the only word you know?" she asked him. Drogo did not respond. His long, heavy braid coiled upon the earth beside him as he pulled it over his right shoulder, beginning to remove the bells one by one. After a time, Daenerys leaned closer to assist him. Once they had finished, Drogo gestured. This time, she comprehended and cautiously began to untie his braid. She invested a considerable amount of time in this endeavor. Throughout the process, he remained seated in silence, gazing at her intently. Upon completion, he tossed his head, and his glossy, raven-black hair cascaded behind him like a dark river. She had never witnessed hair so long, so black, and so thick. Then, it was his turn. He commenced the task of loosening her garments. His fingers were not only agile, but also surprisingly gentle. He delicately removed one silk gown after another, while Dany sat still, entranced by his gaze. When her modest breasts were unveiled, she instinctively covered herself with her hands and averted her eyes, unable to contain her embarrassment. "No," he said, gently but firmly removing her hands from her chest, then lifting her chin to meet his gaze once more. "No," he repeated. "No," she echoed. He assisted her to her feet, pulling her closer, and removed the last of her silk garments. The night breeze was cold, chilling as ice water, caressing her bare skin and causing her to shiver, her skin erupting in goosebumps. She felt trepidation about what might transpire next, but after a prolonged wait, nothing occurred. Drogo remained seated cross-legged, his eyes fixed on her, savoring the sight of her body. After a while, he began to caress her. Initially, his touch was exceedingly gentle, gradually increasing in pressure. She could sense the latent strength in his arms, yet he never caused her pain. He held her hand, delicately exploring her fingers one by one. He caressed her cheek, tracing the curve of her ear, a single finger gently circling her mouth. He wove his fingers through her hair, combing it tenderly before turning her around to massage her shoulders, his knuckles trailing down her spine. It seemed an eternity before his hands finally reached her breasts. He stroked beneath them until she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. then circled her nipple with his thumb, pinching it lightly between his thumb and forefinger, pulling outward. At first, his touch was soft, gradually intensifying until her nipple hardened and began to ache. At this moment, he halted and drew her into his embrace. Dany's face flushed, breath quickening, her heart racing. He cradled her face in his large hands, their eyes locking. "No?" he inquired. She understood it as a question. She grasped his hand, guiding it towards the moistness between her legs. "Yes," she whispered, leading his fingers into her body. Khaleesi, the term in Dothraki for the wife of a Khal. Chapter 13. Ned. When the king summoned him, the sky had yet to brighten, and the world lay in stillness, shrouded in a gray haze. Ellen gently roused him from his slumber, and Ned, still drowsy, stumbled into the pre-dawn light, discovering his steed already saddled and the king himself mounted. Robert, clad in thick brown gloves and draped in a heavy fur cloak, appeared as a bear astride a horse. "Stark, rise," he bellowed. "Wake up. We have matters of state to discuss." "At your service," Ned replied. "Your Majesty, please enter the tent." Ellen lifted the curtain in response. "No, no, no." Robert's breath vaporized in the cold air. There were too many idle folk in the camp, and I feared that the walls had ears. Moreover, I wished to take a stroll and experience the northern scenery you spoke of. It was then that Ned noticed Ser Boros and Ser Meryn leading a dozen guards in tow behind the king. It seemed that apart from rubbing the sleep from their eyes and mounting their steeds, there was no other option. Robert rode his black warhorse at a gallop, and Ned had no choice but to follow suit. He attempted to pose a question, but the biting wind whisked away his words, and the king did not hear him. After that, Ned remained silent, simply riding alongside. They soon left the king's road and entered the dense, dark mists of the vast plains. At this point, the guards had distanced themselves, and their conversation was no longer audible, yet Robert did not reduce his speed. Only when they ascended a gentle ridge. With the dawn beginning to break, did the king slow his pace. By then, they were several miles south of the camp. Ned caught up with Robert, observing his flushed face and spirited demeanor. "Damn it," he exclaimed with a laugh. "There's nothing quite like riding out in the wild like a man. I tell you, Ned, that slow, plodding pace would drive anyone mad." Robert Baratheon had never been a patient man. "Look at that cursed wagon, creaking and groaning. It acts as if climbing a hill at the sight of a pebble. If that wretched thing breaks another axle, I swear I'll set it ablaze and have Cersei walk beside it." Ned chuckled. "I would be more than happy to light the fire for you." "Well said." The king clapped him on the shoulder. "I truly wish to abandon them and ride on like this." A smile crept upon Ned's lips. "I believe you are quite serious." Indeed, the king replied. "Ned, what do you think? Just the two of us, gallant knights wandering the realm, swords drawn to face whatever comes, and when evening falls, we can find a farmer's daughter or a tavern made to warm our beds." "That would indeed be delightful," Ned replied, "but your grace, we now bear responsibilities not only to the kingdom, but also to our children. Moreover, I have my lady, and you have your queen. We are no longer the young lads we once were." "You were never young, you rascal," Robert muttered. "Oh, but there was that one time with that girl of yours. What was her name? Becca?" "No, she was mine. God bless her. With her lustrous dark hair and sweet big eyes, one could easily become ensnared." "What was your girl called? Alina? You mentioned her once, or was it Melisandre? You know whom I mean, the mother of your bastard." "Her name is Willa," Ned replied coolly, "and I do not wish to discuss her." "Yes, Willa," Robert chuckled. "To make Eddard Stark forget his honor, even if only for a brief hour, she must be quite the extraordinary woman. Yet you have never told me what she looks like." Ned pressed his lips together in anger and replied, "I shall not tell you in the future either." "Robert, please, do not speak of it again, if only for the sake of our friendship. I have already humiliated myself before the gods and the world, and I have also shamed Catelyn. By the gods, you had scarcely met Catelyn at that time. I have married her, and she carries my child." "Ned, you are overly stringent with yourself. Your demeanor is consistently like this. Frankly, no woman would desire to share a bed with Saint Baylor." He patted his knee and sighed. "Well, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you. Yet, at times, your prickly disposition suggests that you ought to adopt a hedgehog as your family crest." As the golden fingers of the rising sun pierced through the morning mist, an expansive landscape unfurled before them, dotted with long, gentle hills and stretches of barren brown earth. Ned pointed out to the king, "Here lies the burial mounds of our ancestors." Robb furrowed his brow, questioning, "Have we ridden into a graveyard?" "Your Majesty, the north is littered with graves," Ned replied. "This is ancient land, and indeed a cold resting place." Robb tightened his cloak and grumbled, as their retinue halted behind them on the ridge. "Well, I did not bring you here to discuss graves and your illegitimate offspring. Last night, Lord Varys sent a letter from King's Landing. The king drew a piece of parchment from his belt and handed it to Ned. The eunuch Varys, the king's master of whispers, had once served Aerys Targaryen and now turned his attentions to Robb. With trepidation, Ned unfurled the scroll, recalling Lisa and her terrible accusations, yet relieved to find the contents unrelated to Lady Arryn. What is the source of this news? Do you recall Ser Waymar? I could never forget that man. Ned replied candidly. The Mormont family of Bear Island was ancient, proud, and steeped in honor, yet their lands were remote, harsh, and barren. In a bid to increase his income, Ser Waymar planned to sell captured poachers to slavers and lists. As Mormont was a vassal of House Stark, this would tarnish the reputation of the entire North. Thus, Ned journeyed westward to Bear Island, only to discover that Yora had already fled by ship, escaping to foreign lands beyond the reach of the cold and the king's justice. 5 years had elapsed since the incident. Ser Waymar now resided in Pentos, anxiously awaiting a royal pardon to return home across the sea. Robb explained, Lord Varys has skillfully leveraged this situation. So the trafficker has become a spy? Ned remarked with disdain, returning the letter. I would prefer him as a corpse. Varys deems spies far more useful than corpses, Robb retorted, but putting Yora aside. What is your perspective on this matter? Daniela marrying a Dothraki horse lord. What of it? Should we send a wedding gift? The king frowned. I believe a fine dagger would suffice. A sharp one, wielded by a man of courage. Ned feigned no surprise. Robb's animosity toward House Targaryen bordered on madness. He vividly recalled the fierce argument between them when Tywin Lannister presented the corpses of Rhaegar's wife and children as a token of fealty. Ned considered it murder, while Robb insisted it was an inevitable tragedy of war. When he contended that the young prince and princess were akin to infants, the newly crowned Robb responded, I saw no infants, only the spawn of a vile dragon. Even Jon Arryn could not quell that strife. Eddard Stark, in a fit of indignation, departed that very day, leading his troops southward to engage in one final battle. It was only after the death of Lyanna that the two reconciled. Yet this time, Ned did not lose his temper. Your Majesty, she is but a child. Surely you do not intend to slaughter the innocent as Tywin Lannister does? It is said that when they dragged Rhaegar's little daughter from her bed to meet her grim fate, she wept with tear-filled eyes. His son was merely an infant swaddled in blankets. Yet the Duke of Tywin's men cruelly wrenched him from his mother's breast and dashed him against the wall. Who knows how long her innocence can endure? Robert's voice grew louder. Before long, this child will spread her legs and spawn a brood of Targaryen wretches to trouble me. That may be so, Ned replied, but the murder of a child is utterly abhorrent. Abhorrent? The king bellowed. What your brother Brandon did to Aerys was abhorrent. Consider how your father met his gruesome end. That is truly abhorrent. And what of Rhaegar? Do you believe he violated your sister repeatedly? Hundreds of times? His fury caused his steed to whinny restlessly beneath him as he yanked the reins, calming the horse before furiously pointing at Ned. I shall personally slay every last Targaryen, exterminating them without mercy. I shall teach them to die as cleanly and thoroughly as dragons, and then I shall urinate upon their graves. Ned understood well the peril of opposing the king in such a rage. If the flames of his vengeance could not be quelled after all these years, his words would likely bear little weight. You cannot slay this one yourself, can you? He said softly. The king grimaced in bitter resentment. No, I cannot, damn it. A cursed merchant from Pentos has hidden them behind walls and sent a host of caped eunuchs to guard them. Now they are being sold to the Dothraki. I should have acted years ago when it was still feasible, but Jon was as malicious as you. Yet I was the fool who listened to him. Jon Arryn is a wise and judicious hand, Ned offered. Robert scoffed. Legend has it that Khal Drogo commands an army of 100,000. What would Jon think of that? He would say that as long as the Dothraki remain across the narrow sea, what fear do we have even of 1,000,000 soldiers? Ned replied calmly. Those savages have no ships. They both fear and dread the vast ocean. The king shifted nervously in his saddle. Perhaps. Yet the free cities are abundant with ships. Ned, I must confess, I am not fond of this marriage. Even now, some in the realm still call me the usurper. Have you forgotten how many noble houses once took up arms for the Targaryens? They remain dormant now, but should the opportunity arise, they would eagerly seek the lives of me and my son. If that beggar king crosses the sea with his Dothraki horde, these traitors will surely rally to his side. He cannot cross the sea, Ned assured him. Even if he were to attempt it, we could unite to send him back. Once you appoint a new warden of the East, the king groaned. I shall say this one last time. I will not allow that young Arryn to succeed as warden of the East. I am aware that the child is your nephew. Yet the Targaryens and the Dothraki have become entangled, and I would be insane to entrust the governance of a quarter of the kingdom's army to a frail little boy. Ned had anticipated such a response. However, Someone must step forth to assume the guardianship of the East. If Robert Arryn is deemed unfit for the task, let one of your brothers take over. Stannis has already demonstrated his capabilities during the siege of Storm's End. I trust he would manage well. He allowed Stannis's name to linger in the air for a moment, observing the king's frowning countenance, which revealed his discomfort. Of course, Ned continued softly. Let us observe how matters unfold. If you have already granted this position to another, that would be a different matter. Initially, Robert appeared surprised, but his expression quickly shifted to displeasure. And if that were the case? Jaime Lannister, is it not? Robert spurred his horse toward the desolate grave, with Ned following closely behind. The king rode ahead, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Yes, he finally spoke, as if that single word could conclude the discussion. The Kingslayer, Ned remarked. So, all the rumors are indeed true. He was acutely aware that he must tread carefully with his words at this moment. There was no doubt of Jaime's capability and courage. He spoke cautiously, but Robert, his father, is the hereditary warden of the West. Sir Jaime will inevitably inherit his father's position, and such power should not reside in a single individual. He refrained from voicing his true concern. Thus, half of the kingdom's military might would fall into the hands of House Lannister. We can fight back when the enemy appears, the king stubbornly asserted. Currently, Lord Tywin is comfortably ensconced in Casterly Rock. I doubt Jaime will inherit his position anytime soon. Ned, do not argue with me on this. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Your Majesty, with all due respect, Ned replied, I cannot prevent you. Robert muttered as they traversed the tawny grasslands. Do you truly trust Jaime Lannister? He is my wife's twin brother and a sworn member of the Kingsguard. His life and honor are entwined with mine. Wasn't his life and honor once intertwined with Aerys Targaryen? Ned pointed out candidly. What reason do I have not to trust him? Every task I have assigned him has been fulfilled without disappointment. Even my current throne was won through his sword. Indeed, it was his sword that sullied your throne. Ned thought, yet he held his tongue. He had sworn to protect the king with his life, only to have his throat cut by that very sword. Damn it. Someone must act, Robert declared, pulling the reins near an ancient grave. Had he not slain Aerys, then it would have been either you or I. We are not sworn knights of the Kingsguard, Ned retorted, deciding it was time for Robert to hear the truth. Your Majesty, do you recall the Battle of the Trident? I earned my crown there. How could I possibly forget? You sustained injuries during your duel with Rhaegar, as Ned reminded him. Thus, when the Targaryen forces collapsed, you entrusted me with the task of pursuit. Rhaegar's remnants fled back to King's Landing, and we followed closely behind. Aerys, along with thousands of his loyalists, held the Red Keep, and I had assumed the gates would be tightly secured. Robert impatiently interjected, asking, what then, when you discovered our men had already taken the castle? Not our men, Ned replied with restrained patience, but those of House Lannister. At that time, the banners flying from the battlements bore the roaring lion of House Lannister, not the crowned stag. The city had been seized through cunning. The flames of war had scorched the land for nearly a year, with various nobles rallying under Robert's banner, while many remained loyal to House Targaryen. The powerful Lannister family of Casterly Rock, who had long held dominion over the Westerlands, remained aloof from the battlefield, indifferent to the cries of both traitors and loyalists. Ultimately, when Tywin Lannister himself led 12,000 elite soldiers to the gates of King's Landing, signaling his intention to restore the king, Aerys Targaryen must have believed his life was spared. Thus, the Mad King issued his final, reckless command, flinging open the castle gates to invite the lion within. House Targaryen, too, was no stranger to treachery, Robert remarked, his anger slowly rekindling. The Lannisters simply returned the favor in kind. The gods have decreed the demise of the Targaryens. Their deaths are of little consequence. You were not present at that time, Ned replied, bitterness lacing his words. This lie had haunted him for 14 years and still intruded upon his dreams. There was no honor in that battle. To hell with honor. Robert cursed vehemently. What did the Targaryens know of honor? Go ask Lyanna in her grave what she understands of the honor of dragons. In the battle at the Trident, you have avenged her. Ned halted his horse beside the king. Ned, promise me, she whispered before her death. Yet, it could not bring her back to life. Robert turned his gaze to the somber distance. May the gods damn them. All I seek is to have your sister return to me safely. What good is winning a war if they force upon me a wretched crown? I want her back in my embrace, as it once was. Ned, I ask you, what good is being king? Whether you are a king or a shepherd, do not the gods mock you all the same? Your Majesty, I cannot answer for the deities, Ned responded. I only know that when I rode into the hall of the Red Keep, Aerys lay in a pool of blood, the dragon skulls coldly observing him from the walls. Lannister men were everywhere. Jaime donned his gleaming golden armor, draped in the white cloak of the king's guard, with a golden sword at his side. That scene remains vividly etched in my memory. He sat upon the iron throne, towering above the assembled knights, exuding an imposing presence beneath the lion's mask. Is this not common knowledge? The king complained. I was on horseback, riding into the great hall, passing through rows of dragon skulls, feeling as though they were watching me. Finally, I halted before the throne and looked up at him. He lay the golden sword across his thigh, blood from the king dripping steadily from its tip. At that moment, my men surged into the hall, while the Lannister forces began to retreat. I said not a word, merely gazing intently at his figure seated upon the throne, patiently awaiting his next action. At last, he rose with a smile, removed his helmet, and addressed me. Stark, do not fret unnecessarily. I am merely warming the seat for our Robert. However, I fear this chair may not be particularly comfortable. The king threw his head back in laughter, a sound that startled a flock of crows resting in the nearby tawny grass, which cawed and took flight. Just because that Lannister lad sat on my throne for a few minutes, you urge me not to trust him. He laughed heartily once more. Come now, Ned. Jaime was merely 17 back then, just a child. Regardless of his age, he had no rightful claim to the throne. Perhaps he was weary. Robert offered in his defense. Killing a king is no trivial task. After all, there is hardly a place to rest one's behind in that damned hall. In truth, he spoke a sliver of truth. From any perspective, it was a chair both grotesque and uncomfortable. The king shook his head. Well, now I am aware of Jaime's hidden misdeeds. Let us forget this matter henceforth. Ned, I am utterly nauseated by the affairs of state and the cunning intrigues. They are as dull as counting copper coins. Come, let us ride well. You were quite the horseman in your youth. Let us experience the exhilaration of the wind racing through our hair. With that, he spurred his horse forward, galloping away, past the graves. The hooves of his steed splattering mud like rain behind him. Ned did not immediately follow. He had exhausted his words and now felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He questioned more than once what he was doing and what purpose this journey served. He was no Jon Arryn, capable of reigning in the king's wildness and imparting wisdom. Robert would remain as capricious as ever. No amount of persuasion could alter that truth. His true home lay in Winterfell, with the sorrowful Catelyn and his beloved son Bran. Yet, not everything could unfold as desired. Once resolved, Eddard Stark kicked his horse's belly and rode forth towards the king. Chapter 14. Tyrion the North stretched endlessly, an expanse without end. Tyrion Lannister, though well-versed in maps, had come to understand over the past fortnight of unrelenting travel northward that what the maps depicted was one thing, but reality held its own peculiarities. They had departed Winterfell on the same day as the king's entourage, braving the fine snow, traversing the sounds of bustling people, the whinnying of horses, the creaking of wagons, and the moans of the queen's retinue. The king's road ran adjacent to the stronghold and the market town below. The king's banner, along with his retinue of knights and free riders, turned southward at that point, while Tyrion journeyed north with Bran Stark and his uncle Jon. Afterward, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and the surroundings fell into a deeper silence. The king's road gradually transformed into a path scarcely wider than a forest trail. To the west lay rugged gray limestone hills, crowned by watchtowers atop their low summits. To the east, the terrain sloped gently, an endless expanse of flat plains extending to the horizon. A stone bridge spanned the tumultuous narrow rapids, with farms clustered around stone-walled timber settlements. The road was quite busy, and finding an inn for rest after sunset was easily accomplished. However, the pleasant scenery was short-lived. 3 days after departing from Winterfell, the farmland receded, revealing dense forests where the king's road became increasingly desolate. The hills grew steeper, transforming into mountains by the 5th day, resembling a gray-blue giant burdened with snow and steep peaks. As the north wind rose, long icicles cascaded down from the towering summits like banners. The mountains loomed to the west, while the path wound northeast through the trees. Bran Stark referred to this ancient forest, filled with oak, evergreens, and blackthorn, as the Wolfwood, a place older than any forest Tyrion had ever encountered. Each night, the distant howls of wolves echoed through the woods, sometimes alarmingly close. Jon Snow's direwolf would perk up its ears at the sound, but never responded. Tyrion consistently sensed an unsettling aura emanating from that creature. Excluding the direwolf, their party consisted of 8 individuals. Initially, Tyrion, adhering to the grandeur of House Lannister, brought along 2 attendants, while Bran Stark was accompanied solely by his illegitimate nephew and several livestock from the Night's Watch. However, when they overnight at a wooden manor on the edge of the Wolfwood, a man named Yoren, clad in black, joined them. Yoren, hunched and possessing a sinister appearance, concealed his features behind a beard as dark as his garb, yet it was evident he was a formidable man. He brought along 2 scruffy peasants from the Fingers, labeled as rapists. Yoren coldly regarded them, prompting Tyrion to realize that despite the harshness of life at the Wall, it was far preferable to the alternative. With 5 men, 3 children, a dire wolf, 20 horses, and a cage containing a raven bestowed by the learned Maester Tobin to Bran Stark, their motley crew was undoubtedly a peculiar sight. Tyrion noticed Jon Snow casting furtive glances at Yoren and his 2 sullen companions, his face adorned with a peculiar expression, seemingly troubled. Yoren was not only hunched but also emanated an unpleasant odor, with greasy hair, infested with lice, his clothes tattered and patched, seldom washed. His 2 companions were even more foul-smelling, both foolish and cruel. It appeared that the lad mistakenly believed the Night's Watch was filled entirely with men like his uncle. If that were the case, Yoren and his group would be a shocking revelation to him. Tyrion felt sympathy for the boy, who had chosen a difficult path, one that others had essentially imposed upon him. He harbored no fondness for the boy's uncle. Bran Stark seemed to share his brother's disdain for the Lannisters. Earlier, when Tyrion expressed his desire to accompany them, Bran's reaction was one of displeasure. Lannister, let me make this clear, there are no inns at the Wall. He regarded him with an air of superiority. You will find a way to accommodate me, Tyrion replied. As you can see, I am rather small. Naturally, no one dared to refuse the Queen's brother, thus the arrangement was settled, though Bran remained decidedly unamused. I assure you, you will not enjoy this journey, he retorted impolitely, and since their departure, he had indeed done everything within his power to make that statement ring true. Tyrion managed to regain some dignity with his warm fur coat. Originally, Stark had feigned hospitality by presenting a tattered and foul-smelling bear pelt, ostensibly to demonstrate the Night Watch's commitment to aiding the weak. Clearly, he hoped Tyrion would politely refuse out of courtesy, but Tyrion accepted the offering with a smile. As he departed from Winterfell, he took with him all of his warmest garments, only to discover they were insufficient. The cold here was truly terrifying, and the temperature continued to plummet. By nightfall, the temperature had already dipped below freezing, and whenever the biting wind rose, it cut through even his warmest sheepskin coat like a dagger. Stark must surely be regretting his momentary chivalric impulse. Perhaps he would learn a lesson. The Lannisters accept all gifts indiscriminately. Regardless of etiquette, if someone offers, I shall take it. As they journeyed further north, plunging deeper into the somber realm of the Wolf Woods, the farms and cottages became increasingly sparse, eventually leading to desolate isolation. Regardless of whether they were setting up or breaking camp, Tyrion was of little assistance. His stature was too diminutive, and his limping gait proved more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, while Stark and Yoren erected tents, tended to the horses, and kindled fires for warmth, Tyrion would wrap himself tightly in his coat, clutch a wineskin, and shuffle aside to read alone, which became his habit. On the 18th day of their travels, he carried with him precious amber sweet wine, produced from the Summer Isles, alongside several rare tomes recounting tales of dragons, books he had secured with the permission of Lord Eddard Stark from the library of Winterfell. He wandered beyond the clamor of the camp, seeking solace by a frigid stream, the water icy as ice itself. A gnarled old oak tree conveniently shielded him from the cold wind. Leaning against the trunk, he tightened his furs, took a sip of wine, and began to read about dragonbone. The tome explained that dragonbone, rich in iron, appeared black and was as hard as iron, yet remarkably light and flexible, naturally resistant to fire. It was no wonder the Dothraki regarded dragonbone bows as rare treasures. Equipped with such a bow, an archer could easily surpass the range of wooden arrows. Tyrion harbored a morbid fascination with dragons. During his first visit to King's Landing to attend the wedding of his sister and Robert Baratheon, he resolved to behold the dragon heads that adorned the walls of the Targaryen throne room. Although King Robert had long since replaced the dragon heads with banners and tapestries, Tyrion remained undeterred and eventually discovered their resting place in a damp cellar. He had expected the dragon heads to be awe-inspiring, perhaps even terrifying, yet he could never have anticipated their astonishing beauty. They were, indeed, breathtakingly exquisite. Black as onyx and smooth as glass, they shimmered under the light of his torch. He discerned they relished fire. Thus he inserted his torch into the maw of one of the larger heads, and indeed, the flames erupted, casting shadows that danced wildly upon the walls behind him. The dragon's teeth resembled long, curved blades forged from black diamonds, steeped for years in searing flames. The flicker of his torch was inconsequential to them. As he withdrew, he swore he felt the hollow eye socket of that great beast watching him depart. The dragon skulls total 19, with the eldest having surpassed 3 millennia in age, while the youngest has lived for a century and a half. The skulls of the young dragons are the smallest, grotesquely shaped, and scarcely larger than those of hunting dogs. They are the last two dragons hatched on Dragonstone. The final scions of House Targaryen, and possibly the last of their kind in this world, destined for a brief existence. The other skulls, however, grow progressively larger, with the most formidable three being the most terrifying beasts of legend, ridden by Aegon Targaryen and his sisters during their conquest of the ancient Seven Kingdoms. The bards have bestowed upon them divine names: Balerion, Meraxes, and Vhagar. Tyrion stood between their cavernous jaws, rendered speechless by the awe they inspired. Vhagar's throat was so vast that one could ride a horse down its gullet, though survival would be improbable. Meraxes was of even more astonishing proportions. Yet the most colossal of all, known as Balerion the Black Dread, could swallow an entire wild ox, or, according to tales, a woolly mammoth that roamed the icy wastelands north of White Harbor. Tyrion lingered in the damp cellar, gazing into Balerion's hollow, immense eye sockets, attempting to envision the beast in its living form, soaring through the sky with wings unfurled, unleashing torrents of flame, until the torch flickered out. His ancestor, King Loren of Casterly Rock, had once allied with King Mern of the Rivers to resist the Targaryen conquest nearly 3 centuries ago, at a time when the Seven Kingdoms were truly independent realms rather than the unified territory they are today. The combined forces numbered 600 lords, 5,000 knights, and over 50,000 mercenaries and infantry. According to historians, the strength of Aegon's army was roughly 1/5 that of his adversaries, largely composed of troops recruited from his previous vanquished foes, raising concerns about their loyalty. The two armies clashed in the fertile plains along the shores of the Riverlands, where golden fields of wheat awaited harvest. The allied forces charged, and the Targaryen army scattered in disarray. Within mere minutes, as chroniclers recorded, years of conquest appeared poised to meet their end, but this was merely before Aegon Targaryen and his two sisters entered the fray. This marked the only occasion in history when Vhagar, Meraxes, and Balerion struck simultaneously, a moment later immortalized by bards as the Inferno of Wrath. On that day, nearly 4,000 soldiers were reduced to ash, including King Mern of the Rivers. King Loren managed to escape, only to soon surrender to House Targaryen, eventually fathering a son, for which Tyrion could only feel gratitude. "Why do you read so much?" Tyrion looked up at Jon Snow, who stood a few paces away, observing him with curiosity. He pinched the page of his book between his fingers. "Look at me, and tell me what you see." The boy regarded him skeptically. "What trickery is this?" "I see you, Tyrion Lannister." Tyrion sighed. "Snow, you are a bastard, yet exceedingly polite. What you see is a dwarf. How old are you?" 14. "At just 14. You have already reached a height I shall never attain. My feet are short and deformed, making even walking a challenge. Riding requires a specially crafted saddle to prevent me from falling. Should you wish to see it, I designed the saddle myself. Without it, I would be forced to ride a child's pony. My arms are relatively strong, yet still too short, rendering me incapable of becoming a great warrior. Had I been born to a common farming family, I would have long been left by the roadside to perish or sold to a freak show. Alas, fate has seen fit to place me within the Lannister family of Casterly Rock, where I am even less favored as a misfit, simply because of the high expectations that once surrounded me. You see, my father served as Hand of the King for 2 decades, only for my elder brother to subsequently slay the king. Life is indeed capricious. Now, my elder sister is wed to the new king, and my tempestuous nephew is destined to inherit the throne, while I languish under the weight of my family's name, compelled to contribute in some manner. Would you not agree? But how might I do so? Alas, my legs are too short, my head too large. At least my head fits me well, and it serves as my weapon. My brother possesses his sword, King Robert wields his war hammer, and I have my wits. Yet, to maintain clarity of thought, one must read extensively. Much like a sword requires a whetstone." Tyrion lightly tapped the book's cover. "Jon Snow, this is why I read incessantly." The boy listened quietly to this discourse. Though he bore no Stark name, his countenance was unmistakably Stark, elongated face, solemn demeanor, emotions well concealed. Regardless of who his mother was, she likely left little of her own traits upon him. "What are you reading?" he inquired. "Tales concerning dragons," Tyrion replied. "What use is there in that?" "There are no dragons left in the world," the boy asserted, his tone imbued with youthful certainty. "That is what people say, indeed," Tyrion acknowledged. "Isn't it a pity? At your age, I often dreamed of having my own dragon." "Really?" the boy responded incredulously, perhaps thinking Tyrion jested. "Absolutely," Tyrion affirmed. "For as long as one can ride upon a dragon's back, even a malformed, deformed little boy may look down upon the world." Tyrion pushed aside the bare skin and rose to his feet. In the past, I would hide deep within the tunnels of Casterly Rock, lighting a fire and gazing into the flames for hours, imagining them to be the fire breathed by a dragon. Sometimes, I would envision my father perishing in flames. And at other times, my sister. Jon Snow wore an expression of both fear and wonder, prompting Tyrion to laugh heartily. You little bastard. Do not regard me with such eyes. I know what you are thinking. You have had such dreams, have you not? I have not, Jon Snow replied, fear evident in his voice. I would never. Never? Not once. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. The Stark family must treat you well, I presume? Surely the lady regards you as her own? And your half-brother Robb has always been close to you, has he not? Why not? He inherits Winterfell, while you are destined for the Wall. As for your father, he must have had just cause to send you to the Night's Watch. Do not speak further, Jon Snow exclaimed, his countenance darkened with anger. Joining the Night's Watch is a sacred duty. Tyrion chuckled. How could someone as astute as you believe such nonsense? The Night's Watch is merely a dumping ground for the dregs of society from all corners of the realm. I saw the expressions on the faces of Yoren and those two lads. They are your new brethren, Jon Snow. Do you still find them appealing? A grim assembly of serfs, debtors, poachers, rapists, thieves, and bastards like yourself are all sent to the Wall to guard against the peculiarities your wet nurse regaled you with in your youth. On the bright side, there are no actual oddities. However, on the dark side, that place is so frigid it could freeze your very essence. But since you are forbidden from procreating, I suppose it matters little. Stop it, the boy shouted, stepping forward with clenched fists, on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Tyrion felt an absurd pang of guilt. He took a step forward, intending to comfort the boy with a pat on the shoulder or perhaps offer an apology. The wolf, however, appeared from nowhere. One moment he was approaching Snow, and the next he was knocked down onto the hard stone ground, his book flying far from his grasp. He gasped for breath, his mouth filled with dirt, blood, and decaying leaves. As he struggled to rise, his back spasmed violently, undoubtedly twisted from the fall. He gritted his teeth in frustration, clutching a root to steady himself. Help me, he extended a hand toward the boy. Suddenly, the wolf reappeared between them, silent as a shadow. It never uttered a sound but regarded him with its brilliant red eyes, baring its sharp teeth, a sight sufficient to instill fear. Tyrion mumbled and shrank back to the ground. If you want help, then so be it. I shall remain here until you depart. Jon Snow rubbed the thick, white fur of the dire wolf, but smiled. Beg me, and I shall assist you. Tyrion Lannister felt a rising tide of anger within him, which he struggled to suppress. This was not the first time he had been humiliated in his life, nor would it be the last, especially given that he had brought this upon himself. Jon, if you would extend your hand in assistance, I would be immensely grateful, he said gently. Ghost, sit, the boy commanded, and the direwolf complied. Yet its red eyes remained fixed upon Tyrion. Jon circled behind him, reaching under his armpit to effortlessly lift him up, then retrieved the book and handed it back to him. Why did it attack me? Tyrion inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the direwolf as he wiped the blood and mud from his mouth with the back of his hand. Perhaps he thought you were a genuine oddity, Jon replied. Tyrion shot him a glare before bursting into laughter, a primal amusement he had not anticipated. Oh, gods above. I nearly choked from laughter. He shook his head. I suppose I do resemble one, don't I? What would happen if he encountered a true oddity? You would not wish to know, Jon said, picking up the wineskin and returning it to Tyrion. Tyrion uncorked it, tilting his head back to take a hearty swig. The wine flowed down his throat like a cold fire, warming his stomach. He passed the skin to Jon Snow. Care for a sip? The boy took the wineskin, cautiously sipping a mouthful. What you mentioned earlier about the Night's Watch, he inquired after finishing, is it all true? Tyrion nodded. Jon Snow pressed his lips together solemnly. Then I shall accept my fate. Tyrion grinned at him. A bastard, you truly possess a unique spirit. Most would rather deny the truth than confront it. That may be true for most, the boy replied, but not for you. You are correct, Tyrion agreed. Not for me. Nowadays, I scarcely think of dragons. They no longer exist in this world. He picked up the bear pelt that had fallen to the ground. Come, let us return to camp before your uncle begins searching for us. Although the path back was not long, the terrain was rugged, and by the time they reached the encampment, his legs were cramping severely. Jon Snow extended his hand to help him over a tangle of roots, but Tyrion waved him off. He wished to forge his own path, just as he had throughout his life. The camp was a delightful sight. People gathered around the crumbling walls of a long-abandoned cottage, erecting windbreaks. The horses were well fed, and a fire had been lit. Yoren sat on a stone, skinning a squirrel. The aroma of rich stew filled Tyrion's nostrils. He limped over to the servant, Morris, who was stirring the hot soup. Without a word, Morris handed him the ladle, and after tasting, Tyrion returned it. Add a bit more pepper, he instructed. Bran Stark emerged from the tent he shared with his nephew. Jon, you finally returned. Damn it, don't wander off alone. I thought the White Walkers had taken you. He was taken by a mischievous spirit, Tyrion quipped, eliciting a slight smile from Jon Snow. Stark looked confusedly at Yoren, who merely shrugged and muttered, then returned to his task of skinning. The squirrel added a delightful flavor to the stew, and that evening they gathered around the campfire, enjoying it with dark bread and hard cheese. Tyrion shared his fine wine, to the point where even Yoren's face was flushed. Subsequently, everyone rose one by one to retire to their tents, leaving Jon Snow to take the first watch. As was his custom, Tyrion was the last to retire. Upon stepping into the tent constructed for him by his men, he paused, turning back to glance. He saw the boy standing by the fire, his face resolute and serious, gazing deeply into the flickering flames. Tyrion Lannister smiled sadly and turned back to enter his tent to rest. Chapter 15. Catelyn. On the 18th night after Ned and his two daughters had departed, Maester Luwin arrived at Bran's sick room with a lamp and ledger, seeking an audience. My lady, we must tally the accounts, he said, so you may understand the expenses incurred for hosting the royal family. Catelyn looked at Bran on his sickbed, brushing a few strands of hair from his forehead. Suddenly, she noticed how long his hair had grown. She needed to find time to help him trim it. Maester Luwin, there is no need to show me the accounts, she told him, her gaze never leaving Bran. I am well aware of how daunting the banquet expenses can be. Take the ledger away. Madam, the king's retainers have insatiable appetites. We must swiftly replenish the city's stores to prevent. She interrupted him. I have instructed you to take the account books away. These matters should be delegated to the steward. We no longer have a steward. Master Luwin reminded her. He is like a gray mouse, she thought. Once he bites down, he will not let go. Poor accompanied the Lord south to King's Landing to manage Lord Eddard's affairs. Catelyn absently nodded. Oh right, I recall now. Bran appears so pale. She pondered whether it would be possible to move his sick bed to the window to let him bask in the morning sun. Master Luwin placed the oil lamp in the niche by the door, carelessly twisting the wick. Madam, there are several positions that require your immediate decision. Apart from the steward, we need a new captain of the guard to replace Jory, as well as a new master of horse. Her eyes abruptly fixed on him. Master of horse? Her voice cracked like a whip through the air. The old scholar seemed visibly startled. Yes, my lady. Hullen has also gone south with Lord Eddard, so. Luwin, my son lies here in fragments waiting to die, and you wish to discuss a stable master? Do you think I care what transpires in the stables? Do you believe that what happens there has any bearing on me? If slaughtering every horse in the city could awaken Bran, I would gladly do it myself. Do you understand me? Do you understand? He lowered his head. My lady, I comprehend, but these positions cannot wait for me to arrange. Robb interjected. Catelyn had not heard Robb's footsteps, but when she looked up, she found him standing in the corridor, gazing intently at her. She recalled her earlier outburst and felt her face flush with shame. What has come over me? She felt utterly exhausted, her head aching incessantly throughout the day. Master Luwin glanced between Catelyn and her son. I have prepared a list of suitable candidates. He spoke as he retrieved a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Robb. Her son cast a glance at the names listed. It was then that Catelyn realized he had just returned from outside, his cheeks flushed from the cold, his hair tousled by the wind. They are all excellent candidates. He remarked, we shall discuss this matter further tomorrow. He returned the list to Master Luwin. Very well, my lord. The paper immediately vanished into his sleeve. You may take your leave, Robb said. Master Luwin nodded and departed, and Robb closed the door, turning to face her. She noticed he was still adorned with a sword. Mother, why must you endure this? Catelyn had always felt that Robb resembled her the most. He, like Bran, Rickon, and Sansa, wore the striking features of House Tully, chestnut hair and bright blue eyes. Now, she once again discerned in his face the expression of Eddard Stark, a resolute coldness belonging to the North. What is wrong with me? She responded in confusion. How can you ask such a question? Do you think I am doing nothing? I am caring for your brother. I am tending to Bran. This hardly constitutes care. Since Bran's injury, you have not stepped foot outside this room, not even to bid farewell to father and sister as they journeyed south. In this chamber, I bid them farewell, standing by the window to watch them depart. In that moment, she desperately implored Ned not to leave, especially after such a tragic event had unfolded. Could he not perceive that everything had irrevocably changed? Yet, her pleas were in vain. He stated he had no alternative, and his choice was to journey southward. I could not abandon him, not even for a fleeting moment, for he could succumb to his last breath at any instant. I must remain by his side, to prevent her from grasping her lifeless son's hand, sliding his fingers through her own. He was so frail and emaciated devoid of any strength. Yet through his skin, I could still sense the warmth of life. Robb's tone softened. Mother, he will not die. Maester Luwin has said the danger has passed. But what if Maester Luwin was mistaken? What if Bran needed me, and I was not there? The one who requires you is Rickon, Robb asserted with intensity. He is merely 3 years old and does not comprehend the situation. He believes that no one wants him, which is why he clings to me, crying and clinging to my leg. I truly do not know what to do. At this point, he abruptly halted, biting his lower lip as he had in his youth. Mother, I need you too. I am trying so hard. But I cannot do this alone. With this sudden surge of emotion, his voice turned hoarse, and Catelyn was reminded that he was but 14 years old. She longed to rise and embrace him, but Bran still held her hand, rendering her immobile. A wolf's howl echoed from beyond the tower, causing Catelyn to tremble uncontrollably. It was Bran's wolf. Robb opened the window, allowing the evening breeze to sweep through the stifling chamber. The howls grew louder, a chilling sound filled with desolation, imbued with melancholy and despair. Do not open the window, she urged him. Let Bran stay warm. He needs to hear the call of the pups, Robb replied. Somewhere in Winterfell, another wolf joined the chorus of howls, followed by another, this time closer to the tower. It was Shaggy Dog in Grey Wind. Amid the rising and falling melody of the howls, Robb said, "Listen closely, you can distinguish them." Yet Catelyn continued to tremble, not only from sorrow and cold, but also from the eerie calls of the dire wolves. Night after night, day after day, the howls, the biting winds, and the somber silence of the castle extended endlessly, unchanging, while her beloved son lay prostrate on the sickbed. This was her sweetest child, the one who laughed, climbed, and dreamed of knighthood. Bran, now reduced to a mere shadow. She feared she would never again hear his laughter. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she wept inconsolably, disregarding everything as she wrenched her hands from his grasp, covering her ears, unwilling to hear the terrifying howls outside. "Tell them to cease," she cried. "I cannot bear it. Tell them to stop, even if it means killing them. I do not care, as long as they cease their howling." She could not recall when she fell to the ground, yet there she was, and Robb helped her rise, encircling her with his strong arms. "Mother, do not fear. They will not harm Bran." He guided her to the narrow bed in the corner of the sick room. "Close your eyes," he said gently. "Rest well. Master Luwin informed me that since the incident with Bran, you have scarcely closed your eyes. How can I possibly rest?" She wept. "By the gods, Robb, I cannot rest. What if he passes while I am deep in slumber?" The howls of wolves still echo outside. She screamed, pressing her hands tightly to her ears. "Oh, heavens, heavens. Shut the window. If you promise to rest for a moment, I will close it," Robb replied. As he approached the window to draw it shut, a new sound joined the mournful cries of the dire wolves. It was the barking of dogs. He listened intently as the entire city's dogs joined in the chorus, a behavior they had not exhibited before. Catelyn heard his breath catch in his throat and glanced up, only to see his face pale in the light. "There's a fire," he murmured. "A fire." Her immediate reaction was to shout, "Save Bran. Please, help me lift Bran." But it seemed Robb did not hear her. "The library tower is ablaze," he said. Through the open window, Catelyn glimpsed flickering red light. A wave of relief washed over her. Bran was safe. The library tower lay beyond the city walls, and the flames could not possibly reach this place. "Thank the heavens," she whispered softly. Robb looked at her as if she were mad. "Mother, please stay here. I will return once the fire is quelled." With that, he dashed out. She heard him issuing orders to the guards outside, and soon they hurried down the stairs in a flurry. Outside, the square was filled with shouts of fire, screams, rushing footsteps, the whinnies of frightened horses, and the frantic barking of dogs. Amidst this cacophony, she suddenly realized the wolf howls had ceased. Somehow, the dire wolves had fallen silent. Catelyn approached the window, silently offering her gratitude to the seven. Beyond the city walls, long tongues of flame leapt from the windows of the library tower. She watched the thick smoke rise to the heavens, feeling a deep sorrow for the precious tomes engulfed in flames, the accumulated wisdom of House Stark over countless generations. With a heavy heart, she closed the window. Turning around, she discovered a man had entered the room. "You shouldn't be here," he muttered darkly. "No one should be here." He was clad in filthy brown garments, small of stature, and reeked of horse. Catelyn recognized all the stable workers, yet this stranger left no impression on her. He was gaunt, with limp, golden hair and dull eyes sunken into his skeletal face, holding a dagger in his hand. Catelyn glanced at the knife, then at Bran. "No," she said, her voice caught in her throat, only the faintest whisper escaping. Surely he had heard. "This is for his own good," he said. "After all, he is no better than a corpse." "No." Caitlin regained her voice, speaking more forcefully. You cannot do this. She lunged towards the window to cry for help. But his movements were astonishingly swift. He quickly covered her mouth with one hand, yanked her head back, and pressed the cold blade against her throat. The stench emanating from him was overwhelming, and she felt herself nearing suffocation. She extended her hands, gripping the dagger tightly, desperately pulling it away from her throat. The sound of his curses echoed in her ears. Despite the blood pouring from her fingers, she refused to relinquish her hold. The hand covering her mouth tightened its grip, making it difficult for her to breathe. Caitlin forcefully turned her head, finding his hand between her teeth, and bit down with ferocity. The man let out a muffled groan of pain, and she clenched her jaws, tearing at him with renewed strength, compelling him to abruptly release his grip. Her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood as she inhaled deeply and then screamed with all her might. Seeing this, the man swiftly seized her hair and shoved her, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. He stood beside her, gasping loudly and trembling, his right hand still clutching the bloody dagger. You shouldn't be here, he clumsily repeated. At that moment, Caitlin noticed a shadow slipping through the doorway behind him, letting out a low growl, more a menacing whisper than a roar. Yet he must have heard it, for as the wolf leapt towards him, he was poised to turn. Both man and wolf crashed to the ground, landing where Caitlin had fallen. The wolf opened its jaws to bite. The man's scream lasted less than a second before the wolf twisted its head, tearing away half of his throat. Blood sprayed like a warm rain upon her face. The wolf stared intently at her, its mouth crimson and glistening, its eyes shimmering with golden light in the dimness. It dawned on her. This was Bran's wolf, of course. Thank you, Caitlin whispered, her voice faint and fragile. She raised her hand, trembling uncontrollably. The young wolf approached cautiously, sniffing at her fingertips, then licked the blood from her hands with its rough, yet warm tongue. Once clean, it quietly turned and leapt onto Bran's sickbed, lying beside him. Caitlin erupted into a fit of hysterical laughter. Later, when Robb, Maester Luwin, and Ser Roderick stormed into the room with more than half the guards of Winterfell, they were met with this scene. When her laughter finally subsided, they wrapped her in a warm blanket and brought her back to the castle's bedroom. The old nurse helped her remove her clothes, assisted her in taking a scalding hot bath, and gently wiped the blood from her body with a soft cloth. Afterwards, Master Luwin tended to her wounds. The gash on her finger was deep, nearly exposing bone, and her scalp bled from the rough pulling that had torn out tufts of hair. The maester informed her that the pain was only just beginning and urged her to drink poppy milk to ease her into slumber. Finally, she managed to close her eyes and drift into a deep sleep. When she opened them again, they informed her that 4 days had passed. Caitlin nodded and sat up, recalling all that had transpired since Bran's fall, filled with blood and sorrow, as if caught in a haunting dream, yet the scars on her hands attested to the harsh reality. Her limbs felt weak, her head heavy, yet her thoughts were surprisingly clear and resolute, as if a burden had been lifted. I would like some bread and honey, she instructed the servants, adding that they should inform Master Luwin that her wound needed fresh dressing. They looked at her in astonishment, hastily complying with her requests. Caitlin reflected on her state over the past days, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. She had let down everyone's expectations, betrayed her children, her husband, and the honor of her family. Such a thing would never happen again. She wished to demonstrate to the Northerners the resilience of the Tully family from Riverrun. Before the meal was served, Robb had already arrived, accompanied by Roderick Castle and her husband's foster son, Theon Greyjoy, as well as the muscular Harris Morland, who sported a well-groomed brown goatee. Robb announced that he was the newly appointed captain of the guard. Upon seeing her son clad in armor, with a sword at his side, she inquired about his identity. No one seemed to know the man's name. Harris Morland informed her. My lady, he is not from Winterfell. He was spotted lurking near the castle just a few weeks ago. He must be one of the king's men, she speculated, or perhaps a lackey of House Lannister. It is likely he hid himself after others departed. Indeed, Harrion replied, there have been many outsiders in Winterfell lately, and no one can ascertain his origins. He has been hiding in the stables, Greyjoy asserted. You can smell it on him. How could no one have noticed? She asked sharply. Harris Morland's face flushed. Aside from the horses Lord Eddard took south and those we sent to the Night's Watch, there are hardly any left in the stables. It is not difficult to evade the stable hands. Perhaps Adu saw him. I've heard that boy has been acting strangely of late, Harrion pondered, though Harrion shook his head. He is too simple-minded. We discovered where he slept, Robb interjected. He had hidden a leather pouch beneath the straw, containing 90 silver stags. So my son's life holds a considerable value, Caitlin remarked bitterly. Harris Morland regarded her with confusion. My lady, if I may be so bold, Do you mean to suggest that this fellow was targeting your son? Greyjoy questioned, skepticism etched across his face. That is utterly mad. He was indeed after Bran, Catelyn replied. He kept insisting that I should not be there. Clearly, he intended to set fire to the library tower, thinking I would rush out with all the guards to extinguish the flames. Had I not been so distraught, he might have succeeded. But why would he target Bran? Robb queried. By the gods, he is but a frail child, sickly and in a deep slumber. Catelyn cast a sharp glance at her eldest son. Robb, if you wish to govern the North, you must learn to contemplate such matters. Consider your own questions. Why would anyone wish to harm a sleeping child? Before he could respond, a servant entered with a steaming banquet. Warm bread, cream, honey, and blackberry jam, bacon and boiled eggs, along with cheese and a pot of mint tea, far more lavish than she had requested. Master Luwin then arrived. Master, how is my son faring? Catelyn glanced at the bountiful spread before her, yet her appetite had vanished. Maester Luwin bowed his head. My lady, there has been no change in his condition. This was precisely the answer she had anticipated, neither more nor less. Her hand throbbed with pain, as if the blade still lingered, cutting ever deeper. She dismissed the servant and turned back to Robb. Have you found your answer? Robb spoke of his fear that Bran might awaken, apprehensive of what he might say or do, and what he might know. Catelyn felt a swell of pride for him. Very well, she said, turning to the newly appointed captain of the guard. The notion that one leads to another compels us to safeguard Bran diligently. Madam, how many guards do you require? Hal asked. In Lord Eddard's absence, my son is the Lord of Winterfell, she informed him. Robb declared, assign one guard to remain in the room, another at the door, day and night, and 2 more at the bottom of the stairs. No one is to approach Bran without my or my mother's permission. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately, Catelyn suggested. Let his wolf remain in the room to keep him company, Robb added. Indeed, Catelyn concurred, reiterating, that is an excellent idea. After Harris Mullen bowed and exited the chamber, Sir Roderick inquired, my lady, did you take note of the dagger used by the assassin? I had little time to observe it closely, yet I can assure you of its sharpness, Catelyn replied with a bitter smile. Why do you ask? The assassin was still gripping the dagger when he perished. I believe his status was insufficient to wield such a fine weapon, hence I took considerable time to examine it. The blade is forged from Valyrian steel, and the hilt is made of dragon bone. Such a weapon could not simply come into his possession. It must have been given to him by someone. Catelyn nodded thoughtfully. Robb, close the door. He cast her a peculiar glance, but complied. What I am about to disclose must remain confidential, she instructed them. If my suspicions bear any truth, then Ned and my daughters are in grave danger. Should this information leak, it could cost them their lives. Therefore, I need you to swear to secrecy. Lord Eddard treated me as a father, Greyjoy declared. I swear I will not reveal what I've heard today. I vow to keep it secret, Bachelor Luwin affirmed. My lady, so do I, Sir Roderick responded. She looked at her son. Robb, what about you? He nodded. My sister Lisa believes her husband, the former hand of the King Jon Arryn, was murdered by the Lannisters. Catelyn revealed. I recall that on the day Bran fell, Jaime Lannister did not partake in the king's hunt, but remained in the city. A profound silence enveloped the room. Thus, I conclude that Bran did not simply fall, he was cast down. The gravity of her words was evident on the faces of those present. My lady, that is truly shocking, Sir Roderick exclaimed. Even a regicide might not commit such a heinous act against an innocent child. Oh, is that so? Questioned Theon Greyjoy. I find that hard to believe. With the Lannisters' ambition and arrogance, there is nothing they would shy away from. Catelyn replied. Bran has never encountered trouble before, Bachelor Luwin mused. He knows every brick and stone of Winterfell. Curse it, Robb swore, his youthful face shadowed by anger. If this is true, he will pay dearly for it. He drew his sword and waved it in the air. I shall slay him myself. Sir Roderick barked, put away your sword. The Lannisters are hundreds of miles away. You foolish boy, how many times must I remind you? Unless absolutely necessary, never draw your sword. Robb, feeling a tinge of shame, complied, momentarily appearing quite childlike. Catelyn turned to Ser Roderick and remarked, it seems my son has begun to don arms. The old maester replied, I believe the time has come. Robb cast a nervous glance at her. It is about time, she asserted. Winterfell may soon enter a state of emergency, and wooden swords will be of no use then. Theon Greyjoy placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. My lady, should war arise, our house is at your service. Maester Luwin rubbed the area around his neck that the metal chain had chafed. At present, all we can do is speculate. The one accused of murder is none other than the Queen's own brother. This must not reach her ears. Unless we possess evidence, we must not act rashly. The dagger is the evidence, Ser Roderick interjected, Such a finely crafted blade must surely have been seen by someone. Catelyn understood that to uncover the truth, there was but one place to go. Someone must make the journey to King's Landing. I will go, Robb declared. No, she countered, you must remain here. Winterfell requires a Stark to lead. She glanced at the white-bearded Ser Roderick, then at the gray-robed Maester Luwin, and finally at the young, lean, yet impulsive Theon. Who should she send? Who was the most trustworthy? An answer began to form in her mind. Catelyn struggled to push aside the blanket, feeling her bandaged fingers stiff as stone, and climbed out of bed. I will go myself. My lady, Maester Luwin cautioned, is that wise? The Lannisters will surely be suspicious of your presence. What of Bran? Robb inquired, the poor boy utterly bewildered. You cannot simply abandon him. I have done all I can for him, she said, placing her injured hand on his arm. His life is in the hands of the gods and Maester Luwin. Have you not reminded me, Robb, that I have other children to consider? My lady, you need an escort, Theon insisted. I will have Hal take a guard with you. Robb offered. No, Catelyn replied. A large contingent would only draw unnecessary attention. I do not wish for the Lannisters to learn of my journey south. Ser Roderick argued. My lady, at the very least let me accompany you. The King's Road is perilous. It is not safe for a woman alone. I do not intend to travel the King's Road, Catelyn responded. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded decisively. Riding 2 horses would not be slower than 1. Yet it would be significantly faster than a large convoy. Ser Roderick, you are welcome to ride with me. We shall head along the White Knife towards the coast, and then hire a ship at White Harbor. If the horses are swift and the sea breeze favorable, we may arrive at King's Landing before Ned and the Lannisters. In her heart, she thought, we shall see. Hal is a diminutive name for Harris. Chapter 16, Sansa during breakfast. Septa Mordane informed Sansa that Lord Eddard Stark had left the camp before dawn. The king has summoned him. I suspect he is off hunting again. I have heard rumors of wild boars in the vicinity. I have never encountered a wild bull. Sansa fed a piece of bacon to the lady beneath the table, and the dire wolf gracefully took it from her hand like a queen. Sister Modin scoffed dismissively. A well-bred young lady ought not to feed dogs during meals. She broke apart a piece of honeycomb, allowing the nectar to drizzle onto her bread. She is not a dog. She is a dire wolf, Sansa corrected. The lady extended her rough tongue to lick Sansa's fingers. After all, Father said the little wolf could keep us company. The nun appeared quite unconvinced. Sansa, you are a good girl, but whenever that wild creature is mentioned, you are as obstinate as your sister Arya. She furrowed her brow, inquiring. Where has Arya run off to now? She is not hungry, Sansa replied, fully aware that Arya had likely sneaked into the kitchen to coax a hearty breakfast from some kitchen boy. It would be wise to remind her to dress appropriately today. That gray velvet dress would do nicely. The Queen and Princess Myrcella have invited us to join them in the royal carriage, and we must present our best selves. Sansa had already performed splendidly. She had brushed her chestnut hair until it gleamed and donned her finest blue velvet gown. For over a week, she had been eagerly anticipating this day. The honor of accompanying the Queen was unparalleled, especially since Joffrey might also be present. He was her betrothed, after all. Although their wedding was years away, the mere thought of him sent a peculiar flutter through her heart. In truth, Sansa hardly knew Joffrey, yet she had already fallen for him. He possessed every quality she associated with a prince charming, tall, handsome, strong, with a head of beautiful golden hair. She cherished every moment spent in his presence, though such opportunities were few and far between. Her only concern for today was Arya. Arya had an uncanny ability to ruin everything. One could never predict what mischief she might unleash next. I will go speak with her, she said uncertainly, but how she chooses to dress is her own business. She could only pray it would not be too outrageous. May I take my leave now? Go ahead. Sister Modin replied, gathering another heap of bread and honey. Sansa slid down from the long bench and dashed out of the inn's hall, the lady following closely behind. Outside, people busily dismantled tents of all sizes, loading their belongings onto carts in preparation for the day ahead. She paused for a moment amidst the shouts and the creaking of wooden wheels. This was a vast 3-story building constructed of white stone, and Sansa had yet to see a larger inn. Even so, it could barely accommodate a third of the king's retinue. With her father's entourage and the free riders joining along the way, the king's company had swelled to over 400. She found her sister by the banks of the Trident. Arya was struggling to scrub the caked mud off Nymeria, who clearly showed no appreciation for the effort. Arya was clad in the same leather riding outfit she had worn the previous day. I think you should change into something more presentable, Sansa advised her. Sister Modin insists. We are to join Princess Myrcella in the Queen's royal carriage today. I am not going. As Arya spoke, she endeavored to untangle a knotted tuft of hair on Nymeria. Mika and I are riding to the shallows upstream to search for rubies. Rubies? Sansa questioned, bewildered. What rubies? Arya cast her a disdainful glance, as if she were a simpleton. Of course, the rubies of Rhaegar. It was there that King Robert killed him to seize the throne. Sansa gazed incredulously at her emaciated younger sister. You are not allowed to seek any rubies. The princess awaits us, for the queen has invited us both. I do not care, Arya retorted. There are no windows in the Red Keep. You cannot see anything. What is there to admire outside? Sansa replied, vexed. She had eagerly anticipated this invitation, yet her foolish sister threatened to ruin everything, just as she had feared. It is merely fields, farms, and villages. No, it is not. Arya insisted stubbornly. One day, when you accompany us, you shall see for yourself. I despise riding, Sansa exclaimed, only to get splattered with mud and feel sore all over. Arya shrugged. Hold still, she admonished Nymeria. I will not harm you. Then she turned to Sansa and said, while traversing the neck, I discovered 36 kinds of flowers I had never seen before, and Mika even showed me a lizard lion. Sansa trembled at the thought. They had spent 12 arduous days winding along the seemingly endless black muck of the causeway to cross the neck. She had loathed every moment of the journey. The air was damp and sticky, the path too narrow for camping at night, forcing them to halt on the King's Road. Dense thickets, perpetually soaked in mire, loomed ominously from either side, with curtain-like fungi dangling between the branches. Gigantic blooms flourished in the muddy pits, floating atop stagnant pools. Yet, if one were foolish enough to stray from the path to gather them, treacherous quicksand awaited to devour them whole. Venomous snakes lurked in the underbrush, while half-submerged lizard lions appeared as if fashioned from black wood, complete with eyes and teeth. It was evident that none of this would daunt Arya. On one occasion, she returned with a horse-like grin plastered across her face, her hair a tangled mess, her clothes caked in mud, presenting a bouquet of wilted purple-green flowers to their father. Sansa had always harbored hopes that one day father would instruct Arya on the importance of decorum, to adopt a semblance of the lady she ought to be. Yet he never did. Instead, he embraced her and expressed gratitude for the flowers. It was simply pouring oil on the flames. In the aftermath, it was revealed that those purple blooms were called poison kiss flowers, and indeed, Arya's arms broke out in a rash. Sansa had thought this lesson would suffice. Yet Arya merely laughed. The next day, upon hearing Mika suggest that smearing mud could alleviate the pain, she promptly complied, rendering herself akin to an uncivilized swamp woman. Furthermore, that night, as her sister disrobed for bed, Sansa noticed numerous abrasions on Arya's arms and shoulders, deep purple bruises and discolored yellow-green grime. Where these had come from, perhaps only the 7 gods above could know. Look at her now. Arya remains incessantly engaged, meticulously grooming Nymeria's fur while rambling on about her recent experiences from the south. Just last week, we stumbled upon a foreboding watchtower, and only yesterday did we chase after a large herd of wild horses. You should have seen their reaction when Nymeria took off at the very scent of her. The little wolf wriggled under her command, prompting Arya to scold. Stop that. I still have another side to tend to. Look at you, covered in mud. You shouldn't wander off on your own. Sansa reminded her. Father has said so. Arya shrugged. I didn't stray far. Besides, I have Nymeria with me. I don't always wander off. Sometimes I keep pace with the carts. And visiting around can be quite entertaining. Sansa was all too aware of Arya's choice of companions, servants, stable hands, and maids, old men and naked children, as well as coarse-tongued, low-born free riders. Arya could befriend anyone, but Micah was the most troublesome of all, a butcher's apprentice, merely 13, wild and unrefined. He'd lie on the meat cart and reek like a pig awaiting slaughter. Just the sight of him was enough to make Sansa feel nauseous, yet Arya preferred his company. Sansa felt her patience waning. You must accompany me, she stated firmly. You cannot refuse the Queen's invitation. Sister Modin is waiting for you. Arya turned a deaf ear, suddenly swiping her brush with force, causing Nymeria to yelp in pain and flee. Come back, Sansa called. There will be lemon cake and tea to enjoy, she continued, adopting an adult's tone. The lady nudged her foot, and Sansa, fulfilling her fondness, scratched her ear. The lady squatted beside her, watching Arya chase after Nymeria. When you could comfortably recline against a feather pillow and savor cake with the Queen, why would you wish to ride a foul-smelling horse, exhausting yourself and dripping with sweat? I do not like the Queen, Arya replied casually. Sansa gasped, taken aback by her sister's words, shocked even though it came from Arya. Nevertheless, Arya continued unabashedly. She won't even allow me to bring Nymeria. She tucked the comb into her belt and stealthily approached her little wolf. Nymeria eyed her cautiously. The royal palace is no place for wolves to roam, Sansa said, and you know Princess Myrcella is frightened of them. Myrcella is but a child, Arya retorted. lunging to seize Nymeria's neck. Yet as she drew the comb, the direwolf deftly twisted away. Frustrated, Arya let the comb fall. "You wicked creature," she shouted. Sansa couldn't help but smile. The former beastmaster from Winterfell, a man named Farlan, had once told her that a master shapes the nature of their animals. She gently embraced the lady, who licked her cheek, causing Sansa to laugh heartily. Hearing the laughter, Arya turned with an angry glare. "No matter what you say, I am going horseback riding." Her long, stubborn face displayed a countenance of impending defiance. "Good heavens, Arya, at times you truly act like a child," Sansa declared. "Then I shall go by myself. It is perhaps for the best that you do not accompany me, for this way, lady, and I can indulge in all the lemon cakes and relish the splendid moments together." She turned to leave, yet Arya called out from behind. "They won't allow you to take lady with you." Before Sansa could formulate a retort, she hastened along the riverbank in pursuit of Nymeria, soon disappearing from sight. Sansa felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and indignation, and reluctantly made her way back to the inn where she knew Sister Modin awaited her. Lady walked quietly beside her, and as they proceeded, tears cascaded down Sansa's cheeks. She merely wished that everything unfolded as beautifully as depicted in the ballads. Why could Arya not embody the sweetness, grace, and kindness of a good girl, akin to Princess Myrcella? How delightful it would be to have a sister like that. Sansa found it incomprehensible how two sisters, merely 2 years apart in age, could possess such starkly contrasting personalities. If only Arya were a bastard, like their half-brother Jon. To be frank, Arya bore a striking resemblance to Jon. Both possessed the long faces and brown hair characteristic of House Stark, yet utterly lacked their mother's features, both in complexion and hair. Rumors suggested that Jon's mother was merely a commoner. In her childhood, Sansa once impulsively asked her mother whether a mistake had occurred, pondering if some mischievous spirit had whisked away her true sister. Yet her mother merely chuckled and assured her that there was no such thing. Arya was indeed her daughter and Sansa's true sister. Unable to fathom any reason for her mother to deceive her, Sansa took her words to heart. As she approached the camp, the earlier discontent faded from her mind. Outside the Queen's pavilion, a throng of people had gathered, and Sansa heard their excited chatter, akin to a swarm of buzzing bees. The pavilion doors stood wide open, with the Queen at the top of the wooden steps, smiling at someone within the crowd. Sansa inquired of a familiar attendant, "What is happening?" The attendant informed her that a delegation had come from King's Landing to welcome them, sent by the King's honor guard. Eager to catch a glimpse, Sansa urged Lady to lead the way. Upon sighting the dire wolves, the crowd parted in fear. As she drew near, she beheld 2 knights kneeling before the Queen, their armor intricately crafted and splendidly adorned, leaving her utterly entranced. One knight donned a suit of elaborately engraved, glazed white scale armor, gleaming like a pristine blanket of snow covering the land. The white silver threads and fastenings sparkled in the sunlight. When he removed his helmet, Sansa realized he was an elderly man, his white hair matching the color of his armor. Nevertheless, he appeared vigorous, moving with remarkable grace. Draped over his shoulders was a pure white cloak, emblematic of the King's Guard. His companion, in his 20s, wore deep green armor forged from steel, reminiscent of a dense forest. He was the most handsome man Sansa had ever seen. Tall and robust, his shoulder-length hair shone like black jade, framing his well-groomed visage. His blue eyes, twinkling with mirth, harmonized beautifully with the color of his armor. He cradled a horned helmet adorned with splendid, gleaming antlers. Sansa initially overlooked the third stranger. He appeared haggard and cold, not kneeling like the others, but instead stood alone by their mounts, silently observing. His face was marked with pockmarks, devoid of a beard, with deep-set eyes and sunken cheeks. Though not old, he had little hair left, only a few strands sprouting above his ears, yet he wore these remaining locks long, akin to a woman's. He donned a hardened leather coat over iron-gray chainmail, plain in style and lacking embellishment, yet weathered by time, bearing the scars of years gone by. Behind his right shoulder, one could see the hilt of a soiled leather sword, likely too long to be sheathed at his waist. The king was out hunting, and upon his return, he would surely feel a sense of relief upon seeing you. The Queen spoke to the 2 knights kneeling before her, yet Sansa's gaze remained fixed on the third man. He seemed to feel the weight of her stare, slowly turning his head. The lady growled at him, and Sansa Stark was overwhelmed by an unprecedented wave of fear. She stumbled back, colliding with another person. A pair of strong hands steadied her shoulders. At first, she assumed it was her father, but when she turned, she found Sandor Clegane's burned face looking down at her, his lips curled in a semblance of a smile. "You tremble, little sister," he rumbled. "Am I truly that frightening?" Indeed, he was terrifying. Ever since Sansa first beheld that fire-scarred visage, it had haunted her. Nevertheless, at that moment, her fear of him paled in comparison to her dread of another. She wriggled free from his grasp, and the hound laughed heartily. The lady squeezed between them. Emitting a low growl, Sansa crouched down, wrapping her arms around her dire wolf. At that moment, they became the center of attention, acutely aware of the eyes upon them and the whispers and laughter that arose around them. "It's a wolf," someone exclaimed, followed by another voice. "Good heavens. That's an ice wolf." The previous speaker asked, "What is it doing here?" The hound retorted sharply, "The Starks keep wolves as babysitters." Only then did Sansa realize that the two unfamiliar knights were now brandishing swords, gazing down at her and the lady. Her fear intensified, accompanied by a deep sense of shame, tears welling in her eyes. She heard the queen say, "Joffrey, go protect her." Then her Prince Charming appeared by her side. "Do not bully her," Joffrey declared. He stood beside her, clad in a fine blue woolen tunic and a black leather jacket, his golden hair shining like a crown in the sunlight. He reached out to help her up. "Dear lady, what troubles you? What are you afraid of? No one here will harm you. Sheath your swords. This wolf is merely her pet, nothing to be alarmed about." He glanced at Sandor Clegane. "And you must be gone. You frighten my fiancée." The ever-loyal hound bowed and quietly made his way through the crowd. Sansa struggled to regain her composure, feeling utterly foolish. After all, she was the eldest daughter of House Stark from Winterfell, destined one day to be a queen. "Your Highness," she murmured, "I do not fear him." She attempted to clarify that it was the other one. The two newly arrived knights exchanged glances. "Is it Pine?" inquired the young man clad in green armor with a smile. The elderly gentleman in white armor gently addressed Sansa, "My dear lady. Even I feel a twinge of fear upon encountering Ser Island. He indeed possesses an intimidating presence. It is only fitting." The queen remarked as she descended from the round hall, the crowd parting respectfully. "The king's justice must instill fear in the wicked, otherwise it signifies that the one you have chosen is unworthy of the role." Sansa finally conceived a suitable response. "Then you must have found the right person, Your Grace," she stated, prompting a wave of laughter from those surrounding her. "Well said, little sister," the elderly knight responded, truly a testament to the brilliance of Eddard Stark's cherished daughter. "It is my honor to make your acquaintance, albeit under such peculiar circumstances. I am Ser Balistan Selmy of the Kingsguard." Sansa recognized the name. The years of diligent instruction from Septa Mordain had proven invaluable. "You are the captain of the Kingsguard," she declared. "A distinguished member of King Robert's court and previously of Aerys Targaryen's Kingsguard. It is a privilege to meet you, noble knight." Even in the distant north, poets continue to extol the valorous deeds of Ser Balistan. The knight in green armor chuckled again. "It should rightly be old Balistan. Little sister, do not flatter too excessively. This fellow is already quite full of himself." He smiled at her. "Little wolf, if you can discern who I am, I might truly believe you are the daughter of our hand." Beside her, Joffrey straightened his posture. "Be courteous when referring to my betrothed." "I can certainly do so," Sansa quickly interjected, attempting to temper the prince's ire. She smiled at the knight in green. "My lord, your helmet bears 2 golden stag horns, the royal insignia. King Robert has 2 brothers, and given your youth, you can only be either the Duke of Storm's End or the esteemed Lord Renly Baratheon. Am I correct?" Ser Balistan could not suppress his amusement. At such a tender age, he must be a rude little rascal, as I would put it. Duke Renly burst into laughter, and others joined in, the tension that had lingered moments ago dissipating. Sansa gradually felt at ease until Ser Island Payne pushed through the crowd, standing before her in silence, devoid of any smile. The lady bared her teeth in a snarl, her growl laced with hostility, but this time Sansa gently patted her head, bidding her to be quiet. "Ser Island, if I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize." She awaited his response, yet silence lingered. The executioner merely gazed at her, his pale, colorless eyes seeming to strip away every garment she wore, peeling back her skin until her soul lay bare before him. At last, he turned and departed without uttering a single word. Confounded, Sansa turned to her prince for assistance. "Your Highness, what have I done wrong? Why does he refuse to speak with me?" "It appears that Ser Island has not favored conversation for the past 16 years, Duke Renly explained with a sly smile. Joffrey cast a disdainful glance at his uncle before taking Sansa's delicate hand. Aerys Targaryen commanded that his tongue be extracted with red-hot tongs. In these days, he converses through the blade. The queen remarked, "Sir, your loyalty to the realm is beyond question." With a beaming countenance, she continued, "Sansa, today I shall discuss matters of state with these lords whilst we await the return of the king and your father. I fear your engagement with Myrcella must be postponed. Please convey my apologies to your dear sister." Joffrey, Might you accompany our esteemed guest today? My lady mother, it would be my honor, Joffrey replied gravely, taking her hand and leading her from the round hall. At that moment, Sansa felt as if she were soaring through the heavens, spending an entire day with her princely savior. She gazed up at Joffrey in adoration, recalling how he had rescued her from Ser Island and the Hound. So valiant. As if he had stepped from the pages of a poem, akin to the tales of Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight battling the malevolent Ser Mervyn to protect Queen Nysannor, or of the mighty Ser Savon vanquishing giants to rescue Princess Daelissa. The mere brush of his sleeve against hers sent her heart racing. What would you like to do? Joffrey inquired. I simply wish to be with you, Sansa thought, but instead replied, Your Highness, whatever you desire, I shall follow. After a moment's contemplation, Joffrey suggested, We could go for a ride. Oh, I adore riding, Sansa exclaimed. Joffrey glanced back at the lady trailing behind them. Your wolf might frighten the horses, and my hound seems to have frightened you. Let us leave them here and venture out alone. What do you say? Sansa hesitated. If you deem it appropriate. I suppose I must first tether the lady. Yet, she still found herself puzzled. I was unaware that you owned a dog. Joffrey chuckled. He belongs to my mother. She entrusted him to protect me. Thus he follows me. So you meant the hound, she said, chagrined at her own sluggishness, thinking that if she were indeed a fool, the prince would surely not love her. Is this acceptable? Joffrey seemed slightly displeased. Fear not, my lady. I am nearing adulthood, and unlike your brother, I wield more than just a wooden sword. Observe. He drew his sword for Sansa to see, a finely crafted blade, perfectly scaled for a 12-year-old boy. Its steel gleaming with a blue hue, double-edged, the hilt wrapped in leather, culminating in a golden lion's head. Sansa gasped in admiration, and Joffrey appeared quite pleased. I call it lion's tooth. Thus, they left behind the dire wolf and the bodyguard, journeying westward along the northern bank of the Trident, with naught but lion's tooth as their companion. It was a day of wonder and brilliance, the warm air scented with blossoms, the woods exhibiting a gentle beauty unseen by Sansa in the forests of the north. Joffrey's steed was a swift red stallion, and his manner of riding was bold and reckless, compelling Sansa to spur her mare with all her might to keep pace. Today was indeed a day for adventure. As they scoured the riverbank for caves, driving a shadowy bobcat back to its lair. When hunger struck, Joffrey followed the trail of smoke to a countryside manor, instructing them to prepare food and wine for the prince and his companion. They feasted on freshly caught trout from the river, while Sansa indulged in an unprecedented quantity of wine. My father permits us but a single cup, and only at feasts. My betrothed may drink as much as she desires, Joffrey declared as he filled her goblet. After their meal, they ambled on horseback. Joffrey serenaded her with a high, sweet, and pure voice. Sansa, feeling slightly dizzy from the wine, inquired, Should we not return? Just a moment longer, Joffrey replied. The ancient battlefield lies just ahead, where the Green Fork bends. You know, that is where my father slayed Rhaegar Targaryen. He gestured dramatically, mimicking the shattering of armor. Later, my uncle Jaime killed old Aerys, and my father ascended to the throne. Suddenly, he paused. What is that sound? Sansa, too, heard the rhythmic thumping from the woods. I don't know, she admitted, feeling a sense of unease. Joffrey, let us return. I must investigate, he insisted, turning his horse towards the source of the noise, and Sansa reluctantly followed. The sound grew louder and clearer. Indeed, it was the sound of wood colliding. As they approached, they discerned heavy breathing and intermittent grunts. There are people there, Sansa said, her discomfort growing. She found herself wishing for her direwolf's presence. Fear not, I am here, Joffrey said, drawing his sword, lion's tooth, the metallic scrape sending shivers through her. This way, he commanded, riding through a thicket of trees. On the other side, they discovered a clearing overlooking the river, where a pair of children were engaged in a mock knightly duel, wielding wooden sticks, actually broom handles, as swords, energetically clashing on the grass. The boy, several years older, towered over the girl, his physique robust and aggressive. The girl, slender and clad in tattered leather, struggled to fend off the boy's advances, unable to completely evade his strikes. When she attempted to retaliate, he parried her blow, swiping her stick aside, and struck her fingers forcefully. She cried out in pain, dropping her weapon. Joffrey erupted into laughter. The boy turned in surprise, dropping his stick as well. The girl glared at them, sucking on her injured fingers, and Sansa gasped in shock. Arya, is that you? She exclaimed, incredulous. Go away, Arya shouted, her eyes brimming with angry tears. What are you doing here? Stay out of our business. Joffrey glanced between Arya and Sansa, taking in the scene. Is she your sister? Sansa, blushing, nodded. Joffrey then scrutinized the boy, an ugly lad with a freckled face and a shock of thick red hair. And you, who are you? he questioned in a commanding tone, showing no regard for the fact that the other was merely a year his senior. "I am Mikey," the boy murmured, recognizing the prince before him and hastily averting his gaze. "Your Highness," he continued. "He is an apprentice to the butcher," Sansa explained. "He is my friend," Arya retorted sharply. "Do not bully him." "So the pig slaughterer aspires to be a knight, does he?" Joffrey sneered as he dismounted, sword in hand. "Butcher's apprentice. Pick up your sword." A gleam of delight sparkled in his eyes. "Let us see if you are worthy." Mikey stood frozen in fear. Joffrey approached him menacingly. "Hurry up. Pick it up. Are you only brave enough to bully little girls?" "My lord, she forced me," Mikey stammered. "It was her who compelled me to do this." Sansa merely glanced at Arya, noting her sister's sudden blush, and understood the boy spoke the truth. Yet Joffrey, intoxicated and wild, paid no heed. "Will you pick it up or not?" Mikey shook his head. "My lord, it is merely a stick, not a sword. Just a club." "You are nothing but a butcher's apprentice, hardly a knight." Joffrey raised his sword, the tip aimed at Mikey's cheek, who trembled in place. "Do you know you just struck the sister of this lady?" A crimson bloom erupted where the sword pierced, a line of red trickling down the boy's face. "Stop!" Arya screamed, swiftly seizing the fallen stick. Sansa was terrified. "Arya, do not interfere. I won't harm him too badly," Prince Joffrey declared, his eyes fixated on the butcher's apprentice. Arya lunged at him. Sansa hurried to dismount, but it was too late. Arya gripped the stick tightly and struck Joffrey's head with a resounding crack, causing the stick to splinter. Joffrey stumbled, cursing vehemently. Mikey took off running into the woods. Arya swung again, but this time Joffrey raised his sword, breaking her makeshift weapon and sending it flying. Blood streamed from his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. While Sansa screamed desperately, "Stop, both of you. You are ruining everything." Yet her words fell on deaf ears. Arya picked up a stone and hurled it at Joffrey's head, only to hit his horse instead. The blood-red steed reared, galloping after Mikey. "Stop! Do not fight!" Sansa cried out. Joffrey swung his sword at Arya, hurling a stream of foul curses. In that moment, Arya, now frightened, began to retreat, but Joffrey pressed forward, driving her to the edge of the woods with no escape. Sansa, helpless, could only watch, her vision blurred by tears. Just then, a shadow darted past her, and in an instant, Nymeria had leaped onto Joffrey's right arm. Biting down fiercely, the wolf brought him crashing to the ground. His sword slipped from his grasp, and man and beast tumbled across the grass, the wolf growling and tearing, while the prince screamed in agony. "Get it off! Get it off!" he shrieked. "Nymeria!" Arya's voice sliced through the chaos like a whip. The ice wolf immediately released Joffrey and rushed to Arya's side. The prince lay in the grass, weeping while clutching his injured arm, his garments stained with blood. Arya remarked, "She hasn't harmed you too gravely." She picked up the lion's tooth and stood before him, her hands firmly gripping the sword. Joffrey, upon seeing her, emitted a fearful whimper. "No," he pleaded, "do not hurt me. Otherwise, I shall tell mother. Do not bully him." Sansa screamed at her sister. Arya swiftly turned, channeling all her strength to hurl the sword away. The blade soared over the river, its blue steel glinting in the sunlight, before plunging into the water with a resounding splash, sinking instantly. Joffrey groaned once more at the sight. Arya ran toward her mount, with Nymeria following closely behind. After they departed, Sansa approached the prince, who lay in agony, his eyes tightly shut, breathing heavily. Sansa knelt beside him. "Joffrey," she sobbed, "oh, look at the good they have done, leaving you in such a state. My poor prince, do not fear. I shall ride to the estate we just visited and fetch help." She gently brushed aside his soft golden hair. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled solely with hatred and utter disdain. "Then begone," he spat at her. "And do not touch me." Chapter 17, Ned my lord, we have located her. Ned immediately rose. "Is it our people or the Lannisters?" "It was Jory who found her," his steward, Vayenpool, replied. "The young lady is unharmed." "Thank the heavens," Ned said. His men had been searching for Arya for 4 days, while the Queen's forces had simultaneously mobilized. "Where is she? Tell Jory to bring her at once." "My lord, I regret to inform you," Poole stated, "the guards at the city gates are of the Lannister household." As soon as Jory brought her in, they promptly alerted the Queen, resulting in her being taken directly to the king. "That wretched woman." Ned stormed towards the door. "Go find Sansa and bring her to the reception hall. She may need to testify." He descended the tower stairs, seething with rage. For 3 days, he had personally led the search, and since Arya's disappearance, he had scarcely slept. By this morning, he felt a mix of heartache and exhaustion, barely able to stand. Yet now, fury surged within him, filling him with vigor. As he traversed the castle courtyard, someone called out to him, but Ned, in haste, paid no heed. He intended to break into a run. Yet as the hand of the king, he had to maintain a degree of dignity. He was acutely aware that all eyes were upon him. Whispers circulating as onlookers speculated on his impending actions. The castle, along with the surrounding lands, was quite modest, situated south of the Trident River, just half a day's ride from the banks. The royal retinue had uninvitedly taken residence in the castle, becoming guests of Lord Raymond Derry, all the while scouring the banks for Arya and the butcher's boy. Indeed, they could be deemed unwelcome visitors. Although Sir Raymond pledged his loyalty to the king, the Dane family once valiantly fought under the banner of the true dragon, aiding the realm at the Trident River, and 3 of his brothers perished in that noble endeavor, an event neither Robert nor Sir Raymond has forgotten. Now, the king's entourage, the Dane supporters, and the forces of the Lannisters and Starks have all converged upon the cramped castle, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The king commandeered Sir Raymond's meeting chamber for state affairs, and Ned indeed found them there. As he burst into the room, it was already teeming with people. It was overly crowded, he thought. If not for such a multitude, he and Robert might have resolved the matter in private and with calmness. Robert's expression was grave as he sat heavily upon the high seat of the Dane family at the far end of the hall. Cersei Lannister and her son stood beside him, the queen resting a hand on Joffrey's shoulder. The boy's arms were still wrapped in thick silken bandages. Arya stood alone in the center of the hall, accompanied only by Jorah Mormont, with every gaze fixed upon her. "Arya," Ned called out loudly, striding toward her, his boots echoing on the stone floor. Upon seeing him, she immediately cried out and then broke into sobs. Ned knelt, enveloping her in his arms as she trembled uncontrollably. "I'm sorry," she wept. I'm sorry. "I know," he replied, holding her close. She felt so small in his embrace, merely a waif of a girl. It was difficult to fathom that she could have caused such turmoil. "Are you hurt?" "No," she responded, her face smeared with mud, tears leaving pink trails on her cheeks. "I'm just a bit hungry. I had some wild berries, but nothing else. We will get you something to eat right away," Ned assured her, then rose to face the king. What is the meaning of this? He scanned the hall for friendly faces, but found only a few. Aside from his own men, Sir Raymond Dane remained impassive, while the Duke of Lannister wore a bemused expression, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Old Baelish appeared somber. The rest were Lannisters, each one radiating hostility. The only stroke of luck was that Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane were currently leading a search party on the northern bank of the Trident, hence absent. "Why was I not informed of my daughter's whereabouts?" He initially addressed Robert, but Cersei Lannister interjected. "How dare you speak to the king in such a tone?" At her words, the king stirred. "You vile woman, be silent," he commanded, straightening in his seat. "Ned, I apologize. I did not intend to frighten her. I merely wished to bring her here so we could resolve this matter swiftly." "What matter are you referring to?" Ned's voice was icy. The queen stepped forward. "Stark, you are well aware. Your wild daughter conspired with that butcher's boy to assault my precious son. Her direwolf nearly severed his arm." "That is not true," Arya shouted. "She only bit him because he was bullying Micah first. Joffrey has already recounted the events to us," the queen stated. "You and that butcher's apprentice beat him with sticks while you let the wolves tear at him. That is not how it happened," Arya cried, her tears threatening to spill once more, prompting Ned to quickly place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It is exactly as I said," Prince Joffrey insisted. "They attacked me in tandem, and she even threw my sword into the river." Ned noticed that Joffrey did not spare Arya a single glance as he spoke. "You lie," Arya shouted. "Enough," the king roared, rising from his chair, his voice brimming with fury. The hall fell silent as he glared at Arya. "Child, recount the events to me. Truthfully and without embellishment. Know that deceiving the king is a grave offense." He then turned to his son. "Once she is finished, it will be your turn. Until then, silence yourself." As Arya began to narrate the incident, Ned heard the great doors creak open behind him. He glanced back to see Peter Baelish entering with Sansa. They stood quietly at the rear of the hall, listening to Arya's account. When she mentioned throwing Joffrey's sword into the Trident, Lancel Lannister could not contain his laughter, while the king's face flushed with rage. "Ser Barristan, please escort my brother outside before he risks choking on his laughter." The Duke of Lannister ceased his mirth. "My brother is quite considerate. I can find my own way." He bowed to Joffrey, adding, "Perhaps later you can explain how a scrawny 9-year-old girl managed to knock your weapon from your grasp and cast it into the river." As the doors closed, Ned overheard him exclaim, "What a splendid sword," before bursting into laughter once more. Then it was Joffrey's turn to present his vastly different version, his face pale with indignation. After he concluded, the king rose heavily, as if eager to extricate himself from the situation. "What do you expect me to do? What he says is one thing, and what she says is entirely another. They were not alone in this matter." "Sansa, come forth," Ned called. He had heard Sansa recount the events of the night Arya went missing and knew the truth. Tell us what truly transpired. His eldest daughter hesitated as she approached. She wore a blue velvet gown with white embroidery, a silver chain around her neck, her voluminous auburn hair gleaming. She exchanged a glance with Arya before looking at the prince. I don't know, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she wished to flee. I can't remember. It all happened so quickly. I didn't see. You wretched coward. Arya shrieked, launching herself at her sister, knocking Sansa to the floor and pummeling her with fists and feet. Liar, 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 liar. Arya, stop, Ned commanded, as Joffrey pulled her away from Sansa. Arya continued to kick defiantly. Ned helped Sansa to her feet. She was pale and trembling. You're not hurt, are you? He asked. But she merely stared blankly at Arya, as if oblivious to everything else. That girl is as vile as her filthy creature, Cersei Lannister declared. Robert, she must be punished. 7 hells, Robert cursed. Cersei, look at her. She is but a child. What would you have me do? Whip her and parade her through the streets. Damn it. It was merely a child's quarrel, and now it is over, with no grave consequences. The queen was incensed. Little Jane would bear scars for life. Robert Baratheon glanced at his eldest son. Let it be. Perhaps this will teach him a lesson. Ned, discipline your daughter well. And I shall do the same for my son. Your Majesty, I shall comply, Ned replied, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Just as Robert prepared to depart, the queen would not relent. What of that wolf? She called after him. What shall be done with the beast that ravaged your son? The king halted, turning with a frown. I had almost forgotten that cursed wolf. Ned observed Arya tense in Jory's arms, prompting Jory to speak hastily. Your Majesty. The wolf is nowhere to be found. Robert appeared unperturbed. Cannot find it? Then let it be. The queen raised her voice. Skin the wolf for me, and I shall reward you with 100 golden dragons. That pelt is indeed costly, Robert muttered. Damn woman, I have no interest. If you wish to purchase it, do so with your Lannister coin. The queen regarded him coolly. I did not expect you to be so miserly. I thought the king I married would swiftly procure a wolf pelt for my bedding. Robert's countenance darkened. Without a wolf, can you expect a bed of wolf pelts? Do you think I can perform magic? Who says we have no wolves? Cersei Lannister interjected, her tone calm, but her cerulean eyes gleamed with triumph. It took a moment for the gathered company to grasp her meaning, and when they did, the king shrugged, visibly displeased. Do as you wish. Have Ser Island handle it. Robert, you cannot be serious, Ned protested. The king had lost interest in further debate. Enough, Ned, it ends here. The dire wolf is inherently wild, if not dealt with. Your daughter will suffer the same fate as my son. Get her a dog. She will be happier. At that moment, Sansa finally comprehended the king's implication. She looked to her father, eyes wide with dread. He cannot mean Lady, can he? She saw the answer etched on his face. No, she cried, do not kill Lady. She does not bite. She is the sweetest. Lady was not even present, Arya shouted. Do not bully her. Tell them to stop. Sansa pleaded. Please, tell them to stop. It is not Lady that bites. It is Nymeria, and Arya was the one who acted. Do not let them cause harm. It was not Lady's doing. I will make her behave. I promise, I promise. She could no longer contain her tears. The only solace Ned could provide was to hold her tightly, allowing her to weep unabated. His gaze traversed the hall, landing upon his old friend Robert, who was dearer than kin. Robert, for my sake, for your love of my sister, do not let it come to this. I implore you. The king regarded him for a long moment before turning his gaze to his wife. Cersei, you are truly despicable, he said with palpable ire. Ned gently extricated himself from Sansa's embrace, and suddenly, the overwhelming fatigue accumulated over the past 4 days crashed upon him like a tidal wave. Rob, you handle it yourself. His tone was as frigid as ice. One must face the consequences of one's actions. Rob stared blankly at Ned before trudging away in silence. The hall descending into a profound stillness. Where's the direwolf? Cersei Lannister inquired impatiently as soon as her husband departed. Prince Joffrey stood beside her, smiling. Your Majesty, the wolf is tethered outside the gates, Sir Balon Swan reluctantly responded. No, Ned interjected. Jory, take the girls back to their chambers, and then bring me ice. Each word he uttered was as bitter as bile, yet he felt compelled to speak. If she must die, I shall be the one to do it. Cersei Lannister regarded him with a look of skepticism. Lord Stark, you intend to do it yourself? What trickery is this? Why must you take it upon yourself? All eyes turned to him, with Sansa's gaze piercing him the most. She hailed from the north. She would die as a Northwoman, never at the hands of a butcher. Filled with a fierce rage and the echo of his daughter's weeping in his ears, he departed the hall, seeking the place where the wolf was secured. He found the small dire wolf and sat beside her for a moment. Lady, he tentatively called her name. Previously, he had paid little attention to the names the children bestowed upon the pups, but now, upon closer examination, he realized Sansa had chosen aptly. She was the smallest, most beautiful, and most docile of the litter. She gazed up at him with wide, bright golden eyes, and he could not resist stroking her thick, gray fur. Before long, Jory returned with ice. After completing the task, he said, "Select 4 men to escort the body back north, to be buried in Winterfell." "All the way back north?" Jory asked, surprised. "All the way back north," Ned reiterated. "That Lannister woman shall not lay claim to this pelt." He dragged his weary body towards the castle tower, intending to rest deeply, only to encounter Sandor Clegane and his men, who had concluded their search and were riding into the castle with a shout. A heavy, bloodied cloak hung from the back of his warhorse. "My lord, I did not see your daughter," the hound rasped from atop his steed, "but we found her pet. So it was not entirely in vain." He extended his hand, and the sack thudded heavily at Ned's feet, bending down to pull back the cloak. Ned's heart sank as he pondered how to explain this to Arya. However, the bundle contained not Nymeria, but the butcher's little brother, Micah. He was drenched in congealed blood, with wounds stretching from shoulder to waist, his body almost cleaved in two by a brutal blow. "You chased him down on horseback," Ned stated. The hound's eyes seemed to gleam from beneath his fearsome helm. "Not because he enjoyed running," he replied, looking at Ned with a grin, "but alas, he simply did not run fast enough." Chapter 18. Bran. He continued to fall, as though an eternity had passed. "Fly, swiftly," a voice whispered in the darkness. Yet Bran remained unaware of how to soar, thus he continued to plummet endlessly. Master Lewin had once fashioned a clay doll, firing it until it became hard and brittle, adorning it with Bran's garments before casting it from the castle tower. The image of the clay doll shattering into a myriad of pieces lingered in Bran's memory. "But I shall not fall," he declared, even as he persisted in his descent, though enveloped by a murky fog that obscured the ground's distance. He felt the swiftness of his fall and knew what awaited him below. Even in dreams, one cannot fall eternally. He understood he would awaken just before impact. It is a universal truth that one awakens in that fleeting moment. But what if you do not awaken? The voice inquired. The ground loomed closer, still seemingly far away. Yet it appeared nearer. Suspended in the cold, dark void, devoid of sun or stars, he was met only by the approaching earth, the gray mist, and this unfamiliar whisper. He longed to weep. "Do not weep, fly," the voice urged. "I cannot fly," Bran replied. I cannot. "How can you be so sure? Have you ever tried?" The voice was sharp and high-pitched. Bran glanced around, seeking the source. He spied a raven circling him, descending yet maintaining an unreachable distance. "Help me," he pleaded. "I am devising a plan," the raven responded. "Hey, do you have any corn?" The darkness spun around him, disorienting him, as Bran hastily reached into his pocket. As he withdrew his hand, golden kernels slipped between his fingers, cascading down with him. The raven landed on his palm, beginning to peck at the grains. "Are you truly a raven?" Bran asked. "Are you genuinely falling?" The raven retorted. "This is merely a dream," Bran asserted. "Is it?" The raven questioned again. "I will awaken upon hitting the ground," Bran informed the bird. "Upon hitting the ground, you shall perish," the raven remarked before returning to the corn. Bran lowered his gaze, now able to see the snow-capped peaks and the silver rivers winding through the deep green woods. He closed his eyes and began to weep. "Whimpering is futile," the raven chided. "I told you, the only way is to fly, not to shed tears. What difficulty lies therein? Am I not flying?" The raven took to the air, flapping its wings around Bran. "But you have wings," Bran pointed out. "Perhaps you possess them too." Bran began to search along his shoulders for his own feathers. "Wings manifest in various forms," the raven explained. Bran observed his limbs, so emaciated, resembling mere skin stretched over bone. Had he always been this thin? He attempted to recollect. A visage emerged from the fog, radiating a golden glow. "Ponder well, what have I done for love?" it inquired. Bran screamed. The raven soared higher, cawing loudly. "Not that." It hissed at him. "Forget that. What you need now is not that. Discard that thought." It perched upon Bran's shoulder, pecking at him, and that bright, gleaming golden visage soon vanished. At that moment, Bran plummeted ever faster, hurtling towards the ground, as the gray mist roared past his ears. "What have you done to me?" he asked the raven, tears welling in his eyes. "I am teaching you to fly." "I cannot fly." "Yet, are you not flying now?" "I am falling." "Flight begins with a fall," the raven remarked. "Look down." "I fear to look down." Bran glanced below, feeling as though his very insides were melting. The ground rushed towards him, the entire world unfurled beneath, resembling a vibrant tapestry of colors. Everything was remarkably vivid. He momentarily forgot his fear. The entirety of the kingdom and its diverse inhabitants lay before him. He soared like a hawk above Winterfell, where the once towering spires appeared squat and stout, and the castle walls became mere lines upon the earth. He spotted Master Luwin on the balcony, peering through a brilliantly polished bronze tube to observe the celestial phenomena. Frowning as he scribbled in his notebook, he saw his brother Robb practicing swordsmanship in the square, wielding a true weapon made of fine steel. His stature more robust than Bran remembered. He noticed the simple-minded giant Hodder in the stables, effortlessly hoisting an anvil upon his shoulder, as though it were a mere bundle of grain destined for the smithy of Mikken. Deep within the godswood, the tall, pale weirwood pondered its reflection in the black pool, its leaves rustling in the cold breeze. When it sensed Bran's gaze, it lifted its eyes from the water, returning his stare with a steady gaze. Looking east, he beheld a sailing ship braving the waves, cutting through the biting bay. He saw his mother seated alone in the cabin, fixated on a blood-stained dagger resting upon the table before her. The sailors strained at the oars, while Ser Roderick leaned against the mast, trembling and gasping for breath. A storm was brewing ahead, a roiling mass of thunderous clouds, filled with boundless lightning, yet somehow they remained oblivious. Turning southward, he gazed upon the rushing blue-green waters of the Trident, witnessing the sorrow etched upon his father's face as he implored the king. He saw his sister Sansa weeping herself to sleep at night. He saw his sister Arya quietly observing, concealing secrets within her heart. They were all cloaked in shadows, one dark as ash with a terrifying hound-like visage, another radiant in golden armor, beautiful as sunlight. Behind them stood a giant clad in stone armor, even more formidable. When he lifted his visor, it revealed an emptiness filled with endless gloom and thick black blood. Raising his eyes, he looked beyond the narrow sea, clearly perceiving the free cities of trade and the vast green expanse of the Dothraki Sea, gazing towards the foothills of the Valyrian Mountains, the legendary lands of the Jade Sea, and the shadowy realms beyond Ass High, where the dragons stirred restlessly beneath the dawn of a new day. Finally, he turned northward, observing the wall glistening like blue crystal, and saw his half-brother Jon sleeping alone upon a cold bed, as the memories of warmth and heat slowly faded, his skin growing pale and firm. He gazed beyond the great wall, his vision traversing the boundless expanse of snow-covered forests, crossing the frozen riverbanks, the vast blue and white ice fields, and the desolate, lifeless tundra. He continually looked northward, towards the luminous veil at the world's end, and then pierced through that veil to peer into the heart of winter. At that moment, an involuntary cry of fear escaped him, as scalding tears streamed down his cheeks. "Now you understand, do you not?" The crow perched silently upon his shoulder whispered. "Now you comprehend the necessity of enduring?" "Why?" Bran inquired, perplexed, as he continued to plummet downward. "Because winter is coming." Bran glanced at the crow on his shoulder, which returned his gaze. It possessed 3 eyes, the third filled with a terrifying knowledge. Looking down once more, Bran beheld nothingness, save for ice and snow, cold and death. A frozen wasteland bristling with jagged blue and white icicles, waiting to embrace him. They shot towards him like lethal javelins, and he beheld the skeletal remains of countless dreamers hanging above, enveloped by a wave of despairing terror. Can one be brave in the face of fear? He heard his faint voice echoing this thought. Then his father's voice replied, "It is only in the depths of fear that one can find courage." "Now, Bran," the crow urged, "you must make a choice. If you do not fly, your only fate is to fall to your death." Death screamed at him with a shrill voice. Reaching out with its sinister claws, Bran extended his arms and took flight. Invisible wings drank in the rushing wind, buoying him upwards. The dreadful icicles receded below, and the sky above opened up in clarity. Bran soared, a sensation more exhilarating than climbing any wall, more splendid than anything he had ever experienced. The world beneath him shrank away. "I can fly," he exclaimed joyfully. "I know," the 3-eyed crow replied. It flapped its wings, brushing against his cheeks, slowing his ascent and obscuring his view, causing him to sway in the air. The crow's sharp beak suddenly pierced the center of his forehead, between his eyes, and a jolt of acute pain surged through him. "What are you doing?" he screamed. The crow caught at him, its cry filled with panic. And then the fog that had enveloped him began to tremble and swirl, as if a curtain had been drawn back. To his astonishment, he discovered that the crow was, in fact, a dark-haired maiden. He felt a flicker of recognition. He had seen her somewhere, in Winterfell. Yes, that was it. Now he remembered her. Then he realized he was indeed in Winterfell, lying in a bed within a cold tower room, while the dark-haired woman hastily spilled a basin of water on the floor. She paid no heed to the shattered vessel as she dashed down the stairs, calling out, "He has awakened. He is awake." Bran touched the spot between his eyes where the crow had pecked. It still throbbed with heat, yet there was no mark upon his forehead, no blood, no wound. He felt weak and dizzy, attempting to rise from the bed, but found himself unable to move. Just then, a commotion by his bedside drew his attention, as a small creature leapt gently onto his feet, gazing into his eyes with bright, golden orbs that sparkled like the sun. The window stood ajar, allowing the chill of the room to seep in, yet the warmth emanating from the dire wolf enveloped him like a soothing bath. Bran suddenly comprehended that this was indeed his little wolf. It had grown remarkably large. He extended a hand, trembling like a leaf, to caress it. Just as his brother Robb rushed up the tower, breathless and flustered, he found the dire wolf licking Bran's face. Looking up with a serene expression, Bran declared, "I shall name it Summer." Chapter 19. Catelyn, in just an hour, we shall arrive at King's Landing. Catelyn turned from the railing, forcing a smile as she addressed the captain. "Captain, your sailors have performed admirably. I wish to reward each of them with a silver stag as a token of my gratitude." Captain Morio Tumidith bowed slightly in response. "Lady Stark, your generosity is overwhelming. It is an honor to serve a lady of your stature, and that alone is the greatest reward." "I always intend to reward them," Catelyn replied. Morio smiled. "Then I shall graciously accept." His command of the common tongue was impressive, marked only by a faint Tyroshi accent. He had spent 30 years making his living upon the narrow sea. As he recounted, he began as a mere oarsman, then ascended to first mate, ultimately commanding his own fleet of merchant vessels. The Storm Dancer, a brigantine, was his fourth ship, boasting 60 oars and 2 masts, and it was his fastest vessel. At least, when Catelyn and Ser Roderick Castle hurried downstream, it was the swiftest in the harbor. The avarice of the Tyroshi was infamous. Ser Roderick had initially advocated for hiring a single-masted fishing boat without oars from the Sisters' Isles. However, Catelyn insisted on this grand vessel. It proved to be a wise decision. Throughout their journey, the winds had conspired against them. Had it not been for these skilled rowers, they might still be struggling at the fingers, let alone making their way toward their destination, King's Landing. Almost there, she mused. The sight of her fingers, still bandaged in cotton, throbbed from a dagger wound, a reminder of past events. Her left pinky and ring fingers could not bend, and the other 3 fingers would never regain their full dexterity. Yet, what was that when weighed against Bran's life? At that moment, Ser Roderick stepped onto the deck. "My good friend," Morio exclaimed, sporting his distinctive bifurcated green beard. The Tyroshi adored vibrant colors, even extending their flair to their beards and eyelashes. "It is delightful to see you looking much improved." "Indeed," Ser Roderick agreed. "I have felt somewhat better these past days, and I am less inclined to seek an untimely end." He then bowed to Catelyn. "Good day to you, my lady." His appearance had noticeably improved, though he was still a touch thinner than he had been when they departed from White Harbor. Nevertheless, he seemed to have regained much of his former vitality. He had struggled against the fierce winds of Bites Bay and the tumultuous waves of the narrow sea during their passage past Dragonstone. A sudden storm nearly cast him into the depths, but he had managed to grasp a rope, and 3 of Morio's sailors had rescued him back to the cabin. "The captain just informed me that our journey is nearing its conclusion," she said. Ser Roderick forced a faint smile. "So soon?" Without his snow-white hair and beard, he appeared somewhat out of sorts, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. His stature diminished, and the once formidable presence now absent. This was an unavoidable circumstance. While passing through the biting bay, he leaned over the railing, retching into the tempestuous winds. By the 3rd heave, his beard had become irredeemably filthy, compelling him to allow the sailors to shave it clean with a razor. "You may discuss serious matters. I shall not intrude," Morio said before bowing and departing. The sailboat drifted over the water like a dragonfly, the oars rising and falling in perfect synchrony. Ser Roderick grasped the railing, gazing towards the rushing land. "I am truly not a competent guardian," he lamented. Catelyn patted his arm. "Ser Roderick, we have safely arrived at our destination. That is sufficient." Her other hand fumbled beneath her cloak, her fingers stiff and awkward. The dagger remained at her waist, and she found herself compelled to touch it from time to time for reassurance. "Next, we shall seek the king's tutor. God's willing. May he be trustworthy." Although Sir Alan Santagar was somewhat vain, he was exceedingly upright. Ser Roderick reached to stroke his beard, but found nothing but air. He hesitantly remarked, "He is likely to recognize that dagger. However, my lady, once we disembark, we risk exposure, especially since there are those in the court who could identify you at a glance." Catelyn pressed her lips together. "Peter," she murmured. His face materialized in her mind, a boyish visage, though he was no longer a child. His father had passed away years ago, and now he was Peter Baelish. Yet everyone still referred to him as Littlefinger. This moniker was bestowed by her brother Edmure long ago in the town of Runestone, stemming from the fact that his family's lands were small, situated on the tiniest peninsula of the Fingers, compounded by the fact that Peter was particularly slight among his peers. Sir Roderick cleared his throat. Lord Baelish once was, he stammered, attempting to find a more courteous phrasing. Catelyn disregarded the formalities. He was my father's ward. We grew up together in Runestone. I regarded him as a brother. Yet he viewed me as more than a sister. When the news of my betrothal to Brandon Stark was announced, he demanded a duel, claiming the victor could wed me. It was a completely mad endeavor. Brandon was already 20, while Peter was merely 15. I pleaded with Brandon to spare him, and he left only a scar. Subsequently, my father sent him away, and I have not seen him since. She raised her face to the waves, as if the brisk sea breeze could whisk away her memories. After Brandon's death, he sent letters to Runestone, but I burned them all unopened, for by then, I had already known that Ned would marry me in place of his brother. Sir Roderick reached again to touch his beard, only to find emptiness. Littlefinger is now a member of the King's Council. I always knew he would rise to prominence, Catelyn remarked. He was clever from a young age. Yet cleverness and wisdom are two distinct things. I truly wonder how much he has changed over the years. The lookout atop the mast shouted commands, while Captain Morio paced the deck, issuing orders. As the majestic city of King's Landing, perched atop 3 hills, came into view, the storm dancer was immediately engulfed in a flurry of activity. Catelyn recalled that 3 centuries ago, this highland was entirely blanketed in forests, with only a handful of fishermen settling along the turbulent banks of the Blackwater River, which surged into the sea. It was then that the conqueror Aegon crossed the sea from Dragonstone, landing his forces here, and subsequently erected his first crude fortification from timber and earth atop the highest hill. Now, as Catelyn gazed upon the landscape, it had transformed into a bustling urban expanse, filled with opulent mansions, pavilions, barns, brick warehouses, wooden inns, market stalls, taverns, graveyards, and brothels, one after another. Even from a distance, the clamor of the fish market reached her ears. Wide boulevards, winding alleys, and narrow lanes barely accommodating 2 people side by side wound between the buildings. The marble walls of the Great September of Baelor surrounded the summit of Visigny's Hill, where 7 crystal towers soared majestically. On the opposite Rennie's Hill lay the blackened ruins of the Dragon Pit, the collapsed remnants of a massive dome, and the bronze doors that had remained shut for a century. Between the 2 hills, the silent sister street stretched straight as an arrow, encircled by the sturdy walls of the city. 100 docks lined the waterfront, where countless vessels were moored. Deep-sea fishing boats and river barges came and went ceaselessly, while ferrymen navigated the Blackwater Bay, and merchant ships continuously unloaded goods from Bravos, Pintos, and Liss. Catelyn caught sight of the Queen's lavish yacht moored beside a deep-drafted whaling ship, coated in black tar and hailing from the port of Iban. Upstream, a dozen slender golden warships, their sails unfurled, glided gracefully, their iron rams gently lapping against the water's surface. Overseeing all of this was the Red Keep atop Aegon's Hill, comprising 7 fortified steel towers, a colossal and forbidding bastion, a domed hall, enclosed bridges, barracks, dungeons, and granaries, all encased within stout walls of pale red stone, punctuated by numerous arrow slits. The conqueror Aegon had commissioned the construction of this castle, and his son, the cruel Maegor, completed it. Upon its completion, he executed every mason, carpenter, and architect involved, vowing that only a true-born dragon could unlock the secrets of the Dragon King's fortress. Yet now, the banners flying from the battlements were golden rather than black, and the place where the 3-headed dragon once breathed fire had become the resplendent domain of House Baratheon, adorned with their crowned stag. A tall swan ship from the Summer Isles, sails billowing in the wind, departed the harbor. The storm dancer glided past her, steadily preparing to dock. "My lady," Sir Roderick said, "during my recuperation in bed, I have contemplated our next steps carefully. First and foremost, you absolutely must not enter the city. I shall go alone to lead Ellen to safety where you can meet her." As the sailboat approached the dock, she scrutinized the old knight intently. Captain Morio was bellowing orders in the coarse Valyrian dialect of the free cities. "The risks you take are no less than mine." Sir Roderick smiled. "I beg to differ. Earlier, I glanced at my reflection in the water and scarcely recognized myself. My mother was the last person in this world to see me without a beard, and she has been gone for 40 years. My lady, I am certain I shall be safe." Morio bellowed, and 60 oars were lifted in unison from the water, then rowed in the opposite direction. The ship slowed, and with another loud command, the oars were retracted into the hull. Once the vessel docked, The sailor from Tyrosh promptly leapt ashore to secure the mooring line. Morio approached with a beaming smile. "My lady, as per your instructions, we have arrived at King's Landing. I wager no ship has reached its destination with such swiftness and smoothness. Would you like me to send someone to assist with your luggage to the castle?" "We shall not be going to the castle. However, if you could recommend a few clean and comfortable inns not too far from the river, I would appreciate it." Captain Tyrosh twirled his green mustache. "Certainly, I know of a few establishments that meet your criteria. But first, if I may be so bold, there remains half of the agreed fare yet to be settled. And regarding the generous extra tip you promised, if I recall correctly, it was 60 silver coins." "That is for the crew," Caitlin reminded him. "Oh, of course," Morio replied, "but I shall hold on to it for them until we return to Tyrosh for distribution. After all, this is for their families. Just think, if we were to give it to them now, my lady, they would surely squander it on gambling or spend it on fleeting pleasures." "Spending money is not to be condemned," Sir Roderick interjected, "for winter is approaching. One must take responsibility for their actions." Caitlin asserted, "This is their hard-earned money. How they choose to spend it is none of my concern." "Very well, as you wish, my lady," Morio replied with a bow and a grin. To be prudent, Caitlin distributed the coins directly to the sailors, granting each a silver stag, while offering the 2 seamen who assisted with her luggage an additional 2 copper coins. They carried her belongings to the inn Morio had recommended. Nestled halfway up the Visigna Hills, reputed to be an old establishment on Eel Alley, the innkeeper was a cantankerous old woman, who first scrutinized them with suspicion before biting the coins Caitlin had given her, likely to ascertain their authenticity. Nonetheless, the room was quite spacious and well-ventilated, and Morio claimed her fish stew was unmatched throughout the 7 kingdoms. Best of all, she seemed indifferent to the names of her guests. "I believe it would be wise for you not to linger in the common room," Sir Roderick advised after they were settled. "Even in such a place, caution is prudent." He donned his chainmail, equipped with a dagger and sword, and draped a black cloak over himself, pulling up the hood. "I shall bring Lord Allen before nightfall. He assures me, my lady, that you will have a restful time." Caitlin truly felt weary. The journey had been long and exhausting, and she was not of tender years. The window of her room overlooked a narrow alley between rooftops, granting her a view of the distant Blackwater Bay. She watched as Sir Roderick strode briskly into the bustling street, disappearing into the crowd, ultimately deciding to heed his counsel. The bed was stuffed with straw rather than feathers. Yet she succumbed to slumber the moment her head touched the pillow. She was awakened by a series of loud knocks at the door. Caitlin sat up abruptly, outside. The setting sun cast a fiery glow over the rooftops of King's Landing. She had slept longer than anticipated. The knocking resumed, accompanied by a voice calling from outside. "In the name of the king, open the door." "One moment," she replied, hastily wrapping herself in her cloak. The dagger lay on the bedside table, which she quickly grasped before unlocking the heavy wooden door. A throng of individuals clad in the city guard's uniform, black chainmail and golden cloaks, poured into the room. The leader, upon seeing the blade in her hand, chuckled. "My lady, there is no need for such measures. We are here specifically to escort you into the city." "By whose command?" she inquired. He produced a ribbon, and at the sight of the wax seal adorned with a mockingbird, Caitlin's throat tightened. "Peter," she murmured, realizing with a start that he had acted swiftly. Something must have happened to Ser Roderick. She gazed at the leading guard and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I do not, my lady," he replied. "Lord Peter merely instructed us to bring you to him, and ensured that you would not be harmed in any way." Caitlin nodded. "Wait outside. I shall dress and join you shortly." She washed her hands in a basin and dried them with a clean linen cloth. Her fingers remained stiff and unyielding, and it took considerable effort to don her bodice and fasten the coarse brown cloak around her neck. How did Peter know she was here? Surely, Ser Roderick would not have divulged that information. Despite his age, he was stubborn to a fault and fiercely loyal. Could it be that they had arrived too late and the Lannisters had already seized King's Landing? That was implausible. If it were true, Ned would certainly be here to fetch her himself. What was happening? Suddenly, it dawned on her, Morio. That accursed Tyroshi knew their identities and their whereabouts. She could only speculate on how much he had charged for this intelligence. They had prepared a horse for her. As they set off, the streets were already lit, and Caitlin felt the eyes of the entire city upon her, surrounded by guards draped in golden cloaks. Upon reaching the Red Keep, they found the iron gate lowered, and the main doors tightly shut for the night. Yet the flickering lights within the castle's windows suggested life still thrived inside. The guards left her mounts outside the walls and escorted her through a narrow side entrance, up the staircases to a high tower. Inside the chamber sat only one man, scribbling at a large wooden table by the light of an oil lamp. As they ushered her inside, he set down his pen and regarded her. "Kate," he said quietly, "why have you brought me here?" He rose and waved dismissively at the guards. "You may leave." Once they had departed, he spoke again. "I have warned you repeatedly." His gaze fell upon her bandaged hand. "Your hand." Catelyn deliberately ignored the insinuation. "I am not accustomed to being treated like a servant," she replied coldly. "You once knew a modicum of courtesy in your youth." "My lady, I meant no offense whatsoever." He appeared to be filled with remorse, a sentiment that stirred vivid memories within Catelyn. He was a cunning and clever child, yet each time he found himself in trouble, he would wear an expression of deep regret, a talent he possessed innately. It seemed he had not changed much over the years. Peter, once a small boy, had now grown into a slender man, standing a couple of inches shorter than Catelyn, yet still agile and sharp-featured, just as she remembered, with those twinkling gray-green eyes. A hint of stubble adorned his chin, and streaks of silver threaded through his dark hair, though he was not yet 30. This trait harmonized well with the silver mockingbird that secured his cloak, a source of pride for him since childhood. "How did you know I was in the city?" she inquired. "Because Varys is well informed," he replied, a sly smile creeping across his face. "He will be here shortly. I merely wish to meet with you first." "Kate, it has been ages. How many years has it been?" Catelyn disregarded his familiarity, for she had more pressing matters to discuss. "It turns out the spider has found me." Littlefinger frowned slightly. "Do not call him that to his face. He is quite sensitive, perhaps due to his status as a eunuch. Varys is not only aware of everything in the city, but often seems to know it before it happens. His spies are everywhere. He refers to them as his little birds. One of these little birds informed him of your arrival. Thank the gods that when Varys learned of it, I was the first person he sought." "Why were you the first?" He shrugged. "Why not? I am the master of coin and the king's hand." With Selwyn and Lord Renly traveling north to greet Robert, and Lord Stannis returned to Dragonstone, only Maester Pycelle and I remain. I was the obvious choice, especially since Varys knows I am also a friend of your sister Lisa. "Does Varys know?" "Lord Varys knows everything except why you have come." He raised an eyebrow. "So, what brings you here?" "The longing of a wife for her husband, the worry of a mother for her daughter. I came to visit. What is wrong with that?" Littlefinger chuckled. "Ah, my lady, that excuse is rather clever, but I fear I do not believe it. I know you too well. What is the motto of your Tully family?" Her throat went dry. "Family, duty, honor," she recited stiffly. He truly knew her too well. "Family, duty, honor," he echoed. "Each one requires you to heed the Hand's counsel and remain in Winterfell." "My lady, I suspect it is not so simple. Were it not of great importance, you would not arrive so unexpectedly. So please, speak plainly. Let me assist you, as old friends ought to do." At that moment, a soft knock echoed from the door. "Enter," Littlefinger called. The man who entered was portly, heavily perfumed, and his head gleamed like an egg. He wore a loose purple silk robe, over which was a vest embroidered with gold thread, his feet adorned with wide, velvety slippers. "Lady Stark," he exclaimed, taking her hand in both of his. "What a joy it is to reunite after so many years." His skin was soft and moist, and his breath carried the scent of lilacs. "Oh dear, what has happened to your hand?" "Dear madam, it seems you have inadvertently scalded yourself." Such delicate hands could certainly benefit from the exceptional ointment concocted by our esteemed Lord Peter Baelish. "Shall I send someone to deliver a jar to you?" Catelyn withdrew her hand from his palm and replied, "My lord, I appreciate your kind offer, but my wound has already been attended to by Master Ruin at home." Varys lowered his gaze, expressing, "I am deeply saddened by the matter concerning your son. It is indeed cruel of the gods to afflict such a young soul." "Lord Varys, we seem to share a certain understanding," she remarked. The title of Earl held by Varys was merely nominal, intended to acknowledge his position among the court's high officials. In truth, he governed naught but a network of informants. The eunuch spread his hands gently, saying, "Dear madam, I believe our common ground extends beyond this. I hold your husband, our newly appointed prime minister, in the highest regard, and I am acutely aware of the affection we all harbor for King Robert." "Indeed," she conceded, "undoubtedly, it would be challenging to find another monarch as beloved as King Robert." Peter's lips curled into a sly smile as he added, "At the very least. It seems Lord Varys believes so." "Dear madam," Varys continued with a note of concern, "the free trade city is home to numerous skilled healers. With but a nod from you, I would seek out such a person to attend to young Bran. Master Ruin has done all he can," she informed him. At that moment, she was disinclined to discuss Bran, especially with these individuals. Her trust in Peter was tenuous, and even more so in Varys. She could not allow them to witness her sorrowful demeanor. "Lord Baelish just informed me that my presence here is entirely due to you." Varys chuckled like a young girl. "Ah, indeed. I suppose I am to blame for this, kind lady. I hope you can forgive me." He leisurely found a chair and intertwined his fingers, saying, "I wonder if I might request a glimpse of that dagger?" Catelyn Stark stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. He truly was an insidious spider. Perhaps even a sorcerer versed in dark arts, she mused frantically. How could he possibly know things that no one else should? What have you done with Ser Roderick? She demanded. Peter appeared bewildered. I feel like a knight who has entered the battlefield without a lance. What is this dagger you speak of? And who is Ser Roderick? Ser Roderick Castle is the master-at-arms of Winterfell, Varys explained. Fear not, Lady Stark, the good knight is safe and sound. He did indeed visit this afternoon, stopping by the armory to see Ser Alistair Thorne. They discussed a dagger, and around sunset, they left the castle together, making their way back to the humble lodgings where you were staying. They are still there, drinking in the hall, awaiting your return. Ser Roderick has been quite anxious in your absence. How do you know all this? She inquired. The little birds chirp their secrets to me, he replied. Varys smiled and said, My good lady, it is my duty to gather information, which is why I possess a wealth of knowledge. He shrugged. However, you did indeed bring the dagger with you, did you not? Catelyn drew the dagger from her cloak and tossed it onto the table before him. Take a look. Perhaps your little birds will inform you of the dagger's owner. Varys, with an exaggeratedly graceful gesture, picked up the short blade and ran his thumb along its edge, only to be met with immediate blood. He gasped, dropping the dagger back onto the table. Be cautious, Catelyn warned him. This dagger is quite sharp. The sharpest in all the world is none other than Valyrian steel, Littlefinger remarked. Varys, sucking on his bleeding thumb, glared at Catelyn with a disgruntled expression. Littlefinger picked up the blade, delicately toying with it to gauge its balance. He then tossed the dagger into the air and caught it deftly with the other hand. Perfectly weighted. Your purpose in visiting is to discover the owner of this dagger, is it not? My lady, you need not seek out Ser Allen. You should have come directly to me. If I were to ask you directly, she replied, what would you say? I would tell you that only one such blade exists in King's Landing. He pinched the blade between his thumb and forefinger, raised it over his shoulder, and with a flick of his wrist, expertly hurled the dagger toward the far side of the room. It struck the door with a thud, embedding itself deep into the oak, quivering with residual force. It is mine. This is your dagger? Impossible. Peter has not even set foot in Winterfell. He crossed the room and retrieved the dagger from the wooden door. I, along with half the court, wagered that Ser Jaime would win the jousting tournament on Prince Joffrey's name day, Peter said, suddenly appearing boyish as a shy smile crossed his face. So when Ser Loras Tyrell knocked him off his horse, we all lost a small fortune. Ser Jaime lost 100 golden dragons. The queen forfeited a jade necklace. And I lost this dagger. The victor spared her majesty's jade, but claimed everything else. Who was this man? Catelyn demanded, her mouth dry with fear, her fingers aching with the weight of memories. The imp, Littlefinger replied. Varys observed her expression. Tyrion Lannister. Chapter 20 Jon. The clash of swords echoed across the courtyard. Jon, clad in a black woolen tunic, a leather vest, and chainmail, was drenched in sweat beneath his armor. He pressed forward as Grenn staggered backward unsteadily, awkwardly raising his sword in defense. Just as Grenn lifted his weapon, Jon struck fiercely at his lower body, hitting his foot and causing him to stumble. Grenn retaliated, but Jon delivered a powerful overhead strike that dented his helmet. Grenn then attempted a sideways slash, but Jon deflected his sword and elbowed him sharply in the abdomen. Off balance, Grenn fell heavily into the snow. Jon followed up with a strike to his wrist, causing Grenn to cry out in pain and drop his sword. Enough. Ser Alistair Thorne's voice cut through the air like the edge of a Valyrian blade. Grenn rubbed his hand, complaining, that wildling dislocated my wrist. If you were using a real sword, the wildling would have severed your tendons, split your skull, and severed your hands, Ser Alistair retorted. Count yourself fortunate. We, the Night's Watch, require not only rangers, but also stable hands. Ser Alistair waved at Jane and Todd, instructing them to assist the oaf to his feet, as he was now prepared for a funeral. The other boys helped Grenn rise, while Jon removed his helm, the frosty morning air brushing against his face, providing a refreshing sensation. He stood with his sword, inhaling deeply, allowing himself a fleeting moment to relish the joy of victory. That is a sword, not an old man's cane. Ser Alistair retorted sharply. My Lord Snow, are your feet hurting? Jon loathed this nickname. Since his first day of sword training, Ser Alistair had referred to him thus. The other boys followed suit, and soon, everyone addressed him in the same manner. He sheathed his longsword. No. Then, Thorne strode toward him, the crisp sound of his black leather armor echoing in the air. He was approximately 50 years old, robust, lean, and stern, with dark hair flecked with gray, yet his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of agate. What is the matter? He inquired. I am weary, Jon admitted. His arms ached from the continuous swinging of the sword, and now that the fight had concluded, the fresh scrapes began to sting. That is weakness. But I triumphed. No. It was the oaf who lost. A boy observing from the sidelines stifled a chuckle. Jon was acutely aware that he could not retort. Although he had defeated every opponent Ser Waymar had sent against him, he still received no due recognition. The instructor's lips were perpetually curled in mockery and derision. Jon surmised that Thorne must harbor disdain for him. However, it was evident that Thorne loathed the other boys even more. That will be all for today, Thorne declared. I possess no patience for slackers. Should the others ever arrive, I hope they bring bows and arrows, for you are fit only to serve as targets. Jon trailed behind the others as they returned to the armory, walking solitary in their midst. He had always been solitary. The training squad comprised about 20 individuals. Yet none could be deemed a friend. Most were 2 or 3 years his senior, yet in combat, they were but a fraction of the prowess displayed by 14-year-old Robb. Dalen was nimble but terrified of being struck. Pip wielded his sword as if it were a dagger. Jane was as frail as a girl. Grin was slow and clumsy. And Hodder fought fiercely yet aimlessly. The more Jon sparred with these boys, the more he scorned them. Upon entering the chamber, Jon hung his sheathed sword back on the hook in the stone wall, deliberately ignoring the others. He methodically removed his armor, leather jerkin, and sweat-soaked woolen shirt. At both ends of the long room, the coals in the iron braziers blazed brightly, yet Jon could not quell his shivering. Here, the chill was a constant companion. He feared that in years to come, he would forget the sensation of warmth. He donned his everyday coarse black garments, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. He sought a bench to sit upon, his fingers fumbling to fasten his cloak. So cold, he mused, recalling the halls of Winterfell, where hot springs flowed year-round between the barriers, akin to blood coursing through the veins of a living being. In the Black Castle, warmth was a foreign concept. Only the cold walls and even colder souls surrounded him. Aside from Tyrion Lannister, no one had ever mentioned to him that the Night's Watch was in such a state. The dwarf revealed the truth to him during their journey north, but by then it was already too late. Jon could not help but wonder if his father was aware of the true state of the Night's Watch. He must have known. And this thought pierced his heart even more. Even his uncle had abandoned him in this desolate, frigid wilderness. The gentle Bran Stark he once knew had transformed entirely in this place. He was the first ranger, spending his days in the company of Lord Commander Mormont, Maester Aemon, and other high-ranking officials, while Jon was left to contend with the irascible Ser Waymar Thorne. 3 days after their arrival at the wall, Jon learned that Bran Stark would lead 6 men deep into the haunted forest for a patrol. That night, he sought out his uncle in the wooden hall of the castle and implored him to take him along. Bran flatly refused. This is not Winterfell, he said while cutting meat with his knife and fork. In the Night's Watch, to earn any respect, you must prove your worth. Jon, you are not yet a ranger. You are merely a boy, still reeking of summer. Jon foolishly argued, by next name day, I will be 15, asserting that he would soon be a man. Bran Stark frowned. Until Ser Waymar deems you fit to join the Night's Watch, you remain a boy, just a boy. If you think that your Stark lineage grants you any privilege, you are gravely mistaken. When we took our vows, we severed all ties to our past. As for your father, he will always hold a special place in my heart, but these men are now my brothers. He gestured with his dagger towards the weathered black-clad warriors nearby. At dawn the next day, Jon rose to see his uncle off. A tall, unattractive ranger from his uncle's retinue was saddling a horse while singing a lewd song, his breath steaming in the cold morning air. Bran Stark smiled at him, but was curt with his nephew. Jon, how many times must I tell you? You cannot come. We will talk when I return. As Jon watched his uncle lead the horse into the tunnel heading north, he recalled what Tyrion Lannister had once told him on the King's Road. Images of Bran Stark lying in the snow, bloodied and lifeless, flooding his mind. That thought made him feel nauseous. What have I become? Later, in his solitary chamber, he found Ghost and buried his face deep into the thick white fur. Since he was destined for solitude, he would transform his loneliness into strength. Castle Black lacked the weirwood trees, possessing only a small sept and inebriated brothers, yet Jon had no inclination to pray to the gods. Be they the new or the old, he believed that if the gods truly existed, they would be as cruel and merciless as the relentless winter here. He longed for his true brothers, the gleam in Robb's eyes when he wanted sweets, Robb, his most worthy rival, and his closest friend and companion, and the stubborn yet inquisitive Bran, who always sought to involve himself in whatever Jon and Robb were doing. He also missed his 2 sisters, including Sansa, who ever since understanding the meaning of being a bastard, insisted on referring to him as my half-brother. As for Arya, the scrappy little thing with torn clothes and a perpetually messy head of hair, whose stubbornness often led her to scrape her knees, he missed her even more than Robb. Like him, Arya was perpetually out of place in her surroundings, Yet she always had a way of making Jon smile knowingly. At this moment, Jon would willingly sacrifice everything for a fleeting reunion with her, to touzle her unruly hair once more, to witness her make a silly face, and to hear her say the exact same words that resonated in his heart. "You little bastard, you dislocated my arm." Jon lifted his gaze toward the source of that furious voice. Bran stood before him, red-faced and stocky, flanked by 3 lackeys. He recognized Todd, a squat and unattractive fellow with a grating voice, known among the recruits as the Toad. The other 2 were rapists captured from the Fingers, brought to the north by Yoren. Although their names eluded him, he endeavored to avoid conversing with them, for they were all brutish bullies, devoid of any sense of honor. Jon sprang to his feet. "If you plead properly, I would be more than willing to help you break your other hand." Bran, at 16, towered over Jon, as did the others, yet their size did not intimidate him. He had already taught each of them a lesson on the training grounds. "Perhaps it is your hand that will be broken," one of the rapists taunted. "Go ahead, try it," Jon challenged, reaching for his sword. But one of them seized his wrist and twisted it behind his back. "You always make us look foolish," Toad complained. "You were already quite foolish before we crossed paths," Jon retorted. The boy gripping his hand twisted it with force, pain shooting through Jon's mind, yet he remained silent. Toad stepped closer. "Our little lord has quite a sharp tongue," he sneered, his small, bright pig-like eyes narrowing. "Is that a gift from your mother? What does she do, perhaps a whore? Tell me her name. I might have had her a few times." With a serpentine twist, Jon kicked fiercely at the boy's groin. A cry of anguish filled the air, and he broke free. He lunged at Toad, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling over a bench. Jon pursued relentlessly, leaping onto Toad's chest, hands tightening around his throat, slamming his head downwards. The 2 rapists from the Fingers pulled him away, roughly throwing him to the ground, while Bran began to kick him. Just as Jon was about to roll away from their blows, a resonant voice cut through the gloom of the armory. "Stop this at once. Cease immediately." Jon scrambled to his feet as Donnell Noy glared at them. "Take your fights outside," the weapons master commanded. "Do not bring your grievances into my armory, or I will not hesitate to intervene. Trust me, you will not enjoy the outcome." Toad sat on the ground, gingerly touching the back of his head, his fingers stained with blood. "He tried to kill me," he whimpered. "I saw it with my own eyes," one of the rapists added. "He had broken my hand." Bran, speaking as he raised his hand for No to see, caught the attention of the weapons master, who merely glanced at his wrist. It appeared to be a mere bruise, perhaps a sprain at most. Master Eamon had plenty of good salve. "Todd, accompany him and keep an eye on the injury on his head. The rest of you return to camp." Jon Snow remained. He sank heavily back onto the long bench, disregarding the gazes of those who departed, which seemed to assure him that the situation was not so easily resolved. A sharp pain shot through his hand. The night's watch required every ounce of strength, and after everyone had left, Donner No remarked, "Even someone like a Toad. Killing him won't bring you any glory," Jon seethed. "I heard you call my mother a whore." "So what?" he retorted coldly. "Lord Eddard Stark is not one to frequent brothels," Jon insisted. "His honor would prevent him from fathering a bastard, wouldn't it?" Jon felt a chill of anger envelop him. "May I leave?" "You can leave only when I permit it," came the response. Jon glared at the white smoke rising from the brazier until No's sturdy hand gripped his chin, forcing his head around. "Listen to me when I speak, lad." Thus, Jon met his gaze. The weapons master had a barrel-like chest and a remarkably large belly. His nose was broad and flat, and his beard looked as if it had never been trimmed. A long sword-shaped pin secured his black woolen cloak at the shoulder. "Just talking won't change your mother. She is who she is, regardless of what a Toad might say." He continued, "Truth be told, some mothers in our ranks are indeed whores. Mine is not." Jon stubbornly thought. He knew nothing of his mother, as Eddard Stark never spoke of her. Yet he often dreamt of her, so frequently that he could almost piece together her visage. In his dreams, she was noble-born, strikingly beautiful, and her gaze was kind. "Do you think being the bastard of a great noble makes you particularly miserable?" The weapons master pressed on. "Let me tell you, that Jaron fellow is the spawn of a filthy priest. And Karth Pike, born of a tavern wench, is now the captain of the Eastwatch garrison. I don't care." Jon replied defiantly. "I couldn't care less about them, or you, or Thorne, or Benjen Stark, or anyone else. I loathe this place. It is so cold here. Indeed, it is cold, bitter, and perilous. Such is the fate of the wall and its defenders. It is nothing like the bedtime stories your wet nurse told you. To hell with your bedtime stories and your wet nurse. This is the reality, and you are destined to remain here with the rest of us for your entire life." "A lifetime," Jon bitterly echoed. The weapons master could expound on this for an eternity, for he had witnessed much and endured great trials. He had lost an arm amidst the siege of storms and before joining the Night's Watch, having previously served as the blacksmith to King Stannis Baratheon. His footsteps traversed 7 kingdoms. He savored the exquisite delicacies of land and sea, indulged in the sweetness of women, and fought in countless battles, both great and small. It is said that King Robert, by the banks of the Trident, felled Rhaegar Targaryen with a war hammer forged by Donal Noy. He had accomplished feats that Jon could never hope to achieve. Yet, by the time he surpassed 30, a mere axe wound became infected and ultimately necessitated the amputation of his entire hand. It was only when he was rendered disabled and his fortunes seemed to have waned that Donal Noy arrived at the wall. Indeed, Snow. A lifetime, be it long or short, lies within your grasp. With your current demeanor, it is only a matter of time before a brother slits your throat in the dead of night. They are not my brothers, Jon retorted. They despise me because I surpassed them. You are mistaken. They resent your haughty superiority. To them, you are merely a pretentious bastard from the city. The smith leaned in closer. Remember, you are not a lordling. Your name is Snow, not Stark. And now, you are not only a bastard, but also a bully. A bully? Jon could scarcely find his voice. The accusation felt grossly unjust, leaving him breathless with indignation. They were the ones who sought me out. They have all been humiliated by you in the yard. Perhaps they fear you deeply. I have witnessed your swordplay. What you call practice is not that at all. Had you wielded a real sword, they would have perished several times over. You are fully aware, as am I, and so are they. You have relentlessly belittled them. Do you truly take pride in that? Jon hesitated. He indeed felt a sense of pride when victorious, should he not? The smith stripped him of even that modest joy, making him feel as though he had erred. They are all older than I, he defensively asserted. True, they may be older and larger. But I wager that the instructors of Winterfell have taught you how to handle those who are taller. Who is he, some old knight? Ser Roderick Castle, Jon replied cautiously. Sensing the weight of the words, Donal Noy leaned closer, nearly pressing his face against Jon's. Consider this. None of these men had proper training before encountering Ser Alysanne. Their fathers were farmers, carters, or poachers. They were blacksmiths, miners, or oarsmen aboard ships. Their fighting skills are gleaned from the decks, the alleys of Old Town, or the brothels and taverns along King S Road. They may spar with makeshift weapons, but I assure you, few can afford true swords. So, Lord Snow, do tell me, does defeating such men truly bring you joy? Do not call me that, Jon exclaimed, though his anger had faded, leaving behind a sudden sense of shame and guilt. I do not know what I thought. Think carefully, Noy cautioned. Otherwise, prepare to sleep with a dagger under your pillow. Very well, you may return now. As Jon departed the armory, midday approached. The sun pierced through the clouds, revealing its face. He turned his back to the sunlight, raising his gaze to the wall, watching as the fortifications shimmered with a crystalline blue light beneath the sun's embrace. Although he had lived here for several weeks, every time his gaze fell upon the scene before him, he could not help but tremble. Countless generations of wind, sand, and mud had left their marks upon the city walls, resembling a layer of film that rendered the walls a pale gray, akin to a gloomy skyline. Yet, when the sunlight pierced through on a clear day, the great wall seemed to shimmer with life, resembling a magnificent blue and white precipice that cleaved the heavens in two. When they first glimpsed the great wall from a distance along King S Road, Benjen Stark had told Jon that it was the largest structure ever built by mankind. Undoubtedly the most useless as well, a jest that Tyrion Lannister had accompanied with laughter. However, as they drew nearer, even the imp fell silent. From several miles away, the gray-blue line stretching across the northern horizon became distinctly visible, extending endlessly to the east and west until it vanished into the distance, as if proclaiming that this was the edge of the world. Upon finally arriving at the Black Castle, they discovered it was merely a wooden fortress and stone tower beneath the vast ice wall, appearing almost like scattered toys upon the snow. The ancient stronghold of the Night's Watch was far inferior to Winterfell, hardly deserving the title of a castle. It lacked walls capable of defending against attacks from the east, west, and south. The Night's Watch cared solely for the north, where the formidable wall loomed high above the Black Castle, rising nearly 700 feet. It was thrice the height of the tallest tower within the fortress it sheltered. His uncle had mentioned that the wall's width was sufficient for 12 fully armored knights to ride side by side. Massive crossbows and monstrous trebuchets guarded the parapets, with the black-clad men upon it appearing diminutive as ants. Now, standing outside the armory and gazing upward, Jon felt a sense of awe that rivaled that which he had experienced upon first beholding the wall along King S Road. The wall was such that at times one might forget its existence, much like one takes for granted the sky above and the earth below, yet at other moments, it seemed the only tangible reality in the world. It was older than the Seven Kingdoms, and whenever Jon stood beneath its shadow, he would feel dizzy. He could sense the immense weight of the ice pressing down upon him, as if the wall might collapse and bury him. Jon vaguely understood that if the wall were ever to fall, the entire world would surely unravel. What lies beyond the wall is truly inscrutable, isn't it? A familiar voice remarked. Jon turned to see Tyrion Lannister. I didn't see you. I thought I was alone here. Wrapped in furs, Tyrion resembled a small bear. There is much to be gained from the element of surprise. One never knows what one might learn. And what could I possibly learn from you? Jon retorted. Since the conclusion of their journey, he had seldom seen the dwarf. As the queen's brother, Tyrion naturally received the treatment befitting a distinguished guest. Lord Commander Mormont had graciously offered him accommodation in the King's Tower, which, in truth, had not housed a king in a century, and he dined at the same table. By day, Lannister rode along the wall, and by night, he indulged in drinking and gambling with Ser Alistair Thorne, Bowen Marsh, and other high officials. Wherever I go, I learn something new. The diminutive figure brandished a rough black cane towards the Great Wall, and I often pondered how the ancients toiled tirelessly to erect the fortifications, only for subsequent generations to immediately yearn to discover what lay beyond. He tilted his head, observing Jon with his strangely mismatched eyes. You are no exception, are you? I see nothing particularly remarkable, Jon replied. He longed to accompany Bran Stark on hunts beyond the wall, to delve into the haunted forests, to confront the wildlings of Mance Rayder, and to shield the kingdom from the impending threat of the White Walkers. Yet, the desires that simmered within him were best left unspoken. The Night's Watch claimed that beyond the wall lay merely trees, mountains, and frozen lakes, a vast expanse of ice and snow. Not to mention the treacherous spirits, Tyrion interjected. Let us not forget, Lord Snow. Otherwise, why the commotion? Do not call me Lord Snow, Jon retorted. The dwarf raised an eyebrow. Do you fancy being addressed as Little Monster? Once others discern the potency of a nickname, it clings to you like a shadow. If they are intent on bestowing a moniker, you might as well embrace it with a fa of delight. It renders them powerless. He gestured with his cane ahead. Come, let us take a stroll. They are likely preparing that unpalatable soup in the hall, and I am in need of something warm. Jon, feeling hunger pangs, matched his pace to that of the Lannister, deliberately slowing to accommodate the dwarf's awkward gait. The wind picked up, and they could hear the surrounding wooden structures creaking. In the distance, a heavy, forgotten window banged repeatedly. A cascade of snow slipped from the rooftop, landing beside them with a muted thud. I have not seen your wolf, Lannister remarked as they walked. I tethered him near the old stables during training. They now confine the horses in the stables to the east, so he is unhindered there. Otherwise, he follows me. I sleep in the hardened tower. That tower, the one with the crumbling parapets, is it? The courtyard beneath is strewn with rubble, leaning askew. Much like our noble King Robert after a night of revelry. I assumed those towers had long been abandoned. Jon shrugged. In any case, no one cares where you sleep. These ancient castles are nearly all in ruins. You may rest wherever you please. The Black Castle once boasted as many as 5,000 fully equipped warriors. Yet now only a fraction remained, and the structures had succumbed to decay. Tyrion Lannister's laughter evaporated into the frigid air. Then I shall implore your father to send over a few masons before your tower collapses. Jon discerned the mockery in his words, but could not deny the truth. The Night's Watch had constructed 19 formidable fortresses along the wall. Now, merely 3 retained a garrison, the towering Eastwatch by the sea, the resolute Shadow Tower nestled among the mountains at the wall's edge, and Black Castle, situated between the two at the terminus of the King's Road. The other fortifications had long been forgotten, reduced to desolate ghost towns, where the cold wind whistled through darkened windows, haunted by the specters of the dead. I prefer solitude, Jon insisted stubbornly, for others are quite fearful of the White Walkers. They are wise, Lannister replied. He promptly shifted the subject, remarking that everyone had been discussing your uncle recently. Had he been away for too long? Jon recalled his disillusioned fantasies, the image of Benjen Stark lying in the snow, and immediately turned his head away. The dwarf was astute and perceptive. He did not wish Jon to see the guilt in his eyes. He mentioned that he would return before my name day. He admitted that his name day had quietly come and gone 2 weeks prior. They were searching for Ser Waymar Royce, whose father was a vassal of House Arryn. Uncle Benjen had said they would continue their search all the way to the Shadow Tower, delving deep into the mountains. It was rumored that several skilled rangers had gone missing of late. As they ascended the hall-S steps, Lannister laughed and cheerfully opened the door. Perhaps the trickster was particularly famished this year. Upon entering the hall, despite the roaring fire, the space felt vast and chilling. Ravens perched on the high wooden ceiling, cawing above everyone's heads. Jon accepted a bowl of broth and a hefty piece of dark bread from the cook. Gren, the toad, and several others occupied the long bench closest to the hearth, laughing boisterously and cursing at one another. Jon observed them thoughtfully for a moment before selecting a spot in the corner of the hall, deliberately distancing himself from the others. Tyrion Lannister sat opposite him, regarding the thick soup with a dubious expression. "Barley, onions, carrots," he murmured. "Do they not know that greens cannot substitute for me? This is mutton broth." Jon removed his gloves, extending his hand toward the bowl, warmed by the steam rising from it. The aroma of meat made his mouth water. "Snow." He recognized the voice of Alistair Thorne, but this time it carried a tone he had never heard before. He turned his head. "The commander wishes to see you." Now. For a moment, Jon was too frightened to move. Why would the commander wish to see him? Could it be that they had news of Benjen? He surmised in a panic that he must be dead. His fears were unfortunately confirmed. "Is it about my uncle?" he blurted out. "Has he returned safely?" "The commander is not accustomed to waiting," Alistair retorted, "and I am even less inclined to entertain wildlings' questions." Tyrion Lannister abruptly leapt from the bench, standing. "Enough, Thorne. You've frightened him." "Lannister, mind your own business. You have no standing here," Thorne shot back. "Things are different at court," the dwarf smiled. "A few words from me, and you'll be preparing for a life of solitude, without the chance to train any young lads again. Now, tell Snow why Lord Commander seeks him." "Is it concerning his uncle?" "It is not," Alistair replied. "Entirely a different matter. A raven arrived from Winterfell this morning, bearing news of his brother." He corrected himself. "I should say his half-brother." "Bran," Jon gasped, struggling to rise. "Something has happened to Bran." Tyrion Lannister placed a hand on his shoulder. "Jon," he said, "I am truly sorry." Jon barely registered his words. He pushed Tyrion's hand aside and strode purposefully across the hall, breaking into a run as he reached the door. He dashed through the snow, racing towards the commander's fortress. The guards allowed him passage, and he leapt up the tower in hurried strides. Upon reaching the commander-in-chief, Jon was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. "Bran," he exclaimed, "what does the letter say about Bran?" Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch, a grumpy old man with a gray beard and a bald head, was feeding kernels of corn to a raven perched on his hand. "I hear you can read," he said, shooing the raven away. It flapped its wings and flew to the window, settling there to watch Mormont as he withdrew a rolled parchment from his waist and handed it to Jon. "Corn," the raven cawed harshly. "Corn, corn." Jon's fingers traced the unsealed wax seal, following the outline of a dire wolf. He recognized Rob's handwriting, yet as he read, the letter began to blur and swirl. And it was only then that he realized he was crying. Through his tears, he pieced together the meaning of the letter and raised his gaze. "He has awakened," he said. "The gods have brought him back to life. But he is also maimed," Mormont replied. "I am truly sorry, lad. Finish reading the letter." Jon shifted his focus back to the letter, but the words ceased to matter. Nothing mattered anymore. Bran had survived. "My brother is alive," he told Mormont. The commander shook his head and picked up a handful of corn, whistling. The raven immediately flew to his shoulder, squawking, "Alive! Alive!" Beaming with joy, Jon rushed down the stairs, clutching Rob's letter. "My brother is alive," he proclaimed to the guards. They exchanged glances. He dashed back to the hall. Discovering Tyrion Lannister had just finished his meal, he seized the diminutive man by the armpit, lifting him into the air and spinning him around. "Bran is alive," he shouted. Tyrion wore a look of astonishment. Jon set him down and thrust the letter into his hand. "Here, read it for yourself." Others gathered around, intrigued by the commotion. Jon spotted Gren standing a few feet away, a thick woolen bandage wrapped around one hand. He looked anxious and uneasy, lacking any ferocity. Jon approached him, but Gren immediately stepped back, raising his hand in protest. "You little bastard, stay away from me." Jon smiled. "I apologize for your wrist. Robb used the same move on me once, though it was with a wooden sword, and by the seven hells, it hurt like hell. I imagine your injury is worse. So how about this? If you're willing, I can teach you how to counter that move another day." Ser Alistair Thorne overheard this remark. "Oh, Lord Snow is trying to take my place," he sneered. "I'd wager teaching a wolf to perform magic would be easier than teaching these thick-headed oafs." "Ser Alistair, I would bet you on that," Jon replied. "I would very much like to see ghosts perform magic." Jon heard Gren gasp in fright, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Then, Tyrion Lannister burst into laughter. The three brothers in black nearby joined in, and the laughter spread rapidly. Even the cooks could not resist joining in. The birds in the rafters were startled by the mirth, and eventually, even Gren chuckled. Only Ser Alistair Thorne remained fixated on Jon, his expression dark and his right hand clenched into a fist as the laughter began to subside. "Lord Snow, you have committed a grave error," he uttered with a tone befitting a foe. Chapter 21. Eddard Stark felt utterly exhausted, his body aching. and his spirit dampened as he rode through the towering bronze gates of the Red Keep. The Grand Maester approached him with news that Master Pycelle had summoned an urgent meeting of the small council, hoping that the newly appointed hand of the king would grace them with his presence. Yet, as he remained mounted, all he could yearn for was a long, soothing bath, perhaps a roasted chicken or duck, and a restful slumber upon a feather bed. Should it be convenient, let us postpone until tomorrow, Ned declared with a hint of irritation as he dismounted. The Grand Maester bowed deeply. My lord, I shall inform the esteemed council members of your unavailability. Very well. Damned it all, Ned replied. It would not do to offend all the lords of the court before I have even taken office. I shall meet with them, but grant me a few moments to don more appropriate attire. Of course, my lord, the Grand Maester responded. We have prepared Lord Aaron's chambers in the Hands Tower for you. If you wish, I can have your belongings sent over. Much obliged, Ned said, pulling off his riding gloves and tucking them into his belt. Behind him, his family and retainers were entering through the gates. Spotting his steward, Vayenpool, he called out, It seems there is some urgency from the palace regarding me. Please see to my daughter and instruct Jory to keep them indoors. Arya is not to wander about. Pool bowed. Ned then turned to the Grand Maester, saying, My carriage is still en route through the city. I require suitable attire. It is my utmost honor to serve you, the Grand Maester replied. Thus, weary and clad in borrowed garments, Ned strode into the council chamber, where 4 esteemed lords awaited him. The chamber was resplendent, adorned with rich carpets rather than rushes. In one corner stood a wooden screen from the Summer Isles, intricately carved with vibrant and lifelike creatures. The walls were bedecked with exquisite tapestries from Norvos, Coer, and Lys. Flanking the entrance were a pair of Valyrian Sphinx statues, their smooth garnet eyes gleaming from the face of black marble. As Ned stepped into the room, the one he despised most among the council, the eunuch Varys, approached him. Lord Stark, I have heard of the troubles you encountered on King S Road. It is indeed unfortunate. We all lit candles in the September for Prince Joffrey, praying for his swift recovery. His hand left traces of powder upon Ned's sleeve, and he exuded a cloying, decayed sweetness reminiscent of flowers growing in a graveyard. Your God must have heard your prayers, Ned replied coolly yet politely, for the prince's health is improving. He withdrew his hand from the eunuch's grasp and made his way across the room towards Ser Lysa. The Duke of Lysa stood beside the screen, conversing quietly with a short man who could only be Petyr Baelish. When Robert seized the throne, Lysa was but a 7-year-old boy. Now he had matured, bearing a striking resemblance to his brother, which made Ned feel profoundly uncomfortable. Every encounter with him feels akin to a journey back in time, witnessing the spirited Robert, freshly triumphant from the banks of the Trident, standing before me. My Lord Stark, it appears you have arrived safely, remarked Renly. Indeed, you as well, Ned replied. If I may be so bold, at times you and your brother Robert bear an uncanny resemblance. I am but a shadow of him, Renly shrugged. At the very least, your attire surpasses his, quipped Petyr Baelish. The sum you spend on clothing likely eclipses that of the ladies of the court. This assertion held a grain of truth. Duke Renly donned a dark green velvet doublet, embroidered with 12 golden stags, complemented by a lavishly draped golden half-cloak, secured with an emerald brooch. Such finery hardly constitutes a grave offense. Renly laughed. Just look at your own attire. That is what truly offends. Petyr, undeterred by the jest, regarded Ned with an almost disdainful smile. My Lord Stark, I have long wished to make your acquaintance. I trust Lady Catelyn has mentioned me to you? She has. Ned replied coldly, irritation flaring at the arrogance laced within the other's words. If memory serves, you also knew my brother Brandon. Renly Baelish chuckled heartily. Indeed. I was well acquainted with him. Petyr chimed in. I still bear the mark of his memory. Brandon spoke of you often, mostly when in a fit of rage. Ned remarked, inwardly hoping to conclude this line of conversation. He had no interest in such verbal sparring. I had imagined the Stark family to possess a more placid temperament. Petyr mused. In the south, it is said that you are made of ice, destined to melt upon crossing the neck. My Lord Baelish, rest assured, I do not intend to dissolve any time soon, Ned stated as he moved towards the conference table. Master Pycelle, I see you are still in good health. The Grand Maester, seated at the far end of the long table, looked up with a smile. At my age, it is indeed a blessing to maintain such vitality, he replied, though I do tire easily. His visage was kind, with strands of white hair cascading alongside his bald pate. His maester's collar was not a mere metallic trinket, but a heavy necklace composed of 24 distinct metal plates, extending from his throat to his chest. Crafted from every known metal, it included black iron, red gold, shining copper, and heavy lead, as well as steel, tin, and dull silver, along with brass, bronze, and platinum, garnets, amethysts, and black pearls adorned the metallic chain, interspersed with emeralds and rubies. Perhaps we should commence, the Grand Maester suggested, rubbing his ample belly. If we delay further, I may succumb to slumber. As you wish. The king's place at the head of the table remained vacant, the backrest embroidered in gold thread with the sigil of House Baratheon. Ned chose the seat to the king's right, the position symbolizing the king's right hand. My lords, he stated earnestly, I apologize for the wait. My Lord Stark. As the king's hand, it is our duty to serve you, Varys replied. As Ned Stark observed others settling comfortably into their designated seats, he suddenly realized how profoundly out of place he felt in that moment. He recalled Robert's words to him in the crypts of Winterfell, I am surrounded by fools and sycophants. Glancing towards the conference table, Ned silently pondered who among them could be classified as fools and who as sycophants. The answer was clear to him. There are only 5 of us, he noted. Not long after the king's departure north, Lord Stannis returned to Dragonstone. Varys remarked, as for our valiant Ser Barristan, he is undoubtedly accompanying the king at this very moment, escorting him through the city. As the captain of the king's guard, it is his duty. Perhaps we should wait for Ser Barristan and his majesty to join us before we commence, Ned suggested. To wait for my brother's gracious presence could take an eternity, laughed Lord Renly Baratheon. Our dear King Robert has far too many matters weighing on his mind, Varys interjected, which is why he delegates trivial affairs to us in order to lighten his burden. What Lord Varys implies is that any matter involving finances, agriculture, or law gives my brother quite the headache, Duke Renly added. Thus, the responsibility of governing the realm falls upon us. He did not forget to occasionally pass down certain directives. From his sleeve, he produced a tightly rolled parchment and placed it upon the table. For instance, this morning he instructed me to make haste into the city and summon Master Pycelle to convene this meeting at once. He has an urgent task for us. Littlefinger smiled as he handed the letter to Ned, which bore the royal wax seal. Ned broke the seal with his thumb, unfurling the parchment to discern the nature of the king's urgent command. With each line he read, his disbelief grew. How far would Robert go in his folly? Or rather, in his name, this was utterly outrageous. By the gods, he muttered under his breath. What Lord Ned means to say is, Duke Renly announces that His Majesty has instructed us to host a grand tournament to celebrate the new Prime Minister's appointment. And how much will this cost? Littlefinger inquired, his interest seemingly waning. Ned read aloud the figures from the letter. The victor shall receive 40,000 gold dragons, the runner-up, 20,000. The champion of the melee will also be awarded 20,000, while the archery champion will receive 10,000. In total, 90,000 gold coins. Littlefinger sighed. And that does not account for other expenses. It is evident Robert will insist on lavish feasts. This implies we will require chefs, carpenters, serving maids, singers, actors, and jesters. Finding jesters is no challenge, Duke Renly remarked. Master Pycelle turned to Littlefinger and inquired, can the treasury afford such an expenditure? Which treasury? Littlefinger scoffed. Master, let us not pretend. We both know the treasury has been empty for many years. We will inevitably need to borrow funds. And I am sure House Lannister would be more than willing to assist. After all, we already owe Lord Tywin over 300,000 gold dragons. What is another few tens of thousands? Ned was utterly astonished. You mean the royal family is in debt to the tune of 300,000 gold coins? Lord Stark. At this moment, the royal family's total debt exceeds 600,000. The Lannister family is the greatest creditor, yet we have also borrowed from Lord Tyrell, the Iron Bank of Bravos, and several Tyroshi trading houses. Recently, I was compelled to seek additional sources of revenue and turn my attention to the church. The Archbishop's negotiation skills are so formidable that even the fishmongers of Dorne pale in comparison. Ned was utterly astonished. How could the vast treasures left by Aerys Targaryen have fallen into such disarray? Littlefinger shrugged, stating that the Chancellor merely procures funds, while it is the king and the Prime Minister who expend them. Jon Arryn would never permit Robert to squander so recklessly, Ned retorted indignantly. The Master of Whisperers shook his bald head, the necklace around his neck chiming softly. Lord Arryn is indeed prudent. Yet one must fear that His Majesty may not heed such sagacious counsel. My brother revels in tournaments and indulgences, Renly Baratheon remarked, and he detests the notion of counting coppers. I shall speak with His Grace, Ned asserted, for such extravagant contests are beyond the kingdom's means. By all means, confer with him, Duke Renly replied, but let us first devise a plan. We can deliberate further on another day. Ned felt that his tone had perhaps been overly sharp. Judging by their expressions, to govern effectively, he must remember that he was no longer the Lord of Winterfell, but merely the head of a council of equals here. My lords, I beg your pardon, he softened his tone, I am truly fatigued. Let us conclude for today and resume when I am in better spirits." With that, he did not seek their consent, but abruptly rose, nodding to each of the assembled lords before departing. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of carriages and knights continuously pouring through the castle gates, the courtyard in disarray, filled with mud, the stench of horses, and the cacophony of shouting voices. Someone informed him that the king was still en route. Since the unexpected incident at the Trident, House Stark and their retainers had positioned themselves at the forefront of the procession, distancing themselves from House Lannister and avoiding the escalating tension between the factions. Robert had scarcely made an appearance. It was said that he remained in the wheelhouse, perpetually intoxicated. Should that be the case, he would not arrive for several more hours, which was far sooner than Ned had anticipated. Merely gazing upon Sansa's face rekindled the flames of his anger. The final 2 weeks of their journey had been excruciating. Sansa blamed Arya, insisting that it should have been Nymeria who perished. Arya had been despondent since learning of the butcher's apprentice's demise. Each night, Sansa wept herself to sleep, while Arya remained silently sorrowful. Eddard Stark found himself dreaming of a frozen hell designed specifically for the Stark family of Winterfell. He traversed the outer courtyard, passed through the gate, and entered the inner yard, making his way toward the Tower of the Chancellor as he remembered it, when Littlefinger suddenly appeared before him. "Stark, you've taken a wrong turn. Follow me." Hesitantly, Ned followed him, as Littlefinger led him into a tower, down a winding staircase, across a sunken courtyard, and along a neglected corridor. The walls on either side were adorned with suits of armor that stood like silent sentinels. They are remnants of the Targaryen lineage. Forged from black steel, their helmets adorned with dragon scales, now enshrouded in dust and long forgotten. "This is not the path to my quarters," Ned declared. "Did I mention that I intended to lead you to the dungeon, slit your throat, and entomb your carcass within the walls?" Littlefinger's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Stark, we have no time for idle chatter. The lady awaits your presence." "Littlefinger, what game are you playing?" "Caitlin is in Winterfell, hundreds of miles from here." "Oh." A glint of intrigue sparkled in Littlefinger's gray-green eyes. "It appears this person's mastery of disguise is indeed remarkable. I shall say this one last time. Either accompany me, or I shall claim her for myself." He hastily descended the staircase, with Ned following warily, pondering when this day would finally conclude. He bore no interest in the cunning and treachery of such a man, yet began to grasp that for someone like Littlefinger, power and intrigue were merely quotidian affairs. At the foot of the stairs stood a heavy door crafted from oak and iron bars. Peter raised the latch and gestured for Ned to enter. They found themselves perched upon a steep cliff above the river, bathed in the crimson glow of dusk. "We are outside the castle," Ned remarked. "You are not easily deceived." "Stark," Littlefinger chuckled. "Was it the sun or the sky that divulged the secret? Follow me. There are handholds carved into the rock face. Be cautious not to fall, for Caitlin would never forgive me if you did." With that, he nimbly descended, moving with the agility of a monkey. Ned scrutinized the cliff for a moment before slowly following suit. Indeed, as Littlefinger had stated, there were shallow indentations in the rock, nearly imperceptible unless one already knew of their existence. The river lay at a dizzying height below them. Ned pressed his face against the stone, avoiding any unnecessary glances downward. At long last, he reached the bottom, where a narrow, muddy path along the water awaited him, and Littlefinger languidly leaned against the rock, munching on an apple. He had nearly finished. "Stark, you are growing old and feeble," he remarked, tossing the core into the rushing waters. "No matter, we shall ride next." 2 horses awaited them, and Ned mounted, urging his steed to follow closely behind as they traversed the path towards the city. Eventually, they halted before a rickety 3-story wooden structure. Lights spilled from the windows, casting a particularly bright glow in the dimming twilight. The sound of music and raucous laughter emanated from within, drifting across the river's surface. A heavy chain hung beside the door, supporting an ornate oil lamp, covered with a leaded red glass shade. Ned Stark dismounted his horse in a fit of anger. "This is a brothel." He seized Littlefinger by the shoulder, spinning him around. "After traveling such a great distance, you brought me to a brothel? Your wife is inside." Littlefinger retorted, unable to contain himself any longer. "Brandon was far too merciful towards you." As Ned spoke, he slammed the diminutive man against the wall, drawing a dagger to point at his bearded chin. "My lord, please stop." An anxious voice called out. "He speaks the truth." Footsteps approached from behind. Ned turned around with a knife in hand, only to see a white-haired old man in a coarse brown garment, his soft chin quivering as he hurriedly approached them. "This is none of your concern." Ned began to speak, but suddenly recognized the man. He lowered his dagger, astonished. "Sir Roderick?" Sir Roderick nodded. "The lady is waiting for you upstairs." Ned was bewildered. "Is Caitlin really here?" Is this not some cruel jest by Littlefinger? He sheathed his weapon. If only I had such prowess, Stark, Littlefinger remarked. Follow me, and for heaven's sake, try to appear less like a pompous prime minister. If you are recognized, it could spell disaster. If you don't mind, perhaps a little groping as we pass by. They entered the building and traversed the crowded hall, where a plump woman sang lewd lyrics while a delicate girl in a flimsy gown flirted with a patron. No one paid Ned any heed. Sir Roderick waited downstairs as Littlefinger led him up to the 3rd floor, through a corridor, and into a room. Catelyn was inside. Upon seeing him, she called out and rushed into his arms, embracing him tightly. "My lady," Ned uttered in surprise. "Ah, splendid," Littlefinger said, closing the door. "You recognize her?" "My lord. I feared you would not come," she whispered, pressing against his chest. "Peter has been relaying your news. He informed me about Arya and the young prince. Are my dear daughters well?" "They are both quite distressed and angry," he replied. "Catelyn, I do not understand. What brings you to King's Landing? What has transpired?" Ned inquired of his wife. "Is it about Bran?" The word dead almost slipped from his lips, but he could not utter it. "It concerns Bran, but not in the manner you think," Catelyn replied. Ned was even more perplexed. "What is happening, my dear? Why are you here? Where's this place? What does it appear to be?" Littlefinger said, taking a seat by the window. "This is a brothel. What better place could there be to find Catelyn Tully? It is rather fortunate, as I happen to run this establishment, making arrangements quite simple. I have taken great pains to keep the Lannisters from learning of Catelyn's presence in King's Landing." "Why?" Ned asked, then noticed her hand in an unusual position, observing the unhealed red scar and the stiffness of her left pinky and ring fingers. "You are injured." He grasped her hand, examining it closely. "By the gods, such a deep wound. Is this a sword wound, my lady? How did this happen?" Catelyn drew a dagger from beneath her cloak and handed it to him. "Someone came with this knife to take Bran's life." Ned's gaze shot up. "But who?" She placed a finger against his lips. "My dear, let me speak quickly. Please listen carefully." Thus, he listened intently as she recounted the events, from the fire in the Tower Library, Varys, the city watch that came to escort her, to Littlefinger. When she finished, Eddard Stark sat in stunned silence at the table, holding the dagger. Bran's wolf saved that child's life, he thought in a daze. When Jon first discovered the pack of dire wolves in the snow, he uttered words that resonated deeply. "My lord, your children are destined to possess these wolves." Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, he ended up slaying Sansa's wolf. What was the purpose behind this tragic act? Is he now engulfed by guilt or enveloped in fear? If these wolves were indeed a divine gift, what unspeakable sin has he committed? Ned painfully forced himself to redirect his thoughts to the dagger before him, contemplating its underlying implications. "The dagger of the imp," he murmured. It was absurd. Gripping the smooth hilt of the Valyrian steel blade, he plunged it forcefully into the table, feeling it bite deeply into the wood. The dagger stood upright, as if mocking him. Why would Tyrion Lannister seek Bran's life? The boy had never provoked him. Are the Stark family devoid of sense? Littlefinger inquired, knowing full well that the imp would not act alone. Ned rose and began to pace the room. Could the queen be involved in this matter? Or, by the gods, could it even be the king? Absolutely not. As he spoke, memories flooded back of that Stark morning in the graveyard when Robert mentioned sending an assassin after Princess Daenerys. He recalled Rhaegar's bloodied infant, the king's indifference, reminiscent of his behavior not long ago in the parlor of Derry. Sansa's lament still echoed in his ears, akin to Lyanna's final plea. "The king is likely unaware," Littlefinger remarked. "This is not the first time. Our good Robert has always preferred ignorance regarding matters he would rather not confront." Ned remained silent, the image of the butcher's half-sliced face vividly replaying in his mind, yet the king had remained utterly mute. A dull roar began to fill his head. Littlefinger approached the table, extracting the dagger from the wood. Regardless of any action taken, it would amount to treason. If one were to accuse the king, it was likely that before the words left his lips, he would be silenced by Ser Island pain. As for the queen, unless one could procure evidence that Robert would heed, it was a futile endeavor. "We have evidence," Ned asserted. "We possess this dagger." This, Littlefinger casually toyed with the blade. "My lord, this is a fine knife, but remember, a good knife cuts both ways." The imp would certainly argue that the dagger had been lost or stolen during his time in Winterfell, with the assassin now deceased. Who could prove the veracity of his claims? He tossed the dagger lightly to Ned. "I suggest you dispose of this in the river, as if it never existed." Ned regarded him coldly. "Lord Baelish, I am a Stark of Winterfell. My son has been maimed and may not survive. Had we not found that dire wolf in the snow, he would be dead, and Catelyn might well follow him to the grave. If you truly believe I would feign indifference, you are as foolish as you were when you challenged my brother. Stark, I may be foolish, yet I thrive. while your brother has rotted in a frozen grave for 14 years. If you are so eager to follow in his footsteps, I cannot dissuade you. But let me be clear, do not involve me in your plight. Thank you very much. Very well, Lord Baelish. Regardless of my actions, you are the last person I wish to associate with. These words have left me deeply saddened, my little finger pressed against my heart. As for myself, I often find the Stark family rather tedious, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, Catelyn remains inextricably bound to you. Therefore, for her sake, I shall endeavor to ensure your safety. It is indeed a foolish endeavor, but I find myself unable to refuse any request from your wife. I have shared our suspicions regarding the circumstances of Jon Arryn's death with Peter. Catelyn remarked that he has agreed to assist you in uncovering the truth. This is not particularly favorable news for Eddard Stark, yet they are in dire need of support, and Peter and Catelyn once shared a bond akin to that of siblings. Moreover, this is not the first time Ned has been compelled to compromise with those he holds in disdain. Very well, he secured the dagger at his waist. You just mentioned Varys. Does he also possess knowledge of the entire situation? If he does, it certainly did not come from me. Catelyn stated, Eddard Stark. The woman you married is no fool. Yet Varys has a way of knowing things that others cannot. Ned, I believe this man is adept in sorcery. His spies are everywhere. That is common knowledge, Ned scoffed. Not only that, Catelyn insisted, the meeting between Ser Roderick and Ser Alliser Thorne was conducted in utmost secrecy. Yet somehow this spider knows the content of their conversation. I am genuinely fearful of this man. Peter smiled. My lady, leave Varys to me. We're better than here to utter a few profanities. I have him firmly in my grasp. He closed his fingers and laughed. Of course, in this hypothetical, we assume he is a man with certain attributes. Consider this. Should a magpie speak and a little bird sing, Varys would not be pleased. Well then, if I were you, I would worry less about that eunuch and be more wary of the Lannisters. Ned did not require Peter's reminder. He recalled the day he found Arya, the expression on the Queen's face at that moment. Who says we do not have wolves? Such a whispering tone. He thought of the boy Micah, of Jon Arryn's sudden demise, of Bran's fall, and the deranged King Aerys Targaryen lying on the floor of the throne room, his blood slowly congealing on the gilded sword. My lady, he turned to Catelyn, your presence here is futile. I wish for you to return to Winterfell immediately. Where one assassin appears, another is likely to follow. It is certain that the mastermind behind this will soon learn of Bran's survival. I had hoped to see my daughter. Catelyn said. That would be most unwise, Peter interjected. The Red Keep has ears everywhere, and children can be quite loose-lipped. Dear, he spoke wisely, as Ned embraced her. Take Ser Roderick and depart for Winterfell at once. I shall care for our daughters. Return to our son and protect them well. So be it. Lady Catelyn lifted her face, and Ned kissed her. Her injured hand wrapped around his back with a desperate strength, as if to hold him forever within her safe embrace. My lord, may I borrow the bedroom for a moment? Littlefinger inquired. Yet I must first caution you, Stark, that conducting business here incurs a fee. Let us enjoy a moment of solitude, Catelyn remarked. Very well, Littlefinger replied as he moved towards the door. Do not tarry too long. The Lord Paramount and I ought to return to the city before our prolonged absence raises suspicions. Catelyn approached him, taking his hand. Peter, I shall never forget your assistance. When you sent your men to seek me, I was uncertain whether I was to fall into the hands of a friend or an adversary. Ultimately, I discovered not only that you were a friend, but also the brother I had long thought lost. Peter Baelish smiled, saying, My lady, I am quite the sentimentalist, and I implore you not to share this with others. Throughout these years in court, I have endeavored to cultivate a reputation as both wicked and cruel, and I would be loath to see that effort undone. Ned, however, believed none of this, yet he maintained his decorum, replying, My Lord Baelish, I too am grateful to you. Ah, what a treasure from the East, Littlefinger remarked as he exited the chamber. Once the door was closed, Ned turned to face his wife. As soon as you arrive home, send a message in my name to Herman Tully and Gerbert Glover, instructing them to each muster 100 archers to defend the neck. 200 archers should suffice to thwart any army attempting to march north. Advise Count Manley to expedite the repairs of White Harbor's defenses and ensure that the garrison is well supplied. Moreover, from this day forth, I wish for you to keep a particularly close watch on Theon Greyjoy. Should war erupt, we will desperately need his father's fleet. War? Fear was clearly etched upon Catelyn's countenance. Surely, the situation cannot deteriorate to such an extent. Ned assured her, silently praying that this was indeed the case. He embraced her once more. The Lannisters show no mercy to the weak, and Aerys Targaryen serves as the most poignant lesson. However, unless they possess the military might of the realm to support them, they would never dare to invade the north, and they can dream of such a day in vain. I must navigate this foolish masquerade, continuing to feign nonchalance. Do you recall my purpose in coming here, my dear? I seek to uncover evidence of the Lannisters' involvement in Jon Arryn's murder. He sensed Catelyn trembling in his embrace, her injured hand gripping him tightly. If you truly find it, what then, my dear? Catelyn inquired. The ensuing phase is the most perilous, Ned understood. The king is the supreme arbiter of law. He told her, once I ascertain the truth, I shall present myself before Robert. At that moment, I can only pray that he retains the wisdom I hope for. Rather than the folly I dread, he silently concluded. Chapter 22. Tyrion, are you in such haste to depart? The commander inquired. Indeed, I am quite eager, Lord Mormont. Tyrion replied, lest my brother Jaime grow concerned for my safety, and perhaps think you persuaded me to join the Night's Watch. It would be quite advantageous if that were the case. Mormont picked up a crab claw and cracked it open with his hands. Though the commander was aged, he still possessed the strength of a bear. Tyrion, you possess a keen intellect. The Night's Watch is in dire need of individuals like you. Tyrion chuckled, Lord Mormont. For your words, I shall surely gather all the dwarfs in the realm for you. As the crowd erupted in laughter, he savored the succulent crab meat. Reaching for another piece. These crabs had only arrived that morning from the eastern sea, still chilled in ice buckets, making them particularly delectable and juicy. Sir Alisar Thorne was the sole figure at the table who did not share in the mirth. This Lannister is clearly mocking us. Not you, Sir Alisar, but rather you. Tyrion retorted. The laughter in the room was tinged with an undercurrent of anxiety. Thorne glared at Tyrion, hatred glimmering in his dark eyes. Though you stand barely half my height, your tongue wields no restraint. Perhaps we should settle this matter in a contest. Why bother? Tyrion inquired. The crabs are right here. His remark sent the crowd into another fit of laughter. Sir Alisar pressed his lips together and rose to his feet. Have the courage to arm yourself, and let us see who jokes last. Tyrion deliberately glanced at his right hand. Oh dear, Sir Alisar. I do seem to be holding a weapon at this moment, albeit merely a fork for eating crabs. Shall we spar? He leapt onto a chair, playfully jabbing Thorne's chest with the tiny fork. The laughter reached such a crescendo it felt as though it might lift the roof. The commander even spat out crab meat, coughing and gasping for breath. His raven was not idle either, cawing loudly from the window. Spar, spar, spar. Sir Alisar Thorne, frozen in indignation, exited the hall, resembling a man who had just been stabbed in the chest. Mormont, still struggling to breathe, received a pat on the back from Tyrion. The spoils belong to the victor, he declared with a flourish. Thorne's crabs are mine. The commander finally regained his composure. Look at what you've done to our Sir Alisar. You truly are a wicked fellow, he chided. Tyrion sat up straight, sipping his wine. If one wishes to draw a target upon their chest, they must be prepared to receive arrows. I have encountered far wittier corpses than you, Sir Alisar. That is hardly fair, grumbled the Chancellor, Bowen Marsh, his visage as red and plump as a pomegranate. You should hear the ridiculous nicknames he bestows upon his young trainees. Tyrion was aware of several such monikers. I wager the lads have conjured quite a few names for him. He remarked, my lords, open your eyes. What Sir Alisar is fit for is mucking out stables, not training recruits. The Night's Watch lacks not for stable hands. Mormont muttered, these days. All that comes our way are such sorts. Either stable boys or thieves and rapists. Sir Alisar is one of the few formally knighted men to have joined the Night's Watch since I took command. He displayed great bravery at the Battle of King's Landing. It is a pity he chose the wrong side, Sir Jaime Lannister said coldly, and I was foolish enough to stand beside him. At that time, I stood on the walls with him. Tywin Lannister offered terms far too generous. Either don the black or await the sharp end of a spear before nightfall. Ah, Tyrion. I do not mean to provoke you. No harm done, Sir Jeremy. My father possesses a peculiar penchant for adorning the walls with the heads of his adversaries, particularly those who have crossed him. Given your esteemed visage, I suspect he would undoubtedly consider displaying your head at the grand entrance of the castle, a sight most striking. I dare say. Thank you kindly. Sir Jeremy offered a sardonic smile. Commander Mormont cleared his throat. Tyrion, there are moments when I genuinely believe Sir Alisha speaks truthfully. You do seem to mock us and our sacred duty. Tyrion shrugged. Lord Mormont, we occasionally require a measure of mockery to prevent life from becoming excessively grave. Please, pour me another glass. He extended his cup. As Lal filled it, Bowen Marsh interjected, you may be diminutive in stature, yet your capacity for drink is formidable. Oh, I find Lord Tyrion to be quite substantial, remarked the scholar Maester Eamon from the far end of the long table, prompting the senior Night's Watch officers to fall silent, attentively listening to the elder's words. He is a giant among us, a giant who has traversed to the world's end. Tyrion responded softly, good Maester. I have been bestowed with many epithets, but giant is a novel one. Is that so? Maester Aemon inquired, his milky gaze shifting toward Tyrion's face. I speak from the heart. Tyrion found himself momentarily speechless, offering a polite nod. Maester Aemon, you are exceedingly gracious. The blind scholar smiled faintly. He was a frail old man. His face a tapestry of wrinkles, completely bald, stooped beneath the weight of a century, the various metals of his chain hanging loosely around his throat. I have received my share of flattery, but politeness is a rarity. This time, Tyrion was the first to laugh. After the supper concluded and the other guests gradually departed, Mormont invited Tyrion to sit by the hearth, handing him a cup of heated wine, its spiciness bringing tears to his eyes. We are situated in the far north. The stretch of King's Road here is perilously treacherous, the commander remarked as they drank. I have Jack and Morris, Tyrion replied, and Euron is conveniently heading south as well. One man is hardly sufficient. The Night's Watch will escort you to Winterfell, Mormont asserted with an undeniable tone. At least 3 men. Commander. Then I shall defer to your judgment. Tyrion conceded, you might as well send that lad Jon Snow. It would be beneficial for him to reconnect with his brethren. Mormont, frowning through his thick gray beard, replied, Snow? Ah, you mean that Stark bastard. I find it unwise. The young man must forget his past. Both brothers and mother must be left behind. A visit home would only rekindle emotions that ought to be forgotten. I am well aware of such matters. My own family has been marred by my son's disgrace, leaving only my sister Mhagi to govern Bear Island, and I have numerous nieces whom I have yet to meet. He took a gulp of wine. Furthermore, Snow is merely a boy. I shall dispatch 3 robust warriors to ensure your safety. Lord Mormont, I am truly grateful for your concern. The potent liquor intoxicated Tyrion, yet not to the extent of being oblivious to the fact that the old bear had something to request. I hope to repay your kindness. Certainly, you can. Lord Mormont spoke candidly, acknowledging that your sister is the reigning queen, your brother a valiant knight, and your father the most powerful figure in the 7 kingdoms. Please convey our urgent plea for assistance to them. My lord, you have witnessed firsthand the gradual dwindling of the Night's Watch. Our manpower has dwindled to fewer than 1,000. 600 guard this place, 200 are stationed at the Shadow Tower, and even fewer at Eastwatch. Moreover, less than a third of our forces are truly capable of combat, while the wall stretches an imposing 300 miles. Consider this, should the enemy strike. I can only assign 3 men to guard each mile. 3 1/3. Tyrion stifled a yawn. Mormont appeared unfazed by his words. The old man reaching for warmth by the fire. I dispatched Benjen Stark to locate the son of Lord Royce, who vanished on his inaugural patrol. That lad is as green as summer grass, yet he insisted on leading the expedition, claiming it was his duty as a knight. I, wishing to avoid offending his father, reluctantly acquiesced. Foolishly, I even sent 2 of our finest along with him. Foolish. The crow agreed. Tyrion glanced up, the bird regarding him with bead-like black eyes. Flapping its wings. Foolish, it caught again. He was tempted to strangle the creature but thought better of it, knowing that old Mormont would surely be displeased. The old commander paid no heed to the bothersome bird. Gary, of similar age to myself, had spent even more time at the wall. He continued, but it seemed he later forsook his oath and fled. I initially found it hard to believe he could be so cowardly, until his head was delivered to Winterfell by Lord Stark. As for young Royce, he has vanished without a trace. 1 deserter, 2 missing. And now even Benjen Stark is unaccounted for. He sighed deeply. Who shall I send to find him now? In 2 years, I shall be 70, old and weary, unable to endure any longer. Yet if I relinquish my duties, who will take over? Alysir Thorne? Bowen Marsh? If I cannot discern their true capabilities, I am as blind as Maester Aemon. The Night's Watch has become a disheartened assembly of youths and weary old men. Apart from those dining with me tonight, I have scarcely 20 literate men among my ranks, and even fewer who can think, strategize, or lead. In days of yore, the Night's Watch would flourish each summer, each commander raising the wall higher, yet now we struggle merely to maintain the status quo. Tyrion understood the urgency in the elder's words and felt a twinge of sorrow for him. This former lord had spent the majority of his life at the wall, and he needed to believe that his years had held significance. I assure you, I shall report this matter to his majesty, Tyrion solemnly stated, and I will also mention it to my father and brother. This is not mere lip service. A Lannister always keeps his word. Yet he refrained from revealing the rest. King Robert would pay no heed. Duke Tywin would question his sanity, and Jaime would only laugh heartily. Tyrion, you are still young. Mormont remarked, how many winters have you endured? He merely shrugged. I cannot recall precisely, perhaps 8 or 9. Furthermore, they were not lengthy, were they? You are indeed correct, my lord. He was born amidst the depths of winter, which scholars claim was an exceptionally frigid season, lasting a full 3 years. However, Tyrion's earliest recollections are of spring. From a young age, I heard that following the long summer, an even longer winter would ensue. This summer has already persisted for 9 years, Tyrion, and we are soon to enter the 10th year. Consider the implications of this. And in my childhood, Tyrion replied, my wet nurse told me that if ever there came a day when people could coexist in harmony, practicing decency and kindness, then the gods would grant an everlasting summer. Perhaps we have exceeded expectations, and the fabled eternal summer has indeed arrived. He chuckled lightly. Yet the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch was not in a jesting mood. My lord, you cannot be foolish enough to believe such tales. The daylight is undeniably waning, that much is certain. A letter from the Citadel has corroborated his suspicions. The end of summer is an indisputable fact. Mormont grasped Tyrion firmly. You must impress upon them the gravity of the situation. I tell you, my lord, an unprecedented era of darkness is imminent. Monsters roam the forests, including ice wolves, mammoths, and snow bears the size of bison. I have even dreamt of more terrifying entities. You have dreamt of such things, Tyrion echoed, feeling the need for another drink. Mormont did not catch the sarcasm in his words. Fishermen along the eastern coast have witnessed White Walkers strolling along the shore. This time, Tyrion could not contain himself. Fishermen from Lannisport often encounter mermaids. Dennis Mallister has written to say that the mountain tribes are migrating southward, moving in droves past the Shadow Tower. Such a mass migration has never been seen before. My lord, they flee, but from what? Commander Mormont approached the window, gazing into the night. The young Lannister, I have never felt such bone-chilling cold. I beseech you, relay my words verbatim to His Majesty the King. Winter is coming, and when the long night descends, the Night's Watch is the sole bulwark that can defend the realm against the dark forces sweeping in from the north. Should we fail to prepare adequately, who knows the extent of the ensuing tragedy? Should I forego sleep tonight, who knows the horrors that may unfold? A resolute Yoren decided to depart at dawn's first light. Tyrion rose, having indulged in drink to the point of inebriation and weary of apocalyptic prophecies. My lord Mormont, I thank you for your generous hospitality. Tell them, Tyrion, you must ensure they believe. That would be your utmost gratitude. He whistled, and a raven flew to him, perching upon his shoulder. As Tyrion departed, Mormont smiled, retrieving grain from his pocket to feed the bird. The chill outside was biting. Tyrion Lannister, wrapped in a heavy fur coat, nodded to the rigid, unfortunate souls standing guard at the commander's fortress while putting on his gloves. He quickened his pace as best he could, traversing the courtyard towards his quarters in the Tower of the King. Boots crushed the icy cover of the frigid night, snow crunching beneath foot, breath crystallizing like banners before his eyes. With arms crossed, he quickened his pace, fervently praying that Morris had remembered to warm his blankets with the hot bricks from the stove. The Wall of Despair, located behind the Tower of the King, shimmered under the moonlight, vast and enigmatic. Tyrion found himself pausing to gaze, his legs aching from the cold and exertion. Suddenly, an odd impulse seized him. He resolved to catch one last glimpse of the world's end. This, he thought, was his final opportunity in this lifetime. For he was to embark southward on the morrow, and he could scarcely fathom any reason to return to this frozen wasteland. The Tower of the King loomed near. Yet Tyrion instinctively veered around it, bypassing the readily available warmth and comfort, and headed toward the formidable pale ice wall of the castle. To the south of the wall stood a staircase constructed of rough timber, deeply embedded in the ice, firmly frozen in place. The lengthy staircase twisted and turned, resembling a bolt of lightning as it ascended the castle walls. The Night's Watch had assured him that the staircase was far sturdier than it appeared. Yet Tyrion's feet were in such agony that he could hardly climb unaided. Thus, he made his way to the iron cage by the well, climbed in, and vigorously pulled the rope tied to the summons bell 3 times. Leaning against the wall, he stood within the iron bars, waiting interminably. Eventually, he began to question why he had subjected himself to such torment. Just as he resolved to dismiss this whimsical thought and return home for slumber, the iron cage jolted violently and began to rise. He ascended slowly, initially jostled before settling into a smoother ascent. The ground receded further from his feet as the cage swayed incessantly. He gripped the iron bars tightly, feeling the chill of the metal even through his gloves. He noticed that Morris had kindled a fire in the room and silently commended him. The chamber of the commanding officer lay shrouded in darkness, suggesting that the old bear's wits were considerably slower than his own. The cage rose higher than the tower, continuing its gradual ascent. Beneath him, the black castle was carved into the moonlight. From this elevated vantage point, he beheld the fortifications devoid of windows, the crumbling walls, and the courtyard littered with rubble, all stark and hollow. In the distance, he glimpsed the lights of Mole's village, half a mile down King's Road to the south. Along with the cold streams cascading from the mountains, threading through the plains, their surfaces glimmering in the moonlight. Beyond this, the world unfurled as an endless desolation of wind-scarred hills, jagged cliffs, and fields adorned with remnants of snow. At that moment, a coarse voice emerged from behind him. Damn it! It was that dwarf. Then the cage lurched violently, coming to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair, swaying gently back and forth, the rope creaking ominously. Let him in. For heaven's sake. The cage began to shift towards the wall, the wood groaning in painful protest. Tyrion waited until the cage ceased its swaying before opening the gate and leaping onto the icy ground. A burly figure clad in black leaned against the winch, while another, gloved, held the cage steady. Their faces were obscured by woolen scarves, leaving only their eyes visible. Due to several layers of black wool and leather, they appeared quite stout. "What brings you here at this ungodly hour?" inquired the figure by the winch. One last glance. The two exchanged a resigned look. "You can look however you wish," said the shorter one. "As long as you don't fall, otherwise, Old Bear will surely flay us alive." Beneath the crane stood a wooden hut, and as the man operating the winch entered, Tyrion caught a glimpse of the dim glow from a fire pit inside, bringing him a flicker of warmth. Before he found himself utterly alone. The cold was biting, the wind tearing at his clothing like an impatient lover. The wall was more expansive than King's Road, alleviating Tyrion's fears of a misstep, yet the ground was treacherously slick. The brothers in black had strewn the passageway with gravel, but the incessant footfall had smoothed the surface over time, allowing ice to gradually fill the gaps between the stones, consuming the gravel. Once the pathway was worn down again, it would need to be restrewn with stones. Fortunately, the current situation was manageable for Tyrion. He gazed east and west, observing the wall stretch before him like an endless white thoroughfare, flanked by dark abysses. He resolved to head west, though he could not articulate why. Thus, he leaned toward the north, traversing what appeared to be freshly laid gravel, taking steps in that direction. His exposed cheeks burned with frostbite, and his feet had long begun to protest, yet he paid them no heed. The fierce wind howled in his ears, gravel crunched beneath his feet, and the wall meandered ahead along the hills, rising like a white ribbon, ultimately disappearing on the western horizon. He passed by a colossal trebuchet, its base deeply embedded in the wall, with its throwing arm dismantled for repairs, forgotten in its disarray, lying like a broken toy, partially cloaked in ice. From the far side of the trebuchet came a muffled inquiry. "Who goes there? Do not move." Tyrion halted. "Jon, if I remain still, I shall surely freeze to death." As he spoke, he noticed a furry white figure stealthily approaching, sniffing at his fur garments incessantly. "Hello, ghost." Jon Snow approached him, clad in layers of fur and leather, looking even more robust, the hood of his cloak drawn low over his face. "Lannister," he said, pulling down his scarf. "I did not expect to encounter you here." He bore a spear with a head taller than others, and a sheathed sword hung at his waist. A gleaming black horn, inlaid with silver, dangled from his chest. "I too did not anticipate being found here," Tyrion admitted. "A sudden thought struck me. If I were to touch Ghost, would he bite off my hand?" "Not while I'm here," Jon assured him. Tyrion scratched the back of the direwolf's ears. It regarded him with its indifferent red eyes. The beast had grown to the height of his chest. In another year, Tyrion mused darkly, it may very well surpass my own height. "What brings you out here tonight?" he inquired. "Hoping to freeze your manhood off?" "I drew the night watch shift," Jon replied. "It is not my first time. Kind Sir Alistair Stark has promised to keep an eye on me. He probably thinks that with me awake all night, I shall doze off during morning training. However, thus far, I have disappointed him." Tyrion chuckled. "Has that White Walker learned any sorcery yet?" "Not yet," Jon replied with a smile. "But Bran has already begun to hold his own against Hodder this morning, and Podrick is no longer dropping his sword as he used to." "Podrick?" "His real name is Podrick Payne, the short fellow with the prominent ears. Upon seeing Bran and me practicing, he ran over to ask if I could teach him as well. Thorne hasn't even instructed him on the proper way to wield a sword." He turned to gaze northward. "I have a stretch of the wall to patrol. Care to join me?" "You can walk at your own pace," Tyrion suggested. "The Lord Commander merely instructed me to keep moving so my blood wouldn't freeze. He didn't specify how fast." Thus, they walked together, with the White Walker trailing Jon like a spectral shadow. "I shall depart tomorrow morning," Tyrion remarked. "I know," Jon's tone carried an oddly melancholic note. "I plan to make a brief stop at Winterfell. So if you have any messages for me to convey, tell Robb that I shall eventually become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, ensuring his safety." Thus he might as well learn a bit of needlework from the girls, and then asked Mikken to melt down his sword and forge it into horseshoes. Your brother is significantly larger than I, Tyrion laughed. I refuse to deliver messages that might invite peril. Rickon will undoubtedly inquire when I shall return home. Please find a way to explain my absence to him. Tell him that while I am away, all my belongings are under his care. He will surely be pleased to hear that. There are indeed many requests today, Tyrion Lannister thought. In truth, you could write a letter home. Rickon cannot yet read. As for Bran, he suddenly paused. I am at a loss for what message to send him. Tyrion, please assist him. What can I do? I am not a maester. I cannot cure his ailments. I possess no spells to restore the use of his legs. You aided me when I needed it most, Jon Snow stated. I provided you nothing, Tyrion replied, merely a few empty words. Then do the same for Bran. You are essentially asking a cripple to teach a disabled person to dance. Tyrion remarked. No matter how well he might teach, the outcome would be tragic. Yet I comprehend the bond of brotherhood, Lord Snow. I shall do my utmost to assist Bran. Thank you, Lord Lannister. He removed his glove and extended his hand. Good friend. Tyrion found himself unexpectedly moved. Most of my relatives are wretches, he grinned, and you are the first to befriend me. He bit down on his glove to remove it, and then clasped Jon's hand. Flesh against flesh. The boy's grip was firm and strong. Once Jon Snow had donned his gloves again, he suddenly turned and made his way to the cold, low battlements to the north. Beyond the walls, the height dropped sharply, revealing only a dark, desolate expanse. Tyrion followed, and the two stood side by side at the very edge of the world. The Night's Watch resolutely forbids the forest from encroaching within half a mile north of the wall. The ironwood, sentinel trees, and oaks that once thrived within this boundary were eradicated centuries ago, clearing an expanse of land, ensuring that no foe could approach unnoticed. However, Tyrion has heard that in recent decades, wildwoods have once again sprouted in certain strongholds between the three fortresses. The gray-green sentinel trees and pallid fish have taken root firmly beneath the shadows of the city walls. Fortunately, the Black Castle's prodigious consumption of firewood has enabled the Brothers of the Night's Watch to keep the woods at bay with their axes. Nonetheless, the forest remains perilously close. Standing here, Tyrion can observe the dark trees enveloping the periphery of the clearing, resembling yet another shadowy rampart parallel to the wall. Even the moonlight struggles to penetrate the ancient, gnarled branches, rendering the area seldom visited by lumberjacks. The rangers say the trees grow to an astonishing height, appearing to contemplate deeply, disdainful of the living. It is no wonder the Night's Watch refers to it as the haunted forest. Tyrion gazes into the distance, surrounded by an oppressive silence, devoid of light or movement, as a fierce wind howls, chilling as if carved from ice. Suddenly, he finds himself believing in the myriad legends of humanity's nemesis, the cold night wights. His previous whimsical jests lose their levity. My uncle is out there, Jon Snow murmurs, leaning on his spear, staring into the endless darkness. On my first night here, I thought Uncle Benjen would return that very evening, and I would be the first to see him, sounding the horn of news. Yet he did not come back that night, nor has he since, and I wait for him every night. Give him more time, Tyrion responds. A distant howl from the northern wilderness is followed by a chorus of wolves joining in the lament. Ghost tilts his head to listen. If he does not return, Jon Snow assures him, I will seek him out with Ghost. He places his hand on the direwolf's head. I believe you, Tyrion replies. Though inwardly he muses, who would go in search of you then? A shiver runs down his spine. Chapter 23. Arya that day, father arrived late for dinner again, and Arya could tell he had clashed with the court once more. When Eddard Stark strode into the small hall, the first course, a thick pumpkin soup, had long been cleared from the table. This place is termed the small hall, distinguishing it from the grand hall that can accommodate 1,000. Nevertheless, it is not insignificant. It is a long chamber with a soaring dome, able to seat 200 on its benches. My lord, Jory greeted as father entered, rising from his seat. The other guards promptly followed suit, all clad in heavy gray wool cloaks trimmed with white satin, embroidered with a silver hand, signifying their role as the Prime Minister's personal protectors. With only 50 in total, the benches felt rather sparse. Sit down, Eddard Stark said. I am pleased that at least you all possess some common sense, knowing to begin without delay. He gestured for everyone to continue dining as the servants brought forth plates of roasted ribs wrapped in garlic and herbs. My lord, everyone outside is spreading rumors of a forthcoming tournament, Jory remarked as he resumed his seat. It is said that knights from all corners of the realm will gather to fight in your honor, celebrating your ascension to power. Arya could discern her father's displeasure at this. Why do they not acknowledge that this is the last thing I wish to witness? Sansa's eyes widened as if they were saucers. A tournament. She inhaled deeply, seated between Septa Mordain and Genopole, attempting to distance herself from Arya without attracting their father's attention. "Father, may we attend?" Sansa implored. "You know my stance on this matter," he replied. "This foolishness is clearly Robert's own idea. I can assist him in organizing it, but I am not obliged to take my daughters along." "Oh, please," Sansa begged. "I truly want to go." Septa Mordain interjected. "My lord, Princess Myrcella will also be present, and she is even younger than Lady Sansa. Such grand occasions merit the attendance of the ladies of the court. Moreover, the tournament is held in your name. It would be somewhat inappropriate for your family to be absent." Their father looked pained. "I suppose you are right. Very well, Sansa, I shall arrange a seat for you." He glanced at Arya. "For both of you. I have no interest in attending some tedious tournament," Arya retorted, fully aware that Prince Joffrey would undoubtedly be present. A boy she loathed intensely. Sansa lifted her chin, declaring, "This will be an unprecedented celebration. No one expects you to participate." Their father's expression soured further. "Enough, Sansa. Speak one more word, and I may change my mind. I am thoroughly exasperated by your incessant bickering. You are sisters, for the love of the gods. I wish for you to treat each other as such, understood?" Sansa nodded, biting her lip, while Arya stared sullenly at her plate, feeling tears prick at her eyes. She angrily wiped them away, resolute not to cry. The only sounds filling the air were the clinking of cutlery. "I apologize," their father addressed the table, "but I have no appetite this evening." With that, he exited the small hall. Once he left, Sansa immediately began to whisper excitedly with Jennifer. At the far end of the long table, Jory was laughing and joking, while Hullen began to expound on the merits of horses. "I tell you, that steed of yours is hardly the best choice for the tournament. Riding in a competition is entirely different," he declared. "Completely different." Others had heard this refrain long before, and Desmond, Jax, and Hullen's son, Halwyn, chorused for him to be silent, while Bother called for more wine. Yet, no one spoke to Arya. In truth, she did not mind. She rather enjoyed this state of affairs. Were it not for the adults' disapproval, she would prefer to retreat to her chamber to eat. When dining alongside her father, the king, or some lord or ambassador, she could indulge her whims. However, more often than not, she dined with her father and sister in the prime minister's study. During those times, Arya missed her brothers the most. She longed to tease Bran, to frolic with little Rickon, to see Robb smile at her. She wished for Jon to tousle her hair, to call her my little sister, and for them to recite a shared phrase in unison. Now, she is accompanied only by Sansa, yet unless compelled by their father, Sansa utters not a word to her. In the past, in Winterfell, they often dined together in the great hall. Their father would frequently proclaim that a lord must dine with his vassals to win their hearts. "You must not only understand your subordinates," she once overheard him telling Robb, "but you must also allow them to understand you." One should not expect their followers to serve a person they do not know. In Winterfell, he would always reserve a special seat at his table, inviting different guests each evening. If he invited Vay and Poole, they would discuss finances, provisions, and the servants' affairs. Should it be Mikken the next time, their father would listen to him analyze armor and swords, explaining the heat of the forge during smithing. Sometimes, it would be the horseman Hullen, who never strayed from the subject of equines, the librarian Maester Chet, or Jory, Ser Roderick, even the most eloquent storyteller, Old Nan. Arya cherished sitting beside her father, listening to their conversations, as well as those of the people seated on the lower benches, the rugged and boisterous free riders, the courteous knights, the outspoken young squires, and the weathered veterans of battle. She would often hurl snowballs at them or sneak pies from the kitchen to share. Their wives would bake treats for her, and she would name their infants, playing games of beauty and beast, treasure hunts, and castle games with their children. Fat Tom would affectionately call her Arya the Imp, asserting she was always running about. She preferred this nickname far more than Horseface Arya. Alas, those days belonged to Winterfell, as if from another realm. Now, everything had changed. Ironically, today marked their first meal with the servants since arriving in King's Landing, a situation Arya loathed deeply. She detested the sound of their chatter, their boisterous laughter, and the tales they shared. They had once been her friends, their company providing her comfort, yet now she realized it was all a facade. They stood idly by while the queen murdered the lady. That alone was dreadful enough, but then they allowed the hounds to seize Micah. Janie Poole informed Arya that he had been dismembered, and the townsfolk had to bag the remains to return to the butcher, who, pitifully, initially thought he was receiving freshly slaughtered piglets. No one questioned it or came to the aid. Nothing transpired, not even from the boastful Harwin, nor the aspiring Knight Ellen, or the captain of the guard, Jory. Indeed, even their father did not intervene. "He was my friend," Arya whispered to her plate, her voice scarcely audible. Her ribs lay untouched, cold and congealed in grease between the plate and the meat. The more she gazed upon it, the more nauseous she felt, prompting her to push back her chair and rise. "Wait, my lady, where are you going?" Sister Modin inquired. "I am not hungry." Arya recalled the need for decorum. "May I be excused?" She recited stiffly. "Not yet," the sister replied. "You have hardly touched your food. Please sit back down and finish what is on your plate." "You finish it yourself." Seizing the moment before anyone could react, Arya dashed towards the door. Laughter erupted from the others, while Sister Modin followed closely behind, her voice rising in pitch. Fat Tom stood guard at the entrance to the Prime Minister's tower. As he noticed Arya charging towards him, accompanied by the escalating shouts of the nun, he blinked in surprise. "Hey there, little one, don't run around," he began, preparing to reach out and stop her. But Arya had already slipped beneath him, racing up the winding staircase of the tall tower. Her footsteps echoed heavily against the stone steps, with Fat Tom panting in pursuit. In the vast expanse of King's Landing, the only place Arya cherished was her bedroom, particularly the imposing door crafted from dark oak, adorned with iron rings. With a slam, she could drop the heavy latch, ensuring no one could enter. Not Sister Modin, not Fat Tom, not Sansa, nor Jory, nor the Hound. None could breach her sanctuary. In that moment, she slammed the door shut. Once the latch was secured, Arya finally felt liberated enough to cry. She settled by the window, sniffling as she harbored resentment towards everyone, especially herself. It was all her fault. Everything stemmed from her actions. Sansa had said so, and so had Jenny. Fat Tom was knocking at the door. "Arya, little sister, what's wrong? Are you in there?" "No," she shouted back. The knocking ceased, and after a moment, she heard him retreating. Fat Tom was easily deceived. Arya pulled out a trunk from the foot of her bed, knelt down, and opened the lid, using both hands to begin tossing her clothes out, scattering silks, satins, velvets, and woolen garments across the floor. Hidden at the bottom of the trunk, she gently lifted a sword sheath, the sewing needle. Memories of Micah flooded her mind, and tears welled in her eyes. It was her fault, her fault, her fault. If only she insisted he practice swordplay with her. A louder knock echoed on the door. "Arya Stark, open this door at once. Do you hear me?" Arya spun around, tightly gripping the sewing needle. "You can't come in," she warned, brandishing the needle wildly at the air. "I will inform the Prime Minister of this." Sister Modin shouted angrily. "I don't care." Arya screamed back, "Go away. Miss, I assure you, you will regret your impudent behavior." Arya listened at the door until she could no longer hear the nun's footsteps fading into the distance. She returned to the window, clutching the sewing needle, gazing down at the courtyard below. If only she could climb as Bran did, she mused, then she could escape through the window, descend the tall tower, and flee this wretched place, away from Sansa, Sister Modin, and Prince Joffrey, away from everyone. Perhaps she could pilfer some food from the kitchen, taking along the sewing needle, a fine pair of boots, and a warm cloak. She could find Nymeria in the forest downstream of the Trident, and then they could return to Winterfell together or run to the wall to seek Jon. She found herself longing for Jon's presence, wishing he were beside her so she wouldn't feel so utterly alone. A gentle knock at the door pulled Arya from her fugue of escape. "Arya," her father called. "Open the door, we need to talk." Arya traversed the room and lifted the latch. There stood her father alone outside, his expression less one of anger and more of sorrow, which only deepened Arya's own despondency. "May I enter?" he inquired. Arya nodded, her gaze falling in shame. Her father closed the door behind him. "Whose sword is that?" he asked. "Mine," Arya replied, momentarily forgetting the sewing needle still clutched in her hand. "Give it to me." Reluctantly, Arya relinquished the sword, pondering whether she would ever have the chance to grasp it again. Her father scrutinized the blade in the light, examining its edges with a discerning eye. "This is a sword meant for an assassin," he remarked, "yet I recognize the mark of the smith. This was forged by Micah." Realizing she could not deceive him, Arya lowered her head. "The Warden of the North laments that his 9-year-old daughter has procured a weapon from the very forge of their home, without his knowledge. The responsibilities of a Hand of the King encompass the 7 kingdoms, yet I seem unable to govern my own household. Arya, how did you come by this sword? Where did you acquire it?" Arya bit her lip and remained silent, resolute in her vow not to betray Jon, even to her father. After a moment, her father continued, "In truth, it matters not whether you speak or remain mute." He lowered his gaze, his expression heavy as he regarded the sword. "This is no plaything, particularly for a girl. Should Sister Modin learn of your swordplay, what would she say?" "I am not playing with swords," Arya insisted, "and I detest Sister Modin." "Enough," her father replied, his tone firm and resolute. "The sister merely fulfills her duties. God knows the trials you have put that poor woman through. Your mother and I implored her to guide you in becoming a lady, a task most insurmountable." "I do not wish to become a lady," Arya retorted angrily. I should break this thing over my knee right now and put an end to this farce. A sewing needle cannot be broken, Arya muttered defiantly, although she recognized the tremor of insecurity in her voice. It has a name? Her father sighed. Ah, Arya, my child, you possess a unique wildness. Your grandfather referred to it as the blood of the wolf. Lyanna had a touch of it, and my brother Brandon more so. Both, alas, met their untimely ends. Arya detected the sorrow in his words. He seldom spoke of his father and siblings, all of whom had passed before her birth. Had your grandfather consented, Lyanna might have wielded a sword as well. Sometimes, when I see you, I am reminded of her. You bear a striking resemblance to her. Lyanna was a great beauty, Arya exclaimed, taken aback. Everyone says so, yet no one has ever used her to describe me. Indeed, Eddard Stark concurred. She was both lovely and headstrong. A fate that often leads to early demise. He raised the sword between them. Arya, what do you intend to do with this sewing needle? Who do you wish to confront? Your sister? Or Sister Modin? Do you know what the first step in swordsmanship is? The only thought that sprang to her mind was a lesson Jon had imparted. To stab the enemy with the pointed end, she blurted out. The father could not suppress his amusement. I believe this truly embodies the essence of swordsmanship. Arya desperately sought to elucidate, yearning for his understanding. I wish to learn diligently. Yet her eyes brimmed with tears. I want Mikey to accompany me in practice. At that moment, a tide of sorrow surged within her, and she trembled as she turned her head away. It was my fault, she cried. It is all my doing. Suddenly, the father enveloped her in his arms. She turned to him, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed, while he gently held her close. Do not despair, my dear child, he whispered. Mourn for your friend, but do not blame yourself. The butcher's little brother is not your doing. The true culprits are the hound and his cruel mistress. I loathe them, Arya said, sniffling and her cheeks flushed with emotion. I detest the hound, the queen, the king, and Prince Joffrey. I utterly despise them. Joffrey deceives. The reality is far from his narrative. I also resent Sansa. She clearly remembers, yet chooses to lie in order to win Joffrey's favor. Who among us has not spoken a falsehood? The father remarked. Did you think I would believe that Nymeria would simply run away? Arya's face flushed with guilt. Jory promised me he would keep it a secret. Jory is a man of his word. The father smiled. There are certain truths that do not require utterance. Even a blind man can see that the little wolf would not abandon you willingly. We cast many stones to drive her away. With a sorrowful expression, she recounted. I commanded her to leave, to set her free, stating that I no longer needed her. She ought to seek out other wolves to play with. We heard many wolves howling. Jory mentioned the forest teemed with prey, that she could pursue the deer, yet she insisted on following us, leaving us no choice but to throw stones at her. I struck her twice. She howled in pain, gazing at me, and I felt such shame. Yet was it not the right thing to do? Otherwise, the queen would have slain her. You did nothing wrong, the father affirmed, at times. Even lies can retain a semblance of honor. Earlier, when he had embraced Arya, he had set down the needle. Now, he picked up the short sword and strolled to the window. He paused for a moment, his gaze traversing the square, staring into the distance. When he turned back, his eyes were laden with contemplation. He seated himself by the window, laying the needle flat upon his lap. Arya, sit down. There are matters I must endeavor to clarify for you. She anxiously perched on the edge of the bed. You are still too young. You should not be burdened with all my worries, he advised, but you are a Stark of Winterfell, and you are aware of our family words. Winter is coming. Arya whispered. Indeed, a harsh and cruel season approaches, the father replied. We have tasted its bitterness by the trident, child, as we did when Bran fell. You were born in the long summer, my dear child, and have yet to experience the other seasons, yet now winter truly draws near. Arya, wherever you may find yourself, I implore you to always remember our sigil. The dire wolf, she murmured, recalling Nymeria, drawing her knees to her chest, feeling a swell of fear. Child, allow me to share a tale of the wolves. When the heavy snow falls and the cold winds rise, the lone wolf perishes, while the pack thrives. In the summer, we may quarrel, but as winter approaches, we must defend one another, providing warmth and sharing strength. Therefore, if you must harbor hatred, Arya, let it be directed towards those who can truly harm us. Sister Modin is a good woman, and Sansa, despite her faults, is still your sister. You may seem worlds apart, yet you share the same blood. You need her, just as she needs you, and I need both of you, God bless. His words sounded weary, evoking a pang of sadness in Arya. I do not hate Sansa, she confessed, not truly. At least that was half the truth. I do not intend to frighten you, yet I do not wish to deceive you either. Child, we have arrived at a dark and perilous place. This is not Winterfell. There are too many enemies who wish to see us dead, and we cannot afford to turn against one another. Your reckless behavior at home, your tantrums, running amok, and disobedience are mere antics of summer children. Here and now, with winter fast approaching, it cannot be compared to the past. It is time for you to grow up. I will, Arya swore, never having felt such love for him as she did at that moment. I will grow strong as Rob. He handed her the needle, the hilt facing her. Take it. She stared at the sword in astonishment, hesitant to touch it for fear it would be taken away again. She heard her father say, "Take it, it is yours." Only then did she reach out to grasp it. "Can I keep it?" she asked. "Really?" "Indeed," he replied with a smile. "If I were to take it back, I fear I would find a morning star beneath your pillow within a fortnight. Well then, no matter how angry you might be, just refrain from stabbing your sister with that sword." "I won't. I promise I won't." Arya clutched the needle tightly against her chest as she watched her father depart. The next morning at breakfast, she apologized to Sister Modin and sought forgiveness. The nun regarded her with suspicion, but her father nodded in approval. 3 days later, at noon, her father's steward, Vaon Pearl, led Arya to the small hall. The dining table had been dismantled, and the benches pushed against the walls, leaving the small hall empty. Suddenly, a strange voice called out, "Hey, you're late." A lean, bald man with a prominent hooked nose emerged from the shadows, holding a pair of slender wooden swords. "From tomorrow, you must arrive at noon." His accent hinted at the free trade cities, possibly Bravos or Mir. "Who are you?" Arya inquired. "I am your dance instructor." He tossed her a wooden sword. She reached for it, but missed, and it clattered to the ground. "From tomorrow, you must catch it as I throw. Now pick it up." It was not merely a stick, but a true wooden sword, complete with a hilt, guard, and a decorative pommel. Arya picked it up, nervously clasping it in both hands. The sword was heavier than it appeared, much more so than the needle. The bald man grinned. No, young one. This is not a two-handed broadsword. You are permitted only to wield it with one hand." "It's too heavy," Arya protested. "That is precisely how you shall strengthen your arm muscles and enhance your overall coordination. The hollow parts were filled with lead, just like that. You must wield the sword with one hand." Arya lowered her right hand that grasped the sword, wiping the sweat from her palm onto her trousers, and switched to holding the sword with her left hand. He seemed quite pleased with this. The left hand is preferable. When reversed, your opponent will be thrown off balance. However, your stance is incorrect. Do not face me directly. Turn your body slightly to the side. Yes, just like that. You are as slender as a spear. Did you know? This is beneficial, for it diminishes the target size. Now, let me see how you grip it. He leaned closer, scrutinizing her hands, prying open her fingers and readjusting them. Yes, just so. Do not grip too tightly. Yes, but remain nimble and graceful. What if the sword falls? Arya inquired. The sword must become one with your hand, the bald man instructed her. Will your hand fall? Of course not. Ser Waymar served as the first sword under the Sea Lord of Bravos for 9 years. He understands these matters. Heed his words, child. This was the 3rd time he had referred to her as child. I am a girl, Arya protested. It matters not whether you are male or female, Ser Waymar replied. You are a sword, and that is sufficient. He grinned widely, saying, Good, maintain this grip. Remember, you are not holding a battle axe. You are grasping a sewing needle. Arya fiercely completed his thought. Just so. Now we shall begin to dance. Remember, child, we are not learning the iron dance of Westeros, the knight's dance, swinging and slashing. No, this is the dance of assassins, the water dance, swift and unexpected. Humans are composed of water, do you understand? When you pierce the human body, the water flows out, and the person perishes. He stepped back, raising a wooden sword. Now, attempt to strike me. Thus, Arya endeavored to attack him. She attempted for a total of 4 hours until every muscle ached, while Ser Waymar merely grinned and corrected her continuously. By the 2nd day, the true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 24. Daenerys. This is the Dothraki Sea, Ser Mormont said as he reined in his horse, stopping beside her. Both standing atop the ridge. The vast, open plain spread out below them, flat and expansive to the horizon. Indeed, it resembled an ocean, Daenerys thought. From this point onward, the hills and mountains vanished, and even the trees, cities, and roads disappeared, leaving only endless grasslands, the wind swirling, the long blades of grass swaying like waves. So green, she remarked. It is indeed the season of green, Ser Jorah agreed. You should witness the sight when the flowers bloom, the hills ablaze with dark red blossoms, resembling a sea of blood. When the dry season arrives, the entire world transforms into a bronze hue. This is merely the color of the Harana grass, child, not accounting for the hundreds of other grasses, some as yellow as lemons, others as dark as indigo, along with blue and orange, and even grass with rainbow hues. In the shadowy lands beyond Ass High, it is said there exists a sea of ghost grass, growing taller than a seated rider, with stalks as white as alabaster. This grass will suffocate the remaining flora, glowing in the dark through the cursed souls. The Dothraki believe that one day the ghost grass will overtake the entire world, at which point all life will come to an end. Daenerys trembled at the thought. "Please, let us not speak of such morbid matters," she implored. "This place is so beautiful." "As you wish, Khaleesi," Ser Waymar replied respectfully. Upon hearing a rustle, she turned to look back. She and Ser Waymar had left the company far behind, while others were now making their way up the hill. The maid, Eerie, and her young archers moved with the grace of centaurs, but Viserys struggled with the short stirrups and the flat saddle. He was thoroughly discontented here. He had no business being present. Illyrio Mopatis had urged him to remain in Pentos, even generously offering one of his own estates for his stay. But Viserys refused to heed the advice. He insisted on following Drogo until the latter fulfilled his promise of the crown. "If he dares to deceive me, I shall make him understand the wrath of a waking dragon," Viserys swore, placing his hand on the borrowed sword. Illyrio blinked at this, wishing him well. At that moment, Daenerys had no desire to indulge her brother's grievances. It was a perfect day, a falcon soared high above in the deep blue sky. The grass sea swayed gently, whispering with the breeze, sending warmth to her face, and Daenerys felt a profound sense of tranquility. She would not allow Viserys to spoil her good spirits. "Stop," Daenerys commanded Ser Waymar. "Tell them all to halt, and inform them that it is my command." The knight smiled faintly. Ser Waymar was not handsome. Possessing a bull-like neck and shoulders, his arms and chest covered in coarse black hair, while his head was completely bald. Yet his smile always brought Daenerys solace. "Daenerys, your words are increasingly reminiscent of a princess," he remarked. "I am not a princess," Daenerys replied. "I am Khaleesi." With that, she turned her horse and galloped down the hillside alone. The slope was steep and strewn with rocks, yet Daenerys felt no fear. The thrill of riding and the danger exhilarated her. Viserys had always insisted she was a princess. But it was only when she mounted her little silver horse that Daenerys Targaryen truly felt that statement held weight. Initially, all did not go smoothly. The Khalasar broke camp the morning after the wedding, setting off towards the eastern lands of Westeros. By the third day, Daenerys felt utterly exhausted. Days of sitting in the saddle had left her sore, bloodied, and bruised. Her thighs were chafed and peeling, her hands blistered from the reins, and her legs and back ached so painfully that she could scarcely sit upright. After nightfall, she required the assistance of her maid to dismount. Sleep eluded her as well. During the day, Drogo treated her with indifference, just as he had on their wedding day, while at night he drank and raced with his warriors, enjoying the company of women dancing and men fighting. In this part of his life, Daenerys held no significance. She often dined alone, accompanied only by Ser Waymar and her brother, and then wept herself to sleep. Yet every night, just before dawn, Drogo would come to her tent, rousing her from slumber in the dark, and he would mount her ruthlessly, just as he would his warhorse. In accordance with the customs of the Dothraki, he always approached from behind, for which Daenerys felt immense gratitude, as it spared her the embarrassment of him witnessing her tear-streaked visage, allowing her to muffle her cries of anguish with a pillow. Once their union was complete, he would close his eyes and softly succumb to slumber, while Daenerys lay beside him, her body battered and aching, unable to find solace in sleep. Day after day, night after night, she reached a point of utter despair. Realizing she could no longer endure her plight, one fateful evening, she resolved that she would rather embrace death than continue to live in such misery. Yet that night, as she drifted into slumber, she found herself once more in the dream of the dragon. This time, there was no Viserys, only her and the colossal beast. Its scales were as dark as the midnight sky, slick with blood, her own, she realized. Its eyes blazed like molten lava, and as it opened its mouth, flames erupted forth. It sang to her, and with open arms, she embraced the fire, allowing it to consume her entirely, cleansing and strengthening her. She felt her muscles sear and blacken, decay and peel away. Her blood seemed to boil and evaporate, yet she felt no pain, only a profound sense of vitality, as if reborn. Strangely, the following day, her suffering seemed less acute, as if the gods above had heard her silent pleas and took pity on her misfortune. Even her devoted maid was taken aback. "Khaleesi," Jiki inquired, "what troubles you? Are you unwell?" "I am fine," she replied. She then approached the dragon egg gifted by Illyrio at her wedding, reaching out to caress the largest one, her fingers gliding gently across its shell. "So dark and red," she mused, "much like the dragon in my dream." The stone beneath her touch felt oddly warm. Was it merely an illusion? She withdrew her hand, unsettled. From that moment onward, each day unfolded with increasing ease. Her legs grew strong, blisters burst, and calluses formed on her hands. Her soft thighs became firm, supple as leather. Khal ordered her maid, Illy, to instruct Daenerys in Dothraki horsemanship, yet it was the little silver horse that truly became her mentor. The little silver mare seemed to understand her emotions, as if they shared an unspoken connection. As time passed, Daenerys rode with growing confidence. The Dothraki were a harsh and unyielding people, never naming their animals according to their customs. Thus she referred to her steed simply as her little silver horse, though she had never loved anything quite so deeply. When riding transformed from torment into joy, Daenerys began to appreciate the beauty of the land surrounding her. She rode at the forefront of Khal Drogo and his blood riders, witnessing a vibrant and untouched landscape before her. The throng of horsemen behind them trampled the earth, muddying the rivers and stirring up choking dust. Yet before them lay a verdant expanse. They traversed the undulating hills of Norvos, passing terraced fields and villages where the inhabitants watched them with uneasy eyes from their mud-brick walls. They forded 3 broad and tranquil rivers, and the 4th was a narrow, tumultuous torrent with a treacherous bed, where they camped beside a towering blue waterfall before circumnavigating the remnants of a vast dead city. Its crumbling walls rumored to house the wailing souls of the damned among the charred marble columns. They galloped along the ancient Valyrian road, as straight as a Dothraki arrow. It took them a full fortnight to traverse the lush expanse of the Coer forest, where the trees towered like city gates and were draped in golden leaves. The forest was home to majestic moose, spotted tigers, and lemurs adorned with silver fur and violet eyes, yet upon the mere appearance of Khalasar, they scattered in fright, leaving Daenerys with little to observe. At that moment, her previous pains had become mere memories. Although she still felt the lingering soreness from their arduous journey, there was a bittersweet quality to it. Each dawn, she eagerly leapt onto her saddle, yearning to witness more wonders. She even began to seek pleasure at night. So when Drogo claimed her, her cries were not always born of pain. In the meadows below, the tall, soft grass enveloped her. Daenerys slowed her pace, urging her steed into the plains, delighting in being submerged in the green waves. In the Khalasar, solitude was a luxury she could not afford. Though Drogo would only visit her after nightfall, her handmaidens busied themselves preparing meals, assisting her with baths, and sleeping just outside her tent. Drogo's bloodriders, along with her own cause, were perpetually near, while her brother lingered as an unwelcome shadow, day and night. At that moment, Daenerys heard him bellowing at Ser Waymar from the ridge, his sharp voice laced with fury. She resolved to ignore it and continued riding forward. Lost in the depths of Dothraki culture, the green waves enveloped her entirely, the air fragrant with the scents of fresh grass and earth, mingled with the odors of horse sweat and her own oils, the essence of Dothraki. They were the true natives of this land, and Daenerys laughed joyfully, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, she felt an urge to feel the ground beneath her feet, to wiggle her toes in the rich black soil. Thus, she dismounted, allowing her silver steed to graze, and removed her riding boots. Viserys surged towards her like a summer storm, seizing the reins with fervor, causing the horse to rear in pain. "How dare you?" he shouted at her. "You presume to command me? Command me?" He leapt from his horse, stumbling as he landed. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to rise. Then he grasped her forcefully, shaking her violently. "Do not forget who you are. Look at yourself, at what you have become." Daenerys needed no glance to know her appearance. She was barefoot, adorned with oils, and dressed in the Dothraki leathers and painted vestments bestowed as a wedding gift. She looked every bit the part of a native, while Viserys, clad in the silks and armor of the city, appeared filthy and disheveled. His tirade continued unabated. "You will not dare to speak to the trueborn son of the dragon in such a manner, do you understand? I am the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and you, a mere horse lord's whore, are not worthy to command me, do you hear?" His hand plunged into her vest, fingers digging painfully into her breast. "Do you hear me?" Daenerys pushed him away with force. Viserys stared at her, his lavender eyes filled with disbelief. She had never defied him before, never resisted him. His face contorted in rage. She knew well that he would take pleasure in tormenting her now. With a crack, the whip sounded like thunder, coiling around Viserys' throat and yanking him backward. He collapsed in the grass, utterly shocked and unable to breathe. The Dothraki riders looked on as he struggled desperately against his bindings, hurling jeers at him. The young Drogo, wielding a whip, demanded an answer. Daenerys did not comprehend his words, but at that moment, Illyria, Ser Waymar, and her other Khalasar members arrived. Drogo asked if she wished him dead. "No," Daenerys replied, "please do not." Drogo understood her words. Someone shouted, provoking a chorus of laughter from the other Dothraki. Illyria informed her that Corran believed she should teach him a lesson by severing an ear. Her brother knelt on the ground, fingers digging into the whip, gasping for breath and emitting indistinct cries. The whip constricted tightly around his throat. "Tell them I do not wish him harm," Daenerys commanded. Illyria relayed her words in Dothraki. With a crack of the whip, Viserys fell once more to the ground like a puppet tugged by strings, yet he was finally freed from his bonds. A deep, thin line of blood marred his cheek. "Your Highness, I warned him not to behave thus," Ser Mormont remarked. "I instructed him to remain on the hill, as per your guidance." "I know," Daenerys replied, her gaze fixed on Viserys. He lay on the ground, drawing in loud breaths. His face flushed, resembling a pitiable wretch. He had always been a pitiful creature. Why had she only just realized this? Her fear dissipated like mist. "Take his horse away," she commanded Ser. Viserys gaped at her in disbelief, unable to fathom her words. Even Daenerys found it hard to believe she was uttering them. "Let my brother walk behind us, back to Qarth." For the Dothraki, a man who did not ride was deemed unworthy, devoid of honor and dignity. Let everyone witness what sort of man he truly is. "No," Viserys screamed, turning to Ser, pleading in a language unfamiliar to the others. "Mormont, help me strike her down. Your king commands you to eliminate her. Slay these Dothraki dogs and teach her a lesson." The exiled knight glanced from the mud-caked feet of Daenerys, her hair slicked with oil, to his brother adorned in silks and a jeweled sword. Daenerys read the resolve on his face. "Call Drogo, let him walk," he declared, taking the reins of his brother's mount, while Daenerys remounted her silver steed. Viserys stared in disbelief as he sank heavily into the dust. He remained silent until they were out of sight, motionless yet brimming with venomous resentment. Soon, he vanished beyond the high grass. Once he was out of view, Daenerys felt a pang of fear. "Will he find his way?" she asked Ser as they rode. "Even a blind man such as your brother can follow the trail we leave behind," he replied. "He is proud. Perhaps he will not return out of shame." Yura chuckled. "Then where else could he go? Even if he cannot find Qarth, Qarth will eventually find him. Child, it is not easy to drown in the Dothraki Sea." Daenerys found wisdom in his words. Khalasar resembles a moving city, yet it advances with purpose rather than blind haste. Scouts precede the main party, vigilant for any signs of prey or enemies, while the vanguard guards the flanks. In this land, the birthplace of the Dothraki, nothing escapes their keen observation. This vast plain is a part of them and now, a part of her as well. "I just struck him," she exclaimed in astonishment. In retrospect, it feels like a bizarre dream. "Ser, do you think he will be furious upon his return? I have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon, Haven Ti." Ser scoffed. "Child, can you truly rouse the dead? Your brother Rhaegar was the last true dragon, and he perished by the banks of the Trident. Viserys is but a shadow of a snake." His bluntness left her taken aback, as if the beliefs she had held so steadfastly had suddenly become uncertain. "But did you not swear fealty to him?" "Indeed, my girl," Ser replied. "But if your brother is merely a shadow of a snake, what then of his followers?" His tone was laced with bitterness. "Yet he is the rightful king," she insisted. Ser seized the reins, fixing his gaze upon her. "To be frank, do you truly wish for Viserys to ascend the throne?" Dany pondered deeply. "He would not make a good king, would he? There are worse kings, but not many." The knight spurred his horse onward. Dany rode alongside him. "Regardless," she stated, "the common folk still await him. Governor Illyrio claims they are busy stitching banners for the true dragon, praying for Viserys to lead his army across the sea to liberate them. The commoners pray for favorable winds, healthy children, and an everlasting summer." Ser told her that as long as they could live in peace, the nobles could play their power games as they wished. He shrugged, "Yet they have never achieved their desires." Dany rode in silence for a while, pondering his words. It was astonishing that the common folk seemed indifferent to whether their ruler was a true dragon or a usurper, a stark contrast to all that Viserys had proclaimed. However, the more she contemplated, the more she felt the truth in Ser words. "And what do you pray for, Ser?" she inquired. "I simply wish to return home," he said, his voice thick with nostalgia. "Me too," she replied, fully understanding that sentiment. Ser smiled. "Then you should relish it, Khaleesi." Dany gazed into the distance, her thoughts not on the plains but on King's Landing, the magnificent red keep constructed by Aegon the Conqueror, the very place of her birth, Dragonstone. In her mind's eye, it was ablaze with countless flames, every window aglow. In her imagination, every door was painted red. "My brother will never reclaim the Seven Kingdoms," Dany declared. She realized she had always known this, had known it her entire life, yet had never allowed herself to voice it, not even in whispers. Now she would speak it aloud, for Ser Mormont, and for the world to hear. Ser Waymar contemplated her words. You believe he is powerless. Even if my husband were to bestow his army upon him, he lacks the capacity to command. Dany remarked that he possesses no wealth. And the only knight who swore to follow him insults him, rendering him lower than a serpent. The Dothraki mock his frailty. He will never manage to bring us home. A clever child, the knight smiled. I am no longer a child, she resolutely informed him, tightening her legs around the horse's belly and urging the silver steed to gallop. She rode faster and faster, leaving Yora, Illyrio, and the others far behind, the warm breeze flowing through her hair, with the crimson sun casting its glow upon her face. By the time she returned to Qarth, dusk had settled. Slaves prepared a tent for her beside a tranquil pool, and she heard voices emanating from the grass-woven palace on the hills. She knew that when her Khalasar recounted the events of the day amidst the grass, countless jeers would follow. When Viserys limped back, the men, women, and children in the camp would all recognize him as a mere walker. There were no secrets in Qarth. Dany entrusted her little silver horse to the servants and entered the tent alone. The silk tent was cool and dim. As the door closed behind her, a sliver of red sunset streamed in, illuminating her dragon eggs. In an instant, a myriad of blood-red sparks flashed before her eyes. She blinked, and they vanished. Stone. She reminded herself, merely stone. The dragons had long been extinct, and even Illyrio claimed as much. She pressed her palm against the black egg, her fingers gently tracing its curves. The stone felt warm, almost hot. Sunlight, Dany whispered. It must be the sunlight that warmed them. She instructed her maid to prepare a bath. Doria kindled a fire outside the tent, while Illyrio and Jiki worked together to bring in a large red copper tub, a wedding gift. Once the bathing water was steaming, Illyrio assisted her into the tub and then climbed in beside her. Have you ever seen a dragon? She inquired while Illyrio scrubbed her back and Jiki rinsed the dust from her hair. She had heard tales that dragons originally hailed from the east, from the shadowy lands beyond Ass High and the islands of the Jade Sea. Perhaps some dragons still existed in that wild and enigmatic terrain. Khaleesi, dragons are already extinct, Illyrio replied. Indeed, Jiki concurred, they vanished long, long ago. Viserys had told her that the last of the Targaryen dragons perished approximately a century and a half prior, during the reign of Aegon III, which earned him the title of the Dragonbane. To Dany, this did not seem like a distant event. Is it the same everywhere? She asked in disappointment, even in the east? When doom descended upon Valyria and the lands of eternal summer, magic too vanished from the west, enchanted swords, weather-predicting storm singers, and great dragons could not be restored. Yet Dany always heard that the east was different. It was said that scorpion-tailed lions still roamed the islands of the Jade Sea, and serpents lingered in the jungles of Et. It was rumored that enchanters, male witches, and sky mages openly practiced in Ass High, while shadowbinders and blood mages performed their terrifying sorcery in the still of night. Why could it not be possible for dragons to survive? There are no dragons left, Illyrio said. Brave men slay dragons, for they are fearsome beasts. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows, Jiki agreed. A merchant from Qarth once told me that dragons emerged from the moon, Doria said, while drying towels by the hearth. Jiki and Illy's ages were comparable to Daenerys, both having been captured as slaves when their father's Carthage was destroyed by Drogo. Doria, slightly older at nearly 20, was discovered by the governor of Lys in a brothel. Daenerys turned her head in curiosity, her damp silver hair cascading before her. From the moon? He told me the moon is an egg, Khaleesi, the Lys girl continued. Once, there were 2 moons in the sky, but one ventured too close to the sun and could not withstand the heat, exploding in the process. Thousands of dragons surged forth, absorbing the sun's flames, which is why dragons breathe fire. One day, the remaining moon will also kiss the sun and subsequently explode, allowing dragons to return to the world. 2 Dothraki girls giggled softly. You foolish slave with a head full of straw, Illy remarked. The moon is not an egg, it is a goddess. The wife of the sun, as everyone knows. Indeed, everyone knows, Jiki echoed. As Daenerys emerged from the bath, her skin was flushed. Jiki instructed her to lie down, applying oil to her body and scrubbing the dirt from her pores. Afterwards, Illy sprinkled her with fragrant flowers and cinnamon. Doria styled her hair, making it shine like silver threads. Throughout this, she pondered the moon, the egg, and the dragons. Her supper was simple, fruits, cheese, and fried bread, accompanied by a jug of honeyed wine. Doria, stay and dine with me, Daenerys commanded as she dismissed the other handmaidens. The Lys girl's hair was the color of honey, her eyes reminiscent of the summer sky. Alone, she lowered her gaze. Khaleesi, it is my honor, she said, but it is not an honor, merely a duty. As the moon rose high, they sat together, sharing intimate conversations. When Drogo returned that night, Daenerys awaited him. He stood at the entrance of the tent, astonished at the sight of her. Rising slowly, she unveiled her silken nightgown, allowing it to fall to the ground. "Husband, we must go outside tonight," she instructed. For the Dothraki believed that all significant moments in a man's life should be witnessed beneath the expansive sky. Drogo followed her into the moonlight, the bells in his hair ringing softly. Beyond the tent, a bed of soft grass awaited, and Daenerys led him there. As he prepared to turn her over, she placed a hand on his chest. "No," she said, "tonight I wish to see your face." There was no privacy in Qarth. As Daenerys loosened his garments, she felt the weight of many eyes upon them. She followed Doria's guidance while overhearing whispered conversations. This mattered little to her. Was she not Khaleesi? She cared only for his gaze, and when she mounted him, she saw in his eyes an awakening she had never encountered before. She rode him fiercely, as she would her beloved silver horse. Ultimately, as the climax approached, Drogo called her name. After they reached the distant heart of the Dothraki Sea, Jiki gently caressed Daenerys' slightly rounded abdomen and said, "Khaleesi, you are with child." "I know," Daenerys replied. On that day, she celebrated her 14th name day. Khal, the leader of a small private Dothraki tribe, was responsible for her safety and well-being. In Chapter 25, Bran Stark watched from the window as his brother Rickon frolicked in the courtyard, playing with the dire wolf. No matter where the young boy ran, Grey Wind always intercepted him with a bounding stride, while Rickon would squeal in delight and dart off in another direction. The playful dire wolf stayed close to him, growling if any other wolves approached too closely. His fur had deepened to a rich black, with eyes ablaze like emerald flames. Summer, Bran's own direwolf, was the last to join the frolic. His coat was a mix of silvery white and ash gray, with keen golden eyes. Though slightly smaller than Grey Wind, he was more astute, and Bran privately deemed him the cleverest of the pack. As he observed Rickon scampering about with his childlike legs across the hard-packed earth, Bran could hear his brother's breathless laughter, which only intensified the sting in his own eyes. He longed to join them, to laugh and leap with abandon. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, hastily wiping away the tears before they could fall. His 8th name day had come and gone, and he was on the cusp of adulthood. He could no longer afford to cry. "It's all a lie," he bitterly muttered, recalling the crow from his dreams. "I cannot fly. I can barely run." Crows were notorious liars. The old wet nurse, seated nearby and engaged in her needlework, nodded in agreement. "I know a story about a crow." "I do not wish to hear stories," Bran snapped irritably. He had once cherished the tales spun by the old woman. But that was in the past. Circumstances had changed. They insisted she remain by his side, tending to him, bathing him to stave off his loneliness. Yet her presence only exacerbated his discontent. "I loathe your foolish stories." The old woman smiled at him with her toothless grin. "My stories? No, my young lord. They are not mine. These tales existed long before you and I were born." She was truly an ugly old hag, Bran thought viciously, hunched and shriveled. Her face a tapestry of wrinkles, her eyes nearly blind, lacking the strength to ascend the stairs. With only a few wisps of white hair remaining on her spotted pink scalp, no one knew precisely how old she was. His father had said that everyone called her the old nurse when he was a child. Without a doubt, she was the oldest person in Winterfell, perhaps the oldest in all the 7 kingdoms. She had come to the castle to serve as the wet nurse for Brandon Stark, as his mother had perished in childbirth. This woman was the brother of Bran's grandfather, Lord Rickard Stark, perhaps an elder brother or a younger one, or possibly even the brother of Lord Rickard's father. The old nurse recounted different versions of the tale each time, regardless of the variation. The little boy in the story always succumbed to a summer chill at the tender age of 3, while the old nurse and her children remained in Winterfell. Her 2 sons perished during King Robert's rebellion for the throne, and her grandson met his end upon the walls of Pike while quelling the Greyjoy rebellion. Her daughters had long since married off to distant lands and were now deceased. Now, her lineage consisted solely of Hodder, the simple-minded giant who worked in the stables. Only the old nurse remained alive and well, continuing her needlework and recounting her tales. I cared not whose stories they were. Bran expressed his disdain, declaring his aversion to them. He yearned not for tales, nor for the old nurse, but for his father and mother. Desiring to run freely outside with Summer by his side, he longed to ascend the broken tower and feed crows with corn. He wished to mount his pony and gallop alongside his 2 brothers. He desired everything to revert to its former state. I was aware of a story about a small boy who detested listening to stories. The nurse, with her foolish grin, continued her stitching, the needle darting through the fabric with a rhythmic clack, 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 driving Bran to the brink of screaming at her. He understood that nothing could return to the way it was. The crows had deceived him into flight, resulting in his awakening. Not only crippled, but also in a transformed world. His father, mother, and 2 sisters had abandoned him. Even his half-brother, Jon Snow, had vanished without a trace. His father had promised to let him ride a true steed to King's Landing, yet they departed southward without waiting for him. Master Luwin had sent a bird to inform Lord Eddard of his awakening, another to his mother, and a third to Jon at the wall, but all had gone silent. "Child, birds often lose their way," the master had told him. The journey from here to King's Landing was long, fraught with countless eagles poised to intercept. The messages might never reach their intended recipients. Yet for Bran, it felt as though they had perished during his slumber, or perhaps he himself had died. And they had forgotten him. Jory, Ser Roderick, Vayen Poole, Hullen, Hallis Mullen, Fat Tom, and a quarter of the guards had all departed. Only Robb and little Rickon remained. But Robb had transformed into a different person. Now, Robb was a lord of the castle, or at least striving towards that goal. He bore a true sword and rarely smiled. By day, he devoted his time to training soldiers and practicing swordplay, the clash of steel echoing in the training yard. While Bran could only sit alone by the window and watch, by night, Robb would seclude himself with Master Luwin, exchanging thoughts or discussing accounts. Sometimes he would ride out with Hallis Mullen for several days. Whenever he was away for more than a day, Rickon would cry and ask Bran if Robb would return. Even within Winterfell, Lord Robb spent his time with Hallis Mullen and Theon Greyjoy, leaving little time for his 2 younger brothers. "Let me tell you the tale of Brandon the Builder," the old nurse said, "for it is your favorite story. Thousands of years ago, Brandon the Builder constructed Winterfell, and some say he also built the wall." Bran was familiar with this tale, yet he did not particularly enjoy it. Perhaps another child named Brandon was fond of it. Occasionally, the old nurse would mistakenly believe he was the Brandon she had raised many years prior, or confuse him with Uncle Brandon, who had perished at the hands of the Mad King long before Bran's birth. She had lived so long, as his mother had told him, that all who bore the name Brandon Stark had merged into one in her mind. "That is not my favorite," he asserted. "I prefer the frightening tales." He heard a commotion outside, and turned to gaze out the window. Rickon was traversing the square, sprinting towards the city gate, followed closely by a pack of wolves. However, Bran, situated in the tower, was unable to discern the unfolding events. In frustration, he struck his thigh with a clenched fist, yet felt nothing. "Oh, my dear child," the old nurse murmured, "you were born in summer. How could you comprehend true fear? Young master, when winter descends, with snow reaching heights unimaginable and the icy winds howling, that is the essence of terror. When the long night stretches endlessly, devoid of sunlight, children born in darkness grow and perish in the shadows. While the skeletal wolves of the frozen plains roam, and the white specters flit through the woods, that is when fear truly arrives." "You are speaking of the others," Bran retorted irritably. "Indeed," the old nurse concurred, "thousands of years ago, an extraordinarily harsh and frigid winter enveloped the world, yet today, as humanity has forgotten. Throughout a night that lasted an entire generation, both the king in his castle and the swineherd in his pen trembled and perished alike. Mothers would rather suffocate their children than witness them starve or freeze. They wept loudly, their tears freezing upon their cheeks." As her words and the sound of her needle fell silent, she lifted her gaze, her eyes pale and veiled, and asked Bran, "Is this the kind of tale you wish to hear?" Bran replied reluctantly, "Yes." The old nurse nodded. "In the midst of darkness, the others descend upon the world," she continued, the sound of her needle clicking in rhythm. "They are the monsters of cold and death, loathing steel, fire, and sunlight, as well as all living beings with warm blood flowing through their veins. They ride upon pale, lifeless steeds, leading armies of the deceased, sweeping through villages, cities, and kingdoms, slaying countless heroes and soldiers. The swords of men cannot halt their advance, and neither the young nor the old, nor women and children, can escape their grasp. They hunt maidens in the frostbitten forests, feeding the flesh of human infants to their undead minions." Her voice had lowered to a near whisper, almost as if in a trance, prompting Bran to lean forward unconsciously. At that time, the Undulls had yet to rule the 7 kingdoms. Long before women fled from the ancient city-states by the banks of the Rhoyne, only the ancestors seized the land from the children of the forest, establishing hundreds of realms that reached towards the heavens. Yet deep within the dense woods, the children of the forest remained hidden in their arboreal towns and secluded valleys. Thus, when the earth was fraught with cold and death, the last heroes resolved to seek out these children of the forest, hoping their ancient magic could withstand the armies that humanity could not repel. He donned his sword, mounted his steed, and set forth with hounds and companions into the wilderness. After years of arduous travel and relentless pursuit, He could not find the elusive children of the forest concealed within their hidden city. Ultimately, despair enveloped him. One by one, his friends fell, his noble steed and beloved hound perished, and even his sword froze solid, shattering at a mere touch. At this moment, the others caught the scent of his warm blood and stealthily tracked his path, accompanied by a horde of massive white spiders that ambushed him. The door burst open with a loud bang, nearly causing Bran's heart to leap from his chest. Yet the intruder was merely Master Luwin, with Eddard standing in the stairwell behind him. "Eddard," Ma Tongs called out, as was his custom, flashing a grin at everyone. Master Ruin did not smile. "We have guests," he announced, "and you must be present, Bran." "But I am listening to a story," Bran complained. "Young master, the stories can wait until later, when you return." "They will be waiting for you," the old nurse replied. "Guests are not so patient, and they often bring their own tales," she added. "Who are they?" Bran inquired of Master Ruin. "Tyrion Lannister, along with several brothers of the Night's Watch, bearing word from your brother Jon. Robb is meeting with them. Eddard, would you kindly assist in bringing Bran to the hall?" Eddard happily obliged, bending to allow his fluffy head to pass through the doorway. Eddard stood nearly 7 feet tall, making it hard to believe he was the offspring of the old nurse. Bran pondered whether he would shrink into a ball like his great-grandmother in his old age. It seemed unlikely that even if Eddard lived 1,000 years, such a fate would befall him. Eddard lifted Bran effortlessly, cradling him against his chest. A faint scent of horse lingered about him, though it was bearable. His arms were muscular, covered in coarse brown hair. "Eddard," Bran repeated. Theon Greyjoy once remarked that while Eddard's knowledge was limited, there could be no doubt he knew his own name. Bran relayed this to the old nurse, who clucked with laughter like a hen and secretly divulged that Eddard's true name was Wade. No one knew the origin of the name Eddard, she said, but once he began to utter it, that was what everyone called him. It was the only word he could say. Thus, they left the old nurse in the tower room, leaving her to her needlework and memories. Eddard hummed tunelessly as he carried Bran down the stairs and through the corridor. Master Ruin followed closely behind, quickening his pace to keep up with Eddard's long strides. Robb sat in his father's high seat, clad in chainmail and hardened leather, wearing the stern expression of Lord Robb. Theon Greyjoy and Harry's Mullen stood behind him. A dozen guards lined up closely against the gray stone wall, stationed beneath the tall, narrow windows. In the center of the hall stood the dwarf and his attendants, along with 4 strangers clad in the black garb of the Night's Watch. As Eddard entered, cradling him, Bran sensed a palpable tension in the air. As long as they are brothers of the Night's Watch, they are welcome. "You may stay in Winterfell as long as you wish," Robb declared in the authoritative tone of Lord Robb, his sword resting across his knees for all to see. Even Bran understood the significance of displaying unsheathed weapons to guests. "As long as they are brothers of the Night's Watch," the dwarf echoed. "So I do not count." "Is that what you mean, lad?" Robb abruptly rose, pointing his sword at the little man. "Lannister, when my parents are away, I am the lord. I am not a mere lad. If you wish to be lord, you should at least understand the courtesy that befits a lord," retorted the dwarf, disregarding the sword's point before him. "It seems your father left all the manners to your bastard brother, Jon," Bran called out from Eddard's arms. The dwarf turned to look at him. "It appears that the child has indeed survived. It is truly astonishing. The Stark family possesses remarkable resilience. This is a lesson that the Lannisters should indelibly remember." As Robb spoke, he sheathed his sword and called out, "Hodder, bring my brother here." Hodder, with a cheerful demeanor, swiftly approached and placed Bran upon the elevated seat of House Stark. The Lord of Winterfell, reigning over the north, has sat upon this very throne, a legacy passed down through generations. The cold stone chair has been smoothed by countless visitors over time, with its massive armrests intricately carved with the heads of roaring dire wolves. Bran gripped the armrests tightly, his paralyzed legs dangling in the air, and the grandeur of the chair made him feel like an infant. Robb placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Lannister," he declared, "you mentioned having something to say to Bran. He is right here." Bran, feeling discomfort, met the gaze of Tyrion Lannister. One eye was black and the other green, both scrutinizing him intently. "Bran," Tyrion began, "I have heard you are quite adept at climbing. Pray tell, how did you come to fall that day?" "I did not fall," Bran insisted vehemently. He was adamant that he had not fallen, not at all. The child retained no memory of the fall, nor of the climbing that preceded it. Master Luwin gently remarked. "How peculiar," Tyrion mused. "Brother, my sibling is not here to be interrogated," Robb interjected curtly. "State your business and leave swiftly." "I have a gift for you," the dwarf announced, addressing Bran. "Do you enjoy riding horses?" Master Luwin interjected. "My lord, this child's legs are unusable. He cannot ride." "Nonsense," Tyrion retorted, with the right horse and saddle. Even someone with a disability can ride. His words pierced Bran's heart like a dagger, and tears filled his eyes against his will. I am not disabled. Then I am not a dwarf, Tyrion quipped, rolling his eyes. Father would be delighted to hear that. The laughter of Theon Greyjoy echoed nearby. What kind of horse and saddle do you propose? Master Lewin inquired. A clever horse, Tyrion replied. This child cannot use his legs to guide the mount. So the horse must be trained to adapt to him, to understand the reins and recognize its master's voice. I recommend starting with an untrained yearling. That way, you won't need to discard previous training. He produced a rolled parchment from his belt. Give this to your saddler. He shall know what to do. Master Lewin took the paper from the dwarf's hand. His curiosity piqued as he unfolded it to read. I see, he acknowledged. Your instructions are quite clear, my lord. Indeed. This should work. I should have thought of it sooner. Master, I find it comparatively easy, he continued, as this contraption bears a striking resemblance to my own saddle. Can I really ride? Bran asked, yearning to believe them, yet fearful of being deceived. After all, the crow claimed he could fly. Absolutely, the dwarf assured him. And I promise you, lad, once on horseback, you will be as tall as anyone else. Robb Stark wore a perplexed expression. Lannister, what trickery are you up to? What connection do you have with Bran? Why do you choose to assist him? It was Jon, my dear brother, who implored me, Tyrion Lannister replied with a grin, concealing his heart. At that moment, the door to the courtyard suddenly burst open, allowing sunlight to flood the hall. Reek rushed in, breathless, followed closely by the direwolf pack. He halted at the threshold, wide-eyed. But the wolves did not stop, their gaze fixed upon Lannister, having caught his scent. Summer was the first to bare his teeth, quickly followed by Grey Wind. They advanced, flanking the diminutive figure. Lannister, it seems these wolves are not fond of your scent, commented Theon Greyjoy. Perhaps it is time for me to depart, Tyrion said, stepping back. Suddenly, Shaggy Dog leaped from the shadows behind him with a growl. Lannister swiftly turned, only to find Summer lunging at him from the opposite side. He stumbled, trying to evade, but Grey Wind began to tear at his arm, his sharp teeth shredding the fabric of his sleeve. Stop! Bran shouted from his elevated position as Lannister's attendants hastily drew their swords. Summer, come here. Summer, to my side. The direwolf glanced at Bran, then turned back to Lannister. He moved away from the little man and lay down beneath Bran's swaying legs. Robb, who had been holding his breath, now sighed and called, Grey Wind. His direwolf swiftly and silently joined him. Only Shaggy Dog remained, eyes glinting with green fire, still growling at the little man. Reek, command him to cease, Bran called to his younger brother. It was only then that Reek snapped back to reality, shouting, Home, Shaggy Dog. Home. The black wolf let out one last growl at Lannister before racing toward Reek, who embraced him tightly around the neck. Tyrion Lannister removed his scarf to wipe his forehead, speaking in a flat tone. This is quite amusing. My lord, are you unharmed? One of his men asked, nervously glancing at the pack of direwolves. His sleeve was torn, his trousers thoroughly soaked, but aside from a bruised ego, he had escaped unscathed. Even Robb appeared taken aback. I cannot fathom why these wolves. Perhaps they mistook me for dinner. Lannister bowed stiffly to Bran. Young knight, I thank you for calling them off. Otherwise, I assure you they would have found me quite unpalatable. Now I shall take my leave, truly. My lord, please wait, Master Lewin interjected, stepping beside Robb. And the two engaged in a hushed conversation. Bran wished to eavesdrop, but their voices were too low. Robb Stark finally sheathed his sword. I believe I may have been too hasty, he admitted. You have done Bran a great service, so if you would permit, Lannister, let Winterfell extend its hospitality to you. Boy, spare me the pretense. You neither like me nor wish for my presence here. I see an inn in the town of Winterfell beyond the walls. I shall seek a bed there, for we would both rest easier that way. Perhaps I could spare a couple of coins to find a fair maiden to warm my bed, he remarked, turning to an elderly, hunchbacked man clad in black. Yoren. At dawn we shall head south. Surely you will find me along the way. With that, he struggled to swing his short legs, passing by Reek and stepping outside, his followers trailing closely behind. 4 nights watchmen remained. Robb hesitated before them. I have arranged rooms and ample hot water for you to cleanse the dust of the road. I sincerely hope to have the honor of dining with you this evening. His words sounded peculiar. Even Bran discerned that he had rehearsed them rather than speaking from the heart, yet the black-clad man appeared undeterred, graciously accepting his hospitality. Adu scooped Bran up and carried him back to bed, with Summer following them up the tower stairs. The old nurse was already seated in a chair, fast asleep. Adu said, Adieu, and gently took away the softly snoring great-grandmother. Lying there, Bran pondered Robb's promise that he could dine with the night's watchman in the hall. Summer, he called. The direwolf leaped onto the bed, and Bran embraced it tightly until its warm breath brushed against his cheek. I can ride now. He confided in his animal friend. Just wait and see. We shall soon hunt in the forest together. Before long, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself climbing once more, ascending a time-worn tower devoid of windows, his fingers gripping the charred stones as his feet scrambled for purchase. He climbed higher and higher, traversing the clouds and entering the night sky, yet the tower's pinnacle remained elusive. When he paused to gaze downward, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his fingers slipped. He screamed, desperately grasping for support. The ground lay 1,000 miles below, and he was incapable of flight. He could never fly. It was only when his heart ceased its frantic pounding and his breath became steady that he resumed his ascent. There was no path but upward. Above, the vast, pale moon illuminated the scene, and he could faintly discern the silhouettes of gargoyles. His arms ached, yet he dared not rest. Instead, he compelled himself to quicken his pace. The gargoyles watched him ascend, their eyes glowing like embers in a hearth. Once resembling lions, they had become grotesquely distorted. Bran heard their whispers, the soft sounds of stone chillingly unnerving. I must not listen, he told himself. If I do not listen, I shall ensure my safety. However, as the multitude of gargoyles detached from their perches and advanced towards the place where Bran clung, he realized he could not escape his fate. I do not listen, he cried, seeing them draw ever closer. I do not listen, I do not. Gasping, he awoke, alone in the darkness, a vast shadow looming over him. I do not listen, he whispered, trembling in fear. At that moment, the shadow spoke, adieu, and proceeded to light the candle by the bed, allowing Bran to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Adieu wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a warm, damp cloth, then skillfully and gently dressed him. When the time came, he carried Bran to the hall, where a long table had been set beside the roaring hearth, the Lord's seat vacant, with Robb seated to its right and Bran positioned opposite him. That evening, they feasted on roasted suckling pig, pigeon pie, and turnips soaked in cream. The cook announced that dessert would be honeycomb. Summer retrieved the leftovers from Bran, while Grey Wind and Shaggy Dog vied for a piece of bone in the corner. The dogs of Winterfell now dared not approach the dining hall. At first, Bran found it peculiar, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. Yoren, the eldest of the Night's Watch, was seated between Robb and Master Luwin at the behest of the steward. The old man carried a pungent odor, as if he had not bathed in quite some time. He tore into the pork with his teeth, gnawing at the bones and sucking the marrow. Shrugging at the mention of Jon Snow, he was a source of great concern for Ser Alicer Thorne. He mumbled, eliciting laughter from his two companions, though Bran did not comprehend the jest. However, when Robb inquired about their uncle Benjen, the black-clad men immediately fell silent. What has become of him? Bran asked. Yoren wiped his fingers on his vest. This news may be difficult to bear, my lords. I regret to disrupt this splendid feast, but since you have asked, I shall speak plainly. Stark will not return. Another added, Ser Roderick sent him to find Lord Waymar Royce, yet he has not returned, my lords. It has been too long, Yoren remarked. I fear he is likely dead. My uncle is not dead, Robb Stark exclaimed, his voice brimming with fury. He rose from the bench, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Did you hear me? My uncle is not dead. His voice echoed through the stone chamber, and Bran felt a sudden surge of fear. The foul-smelling Yoren looked up at Robb and replied non-committally, You may say what you wish, my lord. While he continued to suck the meat lodged between his teeth, the youngest of the Black brothers fidgeted in his seat. No one knew the haunted forest better than Benjen Stark. He ought to find his way back. Who can say? Yoren replied. Perhaps he can, perhaps he cannot. Many formidable souls have ventured into the forest and never returned. At that moment, Bran's mind was filled with tales of the others and the last hero, pursued relentlessly through the snowy expanse by the dead and spiders as large as hounds. After a while, he grew very frightened, until suddenly he recalled the conclusion of the tale. The children of the forest. He exclaimed. The children of the forest will help him. Theon Greyjoy stifled a laugh, and Master Luwin interjected, Bran, the children of the forest vanished thousands of years ago. Now, only their faces remain carved into the trees. Perhaps so here, Yoren responded. But beyond the wall, who can tell? There, distinguishing the living from the dead is no simple task. That night, once the dishes had been cleared, Robb personally carried Bran back to bed. Grey Wind led the way, with Summer following closely behind. For his age, Robb was quite strong, especially considering Bran felt as light as a bundle of rags. Yet the stairs were steep and dim, and by the time they reached the tower's summit, Robb was breathless. He laid Bran upon the bed, covered him with a blanket, and then extinguished the candle. Robb sat with him in the darkness for a while. Bran wished to converse, but was at a loss for words. I I will help you find a suitable horse, Rob finally whispered. Will Mom and Dad come back? Bran inquired. Of course they will, Rob replied, his tone brimming with hope. Bran understood that at this moment, he was conversing with his brother Rob, not the Lord of Winterfell. Mother will return shortly. Perhaps we can ride out of the city together to greet her. Just imagine her delight at seeing you gallantly mounted on a horse. Wouldn't that be splendid? Even in the pitch darkness of the room, Bran sensed his brother's smile. Then we could ride north to see the wall. Let us keep it a secret from Jon. You and I could set off on an adventure whenever we choose. An adventure, Bran echoed with longing. He heard his brother quietly sobbing. The room was too dim for him to see the tears on Rob's face, so he reached out, grasping his brother's hand tightly with all 10 fingers interlocked. Chapter 26 Ned, my lord. The death of Duke Aaron is a heavy blow to us, Maester Pycelle remarked. I am more than willing to recount the circumstances of his passing. Please, take a seat. Would you care for some refreshments? Perhaps a few dates? I also have some exquisite persimmons. Although I am too old to indulge in wine, I can certainly fetch you a glass of chilled milk, sweetened with honey. It is just the right drink for such a hot day. Indeed, the weather was sweltering, and Ned's silk tunic clung to his chest. The air was suffocating and humid, enveloping the entire city like a damp woolen blanket. The impoverished populace fled their stifling abodes, seeking a place to rest by the riverside, where a gentle breeze might offer some relief. Yet the banks were crowded beyond measure. Thank you kindly, Ned said as he took a seat. Pycelle delicately picked up a small silver bell with his thumb and forefinger, giving it a gentle shake. A slender serving girl hurried in. My dear child, please fetch a glass of iced milk for both the hand of the king and myself, with extra honey. After the girl left to procure the drinks, the maester pinched his fingers together, resting his hands on his belly. The common folk say that the last summer of a year is often the hottest. Of course, that's merely a folk saying, yet sometimes it does feel that way, wouldn't you agree? During such weather, I envy you northerners for your summer snows. The necklace of gemstones around the old man's neck chimed softly as he shifted. To speak of distant times, King Maegor's summer was even hotter than this, lasting nearly as long. Some fools believed that endless summer had arrived. Even in the citadel, there were those who thought so. And then, in the 7th year, the weather abruptly changed, followed by a brief autumn leading into a terrifyingly long winter. Yet, one cannot deny that it was indeed quite hot then. The old town was rife with heat, oppressive and stifling, only slightly easing in the night. We often strolled through the riverside gardens, debating various religious doctrines. My lord, I still recall the sense of those summer nights, perfume, sweat, and the ripe fruits threatening to burst, peaches and pomegranates, nightshade and moonflowers. I was young then, crafting my own necklace, indifferent to the heat, unlike now, when I can scarcely endure it. Pycelle's eyelids drooped, appearing ready to drift into slumber. My apologies, Lord Eddard. You did not come to listen to my ramblings about a summer long forgotten, from a time before even your father was born. I beseech your indulgence for my ramblings. As an elder, thoughts, much like a treasured sword, gather rust when left unattended. Ah, our milk has arrived. The maid set a tray among them, and Pycelle offered her a gentle smile. Truly a lovely child. He lifted a cup, tasting its contents, and nodded appreciatively. Thank you. You may leave now. After the girl departed, Pycelle scrutinized Ned with his pale, glistening eyes. Where were we? Ah, you inquired about Lord Aelin. Yes. Ned politely sipped his milk. It was refreshingly cool, but overly sweet for his palate. Frankly, the former prime minister had often appeared restless. Pycelle remarked, having worked alongside him for many years. What signs could I possibly overlook? I believe this stems from the heavy burdens he has silently borne for so long. His broad shoulders are nearly crushed under the weight of state affairs and personal concerns. Particularly with his son's frail health, his wife is consumed with worry, scarcely allowing him out of her sight. Such pressure is difficult to endure even for the strongest, let alone Lord Jon, who is no longer young. It would not be surprising if he were to feel utterly exhausted, at least that was my thought at the time. Now, however, I hesitate to draw any conclusions. He pensively shook his head. What ailment has afflicted him? The Archmage spread his hands in a gesture of helpless sorrow. One day, he sought a book from me. His physique was as robust as ever, yet I sensed a cloud of worry upon him. The following morning, he was stricken with pain, unable to rise from his bed. Scholar Common suspected merely a chill to his stomach, as the weather had turned warm, and the Prime Minister frequently added ice to his wine, potentially affecting his digestion. Nevertheless, Lord Jon's condition continued to deteriorate, prompting me to intervene personally, yet the gods refused to bestow upon me the power to save him. I have heard that you sent Master Common away at that time. The Grand Scholar nodded slowly and solemnly, akin to a glacier in motion. Indeed, I fear Lady Lisa will never forgive me. Perhaps my actions were misguided, yet I believed it to be the best course of action. I regarded Master Common as my own son and held unwavering confidence in his abilities. However, he was too young, often unable to grasp the frailty of the elderly. He administered a purgative and pepper tincture to Lord Aelin, intending to expel toxins, yet I feared this might inadvertently harm the Duke. What were Lord Aelin's last words to you? Pishel furrowed his brow. In the final throes of his fever, the Prime Minister repeatedly called out the name Robb. I could not discern whether he referred to his beloved son or His Majesty the King. Lady Lisa forbade the child from entering the sick room, fearing contagion. His Majesty did visit, sitting by the bedside for an extended period, reminiscing with Lord John about happier times, hoping to bolster his spirits. His affection for the former Prime Minister was palpable. Was there nothing more? No parting words? Witnessing the Prime Minister's imminent demise, I administered poppy milk to ease his suffering. Before closing his eyes, he uttered a prayer for his son to his wife and His Majesty. He spoke of the resilience of nature. At the end, his words became increasingly indistinct, rendering their meaning difficult to decipher. Although the dawn of the following day marked the passing of the individual, Lord John had already found tranquility thereafter and ceased to speak. Ned took another sip of milk, striving to endure its cloying sweetness. In your esteemed opinion, was there anything suspicious surrounding Lord John Arryn's death? The voice of the master was as soft as a whisper. No, I don't believe so, my lord. While death is undoubtedly sorrowful, it is, from another perspective, the most natural occurrence. Lord John Arryn has now shed all burdens and rests peacefully beneath the earth. Have you encountered this affliction that claimed his life before? In other patients? Ned inquired. I have served as the Grand Maester of the Seven Kingdoms for nearly 40 years. Pycelle replied, having attended our good King Robert, his predecessor Aerys Targaryen, and even for a few months under the reign of his father, the fortunate Aegon V. My lord, the ailments I have witnessed are countless. Allow me to tell you this. Although each malady is unique, they share commonalities. The death of Lord John is no more peculiar than that of another. His wife would disagree. The Grand Maester nodded. I recall that his widow is the sister of Lady Lisa. If you do not mind this old man's bluntness, let me say that even the strongest and most composed individuals can be swayed by grief, and Lady Lisa is certainly not of a different ilk. Since her last miscarriage, she has been plagued by paranoia, suspecting that adversaries lurk around every corner. I can only imagine that the death of the Grand Maester shattered her heart. So you are certain Lord John Arryn succumbed to a sudden illness? Indeed, Pycelle answered gravely. If not for the illness, my good lord, what else could it be? Poison, Ned quietly suggested. Pycelle's bleary eyes widened in alarm as he shifted uneasily in his seat. The notion sent a chill down his spine. We are not in a free trade city-state where such occurrences are commonplace. Though Maester Isambard reminds us that there exists a seed of murder within every heart, even so, poisoning is utterly despicable. He fell into silence for a moment, his expression contemplative. My lord, I believe the possibility you propose does not exist. Any village scholar could identify the common symptoms of poisoning, yet Lord Arryn exhibited none of those signs. Moreover, everyone holds the Grand Maester in high esteem. Who among beasts would dare to poison such a noble soul? I have heard it said that poison is a woman's weapon, Ned remarked. Pycelle stroked his beard thoughtfully. There is indeed such a saying, encompassing women, cowards, and eunuchs. He cleared his throat and spat onto the straw mat. Above them, a crow cawed loudly from its nest. Did you know that Lord Varys was once a slave to the Lyseni? My lord, one must never trust a spider. Ned needed no reminder. Varys possessed a talent that sent shivers down his spine. I shall remember that, master. Thank you for your assistance. I fear I have already taken up too much of your time. He rose to his feet. Grand Maester Pycelle slowly pushed back his chair and escorted Ned to the door. I hope my modest assistance can provide you with some comfort. Should you require help in any other matters, please do not hesitate to ask. Additionally, Ned expressed his curiosity regarding the book borrowed from you 2 days prior to John's illness. Would it be possible for me to peruse it? I fear you might find it rather dull, replied Pissel. It is a hefty tome authored by the Grand Maester, chronicling the lineages of various noble families throughout the ages. No matter, I simply wish to take a look. The elder opened the door. As you wish, I believe I left it right here. In any case, once I locate the book, I shall promptly send it to your chambers. You are exceedingly thoughtful, Ned remarked. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he added, I beg your pardon, but I have one last question. You mentioned that Lord Arryn was surrounded by the king at his deathbed. Was the queen present at that time? Alas, she was not, Pissel replied. At that moment, she was accompanying her father to Casterly Rock with the princess and prince. Lord Tywin had brought a large retinue to the capital to attend Prince Joffrey's naming day tournament, undoubtedly hoping to see his son Jaime triumph. But alas, It was not to be. The task of informing Her Majesty the Queen of Lord Aaron's demise fell to me. I have never dispatched a raven with such a heavy heart. Black wings bearing dark tidings, Ned murmured, recalling a saying his childhood nurse had taught him. The folk say so, Pissel agreed, but we know it is not always the case. When Maester Luwin's raven bore good news of young Bran, did it not make everyone in the town rejoice? Indeed, you are right, my lord, Pissel nodded. Ed, if you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am always at your service. As Ned closed the door, he pondered whom he was truly awaiting. On his way back to his chambers, he spotted his daughter Arya precariously balancing on one foot upon the spiral staircase of the Hand's Tower, her arms flailing in an attempt to maintain her equilibrium. The rough stone floor had worn her little feet. Ned paused to observe her. Arya, what are you doing? Sirio said that water dancers can balance on one toe for hours. She waved her arms in the air desperately. Ned chuckled. Which toe? He teased. Any toe will do. Arya replied, irritated by the question. She leaped from her right foot to her left, wobbling back and forth before finally regaining her balance. Must you stand there? He inquired, noting the height and steepness, which could prove dangerous should she fall. Sirio says water dancers never fall. She lowered her foot and stood firmly. Father, will Bran come to live with us now? I fear it will be a while, my dear, he told her. He must first regain his strength. Arya bit her lip. What will Bran do when he grows up? Arya, he has many years to seek the answer. For now, we need only to know that he will survive. On the night the raven from Winterfell brought news, Eddard Stark took his daughters to the God's Wood of the castle. It was a vast forest, sprawling over an acre, lush with elms, cypress trees, and black poplars, overlooking a flowing river. At the heart of this woodland stood a grand oak, its ancient branches entwined with smokeberry vines. They knelt before the tree in gratitude to the gods, much like they did beneath the fish in their homeland. As the moon ascended, Sansa had succumbed to slumber, while Arya lingered awake for several hours longer, eventually curling up on the grass, wrapped in Ned's cloak, and drifting into a deep sleep. In the long, silent night, he prayed in solitude. As dawn broke, the first light revealed the dark red flowers of dragon's breath encircling his two daughters lying on the ground. I dreamt of Bran, Sansa whispered to him, and I saw him smile. He will become a knight one day. Arya chimed in, a knight of the Kingsguard. Can he still be a knight? Ned felt a pang of despair. No, he thought, recognizing the futility of falsehoods. One day, Bran might rise to high office, becoming a trusted advisor to the king. He might construct castles like Brandon the Builder, sail across the Sunset Sea, or embrace your mother's faith and become the High Septon. Yet, he could no longer gallop alongside his dire wolf, a profound sorrow engulfing him, realizing he would never share a bed with a woman, cradling his own child again. Arya tilted her head. Then can I become a trusted advisor to the king, build castles, and be a High Septon? You, Ned replied, gently kissing her brow. Will marry a king, manage his castle, and your sons will become knights, princes, or lords, perhaps even a High Septon. Arya's expression shifted. No, she declared. Sansa will be that. With her right foot lifted off the ground, she continued practicing her balance on one leg. Ned sighed and let her be. Upon entering the chamber, he removed his sweat-drenched silk tunic and splashed cold water over his head from the basin beside the bed, just as he was drying his face. Ser Ilyn entered and announced, My lord, Lord Baelish requests an audience. Bring him to my study, Ned instructed, reaching for the thinnest linen garment. I shall be there shortly. As Ned stepped into the study, he found Peter Baelish seated by the window, gazing at the Kingsguard practicing swordplay in the courtyard below. If only Ser Amory's wits were as sharp as his sword, he mused with longing, meetings would be far more interesting. The valor and integrity of Ser Barristan were unmatched in King's Landing. Through their time together, Ned had developed a deep respect for the venerable, silver-haired captain of the Kingsguard. His lethargy is equally notable, Peter added, yet I believe he will still perform admirably at the tournament, exhibiting his enduring prowess. Last year, he unseated the Hound, and it has only been 4 years since he last claimed the championship. Ned had little interest in who might win the tournament. My lord Peter, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit, or do you simply wish to enjoy the view from my window? Peter smiled. I promised Caitlin to investigate discreetly on your behalf, and I intend to keep my word. Ned was taken aback, regardless of any promises. He had no intention of trusting Peter Baelish. His cunning and craftiness made him uneasy. What have you uncovered? What I discovered pertains to individuals, not events. Littlefinger corrected him. In fact, there are 4 persons involved. Have you ever considered interrogating the Prime Minister's servants? Ned furrowed his brow and replied, If only I could. Lady Arryn has taken her entire family back to the Eyrie. In this regard, Lisa has been of no assistance. Everyone close to her husband fled alongside her, including Jon's squire, the steward, the captain of the guard, as well as the knights and servants under his command. No, it is not everyone, Littlefinger remarked, but rather the majority. A kitchen maid, who found herself with child, hastily married Lord Lysa's horsekeeper. A stable boy joined the city watch, and a serving boy was dismissed for theft. Among those who remained was Lord Aaron's steward. His steward? Ned exclaimed with delight, as stewards are often well acquainted with their lord's comings and goings. The Knight of the Vale, Sir Hugh, Littlefinger stated, was knighted by the king after Lord Aaron's death. I shall seek him out, Ned declared, and others as well. Littlefinger hesitated, saying, My lord, might I trouble you to quietly approach the window? For what purpose? Ned inquired. Come here, my lord, I wish to show you. Furrowing his brow, Ned moved to the window. Peter Baelish gestured nonchalantly. There, across the square, at the armory entrance. Do you see that lad sharpening his blade on the stairs? What is his significance? He is one of Varys' spies. The spider takes great interest in your every move. He shifted by the window. Now, cast your gaze upon the city wall, at the farthest point to the west. Above the stables, do you see the guard leaning against the wall? Ned did indeed see him. Is this fellow also a eunuch's lackey? No, that man is in the queen's employ. Mark his gaze. It is fixed upon the door of this tower. He observes who enters and exits with clarity. They are far from the entirety, Littlefinger continued, as there are many eyes in the Red Keep, some of which I am unaware. Otherwise, why would I have hidden Catelyn in a brothel? Eddard Stark felt growing impatience with such cunning machinations. Cursed be it, he muttered. The man on the wall did indeed appear to be watching him. Ned suddenly felt a sense of unease, even as he stepped away from the window. Is everyone in this damned city a spy for someone else? Not at all, Littlefinger replied, beginning to count on his fingers. Let me see. They must monitor me, you, and the king, though the king has divulged too many matters to the queen, and I dare not place my trust in you entirely. He stood up. Do you have anyone among your subordinates whom you trust completely? Yes, Ned answered. If that is indeed the case, then I have a splendid palace built in Valyria that I would be eager to sell you. Littlefinger retorted with a mocking smile. The clever answer is, no, my lord. But since it has been said, let it be so. You must send your most exemplary subordinate to find Sir Hugh and the others. For your own movements would attract attention, yet even Varys the Spider cannot keep watch over every one of your men at all times. He moved towards the door. Lord Baelish, Ned called after him, I am grateful for your invaluable assistance. Perhaps I should not have doubted you. With a delicate touch, he stroked his beard. My lord Ed, you truly learn at a snail's pace. Distrusting me is the wisest decision you have made since dismounting your steed. Chapter 27. Jon. As the new recruit entered the training yard, Jon was demonstrating the technique of the side slash to Dylan. Spread your feet a bit, he advised, to maintain your balance. Yes, just like that. When you strike, rotate your body and shift your entire weight onto the sword. Dylan paused and lifted his visor. By the gods, he murmured, Jon, you must take a look. Jon turned, and through the narrow slits of his helmet, he beheld the most corpulent boy he had ever seen standing at the entrance of the armory. By mere estimation, he weighed around 20 stone, his ample chin completely obscuring the plush collar of his embroidered coat. His round, moon-like face bore a pair of pale eyes that darted anxiously, while his sweat-drenched, pudgy fingers incessantly wiped against the velvet of his attire. They called me here for training, he said uncertainly. A pampered lad, Pip remarked to Jon. Likely hailing from the south, probably from Highgarden. Pip had traversed the Seven Kingdoms with a troupe of actors, claiming he could discern a person's origins and profession solely by their accent. The chubby boy donned a coat trimmed with plush fur, emblazoned on his chest with a large, vibrant hunter stitched in crimson thread. Jon did not recognize this house sigil. Sir Alazar Thorne glanced at his new recruit and remarked, It appears that even poachers and thieves are in short supply these days, as they send a pig to defend the wall. I presume, my lord Ham, that this fur and velvet is your armor? It quickly became apparent that this new recruit had brought an entire set of gear with him, a padded tunic, boiled leather armor, iron mail, a helmet, and a large wooden shield, all adorned with the same hunter's emblem. Since none of his gear was black, Sir Alazar insisted the recruit go to the armory for a change. This alteration took half the morning. Due to his ample girth, Donner had to disassemble the entire breastplate, fitting it back together with leather laces on either side. To don the helmet, the visor could not be preserved. His leather gauntlets and greaves were tightly bound to his limbs, rendering him nearly immobile. Once fully armored, the newcomer resembled an overcooked sausage, poised to burst at any moment. Let us hope you are not as inept as you appear, Sir Alazar remarked. Hod, let us see how formidable Lord Pighead truly is. Jon Snow immediately furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Hod, Born in the quarry and having served as an apprentice mason, was 16 years old, tall and robust. With a heavy hand when it came to striking, Jon had yet to encounter a fist more formidable. Someone was about to be in a world of trouble. Pip murmured. As I suspected. The scuffle ended in less than a minute. The hefty boy collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from the shattered helmet and his stubby fingers, trembling uncontrollably. I surrender. He screamed, do not strike me, I yield. Lester and several other boys erupted into laughter. Yet, Ser Alazar remained relentless. Sir Pighead, rise. He commanded. Pick up your sword. Observing the hefty figure still sprawled on the ground, Thorne gestured to Hodder to strike him with the flat of the sword until he got up. Tentatively, Hodder tapped the opponent's elevated cheek. Surely, that is not all the strength you possess. Thorne scoffed. Hodder then gripped the sword with both hands and brought it down with considerable force. Although he struck with the flat, the leather armor cracked under the impact. The new recruit howled in agony. Jon stepped forward, but Pip hastily reached out with his gloved hand to restrain him. Jon, do not act impulsively. The small fellow whispered anxiously, casting a nervous glance at Ser Alazar Thorne. Get up at once. Thorne demanded again. The portly boy struggled to rise, only to lose his footing and fall heavily to the ground once more. Sir Pighead is making progress, Ser Alazar remarked. Hit him again. Hodder raised his sword, ready to continue. Let's carve ourselves some ham. Lester grinned, urging him on. Jon shrugged off Pip's grasp. Hodder, that is enough. Hodder turned to look at Ser Alazar. Is the bastard defending the farmers now? The instructor said in his sharp, icy tone. Lord Snow, do not forget, I am the one in charge here. Hodder, look at him, Jon urged, deliberately ignoring Thorne. He has surrendered. What purpose does it serve to take advantage of him? He crouched beside the fallen boy. Hodder lowered his sword. He has surrendered, he repeated. Ser Alazar's jet-black eyes fixed intently on Jon Snow. I see now, our bastard has fallen in love, he remarked while watching Jon assist the boy. Lord Snow, draw your sword. Jon unsheathed his long sword, daring to resist Ser Alazar only to a certain extent, secretly worrying that he might have gone too far this time. Thorne smiled. The bastard intends to fight for his beloved, so we must engage in a proper bout. Little mouse, freckle-faced lad, you stand with the big fool. Lester and Abet moved to Hodder's side. The three of you should suffice for Miss Pighead. But first, you must deal with the obstructive bastard. Hide behind me, Jon instructed the portly boy. Ser Alazar often called for two to fight one, but never three against one. He knew he would likely be bruised and battered by the end of the night. Thus, he steeled himself, preparing for a fierce encounter. Pip suddenly appeared beside him. I think 3 against 2 would be more entertaining, the small fellow said joyfully. He lowered his visor and drew his rapier. Before Jon could protest, Gren stepped forward to join them. An eerie silence enveloped the square. Jon sensed Ser Alazar's gaze upon him. What are you waiting for? He asked Lester and the others in a voice so light it was unsettling. Yet it was Jon who struck first, nearly catching Hodder off guard. Jon pressed his attack, forcing the older boy to retreat step by step. To understand your enemy, Sir Roderick had once taught him. And Jon knew Hodder well. He was remarkably strong but lacked patience and was unaccustomed to defense. If he could provoke him, the boy would inevitably leave himself open to attack. At that moment, the others joined the fray, and the clash of blades reverberated throughout the square. Jon intercepted a fierce blow aimed at his head, the tremendous force sending a jolt through his arm. He executed a swift side strike to Hodder's ribs, eliciting a muffled grunt from his opponent, who retaliated with a backward swing that struck Jon's shoulder. The sound of mail clinking echoed, and pain surged towards his neck, yet Hodder's balance faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Jon swept Hodder's left leg with great force, causing him to curse as he collapsed to the ground. Gren, adhering to Jon's teachings, firmly held his ground, much to Abbott's chagrin, but Pip found himself in a more challenging predicament. Lester, 2 years his senior and 40 pounds heavier, proved to be a formidable opponent. Jon darted behind Lester, delivering a powerful blow to the rapist's helmet, causing him to stagger dizzily. Pip seized the moment to breach Lester's defenses, knocking him down and pressing his sword against the man's throat. At this juncture, Jon had already repositioned himself, and upon observing Abbott in a disadvantageous 1-against-2 scenario, he hastily retreated, exclaiming, I surrender. Ser Alazar Thorne surveyed the scene with disdain. You young scamps have played your tricks long enough. This ends today. With that, he departed, bringing the day's training to a close. Dale lifted Hodder to his feet, while the son of the stonemason violently hurled his helmet across the courtyard. Snow. In that fleeting moment, I thought I had caught you off guard. Indeed, but it was but a fleeting moment, Jon replied, the ache in his shoulder, concealed beneath armor and leather, throbbing painfully. He sheathed his sword and reached for his helmet, but a sharp pain made him grimace. "Let me assist you," a voice offered. Thick fingers deftly unfastened the throat strap of his armor and gently lifted the helmet away. "Is it serious?" "Not my first injury," he replied, rubbing his shoulder. His brow furrowed as the courtyard lay barren save for their small group. The stout boy had a clot of dried blood at his hairline, precisely where Hodder had cracked his helmet. "I am Samwell Tarly, from Hornhill." He paused to lick his lips. I was once of House Tarly. "I come to join the Night's Watch. My father is Lord Randall Tarly, vassal to House Tyrell of Highgarden. I was to be the heir, but—" He left the sentence unfinished. "I am Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell." Samwell nodded. "If you prefer, you may call me Sam. My mother always did." "And you," Pip interjected, "must refer to him as Lord Snow." He added with a smirk. "You wouldn't want to know what his mother called him." "These are Gren and Pip," Jon introduced. "The ugly one is Gren," Pip remarked. Gren, visibly displeased, retorted, "You are uglier than I. At least I don't have a pair of bad ears." "I sincerely thank you both," Samwell said earnestly. "Why didn't you stand up and fight back?" Gren inquired. "I wanted to, truly, but I simply couldn't. I also don't wish to be beaten continually." He glanced at the ground. "I suppose I am a coward, as my father often says." Gren's expression turned to one of disbelief, leaving even Pip momentarily speechless, a rare occurrence for one who typically had much to say. How can anyone call themselves a coward? Samwell Tarly seemed to decipher their thoughts from the expressions on their faces. As soon as his gaze met Jon's eyes, it swiftly averted, akin to a startled creature. "I am sorry," he murmured. "I do not wish for this either." With a heavy heart, he trudged towards the armory. Jon called out to him, "You are wounded." He remarked, "Tomorrow you will improve." Sam turned back with a face full of sorrow. "I won't," he stammered, fighting back tears. "I shall never improve." Once he departed. Gren furrowed his brow. "Cowards are detestable to all," he uneasily declared. "Had I known, we would not have aided him. What if others deemed us cowards as well?" "You are too foolish to be a coward," Pip retorted. "I am not foolish," Gren insisted. "You are as foolish as one can be. If you were to encounter a bear in the woods, you would not flee." "Of course, I would run," Gren contended, "and I would outrun you." Upon seeing Pip's grin, he quickly fell silent, only to realize his folly, his face flushing with indignation. Jon allowed them their quarrel while he made his way back to the armory, sheathing his sword and shedding his battered armor. Life at Castle Black adhered to a certain rhythm: sword practice in the morning, labor in the afternoon. The Brothers of the Night's Watch assigned various tasks to the newcomers to assess their suitability for different trades. Occasionally, Jon was tasked with taking Ghost out hunting, to procure additional fare for the Lord Commander's supper, which he cherished dearly. Regrettably, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. He spent countless hours in Donnell's armory, sharpening dull axes for the one-armed blacksmith or assisting No in fanning the forge while he hammered swords. At other times, he would relay messages, stand guard, clean the stables, craft bows and arrows, tend to Master Eamon's birds, or help Bowen Marsh with inventory. That afternoon, under the command of the steward, he carried 4 buckets of freshly crushed gravel to the lift cage, tasked with spreading the gravel on the icy pathways of the wall. Even with Ghost by his side, it remained a solitary and tedious task, yet Jon bore it with equanimity. If the weather was fair, standing atop the wall, he could behold half the world, and the air was always refreshing and crisp. Here, he could reflect quietly, and he found himself recalling Samwell Tarly, oddly enough, Tyrion Lannister as well. He couldn't help but wonder how Tyrion would treat the stout lad. The dwarf had once chuckled, "Most people would rather deny the truth than face it." This world is rife with cowardly souls masquerading as heroes. It takes a peculiar kind of courage to openly confess one's timidity, as Samwell Tarly does. His shoulder still ached, impeding his progress, and by the time he finished laying the gravel, dusk was approaching. He lingered atop the wall, watching the sunset paint the western sky a deep crimson. As night descended, Jon finally picked up the empty buckets and returned to the lift cage, ringing the bell to signal the guards below to lower him. When he and Ghost re-entered the hall, dinner was nearly finished. A cluster of black-clad brothers gathered around the hearth, sipping warmed wine and rolling dice, while his friends sat laughing together on the bench against the western wall. Pip animatedly recounted tales, and the boy with large ears who had been raised by a troupe of performers was a natural deceiver, adept at mimicking an array of voices. Listening to his stories was akin to being transported into another realm. One moment, he would impersonate a king, and the next he would transform into a swineherd. When he took on the roles of a tavern maid or a sheltered princess, his high-pitched falsetto often left the audience in tears of laughter, while his portrayal of a eunuch resembled an exaggerated Sir Alyssa. Jon, like the others, relished Pip's antics. Yet that evening he turned and approached the end of the bench where Samwell Tarly sat, distanced from the rest. As Jon took a seat opposite him, Sam was savoring the final pork pie prepared by the cooks for dinner. The plump boy's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Ghost. "Is that a wolf? Is it a dire wolf?" Jon replied, "His name is Ghost. The dire wolf is my father's sigil. We are swift hunters." Samwell Tarly responded, "Do you enjoy hunting?" The heavy-set boy trembled at the thought, seemingly on the verge of tears. "What troubles you now?" Jon inquired. "Why are you so fearful?" Sam stared at the last pork pie, shaking his head weakly, too frightened to utter a word. Suddenly, a wave of laughter erupted from the hall, and Jon heard Pip emitting strange sounds in his falsetto. He stood up. "Let us step outside." The round-faced boy looked up with suspicion. "Why? What for?" "To chat." Jon replied, "Did you see the wall?" "I may be stout, but my eyesight is keen." Samwell Tarly retorted, "Of course, I saw it. It stands 700 feet tall." Nevertheless, he rose, wrapping himself in a fur-lined cloak, and followed Jon out of the hall. He remained apprehensive, as if he feared some vile prank awaited him in the dark night beyond. Ghost trailed closely behind them. "I never expected it would be like this," Sam said, his breath forming white mist in the frigid air. Merely keeping pace left him breathless. The buildings around them were in disrepair, and the cold was biting. A thick frost gradually enveloped the castle, and Jon could feel the brittle gray grass crunching beneath his feet. Sam nodded sorrowfully. "I dread the cold," he confessed. "Last night I awoke in the pitch-black darkness, the fire extinguished. I thought for certain I would freeze to death by morning." "You must have come from a warmer place," Jon remarked. "Until last month, I had never seen snow. I was traversing the graveyard with my father's envoy when this white stuff began to fall from the sky, like a gentle rain. At first, I thought it beautiful, like feathers descending from above, but it kept falling, freezing me to the very bone." The snow continued to fall, covering people's beards in ice, piling up on their shoulders, and I feared it would never cease. Jon merely smiled. The wall loomed majestically before them, shimmering in the pale light of the waning moon. Stars blazed in the night sky above, clear and sharp. "Will they force me to ascend?" Sam asked, his gaze sweeping to the winding wooden ladder leading up the wall, his face suddenly stiffening like curdled milk. "To suggest that I climb up there is utterly absurd," Samwell Tarly remarked, his discomfort palpable. Jon pointed towards a winch, indicating that one could ascend while seated in an iron cage. "I abhor heights," Samwell confessed, a note of disdain in his voice. Jon furrowed his brow in disbelief, questioning, "What are you truly afraid of? I cannot fathom why you would venture here if you are so cowardly. What purpose does a timid soul serve in the night's watch?" Samwell regarded him for a long moment, his round face seemingly collapsing under the weight of his emotions. He sank onto the frostbitten ground and began to weep, his sobs shaking his entire frame. Jon Snow, at a loss for what to do, stood by and observed as Samwell's tears fell like snow upon a desolate grave, seemingly endless. In the end, it was the dire wolf, Ghost, who displayed his cleverness. The pale creature approached silently, like a shadow, and licked the warmth of Samwell's tears from his face. Samwell gasped in surprise, yet inexplicably, his sobs transformed into laughter. Jon Snow joined him in mirth. They sat together upon the frozen ground, huddled beneath their cloaks, with Ghost nestled between them. Jon recounted tales of discovering a litter of newborn direwolf pups with Robb in the snow of late summer. It felt like a story from 1,000 years past. Yet soon, he found himself reminiscing about Winterfell. "Sometimes, I dream of returning there," he shared, walking through the empty halls, my voice echoing against the walls, unanswered. "I quicken my pace, flinging open one door after another, calling out the names of others. I do not know whom I seek. Perhaps my father, sometimes Robb. Other times my sister Arya, or my uncle. The thought of Bran Stark, still unaccounted for, brings a pang of sorrow. Old Bear has sent rangers north of the wall to search for him. Ser Jaren has led 2 expeditions, and the one-handed Colin has departed from Shadow Tower. Yet aside from the occasional torch left by my uncle in the woods to mark a path, they have found naught. Once they entered the steep northwestern highlands, all signs of Bran Stark abruptly vanished without a trace. Did you find anyone in your dreams?" Sam asked. Jon shook his head. "Not once. The castle is always devoid of life." He had never shared this dream with anyone before and did not understand why he felt compelled to open up to Sam now. But it felt liberating to speak. Even the crows in the nest were absent, and the stables held only a pile of bleached bones, which terrified him to the core. "I would run about, flinging open doors, racing up the tower stairs, calling out for anyone's name, any name at all. Ultimately, I would find myself standing before the door to the crypts, shrouded in darkness, with only the winding spiral staircase visible. Somehow, I knew I had to descend. Yet I was gripped by fear. I feared what awaited me there. The ancient kings of winter sat upon their thrones, stone wolves at their feet, iron swords resting across their laps. Yet it was not them that I feared. I would scream, declaring that I was not of House Stark, that this place held no claim on me, but it was futile. Regardless, I had to go down. Thus, I advanced while leaning against the wall, devoid of a torch for illumination, and had no choice but to descend slowly. The path grew increasingly dim, enveloped in darkness so profound that it almost compelled me to scream. He halted, furrowing his brow in evident discomfort. Each time I dream of this place, I awaken. Upon waking, he was always drenched in cold sweat, trembling alone in the darkened bedroom. At such moments, Whiteling would leap beside him, curling up against him with a warmth akin to the morning sun. He would then rest his face upon the long, white fur of the ice wolf and drift back into a deep slumber. Will you dream of the horn? No, Sam replied, pressing his lips tightly together. I detest that place. He scratched Whiteling behind the ears, lost in contemplation, while Jon did not press further. After a while, Sam Tarly finally began to speak, and Jon Snow listened intently as this self-proclaimed coward recounted the tale of his arrival at the Wall. The Tarly family, steeped in history and renown, serves as vassals to the Duke of Highgarden, safeguarding the lands of Mace Tyrell. Samwell is the legitimate firstborn of Lord Randyll Tarly, born into a life of inherited wealth, formidable strongholds, and a legendary greatsword. The sword, named Heartsbane, was forged from Valyrian steel and has been passed down through generations for nearly 5 centuries. However, regardless of the pride his father felt upon Samwell's birth, it had dissipated as Samwell grew into a rather corpulent, timid, and peculiar lad. Sam delighted in music, reveled in composing melodies, preferred the softness of velvet, and was entranced by the rich aromas of lemon cakes and blueberry tarts crafted by the castle's kitchen master. His passions lay in reading and playing with kittens, and although his limbs were clumsy, he possessed an unusual love for dance. Yet, he would turn queasy at the sight of blood, weeping even at the sight of a chicken being slaughtered. The instructors at Hornhill came and went, attempting to mold Samwell into the valiant knight his father envisioned. The boy endured scoldings and beatings, suffered slaps and hunger. One individual insisted he sleep in chainmail to acclimate to military life, while another forced him to don his mother's south garments and parade around the castle in humiliation to ignite his masculinity. Instead, he only grew heavier and increasingly timid, until Lord Randyll's disappointment morphed into anger, culminating in disdain. Once, Sam revealed in a whisper, 2 pale-skinned, blue-lipped sorcerers came from Karth. They slaughtered a wild bull and submerged me in its warm blood, yet I did not become brave as they claimed. I merely felt nauseous and vomited. As a result, his father punished the 2 with a whipping. After 3 successive years of daughters, Lady Tarly finally bore the Count a second son. From that day forth, Lord Randyll ceased to acknowledge Samwell, devoting all his attention to this younger, stronger, and more vibrant son, who seemed to please him far more. Thus, Samwell spent several sweet years in blissful ease, immersed in music and books, until, on the morning of his 15th naming day, he was awakened to discover that his horse was saddled and ready, awaiting him. 3 guards escorted him to a forest near Hornhill, where his father was busy skinning a deer. As you approach adulthood, being my heir, Count Lando Tarleyber, while slicing through flesh with a hunting knife to reveal the underlying bones, addressed his eldest son, stating, "You have given me no excuse to disinherit you. However, I shall not bestow upon you the lands and titles that rightfully belong to Deacon. Only the strong are worthy to wield the shattered heart, and you are not even deserving of grasping its hilt. Hence, I have made a decision. Today you shall declare your desire to don the black garb, renounce all claims to inheritance, and set forth northward before nightfall. Should you refuse, tomorrow we shall go hunting, and your steed shall meet with an unfortunate accident in the woods, leading to your demise. At least, I shall convey it thus to your mother. Her heart is too soft, even extending compassion to one such as you, and I do not wish to bring her sorrow. Do not indulge in fantasies of a swift death or harbor illusions of resistance, for I shall take great pleasure in pursuing you relentlessly and personally ending your life." He cast aside the hunting knife, his arm stained crimson to the elbow. Thus, you are left with 2 choices, the Night's Watch. He reached into the carcass of a deer, extracting its heart, bloodied and clutched in his hand. Sam recounted the tale in a calm and monotonous tone, as if it were the misfortune of another rather than his own. Strangely, Jon mused, he had ceased his tears. Upon finishing, the 2 sat together, listening to the night breeze, with naught else in the world to be heard. Eventually, Jon remarked, "We should return to the hall." "How so?" Jon shrugged. "There's warm apple cider to drink, or you may opt for mulled wine. If Dylan is in a good mood, he might sing for us." before arriving here. He was, a singer, perhaps not very professional, but quite decent, a fledgling minstrel, if you will. How did he come to be here? Sam inquired. The Count of Goldtree, Lord Roan, discovered that his daughter had been with him. The woman was 2 years his senior, and Dylan swore she assisted him in climbing through the bedroom window. Yet under her father's stern gaze, she claimed she had been violated. Thus, he fled. Master Eamon, after hearing him sing, declared that his voice resembled honeyed thunder. Jon smiled. Tad sometimes sings as well, if one could consider that singing. He sings drinking songs learned from his father, Pip remarked, claiming his voice sounded like a urinated fart. The two erupted in laughter. I would like to hear both of their songs, Sam confessed. But they would not welcome me, he said, a frown upon his face. Tomorrow. They will force me to fight, will they not? Indeed, Jon replied reluctantly. Sam staggered to his feet. I shall find a way to sleep for a while. He wrapped his cloak tightly around himself and departed. When Jon returned to the hall with Ghost, others were still present. Where did you run off to? Pip inquired. I was speaking with Sam, he replied. He is utterly pathetic, Gren remarked. At dinner, there were clearly empty seats on the bench. Yet he took a pie and dared not join us. Lord Ham is far too esteemed to dine with the likes of us, Jane speculated. Look at him devouring that pork pie, Tad sneered, as if reminiscing with a brother. With that, he mimicked the sound of a pig. Be quiet, Jon retorted angrily. The other boys were taken aback by his sudden fury, falling into a profound silence. Listen to me, Jon calmly instructed them on the course of action. As he anticipated, Pip stood by his side, but surprisingly, Hod also expressed his support. Though initially hesitant, Jon knew precisely how to sway Gren. The others soon agreed as well. Jon employed a mix of gentle persuasion, enticing offers, occasional verbal humiliation, and, when necessary, threats of force. Ultimately, all were willing to comply with his directives, save for Lester. You may be cowards if you wish, Lester remarked, but if Thorne orders me to spar with Piggy, I shall certainly carve off a generous slice of ham. He sneered derisively in Jon's presence before turning to leave. Several hours later, while the entire town lay in slumber, the three of them ventured to his chamber. As Gren clasped his hand, Pip settled on his lap, and Ghost leaped onto his chest. Jon could hear Lester's hurried breaths. The direwolf's eyes glowed like fiery embers as he gently grazed the tender skin of the boy's throat with his teeth, drawing a slight trickle of blood. Do not forget. We know where you sleep, Jon whispered. The following morning, Jon overheard Lester explaining to Abbott and Todd how he had inadvertently nicked himself while shaving. From that day forth, neither Lester nor anyone else would harm Samwell Tarly. If Ser Alicer commanded them to face him in single combat, they would stand their ground, deflecting his slow and clumsy strikes. Should the instructor bellow for them to attack, they would leap to Sam's side, lightly tapping his breastplate, helmet, or feet. Ser Alicer was infuriated, hurling threats and insults, calling them cowards and weaklings, yet no one dared to lay a finger on Sam. One evening, after several days, he found the courage to sit beside Hod at dinner, spurred on by Jon. 2 weeks later, he finally mustered the bravery to join in the conversation, soon finding himself laughing heartily at Pip's antics and jesting about Gren. Though Samwell Tarly was portly, awkward, and timid, he was not foolish. One night, he entered Jon's chamber and said, I do not know what you did, but I know it was you. He shyly averted his gaze. I had no friends before. We are not merely friends, Jon reassured him, patting Sam's broad shoulder. We are brothers. Indeed, they were brothers, as Jon contemplated after Sam departed. Robb, Bran, and Rickon were all his father's children, whom he loved dearly, but due to Catelyn Stark's influence, Jon knew he was ultimately not one of them. The gray walls of Winterfell might still haunt his dreams, yet now the wall had become his sanctuary, and his brothers were Sam, Gren, Hod, Pip, and others who found themselves marginalized by society, the Night's Watch clad in black. Uncle was right, he murmured to Ghost, uncertain if he would ever reunite with Benjen Stark to express his gratitude in person. Chapter 28. Eddard, my lords, these troubles stem from the Prime Minister's tournament. The commander of the city guard expressed his grievances to the royal council. Ned furrowed his brow and corrected him, assuring, I guarantee the Prime Minister has no interest in this matter. You may say whatever you wish, my lord, but the fact remains that knights from across the realm have been arriving in droves. With each knight comes 2 free riders, 3 artisans, 6 soldiers, a dozen merchants, and 24 prostitutes. As for thieves, there are so many I wouldn't dare to guess. The sweltering heat had already left half the city as populace-dazed. And now with the influx of so many individuals, there had already been drownings the previous night, along with a tavern brawl, 3 knife fights, 1 case of assault, 2 fires, countless robberies, and a drunken horse that charged down Nun Street. Just the day before, a woman's head was discovered floating in the cathedral's rainbow pool. No one knew from whence it came, nor whose it was. It was truly terrifying. Varys trembled. Lord Renly Baratheon is not so benevolent. I say, Genos, Ned interjected. If you cannot maintain order in the city, perhaps it is time to appoint a more capable commander for the city guard. Ser Genos Slint, tall and portly with a double chin, became as inflamed as a frog at this remark, his bald head turning crimson. My Lord Renly, even if King Aegon were to return, he could not maintain order. I require more manpower. How many men do you need? Ned leaned forward to inquire. As per tradition, Robert had not attended the meeting, leaving Ned, the hand of the king, to speak on his behalf. The more, the better, of course, Slint replied. Then hire 50 new recruits, Ned instructed him. Leave the financial matters to Lord Baelish. Me? Littlefinger exclaimed. Indeed. Since you managed to gather the 40,000 golden dragons for the tournament prize, securing a few more coins to maintain order in the city should pose no difficulty. Ned then turned to Ser Genos Slint. I will also allocate 20 of my personal guards to you until this current influx departs. Thank you very much, my lord. Slint bowed deeply. I assure you, they will be put to good use. Once the commander had taken his leave, Ned turned to the assembled lords. The sooner this farce concludes, the sooner I can find peace of mind. As if the fundraising and ensuing troubles were not enough to bear, all the idle chatter branded this as the Prime Minister's tournament, undoubtedly adding salt to the wound. As if he were the architect of this chaos, and Robert genuinely believed he should take pride in it. Such events are what nourish the kingdom, my lord, Master Pycelle remarked. For the upper class, it is a splendid opportunity to seek glory. As for the impoverished common folk, they too can momentarily forget their woes. Many can make a tidy profit from this, Littlefinger added. The inns are fully booked, and the prostitutes are so busy they can scarcely keep their feet together. With coins jingling in their pockets as they walk, Lord Renly laughed heartily. It is fortunate my brother Stannis is not present. Do you recall when he proposed banning brothels? The king retorted, asking whether he wished to prohibit eating, defecating, and breathing as well. To be candid, there are moments when I truly ponder the origins of Stannis's rather unattractive daughter. When he climbs into bed, it resembles a battlefield. His gaze is solemn and resolute, as if he has sworn to fulfill his obligations. Ned did not share in the laughter. I too find myself contemplating your brother Stannis, wondering when he shall conclude his visit to Dragonstone and return to his duties. Surely, once we have banished all the harlots to the sea, he will return at once. Upon hearing Littlefinger's remark, the others erupted into even greater laughter. I have had my fill of talk regarding courtesans today, Ned stated, rising to put an end to the banter. Upon returning to the Hand's Tower, he was met at the door by Halwyn. Summon Jory to my chamber. And then ask your father to prepare my saddle, Ned instructed, his tone somewhat brusque. As you wish, my lord. The council meetings at the Red Keep and this so-called tournament of the Hand filled him with a sense of impatience. Ned mused as he ascended the stairs. At this moment, he yearned for Catelyn's embrace, for the sounds of Robb and Jon practicing their swordplay, and for the cool, crisp days and chilly nights of the north. Once inside his chamber, he shed the formal silk garments befitting a high-ranking official and settled down with a book, awaiting Jory's arrival. The tome was entitled The Genealogy and History of the Principal Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, including descriptions of many lords, ladies, and their offspring, penned by Maester Melian. Ser Pycelle was not mistaken. This work was indeed tedious. Yet, considering Jon Arryn had sought it out for reading, Ned believed it must possess a significant purpose. Within those fragile, yellowed pages surely lay vital clues. The only question was whether he could extract their deeper meanings. What could they possibly be? This volume's history spanned over a century. When Melian compiled this dusty list of weddings, funerals, and celebrations, nearly all those currently alive had yet to be born. He turned once more to the section on House Lannister, deliberately flipping through the pages slowly. Though he knew it was futile, he still hoped for a moment of revelation. The history of House Lannister was ancient, tracing back to the Age of Heroes and the cunning Lanny, who was as legendary as the builder Brandon, yet more favored by minstrels and storytellers. In the ballads, Lanny relied not on sword and steel, but on his wits to drive the Casterlys from Casterly Rock, and he even filched gold from the sun to enhance his golden curls. Ned truly wished he were by his side at that moment, to assist him in unearthing the accursed secrets contained within the book. A rapid series of knocks heralded the arrival of Jory Castle. Ned closed Melian's monumental work and bade him enter. I have agreed to allocate 20 of my guards to the city watch until the tournament concludes, he informed him. You may select the men, but ensure that Arryn leads them, making it clear that their foremost duty is to quell disputes rather than incite them. Rising, Ned opened a cedar chest and retrieved a lightweight linen tunic. Have you located that stable boy? "My lord, the city watch you mentioned," Jory replied. "He swore he would never ride another horse again in his life. Why is that?" "He claims to understand Lord Aaron quite well, saying they are perfectly matched." Jory scoffed, adding that every time the lads celebrate naming days, the hand never forgets to bestow a few coins. It has been said that the Prime Minister is well acquainted with the nature of horses, ensuring that his steeds are never overworked. And he consistently brings them treats of carrots and apples, which endears him to them. "Carrots and apples," Ned echoed, realizing that this lad's potential assistance was more limited than that of the others, and he was the last among the four mentioned by Littlefinger. He had spoken individually with Jory and the others. Sir Hugh, known for his fiery temper, was reluctant to engage in conversation, having become quite arrogant upon his recent knighthood. According to him, should the Prime Minister wish to converse, he would be open to it, but a mere captain of the guard, regardless of age or superior swordsmanship, had no standing to interrogate him. The kitchen maid was somewhat easier to communicate with. She claimed that Lord John had overindulged in his studies and expressed concern over his frail younger son, while also being quite harsh with his lady wife. As for the scullion, who now made a living running errands, he had never spoken to Lord John, but was privy to a multitude of kitchen gossip. It was rumored that the lord had been frequently quarreling with the king, lamenting the quality of the food, planning to send his son to Dragonstone as an adopted heir, suddenly taking an interest in hunting dogs, and commissioning a master armorer to craft a brand new suit of armor, entirely plated in silver, adorned on the chest with a blue jade falcon and a mother-of-pearl moon. The scullion noted that it was the king's brother who personally accompanied him to select materials and designs, not Ser Renly, but the other, Stannis. Did the guard mention anything of significance? The lad swore that Lord John was as robust as those half his age and often rode out with Stannis. Stannis again. Ned mused. How curious it was. Although Jon Arryn and he maintained formalities, they were never particularly close. When Robert traveled north to Winterfell, Stannis had retreated to Dragonstone, the stronghold he had seized from House Targaryen in his brother's name, never hinting at his return. Where did they ride to? Ned inquired. The lad replied, to a brothel. To a brothel? Ned exclaimed, incredulous that the Duke of Eagle's Nest, the Prime Minister, and Stannis Baratheon would venture to such a place together. He shook his head in disbelief, contemplating how Lord Renly would react to such news. Robert's proclivities for indulgence were well known throughout the realm, often the subject of jest and song, but Stannis was a different matter. Though only a year younger than the king, his disposition was markedly distinct, stern, humorless, and unforgiving, with a sense of duty bordering on the coldly ruthless. The lad insisted it was true. The Prime Minister had 3 guards with him, and while helping them with their horses afterward, he overheard them making jokes about the matter. Which brothel? Ned asked. The lad did not know, suggesting that the guards would be aware. Unfortunately, Lisa had taken them all back to the Vale of Arryn. The gods truly conspire against us, Ned said dryly, lamenting that Lady Lisa, Maester Coleman, and Lord Stannis, every potential bearer of the truth, were a great distance away. Should we not summon Lord Stannis back from Dragonstone? It is not yet the time, Ned remarked. Let me further delve into the matter and ascertain his allegiance before proceeding. This situation truly vexes him. Why did Stannis depart? Could he have a hand in the conspiracy against Jon Arryn? Is he perhaps fearful? Ned found it difficult to conceive of anything that could intimidate Stannis Baratheon. After all, he had steadfastly defended Storm's End for an entire year, enduring a siege while the armies of Lord Tyrell and Lord Redwyne reveled outside, leaving those within to survive on nothing but rats and shoe leather. Please fetch me the vest, the one adorned with the direwolf motif in gray. I must make this armorer aware of my identity. Perhaps he will be more forthcoming as a result. Jory approached the wardrobe. Lord Renly is also a brother to the king and Lord Stannis, yet they chose not to accompany him, despite Renly's amiable demeanor and cheerful disposition. Ned remained uncertain of his stance. Just days prior, Renly had pulled him aside to display an exquisitely crafted golden rose pendant, housing a vibrant portrait in the style of a mill, depicting a lovely maiden with doe-like eyes and soft brown hair. Renly appeared eager to know if the girl evoked any familiar feelings in Ned, and when Ned could only shrug in response, disappointment flickered across Renly's face. The girl was Marjorie, sister to Loras Tyrell, though he later confessed that some claimed she bore a resemblance to Lyanna. Not at all, Ned replied, perplexed. Was it possible that Renly, enamored with a girl he perceived as a youthful Lyanna, secretly harbored affections akin to those he felt for Robert in his youth? Such matters were indeed curious. Jory handed over the vest, and Ned slipped his arms through the openings. Perhaps Lord Stannis will return to partake in Robert's tournament, he mused, as Jory assisted him in fastening the ties at his lower back. That would indeed be a blessing from the gods, Jory replied. Ned secured a long sword at his side. Chuckling wryly, In other words, it is likely impossible. Jory draped Ned's cloak over his shoulders, fastening it at the throat with the sigil of the hand. The armorer resided above his shop, in a grand house atop Steel Street. Aaron knows the way, my lord, Ned acknowledged. Should this wagon boy deceive him? Only the heavens could offer salvation. Though it was hardly a dependable lead, the John Aaron Ned Stark knew would never don jewel-encrusted silver armor. He had stated, armor is armor, meant for protection, not for embellishment. Of course, he might have altered his views after spending over a decade in court. Yet such a transformation seemed too drastic for Ned to accept. What further assistance do you require? You may prepare for the brothel, Ned replied. My lord. That is a most arduous task, Jory chuckled. I dare say everyone will be eager to lend a hand. Poth had already set off in anticipation. Ned's cherished steed awaited him in the courtyard, saddled and ready. He traversed the yard, with Varley and Jax flanking him. On such a sweltering day, donning steel helmets and armor would surely leave them drenched in perspiration, yet they uttered not a single complaint. Duke Ed, draped in a long cloak of gray and white, spurred his horse through the king's gates, entering the foul-smelling district, immediately sensing the presence of watchful eyes all around him. With a swift kick to his steed's flanks, he surged ahead, trailed closely by 2 guards. They wove through the bustling streets, and he frequently glanced back. Although Tomard and Desmond had departed the castle early that morning to monitor their route for any potential followers, Ned remained uneasy. Living under the looming shadow of the king's monstrous octopus and its hounds, he felt as anxious as a bride on her wedding night. Steel Street began at the market square near the river gate, a name marked on maps that the common folk referred to as Mudgate. In the street, a performer on stilts strode through the crowd like a gigantic insect, followed by a throng of barefooted children who squealed in delight. On the other side, 2 ragged boys, about Bran's age, wielded wooden sticks, sparring as the onlookers cheered or cursed in response. The commotion was finally quelled when an elderly woman leaned out of a window and dumped a bucket of wash water over the combatants' heads. Farmers huddled in the shadows of the city walls, calling out loudly beside their carts, apples, splendid apples. Even at double the price, you'll find them a bargain. Or come by sweet melons, sweeter than honey, along with cabbages, onions, potatoes. Come, cabbages, onions, potatoes. The mud gate stood wide open, where a small detachment of city guards, clad in golden cloaks, leaned on their long spears beneath the archway. As a group of mounted riders approached from the west, the guards hastily issued commands to clear the obstructing carts and pedestrians, allowing the knight and his entourage to pass. The foremost rider brandished a long black banner, its silk fabric billowing in the wind as if alive, emblazoned with a purple lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. Lord Beric approaches. Make way. Lord Beric approaches, cried the herald. Following closely behind was the young nobleman with fiery red hair, clad in a black satin cloak adorned with stars, riding a magnificent black steed, exuding an air of grandeur. Are you here for the melee tournament, my lord? One guard called out from behind. I am here to claim the championship of the tournament, Lord Beric proclaimed amid the cheers of the crowd. Ned departed the square, turning onto Steel Street, riding along the winding path up the long Visania hills. Passing blacksmiths laboring at their forges, free riders bargaining over armor, and gray-haired ironmongers selling an array of old iron tools from their carts. As they ascended, the buildings grew taller, for the majority of the city's blacksmiths resided here. They sought a particular individual who lived atop the hill in a grand edifice constructed of timber and plaster, its upper floors offering a view over the narrow alleys below. The house featured 2 grand doors made of ebony and fishbeam wood, intricately carved with a hunting scene, flanked by stone-carved knights clad in fantastical red steel armor, resembling griffins and unicorns. Ned handed his horse over to Jax, then stepped inside the house. The diminutive maid, with keen eyes, swiftly recognized Ned's badge and the family crest on his vest. Before long, the homeowner hurried out to greet him, his face adorned with a broad smile, bowing in deference. Quickly, pour wine for the Prime Minister, he instructed the girl, then gestured for Ned to take a seat on the bench. My lord, I am Tobamort. Please, make yourself at home. He was clad in a black velvet coat, adorned with silver-threaded embroidery depicting a hammer on the sleeves. And around his neck hung a heavy silver chain, upon which rested a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg. If you are in need of new armor for the Prime Minister's tournament, you have come to the right place. Ned, weary of correcting him, merely listened. My lord, I admit my creations command a high price, he said while filling 2 matching silver goblets with wine. However, I assure you, there is no craftsman across the 7 kingdoms who can rival my skill. If you doubt it, feel free to visit every smithy in King's Landing and compare. In truth, any humble blacksmith could forge armor, But what I create is an art form. Ned sipped his wine, allowing him to continue. According to Tobamort's boasts, not only did the entire suit of armor for the Knight of Flowers come from his forge, but many discerning lords were also regular patrons. Not to mention Lord Renly Baratheon, the king's younger brother. Has the Prime Minister seen Lord Renly's new attire? The green armor and the golden staghorned helm? He continued. No other smith in the city can achieve such a deep green, a secret I learned while apprenticing in Coer, where I mastered the art of infusing color into fine steel, painting or glazing pales in comparison to that. Does the Prime Minister desire a fine sword? Tobamort claimed he had also learned the craft of forging Valyrian steel in Coer, a skill known only to those who possess the correct incantations to rejuvenate ancient weapons. The Stark family's emblem is the dire wolf, is it not? I could craft you a helm shaped like a dire wolf's head. Children would flee in fright upon seeing it. He boasted. Ned offered a faint smile. So, you also forged a falcon helm for Lord Aaron? Tobamort paused for a long moment before setting down his goblet. The Prime Minister, he did come to me, accompanied by the king's elder brother, Lord Stannis. Regrettably, I did not have the honor of serving them. Ned regarded him calmly, saying nothing, merely waiting. Over the years, he had discovered that silence often proved more effective than inquiry, and this was one such occasion. They wished to see the child. The smith remarked, so I took them to the forge. The child, Ned echoed, uncertain of who the child was. I too wished to meet the child. Tobamort cast him a careful, measured glance. As you wish, my lord. The earlier warmth in his tone had vanished. He led Ned through the back door, across a narrow courtyard, and into a spacious stone barn where the actual work of the forge took place. As the smith opened the door, a wave of heat surged forth, making Ned feel as though he were stepping into the jaws of a dragon. Every corner bore a blazing furnace, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and sulfur. The foreman of the blacksmith glanced up momentarily, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow before resuming his vigorous work with the hammer and tongs, while the bare-chested apprentice diligently fanned the forge. The master weaponsmith summoned a tall lad, roughly the same age as Robb, whose arms and chest were robustly muscled. This was Lord Stark, the recently appointed Prime Minister of the King. As the boy listened, he scrutinized Ned with his somber blue eyes, pushing back his damp hair with his fingers. His hair was thick and coarse, chaotic like a tangle of ink. A faint stubble was just beginning to appear on his chin. This was Jandrai, a sturdy boy for his age, who worked industriously. Show the Prime Minister your helmet, lad, the master urged. The boy, somewhat bashful, led them to his resting bench, retrieving a helmet shaped like a bull's head, complete with 2 curved horns, for Ned to examine. Ned took it and inspected it closely. The helmet was crafted from raw steel, unembellished yet expertly designed. Well made. I wonder if you would consider selling it to me. The boy snatched the helmet back from him. This is not for sale. Tobamort looked alarmed. Lad, this is the Prime Minister. If he takes an interest, you should promptly offer it to him. The mere fact that he asked is already a great honor. I made it for myself, the boy retorted stubbornly. My sincere apologies. My lord, his master quickly interjected to Ned. This lad is as obstinate as wrought iron. He could use a good thrashing. However, this helmet is not of significant value. If you could forgive him, I assure you I will craft you an unparalleled piece. He has done nothing wrong. I have nothing to forgive. Jandrai, when Lord Allen visited. What did you both discuss? My lord, he merely asked a few questions. What questions? The boy shrugged. He asked if I was well, how my master treated me, whether I liked this work, and about my mother, who she was, what she looked like. And how did you respond? The boy brushed aside a lock of his recently fallen black hair. She died when I was very young. I only remember her hair was yellow. And sometimes she would sing to me. She worked in a tavern. Did Lord Stannis ask you any questions? The bald one. No, he didn't ask anything. He just stared at me as if I had wronged his daughter. Mind your words, the master cautioned. You are speaking to the king's Prime Minister. The boy lowered his head. This lad was clever, yet stubborn. Observing the helmet, he seemed to take pride in his defiance. Ned gently ruffled the boy's coarse black hair. Jandrai, look at me. The young apprentice raised his gaze, and Ned scrutinized the contours of his chin and the icy blue of his eyes. Indeed, he thought. I understand now. Back to your work, young man. My apologies for the interruption. He then followed the master weaponsmith back into the workshop. Who pays this boy's apprentice fee? He inquired casually. Tobamort appeared quite anxious. You have witnessed it yourself. This child is remarkably robust, and his hands are naturally suited for forging. This child possesses great potential, which is why I have waived the apprentice fee. Be honest with me, Ned urged him. There are plenty of strong lads on the streets. Unless the Great Wall were to collapse, it would be impossible not to collect an apprentice fee. Who exactly paid? It was a nobleman, the weapon master replied reluctantly. He did not disclose his name, nor did his cloak bear a family crest. The payment was made in gold, and he offered double the usual amount, stating that half was for the child's apprenticeship and the other half was to ensure my silence. Describe his appearance to me. He is quite sturdy, broad-shouldered, though not as tall as you. He has a brown beard, tinged with a hint of red. I recall the cloak he wore, a fine piece made of rich purple velvet, adorned with silver trim, yet the hood obscured his face, making it difficult to see clearly. He hesitated for a moment. My lord, I wish to avoid trouble. No one desires trouble. However, Master Maud, I fear we are living in troublesome times. Ned remarked. You are well aware of who this child is. My lord, I am merely a weapon master and am unaware of matters I ought not to know. You are fully aware of this child's identity, Ned patiently reiterated. I am not inquiring whether you know. This child is my apprentice, the weapon master stated. He met Ned's gaze, his eyes as resolute as steel. Who he was before coming to me is of no concern to me. Ned nodded, finding himself quite fond of Maud, the weapon master. If one day Jandali decides he no longer wishes to forge swords but instead desires to wield a knife, have him seek me out. I believe he has the makings of a soldier. Until then, Master Maud, I thank you for looking after him. I assure you, should I wish to procure a helmet to frighten the child, you shall be the first I approach. His guards waited with the horses outside. My lord, have you uncovered anything? Jex inquired as Ned mounted his steed. Indeed, Ned replied, though his thoughts were tumultuous. What business could Jon Arryn have with the king's bastard? What matter could be so significant as to risk his life? Chapter 29. Catelyn, my lady, you ought to cover your head. Sir Roderick repeatedly advised her as they rode northward, lest she catch a chill. Sir Roderick, a little rain is nothing to worry about, Catelyn responded. Her wet hair hung heavily, a loose strand clinging to her forehead. It was not difficult to imagine how disheveled she appeared, yet this time she did not mind. The rains of the south were soft and gentle. Catelyn delighted in the sensation of her cheeks absorbing such tender, maternal kisses. This feeling transported her back to her childhood. Recalling the gray days spent in Riverrun, she remembered the humid, ancient woods with their drooping branches. She recalled her brother chasing her through piles of damp leaves, their laughter ringing clear. She also reminisced about playing in the mud with Lisa, the weight of the clumps in her hands, the slippery, brown muck flowing through her fingers. Later, they giggled as they presented their crafted mud pies to Littlefinger, who genuinely consumed a great number of them, falling ill for an entire week thereafter. Oh, how young they were back then. Catelyn believed she had long forgotten these matters. The rain in the north was cold and merciless, sometimes turning to frost as night fell. What was said to nourish life swiftly transformed into a harbinger of destruction, driving even the stout-hearted to seek refuge. Such rain was hardly fit for a young girl to play in. Soaked to the bone, Ser Roderick complained, the chills seeping into his very marrow. The dense woods surrounding them echoed with the sound of raindrops falling from the leaves, mingling with the squelch of hooves in the mud. My lady, we should find a place with a fire to rest tonight, and it would be splendid if we could have something warm to eat. There is an inn at the junction ahead, Catelyn informed him. In her youth, she had often stayed there while traveling with her father. Duke Hoster Tully, restless in his middle years, would ride about the town, unable to remain still. She recalled the innkeeper, a plump woman named Martha Hyde, who perpetually chewed tobacco. Day and night, Martha always wore a smile and often brought cakes for the children. Her cakes, soaked in honey, were rich and fragrant. Yet, Catelyn harbored a fear of her grin, for tobacco had stained her teeth a dark red, making her smile appear macabre and unsettling. An inn would certainly be welcome, Ser Roderick repeated with longing. However, it would be prudent to avoid any unnecessary risks. To evade recognition, it would be wiser to seek refuge in a private home. Just then, the sounds of clanking armor, neighing horses, and splashing rain reached them, prompting him to silence himself. Someone approaches, he warned, instinctively grasping the hilt of his sword. Even on the King's Road, caution was always a virtue. They followed the sounds and rounded a languid bend, discovering a group of armed men and horses marching in formation. Noisily crossing a swollen stream, Catelyn reined in her horse, allowing them to pass. The banner held aloft by the leader was already drenched, hanging limply, rendering it indistinct. Yet, the travelers donned blue and purple cloaks, the silver eagle emblem of House Meryn fluttering proudly upon their shoulders. It is the Meryn family, Ser Roderick whispered to her, as if fearing she might not recognize them. My lady, I suggest you pull up your hood. Catelyn disregarded his advice. Among the ranks was none other than Lord Jason Meryn himself, surrounded by knights and accompanied by his son, Patrick, with their attendants trailing behind. She discerned at once that they were en route to King's Landing to participate in the Primes tournament. For the past week, the King's Road had been alive with knights and free riders, troubadours bearing harps and drums, wagons laden with hops, corn, and barrels of honey, alongside merchants, craftsmen, and courtesans, all surging southward, creating a tumultuous crowd. Despite the risk of being recognized, she took a good look at Lord Jason Meryn. The last time she had seen him was at her wedding feast, where he had been engrossed in conversation with her uncle. The Meryn family were vassals of House Tully, known for their generous gifts. Now, strands of white had mingled with his brown hair, and time had etched lines upon his face, yet it had not diminished his pride. He sat upon his horse with an air of fearless authority. Catelyn felt a pang of envy. She had borne far too many worries of her own. As they passed, Lord Jason merely nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture that was nothing more than the courtesy of a nobleman encountering a stranger. The pair of sharp eyes failed to recognize her, and his son couldn't even muster the energy to glance their way. "He did not recognize you," Sir Roderick remarked in confusion. All he saw were two weary, mud-splattered travelers standing by the roadside, utterly unaware that one of them was the daughter of his liege. "I believe we will be quite safe once we reach the inn, Sir Roderick," she asserted. The establishment was situated at the fork north of the confluence of 3 rivers, and by the time they arrived, dusk was nearly upon them. Martha Hade was still chewing her tobacco, appearing somewhat plumper than Catelyn remembered, with strands of gray woven through her hair. Fortunately, she merely cast a cursory glance at them, devoid of any terrifying, bloodthirsty smile. "We only have 2 rooms available upstairs, nothing else left," she said, chewing incessantly. "Both are beneath the clock tower. So you needn't worry about missing mealtimes, though some may find it noisy. There's no helping it. We are nearly at full capacity. If you do not require a room, I suggest you continue your journey." They had no choice but to accept. The rooms were nestled in a dusty, low-ceilinged attic, accessible by a narrow, worn staircase. "Leave your shoes here," Martha instructed after taking their payment. "The lad will come to clean up later. I do not wish to see you trudging mud upstairs. Listen for the bell. If you arrive late, there will be no food left." Her expression bore no smile, and she made no mention of the sweet cakes. When the dinner bell finally tolled, it rang out deafeningly. Catelyn had changed into dry clothes and sat by the window, watching raindrops race down the pane. The glass was obscured, covered with beads of water, as the rain-soaked night descended. Catelyn could barely discern the muddy crossing where 2 main roads met. Her drifting gaze came to rest on the fork in the path. Should they journey westward from here, they could reach River Run with ease and delight. Her father always offered wise counsel in her moments of need, and she longed to speak with him, to warn him of the impending storm. If Winterfell were indeed headed for conflict, River Run would be among the first to face the repercussions. Given its proximity to King's Landing and the looming shadow of the Casterly Rock influence to the west, were her father in better health, she might have considered it. But Hoster Tully had been bedridden for 2 long years, and Catelyn did not wish to burden him further. The eastern route was more treacherous and perilous, scaling rocky hills and dense woods, leading into the Moon Mountains, through steep passes and sheer cliffs, eventually arriving at the Vale of Arryn, and beyond it, the rugged and stony Fingers. Perched atop the vale was the Eyrie, a fortress as strong as a bastion, with its towers reaching for the heavens. There, she might find her sister Lisa, and perhaps uncover some of the answers Ned sought. Lisa's letters were likely to be filled with reticence, hesitant to divulge too much. Perhaps she possessed the evidence Ned required to bring about the downfall of House Lannister. Should war truly arise, they would need the support of House Arryn and the eastern nobles among its vassals. However, the mountain paths were fraught with danger, not to mention the lurking shadow cats. Rockfalls were a common occurrence, and the lawless clans of the mountains acted as brigands, swooping down from the peaks to pillage and murder. When knights were dispatched from the valleys in pursuit, they would vanish as swiftly as the melting snow. Even Jon Arryn, a lord of rare wisdom, always journeyed through the mountains accompanied by a substantial retinue. At this moment, Catelyn's only companion was an aged knight, and her sole protection lay in his unwavering loyalty. No, she thought, the matters of River Run and the Eyrie could wait. For now, her course must lead northward to Winterfell, where her 3 sons and the weighty responsibilities awaited her eagerly. Once she had safely crossed the neck, she could reveal her identity to Ned's vassals and send a mounted messenger ahead to proclaim the King's Road under curfew. The drizzle obscured the fields in the distance, yet the landscape remained vivid in Catelyn's memory. At the end of the road lay a marketplace, and a mile further stood a village, with around 50 white cottages encircling a small stone chapel. Following a long and tranquil summer, the village houses had surely multiplied. Northward from there, the King's Road ran parallel to the Green Fork, a tributary of the Trident, traversing fertile valleys and shaded groves, passing through prosperous towns, sturdy farms, and the castles of the river lords. Catelyn was well acquainted with each river lord, the long-standing feud between the Blackwoods and the Brackens. disputes that often required her father to mediate. The last scion of House Rain, the Lady of Riverlands, who dwelled in the desolate cellar of Harrenhal, forever in the company of the deceased, and the irascible Lord Fry, who had buried 7 wives, presiding over the bustling town of the Twins, where generations of kin, legitimate and illegitimate, converged. All were vassals of House Tully, sworn to loyalty to River Run. Yet, Catelyn pondered, should war truly erupt? She questioned whether such a coalition would be sufficiently robust. Her father, the most steadfast and reliable man in the realm, would undoubtedly summon the bannermen. But would the lords respond? Although House Dane, House Lannister, and House Mouton were also subjects of River Run during the War of the Three Rivers, they had fought alongside Rhaegar Targaryen. Lord Fry had only arrived with his forces after the conflict had concluded, casting doubt on which side he intended to serve. Subsequently, he gravely assured the victors of his unwavering allegiance. Yet from that moment forth, her father referred to him as the tardy Lord Fry. No war must commence. Catelyn thought anxiously. It was imperative to prevent the outbreak of conflict. The bell ceased tolling, and Ser Roderick approached her door. "My lady, we must descend quickly, or we may miss our meal," he urged. Before crossing the neck, "It would be safer if we did not address each other as knight and lady," she advised, suggesting they pose as ordinary travelers to avoid drawing attention. "Let us say we are a father and daughter visiting family." "So be it, my lady," Ser Roderick acquiesced. As Catelyn smiled, he suddenly realized his blunder. He was accustomed to the old ways and momentarily faltered, father and daughter. He reached for the beard that had long since vanished, sighing in embarrassment. Catelyn took his arm. "Come now, old man," she said. "Martha has a knack for exquisite cooking. I believe you will enjoy it. But do refrain from praising her to her face. It would be best not to see that smiling countenance." The hall was long and well ventilated, with a row of large wooden barrels lining one side and a hearth on the other. A serving boy dashed about with a spit of roasted meat, while Martha poured ale from the barrels, her chewing of tobacco never ceasing. The benches were filled to capacity, with villagers and farmers sitting side by side with travelers of various origins. A dyer, one hand stained black and the other purple, shared a seat with a fisherman reeking of fish. A muscular blacksmith squeezed beside a frail, old monk. A rugged wandering swordsman exchanged news with a soft-spoken merchant like old friends. However, Catelyn felt a sense of unease among the diners, many of whom bore swords. By the hearth sat 3 men adorned with the red stallion crest of House Bracken, accompanied by a large group clad in blue steel armor and draped in silver-gray cloaks, their shoulders marked with the familiar twin towers emblem of House Fry. She scrutinized their faces, but they were all too young for her to recognize. The eldest among them was no older than Bran was when she married into the north. Ser Roderick found 2 seats near the kitchen, facing a handsome young man who was idly plucking at a wooden harp. "Good people, may the 7 bless you," he said as they sat down, an empty wine cup before him. "And may they bless you as well, good singer," Catelyn replied. Ser Roderick ordered bread, meat, and ale with a tone that suggested he wanted it immediately. The young singer, perhaps 18, boldly inquired where they hailed from, their destination, and what news they had encountered on the road. A rapid-fire barrage of questions that left them little time to respond. "We set out from King's Landing 2 weeks ago." Catelyn chose the safest question to answer. "I was just on my way there," the young man replied. As she had anticipated, he was far more interested in sharing his own exploits than in hearing theirs. Singers relished showcasing their talents. "There are certainly more lords at the tourney than at the last one. I won so much that I could hardly move, alas. I later wagered it all on the usurper and lost everything. By the gods above, gamblers ought to be punished by divine wrath," Ser Roderick remarked sternly. As a northerner, he shared the Stark family's disdain for tourneys. "I know the heavens frown upon me," the singer lamented, "so your gods and the Knight of Flowers conspired to ruin me." "I trust you've learned your lesson," Ser Roderick replied. "Indeed. This time, I'll wager on Ser Loras," the singer declared. Ser Roderick was about to stroke his non-existent beard in response when a serving boy hurried over, presenting plates of bread and slices of roasted meat, glistening with hot juices, alongside small onions, red peppers, and plump mushrooms. Roderick immediately began to devour the food as the server rushed off to bring the mail. "I am Marillion," the singer said, strumming a string. "You've surely heard me perform elsewhere?" Catelyn couldn't help but smile at his tone. Minstrels rarely visited the far north of Winterfell, but she had encountered such performers during her youth in Riverrun. "I fear not," she told him. He struck a sorrowful note on his instrument. "That is your loss. Who is the best singer you have heard?" "Arya from Bravos." Ser Roderick replied immediately. "Alas, I am far more astute than that old relic." Marillion said, "If you are willing to part with a silver coin, I would be delighted to demonstrate my prowess. I possess 2 coppers." Yet I would sooner cast them into a well than endure your incessant prattle, Sir Roderick retorted irritably. He was notoriously averse to singers. He believed it was commendable for young ladies to study music. But it was utterly absurd for a healthy young man to eschew swords in favor of strumming a harp and crooning tunes. Your grandfather speaks most acerbically, Marillion remarked to Catelyn. I intended to extol your beauty, you see. Frankly, my voice was crafted to serenade kings and lords. Oh, it is evident, Catelyn replied. It is said that Lord Tully has a fondness for music. You must have visited Riverrun, I presume? Countless times, the minstrel said airily. They even prepared a guest room for me, and I am as familiar with their young lord as comrades. Catelyn smiled, pondering how Edmure would react. Since the girl he fancied had been seduced by a minstrel, his disdain for the profession had only intensified. And what of Winterfell? She inquired. Have you ventured to the north? What purpose would I have there? Marillion countered. It is a realm shrouded in snow and ice, where one must bundle themselves heavily to step outside, and the Stark family knows naught of music. They delight only in the howling of wolves. At that moment, she faintly heard the sound of a door opening at the far end of the room. My lord, a servant's voice called from behind her. We require assistance to tend to our horses. Lord Lannister seeks a room and a hot bath. By the gods, Roderick exclaimed. But Catelyn hastily raised her hand to silence him, her fingers gripping his forearm tightly. Marcia Hadel displayed her signature ghastly red smile, bowing profusely. My lord, I sincerely apologize. But we are truly at full capacity. Catelyn observed their party of four, an elderly man clad in the black garb of the Night's Watch, 2 servants, and Marillion, who stood there diminutively. I can sleep in the stables just fine. As you can see, I have no need for a grand chamber. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. As long as the fire is warm enough and the straw is not too infested with fleas, I shall be quite content. Marcia Hadel was at a loss for what to do. My lord, we genuinely have no alternative. It is the result of this tournament. The crowds are simply overwhelming. At this, Tyrion Lannister produced a coin from his pocket, tossing it overhead, catching it, and flipping it again. Even from across the room, Catelyn could see it glimmering gold. A free rider in a faded blue cloak rose unsteadily. My lord, if you do not mind, you may take my room. This fellow was clever, Tyrion remarked as he tossed the gold coin, which the free rider deftly caught midair. Not bad with his hands. The dwarf turned to Marcia Hadel and said, As for sustenance, I trust there will be no issues? Whatever you desire, my lord, we can provide, the innkeeper assured him repeatedly. Best to eat until one chokes. Catelyn thought grimly, yet her mind was plagued by the haunting image of Bran, bloodied and gasping for breath. Lannister cast a glance at the nearest table. My subordinates may dine on the same fare, albeit in doubled portions, for we have traveled a considerable distance. Kindly roast a bird for me, be it chicken, duck, or pigeon, and bring forth a jug of your finest wine. Yoren, would you care to join me in this repast? Certainly, my lord, I shall partake alongside you, came the reply from the black-cloaked brother. The dwarf did not even glance in their direction, and Catelyn silently rejoiced at the distance that separated her from them by numerous crowded tables and benches. At that moment, Meryn suddenly sprang to his feet. My lord Lannister, he exclaimed, might I have the honor of entertaining you during your meal? Allow me to sing a song in praise of your esteemed father's triumph at King's Landing. I would be ill to my stomach, the dwarf retorted sourly. He scrutinized the singer with his mismatched eyes, preparing to divert his gaze when he spotted Catelyn. His expression turned to confusion as he regarded her for a lingering moment. She turned her head away, but it was too late. A smile spread across the dwarf's face. Lady Stark, what a delightful surprise, he remarked. It is a pity I did not encounter you in Winterfell. Meryn gaped, watching her rise slowly, his expression shifting from confusion to vexation. She heard Sir Roderick curse under his breath. If only Tyrion had lingered longer at the wall, what of Lady Stark? Boomed Masha Height. The last time I stayed here, I was still Catelyn of House Tully, she informed the innkeeper. She felt the murmurs of the crowd and sensed their gazes upon her. Catelyn surveyed the room, noting the knights and sworn men, then took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Was she truly willing to take this risk? There was no time for careful consideration. The opportunity was fleeting. She heard her own voice echoing in her ears. That gentleman in the corner, she pointed out, having previously overlooked the older man. Is the black bat of Harrenhal embroidered on your outer garment? The man promptly rose to respond. Indeed, my lady. My father is Horst Tully of Riverrun. May I inquire if Lady Hightower is a loyal ally of his? She most certainly is, he affirmed resolutely. Sir Roderick rose quietly, drawing his sword from its sheath. The dwarf blinked in bewilderment, his mismatched eyes glinting with confusion. The red stallion crest has always been well received in Riverrun. She addressed the three by the hearth, My father regards Lord Jonos Bracken as his most steadfast and loyal vassal. The three soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. Our lord is grateful for your father's trust. I envy your lord for having such esteemed friends, Lannister derided. Yet, Lady Stark, I fail to comprehend your motives in this endeavor. She disregarded him and turned her attention to the group clad in gray-blue. It was these 20-odd individuals who held the key. I am well acquainted with the Twin Towers emblem of House Fry, gentlemen. How fare your lord these days? Their leader rose. My lady, Lord Walder is well. He intends to wed anew on his 90th name day and hopes to extend the honor of your esteemed presence at the event. Tyrion Lannister could not help but stifle a chuckle, yet at that moment, Catelyn was resolute in her belief that he could not escape. This man came into my home under the guise of a guest, with the intent to harm my 7-year-old son, she proclaimed to all present. Ser Roderick, sword in hand, approached her side. In the name of King Robert and the esteemed lords in attendance, I beseech you to bring him to justice and assist me in escorting him to Winterfell, where he shall await the judgment of the king's law. For a brief moment, Catelyn found herself torn between the harmonious sound of numerous swords being drawn and the satisfaction evoked by the expression on Tyrion Lannister's face.